Chapter 1 I'll never be done with you in my next life. Woohoo, I'm dead. On the rooftop of a building late at night, the biting cold wind was accompanied by the miserable cries of a woman. The drunk Xiao Chusheng looked at the woman who was less than 10 steps away from him with dazed eyes. Although he was not very clear-headed at the moment and had double vision, he could still see that the woman had a face so beautiful that it made people want to commit a crime. Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment and burped uncontrollably. After he came to his senses, he shouted to the woman, "Sister, it's windy on the rooftop, come down." Shi Shanshan was crying and had suicidal thoughts, but she was frightened by Xiao Chusheng and her heart went into cardiac arrest. She almost fell off the rooftop. Shi Shanshan covered her chest with her hands. After she calmed down, a nameless anger rushed to her head. She turned around and stared at the man behind her fiercely. She almost had to be reincarnated, so she had to talk to this bastard anyway. But when she saw the man, she was stunned. The man sat on the ground dejectedly, with countless beer bottles scattered around him. Down and out, frustrated middle-aged man, this is the first adjective that comes to Shi Shanshan's mind. Seeing that the other party was so depressed, Shi Shanshan no longer had any idea of settling the score with him. "Hey, why are you scaring people here so late at night instead of going home?" Shi Shanshan also went over and sat on the ground, asking carelessly. Perhaps the alcohol numbed his brain, and it took Xiao Chusheng a while to react. "It's nothing, I just encountered some unhappy things and drank to relieve my sorrow." A bitter look appeared on Xiao Chusheng's face. What Xiao Chusheng was waiting for was not sympathy, but a woman's joy. "Oh? Is there a story? Did your wife run away with someone? Come on, tell me and make me happy." Even though Xiao Chusheng was so drunk, he remained silent. "So your happiness is built on my pain, right?" But he didn't refuse. What he needed now was to talk and vent. Xiao Chusheng was in a sad mood. He spoke slowly, his voice full of helplessness. "Today, my girlfriend who I have been dating for more than 10 years got engaged to another man, and I just watched from a distance. We had originally agreed that we would get married once I had achieved success in my career." "So you have accomplished nothing so far?" Shi Shanshan asked. But the man shook his head. "Just last week, my company successfully raised funds and went public, and I have gone from being tens of millions in debt to being a billionaire." Shi Shanshan was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. "Then why did your girlfriend run away with someone?" But what I got was a look from Xiao Chusheng, as if he was looking at me as if I were a fool. "They're already engaged, so there must have been signs of it when I didn't know. I wanted to give her a surprise, but now." Xiao Chusheng lowered his head. This was the helpless reality. He missed the golden period of starting a business. He worked very hard over the years and finally achieved this little success. This is already the pinnacle that an ordinary person can reach with all his effort. Crossing classes is just a pipe dream. Shi Shanshan pursed her lips and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. "What about you? Why are you trying to kill yourself here?" Xiao Chusheng looked up and sized up the stupid woman who was crying like a fool just now. "Did your man run away with someone too?" Speaking of this, Shi Shanshan burst into tears again, almost crying. "My family is about to go bankrupt, and that old bitch wants to send me to the Mediterranean." Xiao Chusheng finally understood what was said intermittently. In order to prevent the family from going bankrupt, her father wanted to give her to a bald middle-aged man as a mistress. The bald middle-aged man was willing to provide his family with a low-interest loan, and with this money they could barely survive for a while. The two of them share the same suffering? Brothers in distress. Oh no, they are called brothers in distress. At this moment, they couldn't hold it back any longer and they hugged each other and cried loudly. This is probably the sorrow of middle-aged people. So the two of them started drinking, and Shi Shanshan picked up the bottle and started blowing. Even though she was just a woman, she blew 6 bottles of snowflakes, and Xiao Chusheng was stunned. Shi Shanshan drank until she was unconscious, and then she asked the man beside her if he wanted to die by coming to such a ghost place to drink. Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "I'm just here to spread the word. I have money and good looks now, why should I commit suicide?" After hearing his words, Shi Shanshan thought about it seriously and finally nodded. "That makes sense." Blown by the night wind, Xiao Chusheng has sobered up a little. "How about it, are you still dancing? If not, go back." When it comes to this, Shi Shanshan starts crying again, crying. Whoa, no one wants me anymore, what's the point of me living, don't stop me, I don't want to live anymore." After saying that, the guy looked like he was really going to rush over and jump, so Xiao Chusheng quickly grabbed this stupid woman by the waist. "Hey, do you really want to die?" Shi Shanshan nodded resolutely. "Yes. Then before you die, let me have some fun? Xiao Chusheng was not trying to take advantage of someone's misfortune, but he wanted to trick this stupid woman and couldn't think of any other excuse at the moment. You are so beautiful, but you never experienced the feeling of being a woman until you died. Why don't you just let me have you? I think I am still handsome. Xiao Chusheng said to himself. However, what he didn't expect was that Qi Shanshan actually nodded. That makes sense. I'm going to die anyway, why should I be afraid of this? Let's go and get a room. Xiao Chusheng won't be able to handle this problem this time. Big sister, are you serious about this? Before he could react, Qi Shanshan had already put her arm around his shoulder and dragged him downstairs to find a hotel. Xiao Chusheng was forced to follow, but an accident happened. Qi Shanshan didn't pay attention to her feet and stepped on a leftover wine bottle. She lost control and fell backwards. Xiao Chusheng fell down because the woman grabbed his neck. The two rolled all the way to the edge of the rooftop, and Qi Shanshan slipped and flew out. But this guy was still holding onto Xiao Chusheng's neck, so he didn't fall down immediately. So a funny scene was played out on the rooftop, with a wailing woman hooking her arms around another man's neck. Half of the man's body was still hanging on the roof and could fall down at any time. Wow, I'm going to fall and die. Weren't you going to jump? Let me go quickly, or we'll both die. Xiao Chusheng could no longer hold on. Woo woo woo, I regret it, I don't want to die anymore. The woman has now completely turned into a mad woman, with only the instinct to survive left. What were you doing earlier? It's too late. Snap. A terrible sound was heard, and the tiles on the edge of the roof began to crack. Damn. I didn't want to die, it's you, a stupid woman, who screwed me over. At this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A strong wind suddenly blew up and blew the two away. If there is a next life, I will never let you go. Xiao Chusheng's most vicious curse echoed among the buildings late at night. No, last words. Chapter 2 Stupid Woman Qi Shanshan. The dazzling sunlight hit his eyelids, and Xiao Chusheng looked at the girl in front of him in a trance. Is it true that there is such a thing as a marquis before death? With such an absurd thought emerging in his mind, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a bit bitter inside. Promise him. Promise him. What are you doing, you beast? Speak up, speak up. There were noises of booing all around, mixed with a lot of sighs. It's Xiao Chusheng again. This guy has confessed his love to Zheng Jia many times, right? He hasn't given up yet? Yes, I will definitely be rejected again this time. Listening to the chattering of the people around him, Xiao Chusheng was stunned. What's going on? It doesn't seem to be a ticker tape? But am I not already dead? Just when he hadn't figured out the situation, the girl in front of him named Zheng Jia asked softly, Chusheng, is there anything wrong? The girl's voice was timid, like a breeze, and there was a vague expectation on her face. Xiao Chusheng's pupils dilated, and at this moment he finally realized that he was not dead. No, he should be dead. But he was reborn after his death and returned to this time point, which was when he confessed his love to his ex-girlfriend in his previous life. That's right, the girl in front of him named Zheng Jia is Xiao Chusheng's girlfriend in his previous life. And this time point is the most critical point that will affect his life. This note means what will happen to Xiao Chusheng in the next 10 years, because he knows that as long as he opens his mouth, the other party will definitely agree to his confession. This was the case in his previous life. At that time, he was overwhelmed by great joy and had no idea that everything would be a mess after that. In the more than 10 years of long-distance relationship with Zheng Jia, the two have indeed been in love and happy. But different values and perspectives bring more quarrels and real-life troubles. If you ask yourself honestly, Xiao Chusheng is not happy. What's more, some things happened during this period. Keeping it hanging was more like a compromise with life, or a sunk cost, so the two of them went around in circles. Until the moment before he was reborn, their love that had lasted for more than 10 years finally came to an end. Rather than saying they had been together for 10 years, the two had actually almost lost contact and their relationship was in name only. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng was in a trance. Since he already knew the result, he would certainly not repeat the same mistake. He had thought about it countless times in his previous life. If he could live again one day, he probably would not have any contact with Zheng Jia. Because when the passion fades, you can see more essential things. If he and Zheng Jia are together, neither of them will be happy. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng's eyes became firm. When Zhang Jia saw Xiao Chuxing's determined gaze, she thought he had finally mustered up the courage to confess his feelings to her. In Zhang Jia's opinion, Xiao Chuxing is a good boy in all aspects, and girls of his age have not experienced the harm of society. The society at that time was not as materialistic as it is in later generations, so campus love was still relatively pure. So now, more than a year after Xiao Chuxing pursued Zhang Jia, she finally made up her mind to accept Xiao Chuxing's confession. However, what she never expected was that Xiao Chuxing's voice came with a slightly cold tone. "It's okay." Zhang Jia was stunned and blurted out subconsciously, "Aren't you going to confess to me?" After she said this, she realized that she seemed a little anxious. For an unknown reason, Zhang Jia suddenly felt a little stuffy in her heart, as if something very important was about to leave her. That's why she subconsciously and urgently asked Xiao Chuxing. She thought, my hint should be very obvious, right? Come on, confess your feelings to me. I will definitely agree this time. Little did he know that for Xiao Chuxing, this was already the second round and he had already experienced the same scene before. In response to Zhang Jia's question, Xiao Chuxing smiled and said, "Zhang Jia, I have thought a lot these days. In fact, we may not be that suitable for each other, so I will not pursue you anymore, nor will I cause you any trouble. I hope you can meet someone more suitable than me in the future." Zhang Jia was completely dumbfounded, and her heart sank to the bottom. Why? Why did this happen? This is not what I want? What's wrong? After Xiao Chuxing turned around and was about to leave, Zhang Jia immediately grabbed Xiao Chuxing's arm. "Wait, Chuxing, wait a minute, I don't think that's the case." Zhang Jia was confused and started to speak incoherently, not knowing what to say for a moment. But Xiao Chuxing interrupted Zhang Jia. He knew what Zhang Jia wanted to say. At this time in her previous life, Zhang Jia had already been moved by his persistent pursuit, otherwise she would not have agreed to his pursuit. But many things that happen afterwards are beyond human control. After all, no one is perfect. Since there is a chance to start over, knowing that it will be the wrong answer for both of them, don't make the same mistake again. This will be good for both him and Zhang Jia. Moreover, if he lives his life again, he will move towards the top of the mountain step by step, while she can only watch from the bottom of the mountain, which is the greatest cruelty in itself. It's okay, I understand. I won't say anything nonsense after we get out and I won't cause you any trouble. After saying this, Xiao Chuxing wanted to escape from the scene. No, I really didn't mean that. Zhang Jia stamped her feet anxiously, but she was powerless. Everything happened so suddenly that Zhang Jia was caught off guard. But she didn't have time to think too much. She only knew that she had to stop Xiao Chuxing and not let him leave. For some reason, she had a bad feeling in her heart that if she let Xiao Chuxing leave, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Xiao Chuxing smiled bitterly and was about to use some violent means, but when he raised his eyes, he saw a beautiful figure. She was a girl with pretty face but a cold expression on her face. It's not that Xiao Chuxing can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, but why is she here? That cold girl was the culprit who pulled him off the rooftop and caused his rebirth. The onlookers also noticed the aloof girl at this moment, and were surprised. Isn't that the campus beauty of Qi University? The campus beauty is here. Qi Shanshan? School beauty? Listening to the words of the onlookers, Xiao Chuxing was confused. In his previous life, he only had Zhang Jia in his eyes and never paid attention to other girls. He really didn't know that the stupid woman was the campus beauty of his class? But she is so cold. There was no way to connect him with the idiot who was crying heartbreakingly on the rooftop. If they didn't look so similar, he would really doubt whether they were the same person. Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It turned out that the world was so small. When he was confessing his love to Zhang Jia, he didn't expect that stupid woman Qi Shanshan happened to pass by the scene. Qi Shanshan naturally heard the students' discussions, but she was used to it. So she planned to leave with a blank expression as usual, but a figure blocked her way. Qi Shanshan raised her eyes and saw a fairly handsome face. The boy gives people a very clean feeling, but with an indescribable ruffian air. Just when she was wondering what the other party wanted to do, he took her arm and walked out of the crowd without even saying hello. What's going on? Chapter 3, Girls Have to Pay for a Room? Rather than being aloof, Qi Shanshan would be more like being socially phobic. So when Xiao Chuxing pulled her away from the crowd, she just followed him subconsciously. The onlookers saw that the man who had confessed his love to Zhang Jia gave up for some reason and were about to disperse. The result is such a big news. My friend, are you falling in love with someone else? The other person was confessing his love, but you ended up running into the arms of the campus beauty of Chi University? Although Cheetah campus beauty is really. However, what shocked everyone the most was not that Xiao Chusheng had fallen in love with someone else, but that the school belle Qi Shanshan did not refuse. A terrible thought emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that something had happened to them a long time ago? Qi Shanshan, a socially anxious and stupid girl, was abducted by Xiao Chusheng. She didn't react until they were far away from her, and she mustered up the courage to pull her hand back from Xiao Chusheng. "Where are you taking me?" Qi Shanshan had no expression on her face, but her voice was unconsciously a little timid. Xiao Chusheng frowned and said to her impatiently, "Just go, why are you talking so much?" Qi Shanshan is usually seen as a cool goddess by others, but in fact she is a complete social phobia sufferer. After being scolded by Xiao Chusheng, she almost cried out of grievance. It was her look as if she was about to cry at the next second that made Xiao Chusheng a little dazed, and he couldn't help but sigh. "That's right, I thought you were really that cold." After saying that, without waiting for Qi Shanshan's consent, he pulled her out of the school. Qi Shanshan was caught off guard by Xiao Chusheng's nonsensical words, as if her inner secret had been seen through. He seemed to know what I really was like? But where was he going to take me? Qi Shanshan herself couldn't explain why. The boy in front of her was obviously very strong and wanted to take her away without any explanation. But she was not afraid at all, and even felt a little relieved. She felt that there was an indescribable feeling about this boy, very clean and clear. He shouldn't hurt me. However, Qi Shanshan didn't know that Xiao Chusheng would not hurt you? No, he just wants to hurt you. Qi Shanshan stared at the sign of the couple hotel and fell into deep thought. Just now she was thinking that this boy would not hurt her. But who would have thought that he would turn around and take the person to the hotel? Isn't this progressing a bit too fast? How about we start with a relationship? Qi Shanshan's head was buzzing, her brain completely shut down by Xiao Chusheng's unconventional approach. "Why did you come here?" Qi Shanshan asked softly. Xiao Chusheng looked at her with disdain. "What do you think? What else can you do in a place like this? Of course, you should get a room." Qi Shanshan was stunned. She really didn't expect that this guy would be so direct. "We've only known each other for less than half an hour, right? You brought me here to get a room? Is that polite?" Her mouth was slightly open, with an expression of being so horrified that she doubted her life. But before she could express her opinion, Xiao Chusheng had already run to the front desk to book a room. But before she could come to her senses, the guy came back. Qi Shanshan thought that this guy had come to his senses, but he stretched out his hand towards her. "Do you have money? Lend me some." At this moment, Qi Shanshan doubted her life even more. "Didn't you trick the girl into coming to a couple hotel and then ask her to pay for the room? What the hell is this?" However, it was precisely Xiao Chusheng's behavior that made Qi Shanshan feel inexplicably more at ease. Even she herself couldn't understand it, there seemed to be a kind of clear stupidity in this guy. So cute. Obviously, she herself was the silly beauty, but she thought Xiao Chusheng was stupid and cute. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. I don't know if it was a sudden impulse or a rebellious mentality deep in my heart. Or maybe at this moment she really fell in love with the boy in front of her. Qi Shanshan actually took out $200 bills from her wallet and handed them to Xiao Chusheng. This move left Xiao Chusheng confused. "You're not my sister, are you really going to give it to me? How did a stupid woman like you manage to grow up without being cheated by anyone? If it were me, I would have tricked you into having 3 children." Xiao Chusheng just felt that his IQ seemed to be insulted, and he had an inexplicable sense of guilt. Before his rebirth, he actually planned to get a room with such a stupid girl. Does this count as bullying a mentally retarded person? It shouldn't be illegal, right? But when I think about how I finally became a billionaire in my previous life, even though I failed in love. I was about to live a good life, but you dragged me off the rooftop. He felt a nameless anger rising up from his throat. I worked so hard for 10 years, 10 years. Do you know how I spent these 10 years? It's because of you, a stupid woman, that the game had to be deleted and restarted. If I don't make you cry tonight, it will be disrespectful to my miserable 10 years. Xiao Chusheng originally had a little sympathy for this stupid beauty, but then he thought that this guy owed him a life, no, more than one life, but his entire life. His feelings of guilt and sympathy vanished in an instant. Besides, before his rebirth, this guy was going to get a room with him. This can't be considered entirely his fault, right? Xiao Chusheng thought so. In fact, when the two of them were drinking and hugging each other and crying on the rooftop, Qi Shanshan and Xiao Chusheng talked about topics similar to rebirth. Tell me, how nice it would be if I had met you a few years earlier. Qi Shanshan said to Xiao Chusheng. Ah? What if it was a few years earlier? Xiao Chusheng didn't understand what the stupid beauty meant. I think you're a bit pleasing to the eye, maybe that ex-girlfriend of yours won't be a problem anymore. The silly beauty stood up for Xiao Chusheng, which made Xiao Chusheng laugh. His eyes were blurry and his thoughts went back to the time when he confessed his love to Zheng Jie. He shook his head helplessly. That was a long time ago, more than 10 years ago. At that time, I had not started my own business yet and seemed to have just been admitted to university. Moreover, I was so focused on her that I probably didn't even notice your existence. Oh, it's a pity that there is no if. It would be great if everything could be done over again. Xiao Chusheng heard the stupid beauties mumbling and laughed. Even if I could start over, you were so beautiful, and your family should be quite rich at that time, right? Would you be interested in me? I was very shy at that time, so I didn't have many friends. If you took the initiative to pursue me, I think I would definitely be moved at that time. It was originally just the crazy talk of two drunkards, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a prophecy. Xiao Chusheng really returned to this time and really met this stupid beauty. The most important thing is that he wanted to get revenge for the death of this stupid woman. This guy even paid for his room? Live long enough to see this series. Chapter 4 You Owe Me. In the hotel room, the two of them stared at each other, but did not move. The silly beauty Qi Shanshan couldn't bear it first, and pouted, "What are you daydreaming about?" Xiao Chusheng was choked when he saw her expression and opened his mouth. "Why do I feel like you are more anxious than me?" The stupid beauty blushed and looked away. "No, I didn't." In fact, she was really prepared mentally, and maybe she had a bit of a rebellious mentality. In fact, the reason why Xiao Chusheng was slow to move was because he became conflicted after actually entering the room. To be honest, bringing this idiot into the hotel was more of an impulse. Maybe it was a way of venting my feelings for having burned all my efforts in my previous life, but now I think about it calmly. Is it really okay to let this idiot pay back the debt in her past life in this life? Use the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the officials of this dynasty? It seems a bit strange. This is considered a reincarnation. It always feels weird to use my previous life, and it doesn't seem appropriate to use my later life. This is where Xiao Chusheng is struggling. When he thought about this headache, he wanted to smoke and subconsciously reached out his hand to feel around his body for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly came to his senses. Yes, at his current age, he wouldn't smoke at all. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng did not learn to smoke until he graduated from college because he was more self-disciplined. The first time I smoked was after graduation, when I was under a lot of pressure in the early stages of starting my own business. In addition, we had to talk about a lot of things at the dinner table, and that was when we became addicted to cigarettes and alcohol. Although my body has no craving for cigarettes at this time, the itchy feeling in my throat is so clear. This real feeling made Xiao Chusheng feel as if he was in another world. He truly realized that he really had a chance to start over again. Maybe, this time, he can have the future he wants. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath and said to Qi Shanshan in a fierce tone, "Go buy me a pack of cigarettes, oh yes, and bring a lighter by the way." Ha? Oh. Qi Shanshan seemed to be very susceptible to his tricks and would behave herself as long as he yelled at her. This stupid beauty actually went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes, and it turned out to be Huazi. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes slightly. It was just like what the idiot said before his rebirth. This guy's family was still a wealthy family at that time. Here Qi Shanshan handed the thing to Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng nimbly opened the pack, took out a cigarette and started smoking, but after just a few puffs he put it out and threw the whole pack into the trash can beside him. The stupid beauty stared at Xiao Chusheng's behavior, thinking that there was something wrong with the cigarettes she bought, and hurriedly asked what was wrong. "Did I buy fakes?" Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment, then he realized that it was 2007, counterfeit cigarettes and alcohol were rampant, and his behavior was misunderstood by this stupid woman. No. He shook his head. "I just want to smoke one cigarette, I won't smoke anymore, I'm quitting." Oh. Looking at the somewhat dazed Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng sighed, always feeling that this idiot was a bit gullible. But this girl is really pretty, otherwise she wouldn't be the school belle. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng began to wonder. Or pick her up? After all, she owed me a life. Even if I didn't consider this life, she had already agreed to get a room for me. She is so stupid, will she pass on her poor IQ to her children? Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but wonder, should I choose a wife with a higher IQ? The silly beauty was timid and hesitated to speak. Xiao Chuxing raised his eyebrows, just say it if you have something to say. Why did you bring me here? Qi Shanshan asked weakly. Xiao Chuxing was completely speechless. Why else would I bring a beautiful woman like you to a place like this? Isn't this natural? They must be here to have fun. No, that's not what I meant. Qi Shanshan bit her lower lip stubbornly. I didn't know you before. Xiao Chuxing suddenly realized that he seemed a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he looked seriously into the eyes of this silly beauty. Xiao Chuxing could see deep confusion in the other person's eyes. It was hard for him to connect the timid girl in front of him with the crazy woman crying bitterly on the rooftop. From social phobia to social admiration? What happened in the past decade? In her previous life, Xiao Chu was just an ordinary person struggling to survive in adversity, and it was impossible to imagine what she would encounter. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze in an instant, and it was very depressing. I don't know how long it took before Xiao Chuxing said lightly, "You owe me." The stupid beauty stood there in a daze, blinking her beautiful eyes, as if she didn't understand what Xiao Chuxing meant at all. Xiao Chuxing did not explain, but just repeated, "You just need to know that what you owe me will not be enough even if you give birth to 3 children for me." Ah. A blush appeared on Qi Shanshan's cheeks, and the silly beauty was shy. She complained in her heart, what is this person talking about? Isn't this too fast? 3 children already? Speaking of which, this is from the hotel, it doesn't seem that fast. Qi Shanshan's IQ was already low, and now it was even less than it should be. At this moment, Xiao Chuxing actually no longer had any thoughts of revenge on Qi Shanshan, the stupid beauty. He just leaned quietly against the head of the bed, thinking about his next plan. The unexpected rebirth has left him with a confused mind. He was thinking about what he could do. Rebirth is not like what is imagined in most online novels, that you can do anything with your memories. There are too many details to consider in reality, and sometimes a tiny error can lead to different results. This is the so-called butterfly effect, and he is now the butterfly. After some thought, Xiao Chuxing realized that what was really useful to him was actually witnessing the future with his own eyes. In other words, his biggest golden finger is the cost of trial and error. The future world is actually built on countless trials and errors. And he can choose the most correct result from the beginning. Thinking of this, Xiao Chuxing's eyes became firm. But everything is difficult at the beginning, and now he is just a powerless student. I have no money and no connections. So now he needs help and money. When it comes to helper, he thought of his classmate Su Hai. In fact, the reason why he and Zhang Jiayi were together before was because of Su Hai's matchmaking. When he started his business in his previous life, Su Hai's efforts were very touching. At that time, he was running around every few days. Many times I didn't sleep more than 5 hours a day, and there were several times when I was hospitalized after drinking too much at social events. In his 20s, he became bald at a young age. To be honest, Xiao Chuxing has complicated feelings towards this brother. Because there are some people in this world who are suitable for sharing hardships together, but not for sharing wealth together. Su Hai worked diligently during the most difficult times, but when good times came, he made a fatal mistake. Chapter 5 Take off your body and show it to me. Maybe it's a problem of vision and cognition, or maybe he was dazzled by the sudden wealth. In his previous life, Su Hai became arrogant after making some money. He hooked up with his college goddess and got married at a young age. The problem lies in this marriage. Faced with huge amounts of money, Su Hai was instigated by his wife to embezzle a sum of public funds. The money was originally intended as a reserve fund for expansion, and Xiao Chuxing's company almost went bankrupt because of this money. Afterwards, Xiao Chuxing, considering their old friendship, asked Su Hai to simply return the misappropriated funds and did not pursue legal responsibility. But their friendship was basically over at that time. Su Hai is now like Zhang Jiai. Knowing the consequences, will he repeat the same mistakes? He knew very well that Su Hai was just an ordinary person. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to earn more money than he could afford. Faced with more money, Su Hai still can't control his hands. Once unfaithful, never to be trusted again. If Xiao Chuxing hadn't been ruthless, he wouldn't have achieved anything in his previous life. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. This is a bit difficult. Qi Shanshan, who had been timid and didn't dare to say a word since just now, muttered softly, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xiao Chusheng then noticed her. So you are still here. Qi Shanshan inexplicably felt as if she was insulted. She was such a big beauty here, and you were just in a daze since just now? You said you would take me to a hotel? And then you left me here. Am I really that unattractive? Maybe this is a woman's desire to win. Obviously, this guy was a little panicked at the beginning. As a result, now that Xiao Chusheng didn't do anything to her, she became unhappy. Xiao Chusheng was a little impatient and waved his hand at her. Then go take a shower. Ha! Oh. The stupid beauty played the role of being obedient and actually went to take a shower, which surprised Xiao Chusheng. How could she have lived to this age if she wasn't like this? He was shocked. The IQ of this stupid beauty seems to be really worrying. I'm afraid she can't have children. What if she inherits congenital mental retardation? In fact, he just wanted to get this idiot away. After all, Xiao Chusheng now needed to calm down and think carefully. What can he do in this timeline? Since he has no choice, he can only grit his teeth and struggle. Since he couldn't trust Su Hai, he could only think about who else he could trust. Wait, maybe I can. At this moment, a figure emerged in Xiao Chusheng's mind. To be precise, she was the core figure who made his entrepreneurship successful in his previous life. Half of Xiao Chusheng's achievements in his previous life were due to her. The reason why he didn't think of it at the first time was mainly because of preconceived ideas. He only thought of looking among the people he knew at that point in time. That's right, Xiao Chusheng was thinking of another partner of his in his previous life, Lin Shi. A talented woman from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. However, when I met her, Lin Shi was already doing her graduation internship. Xiao Chusheng helped Lin Shi by chance, and the two became friends. Later, they started a business together, and Lin Shi used her talents to provide considerable help to Xiao Chusheng's success. Xiao Chusheng held his chin and thought for a while. At this time, Lin Shi should be in her sophomore year. If it was Lin Shi, maybe she could really be tricked into coming here, Xiao Chusheng muttered. He may not be able to do anything about others, but as for Lin Shi, there is an extraordinary bond between Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi. Even if they were human beings in 2 lifetimes, it couldn't stop the two from meeting. Well, Xiao Chusheng himself thinks so. So compared to those vague things that come later, for now, it is better to find a way to get Lin Shi on board. Just as he was excitedly planning his next goal, Qi Shanshan opened the bathroom door. The silly beauty was only wrapped in a large bath towel. She had just finished a shower and the steam left traces on her bare shoulders. Xiao Chusheng admitted that he was a little moved. After all, although this girl was stupid, she was indeed a beauty. Who doesn't love beautiful women? Xiao Chusheng himself is an ordinary and normal man, and of course he knows himself well. He never thought that he was deeply affectionate. His entanglement with Zheng Jiayi in his previous life was more like an obsession. The love of youth has been cultivated for so many years and has been maintained for so long, it would be too frivolous to give up. I hold on to this thought, even though the passion may have disappeared in the end, even though the process of being together was really painful. Xiao Chusheng's affection is just superficial. It's just a pity that his deep affection was of no use in the end. Qi Shanshan felt very uncomfortable with Xiao Chusheng's aggressive gaze. After all, it was so sharp that it almost made her glow green. Can you please stop looking at that? The little fool blushed and whispered, I am so shy. Only then did Xiao Chusheng realize that his eyes might have been a bit straightforward just now. That's not right. Didn't I come here with her to get a room? What's wrong with taking a few glances? Thinking of this, he became even more unscrupulous, and his gaze towards the stupid goddess was not restrained at all. Qi Shanshan was both angry and annoyed by the man's roguery, but she also wanted to laugh. But the more this happened, the more relaxed she became. Perhaps if she wanted to cure her social phobia, she had to find a socially adept rogue. Unfortunately, Xiao Chusheng is such a scoundrel. Take it off and let me see it? Ha! Qi Shanshan was stunned. Was this guy trying to get more than he deserved? What? You owe me. Xiao Chusheng was not straight, but he was very strong. Let me see what's wrong. You can't run away, I'll tell you. Ah. Oh, Qi Shanshan felt that her brain was not enough again. What he said seemed to make sense, but I always felt something was wrong. The stupid beauty actually believed the nonsense of this bastard, giving Xiao Chusheng a feast for the eyes at this age. The other party is also the school's #1 beauty. If the admirers of the beauty knew about this, they would probably want to kill Xiao Chusheng. His nickname of beast doesn't just come from the homonym of his name, after all, he is a real beast. TSK, this figure is quite something. Xiao Chusheng, this bastard, was not satisfied with just looking at it, and he actually started to seriously comment on the figure of the stupid beauty. But he had to say that this silly beauty was really big where it should be big, and just right where it shouldn't be big. Think about the silly beauty before rebirth. Oh, I'm afraid that's the real 36D. Xiao Chusheng thought of a possibility and couldn't help wondering, what about your IQ? Would it be 36D? However, while feasting his eyes, Xiao Chusheng inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. Was he deceiving the ignorant girl? The main thing is that this ignorant girl may have some problems with her IQ. Is it cheating on an ignorant girl and bullying a mentally retarded person? Hiss, the buffs are fully stacked, it's a bit painful. Chapter 6, Are you still a gigolo? Xiao Chusheng was still confused at the moment, and he didn't want to go home until he calmed down. So he planned to call home, but when he touched his pocket he remembered. Oh yes, didn't have a mobile phone at this time. This was still the era of feature phones, and they were not cheap. Apart from being able to make calls and send text messages, they were not very useful, so not everyone owned one. Hello, do you have a cell phone? Xiao Chusheng asked the stupid beauty rudely. My name is not Hey, my name is Qi Shanshan. Qi Shanshan pouted her lips, looking unhappy. Oh, is there a cell phone? Have. Let me use it. Oh. Qi Shanshan didn't act pretentiously and handed over her own cell phone. Xiao Chusheng took it and looked at it. Wow, Nokia N95. My goodness, this idiot is worthy of being the daughter of a wealthy family. She used N95 in 2007, which cost more than 6,000 yuan, right? Spending 6,000 to buy a feature phone in 2007 was as extravagant as spending 20,000 to buy a top-of-the-line Apple phone 20 years later. Because the per capita income in China in 2007 was extremely impressive, but this was just superficial. Although the average salary is not high these days, there are actually various opportunities, and the laws are not so perfect at this time. Therefore, there are many people who take advantage of loopholes in this era, and the real rich people are actually born at this time. Many families even laid the foundation for the next decade during this era. Of course, these are things that cannot be said. But Xiao Chusheng knew that this time was actually the most embarrassing year in the world, because a storm was about to come. After 2008, the financial crisis swept the world, and China was naturally not spared from being affected. Many financial bubbles collapsed, and only a small number of people seized the trend and opportunities, using the wealth they had accumulated before to catch the trend in jump classes. There are also some people who hold on to these funds, put them in the bank and earn interest, and live quite well. Those who are greedy and have poor vision will suffer a miserable fate. Their huge funds will be wiped out. Then we will see you on the rooftop. Well, just like Xiao Chusheng, except that he was forced to leave the rooftop. Why not? The silly beauty Qi Shanshan wondered why Xiao Chusheng kept his hands on the keyboard. Xiao Chusheng scratched his head awkwardly. I was wondering what my home phone number is. It's really not Xiao Chusheng's fault. What he remembered was his parents' cell phone number before his rebirth. But at this time, it seemed that only my husband had a mobile phone at home, but there was a landline at home. But what's the number? After thinking hard, Xiao Chusheng tried to dial the mobile phone number of his father that he remembered. Surprisingly, the call went through? Was it really this number? Wow, my old man has been using this phone number for more than 10 years without changing it? Ah, that's right, Lao Xiao, I'm not going home tonight. Yes, I'll stay at my classmate's house for one night. That's it. Xiao Chusheng spoke as little as possible, for he was worried that his changes would be too obvious and would alert his parents to the problem. Return the phone to Qi Shanshan, put on your clothes and follow me. Ah? Qi Shanshan was a little at a loss. Is that the end? Xiao Chusheng always felt that there was something wrong with this conversation, but he wondered if it was his fault. What are you talking about? You can't run away. Eat first. I tell you, there's still a whole night waiting for you. Qi Shanshan blinked in confusion, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Ah, what did I just say? Xiao Chusheng booked this room for the night. After all, he came here with the intention of having sex with this stupid beauty. It's just that his mind is in a mess now and he needs to cool down. Seeing the silly beauty preparing to put on her clothes, Xiao Chusheng somehow said, How about letting me touch you first? The air seemed to freeze for a moment, but he finally got what he wanted. Qi Shanshan at this time had an amazing figure. At least you can receive some interest first, so it's not a loss. The two of them went downstairs one after the other. The stupid beauty followed behind with a red face, not daring to look up, which caused the receptionist downstairs to become very gossipy. It was obvious that the two were students and it was not the weekend, so it was self-evident why they came to a place like this to get a room. But they finished it so quickly? Of course Xiao Chusheng had no way of knowing that the girl at the front desk was already thinking about whether to label him as unfit. He just wanted to eat now. But when he took out his pocket, he found that his pocket was cleaner than his face. He had no choice but to get close to the campus beauty Qi. After all, she came from a wealthy family. Besides, I was killed by her, how can a life be worth this? Xiao Chu thought confidently. Qi Shanshan herself didn't have so many thoughts and just followed him silently. Qi Shanshan had just finished taking a shower and her hair was not completely dry yet. She had a very pleasant smell on her body, which Xiao Chusheng could smell clearly from the front. It doesn't have the technological and hard-working smell of shampoo or shower gel, but a very natural one. Maybe, it's this guy's body odor? Xiao Chusheng almost got drunk by the smell. He quickly shook his head and looked around. In 2007, the real economy was still the mainstream, and the streets were full of small vendors. Eat that? He asked Qi Shanshan. Qi Shanshan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a barbecue stall. Xiao Chusheng actually had his own considerations when he chose this. Since I have the opportunity to live my life again, I naturally have to seize this time to make money. After all, it will be difficult to make money after these 2 years. In the context of the real economy, this is still the fastest place to make your first pot of gold. So he was also investigating. After asking the price, it turned out to be just as Xiao Chusheng expected. At that time, just like in later times, the profit margin of barbecue was frighteningly high. Eat, but don't eat too much, let's pack it up and take it back, Xiao Chusheng reminded her. Oh, silly beauty is very obedient, which makes Xiao Chusheng very happy. Okay, pay. Xiao Chusheng still confidently asked the stupid beauty to pay. The boss looked at Xiao Chusheng with disbelief. It doesn't seem like you're a gigolo? Xiao Chusheng naturally didn't care about these things. After all, why should he have face? Can he eat it? When passing by a convenience store on the way back, Xiao Chusheng bought another dozen beers. Of course, the stupid beauty paid for it. I don't know how to drink, Qi Shanshan said timidly. It's okay, I drank it. Xiao Chusheng actually still felt a little upset. Now he just wanted to get drunk one last time to say goodbye to the past. When you wake up, face a new life. It's a kind of ritual. Back in the hotel room, Xiao Chusheng sat on the balcony looking out the window. He couldn't remember how many years had passed since he last looked at the city like this. The nights in Hangzhou in 2007 were not so brightly lit, and there was an indescribable sense of fireworks that made people feel inexplicably at ease. With a bite of barbecue and a sip of beer, Xiao Chusheng couldn't stop. Soon, most of the dozen beers were gone, and Xiao Chusheng's eyes became increasingly blurred. Qi Shanshan kept looking at him, and always felt that there was an indescribable emotion shrouding him, which made people feel distressed. He actually needs me, right? Qi Shanshan thought. When Xiao Chusheng wanted to open the next bottle, that bottle of wine was snatched away. Qi Shanshan held the wine bottle, pursed her lips and shook her head at Xiao Chusheng. Chapter 7. Does this guy just want to cheat me out of the hotel money? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng was actually drunk and could only see a figure in the darkness. With the dim light from the window, he could barely see the other person's clean and beautiful face. Phew! Xiao Chusheng exhaled a breath of alcohol. Are you still here? Qi Shanshan was completely stupefied by his words, and her previous emotions disappeared in an instant. Then I heard Xiao Chusheng ask, "Aren't you going home?" Qi Shanshan was stunned for a moment, thinking, is he going to let her go? Who insisted on bringing her to get a room? Could it be that this guy just wanted to cheat her out of the hotel money? But Qi Shanshan didn't think so. Even though her brain wasn't very good, she could still figure out the logic behind it. This guy's behavior makes no sense. So Qi Shanshan said softly, "Your family doesn't want to see you?" Xiao Chusheng asked. But Qi Shanshan pursed her lips and her eyes dimmed. It can be seen that she is shrouded in an indescribable negative emotion. Qi Shanshan forced a smile. "No, they will never look for me, even if I die." This sentence, which was so utterly fatal and contained a hint of resentment, sobered Xiao Chusheng up a little. He remembered that before he was reborn, he got drunk with this idiot on the rooftop, and they talked about how she would have met Xiao Chuxing earlier. In fact, there were follow-ups to these conversations, but Xiao Chuxing previously thought that they were just the stupid beauty's most vicious curse on the current situation. If I had met you earlier, you would have helped me kill that old bitch and that bitch. Xiao Chuxing's expression gradually became complicated, and it seemed that her problem was not something she had just encountered later. This guy really wants to kill her father. Xiao Chuxing thought about it, still confused, and couldn't help asking her, "What's wrong? Is your family not treating you well?" Qi Shanshan seemed to be touched on the most vulnerable part of her heart, and her expression suddenly became aggrieved. He took the beer that he had snatched from Xiao Chuxing and started drinking it, which scared Xiao Chuxing. He hurriedly grabbed it back, only to find that most of the bottle was gone. Qi Shanshan coughed for a long time before she started to cry. Just like the fool she was before her rebirth, this look seems to be the truest version of her under the mask. The fool sobbed and told Xiao Chuxing the little secret that he had always kept in his heart. When Qi Shanshan was very young, his family was not wealthy, but his father later had the help of a noble person and opened a small coal mine, making a fortune by selling coal. When business was booming, the policy changed. Xiao Chuxing's mind was groggy, but he still thought of these things. The small coal mine seemed to have been closed down by the state at the beginning of the century, but this also made Xiao Chuxing understand why this idiot's family was so rich. Good man, the coal boss. Later, her husband Deng invested money in real estate, and the business took off even more. When Xiao Chuxing heard this, he had already figured out in his mind why this guy jumped off the rooftop in his previous life. The real estate industry has indeed been booming in the past decade. But many people among them are extremely greedy, and end up using various loans to pay off loans to engage in real estate. In the end, the news broke that so many real estate industry practitioners and bosses had to face the consequences that even Xiao Chuxing himself didn't know. So this stupid beauty's family went bankrupt because of this? So your family treats you badly? Xiao Chuxing was actually only curious about this point. He wanted to know why the stupid beauty in his previous life wanted to kill her own father. Another thing is, who is the bitch she is talking about? The silly beauty raised her eyes and stared at Xiao Chuxing stupidly, then burst into tears again. After comforting this guy for a long time, Xiao Chuxing finally learned everything he wanted to know from him. Qi's father made money in real estate, but men become bad when they have money. Qi Shanshan's biological mother is a girl from the same village as Qi's father. The two met through a blind date, so after he became rich, he decisively abandoned his wife and found a young and beautiful one. It's a very vulgar drama and can be seen everywhere. It's okay to look for her, but the key point is that this stepmother killed the stupid beauty's biological mother. The most important thing is that Qi's father actually knows it himself. Xiao Chuxing was stunned when he heard this, thinking that no wonder the stupid beauty hated him so much. If he were in her shoes, he would also want to kill this old bitch and that bitch. Qi Shanshan, whose face was flushed by alcohol, laughed at himself. In fact, they don't think highly of me at all. They only raised me because I have a pretty face. I will definitely be able to sell me for a good price in the future. Xiao Chuxing was silent. He completely understood why the stupid beauty in his previous life became like that. She was just an object kept by Qi's father and stepmother, to be exchanged for greater benefits for the family. But they didn't expect that the building collapsed so quickly, and they didn't have time to use Qi Shanshan's hidden treasure. In the end, they had no choice but to give her to a Mediterranean man in order to keep the Qi family's business alive for a while. It's a pity that this guy is stupid but has a hot temper. He went straight to the rooftop. Well, he was the one that was screwed by this idiot. It's so unfair just thinking about it. Looking at the silly beauty crying silently, Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Then, the silly beauty felt a slight pain and numbness on her face. She was stunned by the kiss and for a moment she even forgot to cry. Xiao Chuxing patted her back and whispered to her, "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll help you deal with them, okay? So that they can't bully you." The fact that Xiao Chuxing could live again was somewhat related to this guy. After all, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have had the chance to start over, so I'll just consider it as fulfilling her wish. Whatever she wanted in her previous life, she should let him satisfy her in this life. Xiao Chuxing thought secretly in his heart and hugged her body a little tighter. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance on this guy, Xiao Chuxing's eyes became blurred. He was drunk and couldn't remember what happened afterwards. In his drowsiness, the continuous ringing of the ringing made Xiao Chuxing a little irritated. I fumbled around for a long time but couldn't find the source of the ringing sound until I touched Ouch! Xiao Chushan was startled awake by the girl's cry of pain. Then he saw the stupid beauty Qi Shanshan protecting herself with her hands and staring at Xiao Chusheng with tearful eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng also realized what he had just done. The force was so great that the guy cried out in pain. Qi Shanshan's cell phone alarm is still ringing. This is Qi Shanshan's alarm to wake up every morning because they still have to go to school. Xiao Chusheng touched his nose and felt embarrassed. But at this moment he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Chapter 8, A College Girl. Not only was he naked, but Qi Shanshan was naked too. And now Xiao Chusheng finally reacted. It seemed that he was holding that guy in his arms just now. Otherwise, how come it feels so good to touch? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at the bedsheet quickly. There seemed to be no traces or bloodstains. I sniffed the air again and there didn't seem to be anything strange. He felt his physical condition again. Although he still felt a little drowsy, it was a symptom of drunkenness, not collapse. For a moment, both of them became awkward. So what happened last night? We have already come to a conclusion. We guess they got drunk and climbed into bed in a daze. And then he has been sleeping like that until now. As for his clothes, it is likely that he took them off by himself in the middle. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little lost for some reason. Why do I seem to be looking forward to something happening between me and her? Xiao Chusheng himself was beginning to doubt his life. Even if he really killed this idiot, he wouldn't feel guilty. Qi Shanshan, on the other hand, had been in a daze since a while ago, which made Xiao Chusheng scratch his head in confusion. What's wrong? You and me. Xiao Chusheng laughed dryly twice, realizing that this guy was inexperienced and probably mistakenly thought that he had slept with her last night. Don't worry, you're fine. I guess we just slept together last night, and at most there was some physical contact when we fell asleep. Xiao Chusheng said this deliberately. Sure enough, Qi Shanshan's cheeks turned red, and physical contact was inevitable. But the reason why she blushed was that she was actually a little bit expectant just now. But when I found out that this guy didn't do anything, I felt inexplicably angry. This guy is a bit offensive. I am so beautiful, but you did nothing. This is disrespectful to me. Of course, Qi Shanshan also knew that it was impossible to ask so much from a drunk person. What's more, she was drunk herself. In fact, Xiao Chusheng himself had long realized that nothing had happened between them. After all, they were both drunk and unconscious, so what could he expect to do? Don't think about it. So the two of them started picking up clothes from the ground tacitly, throwing them everywhere. That's right, they probably took them off in a daze. Although I would like to continue, it is time to go back to school. Are you going to school? Xiao Chusheng suddenly asked Qi Shanshan. Qi Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then nodded blankly. Xiao Chusheng hesitated for a moment. He originally planned to go to Shanghai to find Lin Shi after the holiday. But now he has changed his mind. Because Lin Shi might not be in school during holidays. After all, when he first met Lin Shi, he knew that her life was not going well and she often had to work several jobs. And Xiao Chusheng realized that 2007 was a very sensitive time, on the eve of the arrival of a new era. So he doesn't have much time left, and he needs to race against time. He once missed the best opportunity to start a business, but what about now? In this age where gold is everywhere, he must seize the opportunity. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng said to Qi Shanshan, if you want to go to school, go and ask for leave for me. Qi Shanshan was stunned. Where are you going? Xiao Chusheng suddenly felt a sense of evil and wanted to tease this guy, so he blurted out, support a female college student. Qi Shanshan was confused. What the hell is this guy? He just took advantage of me, but no, it seems like he didn't do anything to me. But why are you turning around and supporting a female college student? If this statement came from a sleazy man in his 30s or 40s, it wouldn't be so abrupt. But the key is how old is Xiao Chusheng? At your age, you are supporting a female college student. Isn't this too weird? Xiao Chusheng, who guessed Qi Shanshan's reaction would be like this, deliberately did not explain and gave a wicked smile. Let's go, check out. But just as the two of them walked out of the room, Qi Shanshan saw Xiao Chusheng suddenly seem to remember something and went back into the room. She followed him in confusion and saw Xiao Chusheng take out the box of Zhenghua cigarettes that he had thrown into the trash can yesterday and put it in his pocket. Seeing her staring at him with a tangled expression, Xiao Chusheng laughed dryly and said, it's a shame to waste. Although I don't smoke, I can give it to others and earn a lot of favors. Shi Shanshan felt that this person was truly otherworldly and she had never seen such a mean person. After all, she is a cool school beauty and must have many suitors. Boys of this age like to act cool, so the boys who pursue her either act cool or act very gentlemanly and elegant. There is only one person as mean as Xiao Chusheng. The most outrageous thing is that this guy took her to the hotel right away. And somehow, she went in. I must be crazy. Am I dazzled? At this moment, a handsome guy who was about to go to school on the roadside rubbed his eyes, but found that the person had already walked far away. Another student who was with him asked him what happened. I seem to have seen our school's most beautiful girl, Chi, coming out of the hotel with a man. Did you see it wrong? That's the campus beauty of Chi University. Her family seems to be very rich. How could it be? I don't know, but that guy looked familiar to me. He seemed to be the one who confessed to me yesterday afternoon. No way? It's so ridiculous. These two people watched the farce yesterday afternoon, but they left halfway through and didn't know that Qi Shanshan was dragged away by Xiao Chusheng later. They would not even know the hotel these two people went straight to. Of course, Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan didn't know that there were more than just these two students who witnessed them coming out of the hotel together. Soon their gossip will spread all over the school. So, where are Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan now? Oh, these two people went to have breakfast, soup dumplings, and tofu pudding, a very ordinary roadside stall. However, handsome men and beautiful women are very eye-catching, especially in a not-so-big breakfast stall. Passing students and passers-by will unconsciously take a look at them. Xiao Chusheng ate very happily and soon burped when he was full. After drinking so much, my stomach must have felt a little uncomfortable. Now that I've eaten something, I feel much better. Although Xiao Chusheng was a heavy drinker in his previous life, his body had only just come into contact with this stuff and did not have such a strong resistance to alcohol. Okay, I'm leaving, you can go back. Xiao Chusheng said goodbye to the stupid beauty. Qi Shanshan just stared blankly as the bad man who tricked her into checking into a hotel room left. But he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly fell back. Qi Shanshan frowned slightly, a little confused as to why he came back again. Then she saw Xiao Chusheng stretched out one hand towards her, palm facing up, and the other hand was touching his nose awkwardly. Give me 70 yuan. No, give me the whole amount, a blue one. Xiao Chusheng stretched out his hand to ask for money confidently, not being polite at all. Qi Shanshan felt terrible. It seemed like this man had lied to me about everything except my body. And you go to support a female college student and ask me for money, right? But for some unknown reason, Qi Shanshan actually gave the money to Xiao Chusheng, and fearing that he didn't have enough, she gave him an extra blue card. Xiao Chusheng inexplicably has a sense of déjà vu that he is going to support a female college student, and use the rich woman's money, which is very abstract. He had only taken a few steps when he remembered that he was penniless and needed a train ticket to Shanghai, so he asked this guy for money. Then he remembered that in case he didn't find Linshur, he would still need money for a meal, so he asked for 100. But I didn't expect the rich woman to be so generous and gave him $200 bills. Chapter 9. He wanted to kill someone, and she handed him a knife. If I had met you a few years earlier, would many things have been different? Linshur snuggled in Xiao Chusheng's arms. Perhaps it was because of the little woman's desire for a sense of security that she asked Xiao Chusheng this question. Xiao Chusheng shook his head, probably not. He knew very well what his past was like. But Xiao Chusheng still laughed softly and joked, even if I could have met you earlier, I don't need to tell you how resistant you were to strangers before, right? However, Linshur fell into deep thought, and finally spoke slowly, not necessarily, you were 3 years younger than me, if you had suddenly come to me a few years earlier and said you wanted to support me, maybe I would really agree. Xiao Chusheng opened his eyes on the train. In his dream just now, he remembered the scene of waking up from a hotel after a hangover in his previous life. Perhaps it was a natural progression, or perhaps it was just an accident, he had sex with his most trusted partner, Linshur. However, the two were more like soulmates in their previous lives, and Linshur was more like Xiao Chusheng's true confidant. At that time, he and Zhang Jiai had not seen each other for more than half a year. Although they would occasionally call each other, their conversations were just a few meaningless words. In fact, at that time Xiao Chusheng already had a vague feeling that in the process of his struggle for his future with Zhang Jiai, their future was actually already shaky. The relationship with Linshur may have accelerated this process, although Xiao Chusheng was not really together with Linshur until the moment before his rebirth. What he waited for was the news that Zhang Jiai left first. Xiao Chusheng was actually thinking that after knowing the news of his death in his previous life, apart from his parents, Lin Shi was probably the only one who would cry for him from the bottom of her heart. Will Zhang Jiayi cry for me? Xiao Chusheng thought. Finally he shook his head. Even if she knew the news of his death, she would probably just pretend not to see it. After so many years of being together, Xiao Chusheng actually knows the woman with whom he almost got married better than anyone else. Zhang Jiayi is a woman who is so ordinary that she cannot be more ordinary. Ordinary people tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. Ignoring Xiao Chusheng's death is the choice Zhang Jiayi would make as an ordinary person after weighing the pros and cons. So the question is, how much could Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi trust each other in their previous life? It was probably that if Xiao Chusheng wanted to kill someone, Lin Shi would silently hand him the knife. This is not an exaggeration. Without Lin Shi, Xiao Chusheng would never have achieved anything in that environment in the future. You have to know that the later generations are already in a cold winter for entrepreneurship. If you can successfully start a business in such an environment, you can earn a considerable amount of assets. Perhaps Xiao Chusheng's unique perspective and ideas played a significant role in this, but it was Lin Shi who really made these things become reality and rationalized them. What's more, Lin Shi is Xiao Chusheng's military advisor in a sense. Without Lin Shi, Xiao Chusheng would have to take many detours and even make many mistakes in many important decisions. If there is only one person in this world who will not lie to Xiao Chusheng, that person must be Lin Shi. Of course, the relationship between the two is no longer pure afterwards, and some things can only happen 0 times and countless times. After that incident of having sex in the hotel, the two of them developed into a relationship of bed partners. After all, Xiao Chusheng was under a lot of pressure every day at that time, and he was at the age of full vigor and vitality. Lin Shi herself is a normal woman, with needs, and at the age of being as ferocious as a wolf. Everything just happened naturally. But both of them knew their limits. If Zhang Jiayi hadn't been in the middle, they would have probably been together in their previous life. Living his life over again, Xiao Chusheng thought everything would be better. Lin Shi, I'm here for the appointment. On the other side, in Xiao Chusheng's class, the head teacher appeared in the class as expected. In fact, there are no classes these days, and all the exams have been taken. The remaining days are just for filling out forms and saying goodbye to each other. Having said that, the class is still complete. Apart from Xiao Chusheng didn't come? Or when the head teacher Lao Lu saw that Xiao Chusheng's seat was empty, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't think that Xiao Chusheng would not come. After all, Xiao Chusheng was quite popular in the school and had a good reputation among the teachers. Plus, Xiao Chusheng's grades were pretty good, so old Lu thought he just had some minor trouble occasionally, like his alarm clock was broken or he overslept? Or sick or something? Thinking of this, Lao Lu couldn't help but smile. As a young man, everyone has this kind of experience, so he can understand it. Just when Lao Lu was about to leave the classroom, a beautiful girl peeked in from outside the classroom. "Classmate, who are you looking for?" Lao Lu naturally knew the other person. Qi Shanshan is considered a celebrity in the school. She is recognized as the cool and aloof campus beauty. Her father is also a famous local real estate tycoon who has donated a batch of teaching equipment to the school. Old Lu just couldn't understand why this cool school beauty came to his class, and she looked so sneaky, it was just very funny. The stupid beauty wasn't acting sneaky, she just had a social phobia attack again, and after hearing what Lao Lu said, she had no choice but to go over there. The arrival of the campus belle of Qi University made the whole class excited, and everyone was curious about the purpose of her visit. But there was one person who looked at the beautiful figure at the door with a pale face. That's right, this person is Zhang Jiayi. Yesterday afternoon, Xiao Chusheng clearly wanted to confess his feelings to her but suddenly gave up, and then he left with Qi Shanshan. After that, Xiao Chusheng never came back. Zhang Jiayi was upset for a long time, but she was unwilling to believe that Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan had any relationship. But why did Qi Shanshan appear in her class now? Was she here to look for Xiao Chusheng again? That classmate Xiao Chusheng had some urgent matters today, so he needed to take a day off. Qi Shanshan's eyes were erratic, and she didn't dare to look into Lao Lu's eyes. Old Lu was extremely shocked. He didn't suspect that Xiao Chusheng would skip classes or anything like that. He just couldn't understand why it was Qi Shanshan, the cool school beauty, who asked for leave. What is your relationship? However, Lao Lu did not dwell on this issue and generously agreed to the request for leave. He also told Qi Shanshan to go to his office later to pick up the request. As for the relationship between Qi Shanshan and Xiao Chusheng, although Lao Lu was curious, they were young people after all, and who didn't have some youth during their student days? So see through it but don't speak it out. But Lao Lu didn't dare to think about it. After all, this girl was a cool school beauty and her father was a real estate tycoon. So he was just trying to convince himself that maybe they lived close to each other? The news that the campus beauty of Qi University asked for leave on behalf of Xiao Chusheng caused a sensation in the entire school in just half a day. Zhang Jiayi's face was even uglier. What on earth was going on between Xiao Chusheng and her? Chapter 10: A beautiful girl with an IQ of 163. Xiao Chusheng, who was on his way to meet the female college students, didn't know that he had become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. What he didn't know was that another rumor was quietly spreading, which was the rumor that he walked out of the hotel with the campus beauty Qi University. Oh no, this thing doesn't seem to be a rumor. After all, the two of them slept and touched each other. If you say nothing happened, there must be something wrong. But if you say what happened, it seems even more wrong. When Xiao Chusheng first arrived in Shanghai, it was actually no different from going home. After all, he lived in the city for more than 10 years in his previous life, went to school and started a business here. However, for Xiao Chusheng, he actually didn't know much about Lin Shi's school. This is also the reason why he was not sure whether he could find Lin Shi. He first met Lin Shi not in the finance college. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng's grades were enough to get into the College of Finance, and it was the College of Finance that he had wanted to apply for. However, Zhang Jiayi's scores were not high enough to get into the School of Finance, so Xiao Chusheng followed her to the relatively inferior University of International Business and Economics. Oh yes, at that point in time, it was still called the School of Foreign Trade, and it would take a few years before it was renamed. When I think about what I sacrificed for Zhang Jiayi in my previous life, it was actually quite a lot. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that he was too young back then and gave up too many things for love. It was only later that he came to realize that thinking about love at an age when he should be making money was just castles in the air. However, because of his past life, Xiao Chusheng had already faced the reality. He and Zhang Jiayi were actually not suitable for each other in many ways, mainly because of their worldviews. In fact, now that I calm down and think about it, even if I had been married to Zhang Jiayi in my previous life, there is a high probability that the two of us would have ended up getting divorced one day. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng does not plan to have too much involvement with Zhang Jiayi in this life. Let everything that should pass pass. Walking out of the train station, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a trance, a very familiar sense of déjà vu. In his previous life, he also first arrived in Shanghai like this, but he was very confused at that time. But now Xiao Chusheng is determined in his goal. By taking the bus, Xiao Chusheng easily arrived at the School of Finance. But the question is how to find Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng fell into deep thought. Although he knew that Lin Shi studied economics, he had no idea which college. No. Xiao Chusheng suddenly thought that it was not difficult to find Lin Shi. So he randomly picked up a college student from the School of Finance on the street, and sure enough, he got the answer after just a casual question. Look at how confused Xiao Chusheng is. He even forgot that Lin Shi is a talented girl from the School of Finance. Although her reputation as a talented girl was not fully established until her junior year, she has actually shown some signs of it now. At least she is well known in the School of Finance. Plus, she is the campus belle of her class. How many people know her? So he went straight to the School of Finance, and after making inquiries from many sources, he found out that Lin Shi had no class today. This made Xiao Chusheng feel troubled. No classes? Where can I find them? But he decided to try his luck and went directly to the dormitory area. Xiao Chusheng didn't know where Lin Shi took classes, but he knew her dormitory very well. After all, he had been there many times in his previous life. Good luck or bad luck? As soon as Xiao Chusheng arrived outside the girls' dormitory building, he saw Lin Shi. Looking at the still young face from afar, he felt a trance as if the future and the past were intertwined. After living two lives, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but shed tears when he saw this woman with whom he had an inseparable connection. Of course, it would be better if there were no one around to spoil the view. Sister, my family is very short of money recently and I can't even afford to buy reference books. Lin Shi just quietly watched her brother performing in front of her, with no emotion in her eyes. This man was the son of Lin Shi's adoptive parents, named Fang Sudong. He attended a local high school in Shanghai, and his grades were not very good. That's right, he is not Lin Shi's biological brother. Lin Sher's biological parents died in an accident a few years ago. Her relatives saw her as just a child and no one supported her. They treated her as a burden. Not only did no one adopt her, but they also seized her parents' inheritance. Finally, when she was still a little girl, she was adopted by Fang Mingwei, a former colleague of Lin Sher's parents, who was also Fang Sudong's parents. But Fang Mingwei's purpose in adopting Lin Sher was not simple either. He treated Lin Sher as Fang Sudong's child bride. Lin Sher did not have a good life in her adoptive parents' home. She had to do all the housework, and they were unwilling to spend too much money on her. Therefore, Lin Sher's tuition fees were all paid by scholarships funded by the school. After entering university, her expenses were basically covered by odd jobs. All I can say is that before meeting Xiao Chusheng, Lin Sher's life was full of tragedy. But even so, this woman has always been so tenacious. She was the city's top scorer in science in 2005. Lin Sher's IQ is as high as 163. This is not an exaggeration, but something he actually measured on a whim in his previous life. A beautiful girl with high IQ, that's what she is. Her grades would have allowed her to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University, but her adoptive parents did not want her to have a good life. Because in their opinion, their biological son's grades are so poor while their adopted daughter's grades are so good, they feel unbalanced and are worried that their adopted daughter will fly too high one day and leave them behind. So they didn't pay for any college expenses, including travel expenses to Beijing. He also snatched away the bonus she had received for being admitted to the top school, leaving her without a penny. Even if those prestigious schools are willing to cover the expenses, it will be useless because all the students will be snatched away by the adoptive parents' family. They simply wanted to pin Lin Sher to death and leave her no chance to turn over. Finally, she was forced to work at the finance institute in the city and had to rely on herself to pay for all her expenses. But even so, his adoptive parents would come to the school every few days to ask him for money. Because the state-owned enterprise where Fang Mingwei worked was laying off employees, Fang Mingwei was on the layoff list. Fang Mingwei looked down on those jobs that required showing off, such as setting up stalls, and felt that they were shameful. When he sent out his resume to those companies, they refused to accept his offer because they thought he was too old and had no academic qualifications. So Fang Mingwei has been unemployed at home for more than half a year, and his adoptive mother Chen Shui is a lazy and shrewish woman. As a result, the entire adoptive family was supported by Lin Sher's scholarship and part-time job income. Fang Sudong's request for money for reference books was just an excuse. In fact, he wanted money to hang out in internet cafes and buy cigarettes and alcohol with his gang of bad friends. They were a family of vampires. This was what Xiao Chusheng knew. What Xiao Chusheng did in his previous life was to teach Fang Mingwei's family a lesson and help her snatch back the inheritance left by her parents from those relatives. Xiao Chusheng came too late at that time. By then, Lin Sher had already lost his passion for living and suffered from severe depression. It took many years for Xiao Chusheng to completely cure Lin Sher's illness, but even so, she still had some sequelae. For example, frequent nightmares, poor sleep quality, etc. Fortunately, it's still in time this time. Chapter 11, High IQ? Tragedy. Xiao Chusheng suddenly had a feeling that God might be fair. If a stupid beauty traded her IQ for a 36D, then what about Lin Sher? Her IQ of 163 was probably earned by the tragedy of her first half of life. It's just a pity that sometimes ability can't make a person better, especially a beautiful woman. But at least Lin Sher was lucky. In both of Xiao Chusheng's lives, he found the woman whose tragedy had lasted throughout the first half of his life. It prevented her from continuing the tragedy and became her spiritual sustenance to survive. Sister, don't just stand there, my teacher is still waiting for me to pay. Fang Sudong saw Lin Sher's cold expression and urged her to pay impatiently. In her previous life, Lin Sher initially believed Fang Sudong's words and did give the family a lot of money. But later he got a taste of the sweetness and became more aggressive, emptying Lin Sher's wallet. So for a long time, Lin Sher lived a life where she couldn't even get enough food to eat. But this is not the most important thing. The real reason why Xiao Chusheng attacked Fang Sudong was because he had evil intentions. When Xiao Chusheng redeemed Lin Sher, he did not really kill them all, considering that Fang Mingwei's family had raised Lin Sher. He just stopped Lin Sher from giving their family a penny, but later Fang Sudong betrayed Lin Sher for money. He sold her to a wealthy nightclub owner, who wanted to send his sister to his bed. It's a pity that Lin Sher had long been disappointed with their family. At that time, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Sher beat each other up. Because of this, Xiao Chusheng was put in jail for a few days. But Xiao Chusheng was a man who never waited until the next day to take revenge. On the day he was released, he went and beat up the boss again. Well, he was put in a sack and beaten at night, and there was no evidence left. Even though the other party knew that it was Xiao Chu who did it, he was helpless. He did something dirty, and he didn't get the name of a beast for nothing. As for Fang Sudong, in his previous life, Xiao Chuxing's revenge was the most brutal. But he didn't just beat him up, he actually ruined his life. He was expelled from school and couldn't find a job. Wherever he worked, Xiao Chushang would ask people to find trouble with him. As time went by, no job wanted him. He has no academic qualifications and even manual labor jobs don't want him. What is left for him in his life? Similarly, Fang Weiming and his wife used similar means of revenge. In any case, Xiao Chusheng spent a lot of money to vent his anger on Lin Shi. For no other reason than revenge. So now when Xiao Chusheng saw Fang Sudong appear in front of Lin Shi, he was even more furious. Fang Sudong was still chattering, trying to snatch from Lin Shi the money she had worked so hard to earn these days. However, without any warning, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Before he could react, a powerful foot kicked him to the ground. What followed was Xiao Chuxing's unethical one-on-one fight with a group of people. You idiot, you want money? Go earn it yourself, why ask your sister for money? How dare you? Kick after kick, Xiao Chusheng lived up to his name of a beast as he kicked Fang Sudong in the face. Fang Sudong is just a good-for-nothing, a scumbag with a combat power of only 5, so he was trampled by Xiao Chusheng so hard that he didn't even get to see what Xiao Chusheng looked like. As a result, she cried out, "Brother, please stop hitting me. I beg you to stop hitting me. I know I am wrong." You know you're wrong? You know you're wrong? I'm afraid the sun is rising in the west. Lin Shi, who was standing by, was already dumbfounded and confused. No, who are you? Where did you come from? What the hell is it like to hit someone right away? But it's a good fight. Lin Shi thought silently in her heart as she watched Xiao Chusheng deal with Fang Sudong. Xiao Chusheng stopped kicking until he was tired and looked at Fang Sudong, who was crying like a child. She spat at him, cursing, "You bastard, Lin Shi is mine, I'll protect her. If you dare to appear in front of her again, I'll break your legs." After cursing, Xiao Chusheng was still angry, so he kicked him hard. He didn't hold back his strength and kicked hard on the guy's tailbone. Fang Sudong was kicked in a weak spot and he screamed and cried. His shout woke up the students who were still sleeping in the girls' dormitory. At once, a row of figures popped their heads out. Even the dormitory manager of the girls' dormitory came out of curiosity, but what was strange was that she didn't seem to intend to interfere. Xiao Chusheng knew that he had hit Lin Shi too hard, so he pulled her away from the scene. Lin Shi was pulled away by this boy whom she didn't even know. She wanted to resist instinctively, but she was also driven by curiosity and wanted to know what the other party wanted to see her for. Of course, what really aroused her curiosity was Xiao Chusheng's age. Is it a bit small? Lin Shi and I ran all the way until we reached the food court behind the Finance Institute. In his previous life, when Xiao Chusheng came to find Lin Shi, the two of them often stopped by this street to have a meal, so he was very familiar with the road. Do you know me? Lin Shi asked uncertainly. Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes. Lin Shi, you're the campus beauty of the sophomore class of the School of Finance. Don't you know how famous you are? Lin Shi was speechless and kept silent. But she still said timidly, "Thank you for helping me just now." Xiao Chusheng stared at Lin Shi blankly, thinking secretly in his heart. Sure enough, he arrived just in time this time. The current Lin Shi was very different from the Lin Shi he first met in his previous life. How should I put it? She doesn't have that feeling of being shrouded in despair now. Maybe it's because Lin Shi is not really desperate about life now, and still has hope and fantasy for the future. Fortunately, he is here, and he will turn this hope and fantasy into reality. Half an hour later, the two were sitting in a 20-year-old hot pot restaurant. Xiao Chusheng was eating the mutton in a very familiar manner, which made Lin Shi want to complain about this guy's thick-skinnedness. Little did he know that this was what Xiao Chusheng deliberately wanted Lin Shi to see. That one seems a little small to you? Lin Shi asked uncertainly. Xiao Chusheng nodded, yes, I am 3 years younger than you. Lin Shi was even more surprised, so what do you want to talk to me about? After hearing this, Xiao Chusheng put down his chopsticks. This guy really couldn't hold back anymore. Yes, I do have something to talk to you about. Xiao Chusheng pretended to be silent and thought, then he spoke with a smile. But the words were shocking. Well, I want to support you. Lin Sure was petrified, her expression froze, her face full of disbelief, and her voice unconsciously rose. You want to support me? It's a must, not a thought. Xiao Chusheng emphasized confidently. Chapter 12: The Fastest Rebirth in History. Is there any difference? Lin Sure asked back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She had calmed down somewhat. Although the boy in front of her said something shocking, she inexplicably had an indescribable feeling. That's right, there was a voice in her subconscious that made her want to agree to the other party. Xiao Chusheng behaved extremely calmly and explained himself. Of course there is a difference. If you want it, then it is compulsory and you can't refuse. If you think about it, it means I am asking for your opinion. Puff. Lin Sure couldn't help laughing. Are you so overbearing? Can't I refuse? Xiao Chusheng nodded confidently. Yes, I can't refuse, so you are now supported by me. Lin Sure wanted to laugh more and more, but still said, if I am kept by someone, what should I do? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng was extremely upset. Did he really succeed in cheating someone? As expected, the great genius Lin Sure never deceived me. The future her who taught Xiao Chusheng how to seduce her can actually do the same. Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath, coughed twice, and his tone became particularly serious. At present, of course, I am going to make a big deal. Let's do this. As Lin Sure listened, she looked at Xiao Chusheng with an increasingly strange look. 4 hours later, the two appeared in a wholesale market in Hangzhou. Looking at the barbecue truck in front of her, Lin Sure's mouth twitched unconsciously. Is this what you meant by making a big splash? Xiao Chusheng was also embarrassed. Well, we need some startup capital, so we need to earn some startup capital first. Go and pay now. It was clearly Lin Sure who paid, but Xiao Chusheng acted arrogantly and didn't even blink an eye. Lin Sure was so upset. Why did she feel like she was on a pirate ship? Isn't this what you said about supporting me? But you ate my lunch and now you're paying for the barbecue truck? Lin Sure was almost laughing out of anger. How can this be considered being supported? It would be better to say that she found a gigolo to live off her? Xiao Chusheng said righteously, don't worry, this will definitely not happen. After all, you will have to pay for the ingredients later. Lin Sure was even more speechless. How could you say such a thing without blushing or getting nervous? Hey! Lin Sure got hard, her clenched fist got hard. But think about it, forget it, I've already boarded this guy's pirate ship, although it's inexplicable, it's strange. In recent years, the jurisdiction of Hangzhou's urban management department has not been so wide. If you want to set up a stall, you can basically go to parks or other places as long as there is space. So Xiao Chusheng pulled the cart in front and Lin Sure pushed it from the back, and the two of them tacitly pushed the barbecue cart to the barbecue stall where he and the stupid beauty had eaten last night. Are you sure you can make money this way? Lin Sure looked at Xiao Chusheng writing on a board and couldn't help complaining. I don't have that much money to compensate you. Xiao Chusheng waved his hand. Don't worry, you'll definitely make money. Then he began to skillfully string the mutton on the skewers, one string after another. Lin Sure held her face in her hands and squatted on the stone block behind him, seeming to be lost in thought. It was like a dream, and somehow she, the campus beauty of the finance college, was actually being kept by a man who was 3 years younger than her. Even though she felt it was weird, shouldn't the sponsor give me money to spend and then not get out of bed all day? Why does it seem like I spent so much money on him, and why should I set up a barbecue stall here with you? Hey, Lin Sure frowned and said expressionlessly, I suspect that you are using the name of supporting me to cheat me of my money and deceive me into working for you for free. Xiao Chusheng was stunned and immediately sneered. Nonsense, how is that possible? Do I look like that kind of person? Lin Sure actually pondered seriously, and after a long time he uttered a word, like, hey, you are really good at judging people. Xiao Chusheng smiled like a villain, but I not only tricked you into working for me, I also tricked you into giving me your body. Do you think I was joking when I said I would take care of you? Ah? Lin Sure was stunned. Could this guy be serious? But she still found it difficult to digest the current situation for a while. How did she end up in Hangzhou from Shanghai? Still following such a small boy. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Lin Sure, a beautiful girl with high IQ, used her brain with an IQ of 163 to work at high speed. At the same time, she was staring at Xiao Chusheng's back, and suddenly an absurd thought flashed through her mind. Are you from Hangzhou? Lin Sure asked cautiously. Xiao Chusheng was seriously doing the body piercing. When he heard Lin Sure's words behind him, he thought she was just chatting with him. After all, Lin Shi in this timeline is not that familiar with him, so it is reasonable for him to want to know about Xiao Chusheng. But Xiao Chusheng actually overlooked a detail, and it was this detail that exposed him to many things. So you came to Shanghai just to find me and take care of me? Lin Shi asked him thoughtfully. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly. That's right, look how talented you are, I need your help, is that okay? Lin Shi was silent and thought for a long time before asking Xiao Chusheng, no problem, but why did you think of keeping me? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng's heart was filled with alarm, realizing that this guy had already begun to suspect him. However, Xiao Chusheng was not surprised. It would be abnormal if he had no doubts. So he thought of an excuse, put on his clothes, and said in a casual tone, seeing that you are so beautiful, it would be a pity to let other men take advantage of you, so let me enjoy you myself. The reason was sufficient, but Lin Shi didn't believe it at all. She narrowed her eyes, so, I thought you came back from the future. Xiao Chusheng felt cold sweat on his back. Aren't all people with an IQ of 163 so scary? Maybe he has broken the record for being the first person to be identified as a reborn person? Is it really that outrageous? On the first day of rebirth, he checked into a room with a stupid beauty, and on the second day, his identity as the reborn person was discovered by a senior student with high IQ? Even novels don't dare to write like this, right? Xiao Chusheng felt his heart beating so fast that it almost reached his throat, but he remained calm and pretended nothing had happened as he asked the question even though he knew the answer. Traveled back from the future? Why do you think so? Lin Shi thought about it and pouted, because I really can't understand, if I hadn't told you in person, how could you have thought of such a weird way to trick me? Hiss. Xiao Chusheng's heart was already in turmoil. Is this a genius with an IQ of 163? Can his future self accurately predict his past behavior? Ha, you really have a rich imagination. Xiao Chusheng felt sweaty. Chapter 13 Mole on the Buttocks. As expected, one knows oneself best. Lin Shi in her previous life predicted that if she wanted her former self to believe in Xiao Chusheng, then she would have to let down her former self's defenses, but that was difficult. In the first half of her life, Lin Shi was betrayed by her family and bullied by her adoptive parents. She was disappointed with the world. So it is difficult for her to trust anyone unless that person can give her a sense of security. Security is a very mysterious thing, so Lin Shi came up with such a bad idea based on Xiao Chusheng's personality. But I have to say, this trick is really effective. If a boy 3 years younger than you suddenly comes to you and says he wants to support you, a normal person would think that this guy is sick or a fool. But Lin Shi is not an ordinary person. She is a genius with an IQ of 163. She will definitely think about whether there is any hidden secret here. And no one would have thought of this almost weird way of picking up girls except Lin Shi herself. So this is Lin Shi's own unique way of communicating with his past self. Xiao Chusheng was sweating profusely as he skewered the mutton, fearing that this guy would continue to think too much. However, Lin Shi suddenly fell silent for a long time. Xiao Chusheng thought she really believed it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he was enjoying skewering the mutton, Lin Shi's cold voice was heard. Is the mole on my butt ugly? Lin Shi asked with a blushing face. Xiao Chusheng smiled subconsciously and said, nonsense, where did the mole on your butt come from? As soon as these words came out of Xiao Chusheng's mouth, alarm bells started ringing in his heart. Oh no! I accidentally said it. The corners of his mouth twitched. Hey Lin Shi, I said I slipped my tongue just now, do you believe it? Lin Shi stared at the man meaningfully and chuckled. How do you know I don't have a mole on my butt? This is the first day we met, how did you see it? This is my guess. Really? Lin Shi's tone was full of sarcasm. Do you think I would believe it? Is this really the fastest reborn person in history? My rebirth has not even started yet, and Lin Shi has guessed his identity? Aren't all you geniuses with an IQ of 163 so scary? Could this be the so-called IQ suppression? Oh my god, this is too scary. Xiao Chusheng was thinking about how to get around it at this moment, but he heard Lin Shi suddenly curl the corners of her lips. Oh, maybe I'm overthinking it, I don't know anything. Such a statement of trying to cover up one's own guilt made Xiao Chusheng's face turn black. My goodness, this person is really as sinister as he was in his previous life. In her previous life, Lin Shi was quite serious when they first met, but after gradually opening up their hearts, Xiao Chusheng truly realized. Lin Shi is not what she appears to be at all. This woman is actually a very sinister person. Perhaps because he had experienced too much suffering in the first half of his life, Lin Shi closed his heart and his mental state became bad. So when she first met Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi was wary of him, and was not so willing to trust Xiao Chusheng. Lin Shi held her face in her hands, just quietly looking at this bad man who made her love and anger him. This boy had already entered the softest place in her heart. You are willing to give your body to him, you must love him terribly, right? Lin Shi thought to herself. Although it was a bit mysterious, Lin Shi was absolutely sure that this boy was here to save her. I'll help you. Lin Shi smiled slightly and went over to help Xiao Chusheng skewer the meat and vegetables. Before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the two finally prepared the plates of ingredients they planned to sell that day. I didn't prepare too much on the first day, mainly because there was uncertainty, so I had to try selling it for a day to see the response. Why are you grilling it before anyone comes? Lin Shi sat on the chair next to him, blinking and asking in confusion. Xiao Chusheng chuckled evilly. You don't understand, people passing by might be attracted by this scent. Oh. Lin Shi stopped talking because she was like this sometimes. However, she still pointed at the board where Xiao Chusheng had written and said, "Isn't it offensive to write like this?" It was written on the board that this was absolutely pure beef and mutton, no duck or chicken to impersonate them, and we would compensate you tenfold if they were fake. Soaking duck meat in mutton essence and sheep tail oil to impersonate mutton to make mutton skewers was already a common practice in the industry at that time. But Xiao Chusheng had just arrived, and writing this down directly was equivalent to hinting to passers-by that other people's mutton was fake and only his was real mutton. This is definitely offending your colleagues. Everyone was making money, but you came up and overturned the table. How do others play this? Xiao Chusheng sneered, a profiteer is right? Anyway, we are just making a lot of hard-earned money and getting some startup capital. So what if we offend him? I don't plan to make a fortune from this. You are a real dog. You curse your mother when you pick up the bowl, and overturn the table when you put the bowl down. Lin Shi was so ashamed that she couldn't help but start worrying about her future. What kind of mental state would you be in to fall in love with this bastard? She couldn't help but ask her future self. It's a pity that my future self won't respond to her. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Chusheng had already become much gentler, even without her realizing it. Boss, is this really mutton? Just as Xiao Chusheng expected. As soon as this sign came out, some greedy diners were tempted. No, it's absolutely real mutton, we cut it freshly, Xiao Chusheng assured proudly. Okay, then give me 20 skewers, let me see. Let me give you some vegetarian food. Wait. Is this leek? Yes, we don't have it for sale here yet, I'll get it and try it out, Xiao Chusheng explained. In 2007, grilled ingredients such as roasted leeks and roasted garlic were not yet popular across the country, so for the sake of experimentation, Xiao Chusheng added some items that became popular across the country later. But this guy is a big foodie who has eaten all over the country, so he ordered a lot of good things. After starting a company in his previous life, there were inevitably team-building activities, and the boss Xiao Chusheng was responsible for baking for everyone, so he naturally developed considerable skills. At least there's nothing wrong with setting up a stall. Okay, you try it. As soon as my brother tasted it, he knew it was good and immediately gave it a thumbs up, not bad, really good. I'll give you some too. Xiao Chusheng pushed the extra roasted food to Lin Shi. Lin Shi was stunned. Aren't you going to sell it? Is that a bite of food for you? Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. In fact, he had already noticed that Lin Shi was almost drooling with greed since just now, and her adoptive parents asked her for money every few days. Normally, how could she bear to eat these? She could barely afford to eat. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng's hatred towards Feng Weiming's family rose to a higher level. Chapter 14. Is it going to be Shura Field so soon? Xiao Chusheng was grilling nearby, while Lin Shi was eating silently and learning at the same time. Although there is nothing wrong with Xiao Chusheng's baking skills, this thing will definitely not be sold for just 1 or 2 days, so he still needs a helper. Of course, this is not easy to learn, especially roasting vegetables, which can easily dry out. The big brother just now contributed more than 200 yuan in sales to Xiao Chusheng alone, which shows the huge profits of this kind of stall. But it was hard-earned money. In just a short while, Xiao Chusheng's back was already soaked with sweat. After all, it's normal to stand in front of an open flame in the middle of summer. Is this a husband and wife shop? Before leaving, the elder brother looked at Lin Shi curiously, then at Xiao Chusheng. It's not surprising to think this way, as things are not as exaggerated as they will be later with college students running all over the place. many young couples go to work in factories or open a mom and pop shop right after graduation. Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Shi without making any expression, and it turned out that this guy was also looking at him. He suddenly felt an indescribable sense of happiness in his heart, so he nodded and agreed, yes, make some money and then do business. Oh, that's good. After seeing off the big brother, Xiao Chusheng asked, sure, is it delicious? Sure? Lin Shi was stunned. Well, doesn't this make us look close? Xiao Chusheng laughed dryly. However, Lin Shi gave him a meaningful look, already having some guesses in her mind. In fact, the nickname Shi was given to Xiao Chusheng after he and Lin Shi had sex in their previous life. After all, the two had been together for several years. Xiao Chusheng couldn't control the happiness that came over him and just cried out. However, Lin Shi is actually a little bit arrogant. She didn't say no, which means she acknowledged the nickname. At this age, Lin Shi still has a little girl-like feeling that she didn't have in her previous life. She is very cute. It was like Xiao Chusheng was reborn, and he felt a side of her that he had never seen before. Why do I feel so honored? Why is it so delicious? Lin Shi was actually very curious, because she had eaten other bakeries before, but none of them were as delicious as Xiao Chusheng's. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously and showed her what was in the seasoning bottle beside him. Chili noodles? It's the sprinkle, this is the soul, the exclusive secret recipe. Xiao Chusheng smiled proudly. Whispering sound. In fact, it is a real secret recipe. Xiao Chusheng obtained it in his previous life when he was working with a very popular restaurant in a deep alley. For a shop like this, the sprinkles and dipping sauces are trade secrets, but Xiao Chusheng made them famous in the beginning, and he just wanted to eat it himself and not tell anyone else, so they were willing to teach him. I never thought that one day this would become my first pot of gold to make a fortune. Should we eat more mutton tomorrow? Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng discussed. Well, he just ate more than 40 skewers by himself. However, Xiao Chusheng shook his head, let's wait and see. In fact, these dishes are the ones that make the most profit. For example, potato chips have a profit margin of dozens of times. Lin Shi did not refute, but just squatted quietly on the big stone pier behind. Then she tore off a piece of thick cardboard and used it as a fan to fan Xiao Chusheng. Feeling the cool breeze, Xiao Chusheng felt warm in his heart. Did I conquer this guy in advance? Sure enough, if she wants to conquer a boss-level goddess like Lin Shi, she has to be her future self. After that, another group of diners came one after another, and more students came. It's the peak time after school and get off work, and this is when business is at its best, Xiao Chusheng told Lin Shi. He had already tried to get Lin Shi to try it, but he started with roasted vegetables. In fact, barbecue is easier to learn, but it's expensive. But Lin Shi has the best brain after all, and his learning ability is like a cheat. He can learn it immediately, but at least he learns much faster than he did at the beginning. In less than half an hour, the turnover increased by several hundred again. Lin Shi was stunned. Is setting up a street stall so profitable? Of course not, but this can only be sold for one summer. Xiao Chusheng sighed. This kind of roadside stall actually has more customers than a shop, because it looks very markety and can easily arouse the appetite of passers-by. Moreover, barbecue trucks can go to places with large traffic such as parks, but once summer is over and the weather turns cold, no one will eat there. Lin Shi naturally understood this and was a little worried. So you just said you wanted to make money to start a business? Are you going to open a barbecue restaurant? Xiao Chusheng was stunned when he heard this and quickly denied it. No, although the physical industry is the mainstream now, the future belongs to the internet. You want to make software? Lin Shi was shocked. Software? Xiao Chusheng recalled that although smartphones in a relatively sense had already been available in 2007, Apple's first-generation iPhone was also released that year. But it could only be used as a smartphone in the true sense after the birth of iPhone 3G. If a smartphone does not have an application ecosystem, it is just a nice-looking feature phone. So Xiao Chusheng was thinking about whether he should do something big. When he is reborn, he is just a butterfly flapping its wings. It is hard to say how big an impact he will have. But, since we have this opportunity to live our life again, why can't we make the future better? Although rebirth should actually not affect the original world line as much as possible, so that it is easier to benefit from it. After all, the smaller the change, the easier it is to control. The biggest golden finger and reliance of my rebirth has never been knowing what will happen in the future or what can make money, but advanced thinking, aesthetics, and the understanding of what everyone wants. Xiao Chusheng saw through the key, so he already had some plans in mind. He didn't explain too much, and said to Lin Shi, let's make money first, it's useless to think so much without money. Lin Shi tilted her head, how much do you want? Actually, I still have a little. Forget it, save that little bit of money for food. What we need is a lot of money, the more the better. Lin Shi could only nod thoughtfully. She actually couldn't understand how a barbecue stall could make so much money. This is a common thought, after all, the horrific profit margins in these industries are not really known to the public these days. What do you want to eat, beautiful girl? Xiao Chushan was grilling vegetables with his head down when he noticed another girl in front of him. He said subconsciously without even raising his head. Hello. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Confused, Xiao Chusheng subconsciously raised his head, and his eyes suddenly widened. Oh my god, the person who came was the stupid beauty Qi Shanshan who had checked into a hotel with me last night. Xiao Chusheng only heard a thump in his heart and the alarm bells rang loudly. Oh my god. Is it going to be Shura Field so soon? Chapter 15 The Pressure from the Queen. Qi Shanshan pouted, and the resentful expression on her face made Xiao Chusheng numb. Hey, you're done with get out of class. Xiao Chushan was a little embarrassed. In fact, there are evening self-study classes, but there is no requirement to attend. However, the school's explicit rules can generally be regarded as bullshit. Although it is stated that they are not mandatory, in reality, everyone who understands will understand. So Xiao Chusheng dragging the stupid beauty into the hotel last night was actually the same as skipping class. So he never expected to meet this idiot again at this time. Why are you setting up a stall? The silly beauty showed a clear and stupid look. Xiao Chusheng touched his nose awkwardly. Doesn't this require money to set up a stall and make some money? Money? Qi Shanshan was stunned. Under Xiao Chusheng's puzzled gaze, Qi Shanshan took out her wallet and rummaged through it. Then she seemed to have thought of something and actually handed over her wallet. Xiao Chusheng was even more annoyed. You're not my sister. You can't be so open-hearted to me just because we have an affair, right? What's more, you haven't given me your body yet, right? Xiao Chusheng inexplicably developed a sense of guilt, as if he was being cheated of his money and his body by this idiot. He didn't take the wallet, but just coughed twice. The money I'm short of is not just a few hundred or a few thousand yuan, so you don't have to worry about it. Oh. Qi Shanshan seemed to understand, but her eyes fell on the lamb that Xiao Chusheng was roasting. She stared at it, obviously greedy. Xiao Chusheng had no choice but to pull her aside and sit down. Who is she? Lin Shi, who had been standing behind him, approached Xiao Chusheng and asked in a low voice. She noticed when Qi Shanshan was talking to Xiao Chusheng just now that the other party was a pretty girl who was no less beautiful than her. Seeing her talking to Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi thought the other person was Xiao Chusheng's classmate. When I saw her take out her wallet, I thought she was going to pay Xiao Chusheng for the barbecue. But as I watched, something felt wrong. No, why did you even give your wallet to this beast? Then she saw Xiao Chusheng pulling the girl to a seat aside, and she came over curiously to ask what was going on. Xiao Chusheng was just about to calm down when Lin Shi suddenly came over and frightened him so much that his heart almost stopped. She was like, this Xiao Chusheng was a little incoherent, and for a moment he didn't know how to introduce the stupid beauty to Lin Shi. Girlfriend? That's definitely not the case. If I had to say, Lin Shi in her previous life was more like Xiao Chusheng. If the world had developed according to the original line, Xiao Chusheng had not been dragged off the rooftop by that idiot, he should have walked away from the minor injuries suffered by Zhang Jai. There is a high probability that he will continue to be with Lin Shi, or completely lose hope in love. But one thing will not change, at least the relationship with Lin Shi will continue. So Xiao Chusheng felt that this time he would be reborn as Lin Shi. After 2 lifetimes as a human being, plus the help of her future self, how could she not be able to achieve this? That would be unscientific. So at this moment, Xiao Chusheng felt that his brain had never worked so fast as it did today. It was overclocked. Lin Shi stared at Xiao Chusheng suspiciously. Seeing this guy's panicked expression, she vaguely felt something. You guy, Lin Shi hesitated to speak, and finally asked, did you also cheat that girl of her money? Ah? Xiao Chusheng was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. It's not right, but if you think about it, it seems to be like this. He did cheat the stupid beauty out of $200. Oh no, more than that, he also got 2 meals and a pack of cigarettes. I almost forgot that she also paid for the room. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Chusheng felt that he was really sinful. Almost. I think I did cheat her out of money. Xiao Chusheng had no choice but to continue talking. But at this time, if nothing unexpected happened, another accident happened. The stupid beauty appeared out of nowhere and stood behind him. Is she your sister? Ha! Xiao Chusheng was startled, and subconsciously looked at the stupid beauty, then at Lin Shi. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Lin Shi does look older than Xiao Chusheng, and indeed most people probably wouldn't think that Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng are a couple. This is embarrassing. However, a subtle idea suddenly popped up in Xiao Chusheng's mind. No, she is the female college student I support. That's right, that beast Xiao Chusheng admitted it openly. Because Xiao Chusheng realized that some problems were better to be discussed directly, since there was nothing that couldn't be put on the table anyway. Lin Shi's trust in him must come first. As for this idiot Qi Shanshan, TSK, she owes me a life, so what if I drag her to the hotel every day? Who told her to owe me? Yes, it is so justified. The stupid beauty was confused by Xiao Chusheng's righteous and proud tone, and all the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. Although Xiao Chusheng said in the morning that he wanted to support a female college student, which normal person would take such a thing seriously? Who would have thought that this beast actually kept a female college student and brought her back? Lin Shi was even more confused. Are you serious? She really didn't expect that when Xiao Chusheng introduced her to others, he would dare to say that she was being kept. It's outrageous. The stupid beauty looked at Lin Shi with astonishment. Although she seemed a few years older than her and didn't have any expensive brand clothes or jewelry on her. But the more this happened, the more unfathomable the woman in front of him seemed. That's right, Lin Shi has an innate fairy air about her, which cannot be learned by dressing up or deliberately imitating, nor can it be created by makeup. Lin Shi just stood there quietly, and her natural face without any embellishment was enough to make a lot of mediocre women feel ashamed. On the contrary, the silly beauty didn't have this feeling at all. The main reason is that her clear stupidity is too strong, but in the eyes of people who don't know her, it is a kind of aloofness. Is he really keeping her as a mistress? Until now, the silly beauty still doesn't quite believe it, thinking that Xiao Chusheng is probably still teasing her. But Lin Shi curled the corners of her mouth meaningfully and generously extended her delicate jade-like hand to Qi Shanshan. Lin Shi, this guy, keeps a female college student. Lin Shi is also a bit sinister. With her high IQ, she naturally sees that the relationship between the girl in front of her and Xiao Chusheng is not ordinary. Graceful and elegant, the pressure from the queen. Chapter 16. You checked into a room with me. Qi Shanshan's eyes were dull and for a moment she even forgot to shake hands with Lin Shi. Perhaps she didn't expect that the person in front of her could admit with confidence that she was Xiao Chusheng's sponsor. After all, any normal woman would have some concerns. I am Qi Shanshan. Qi Shanshan spoke incoherently and hurriedly held Lin Shi's hand. However, there was a hint of resentment in her eyes when she stole a glance at Xiao Chusheng, as if she was being toyed with by Xiao Chusheng and then betrayed by him. TSK, there seems to be nothing wrong with this statement. This would be the busiest time of the day for business, and for the sake of a little money, Xiao Chusheng didn't care whether these two people would start some horrific Shura scene. Making money, I am a ruthless moneymaker. It can only be said that Xiao Chusheng underestimated the size of the real economy in 2007. The passenger flow was uninterrupted. But think about it, it's normal. Online shopping for takeout wasn't too popular in 2007, and people rarely had entertainment activities at home. Except for some older computer games, it's usually just TV. So people these days prefer to go out for a walk on the street for entertainment. While walking on the street, don't they eat something? The money was collected so quickly that Xiao Chusheng didn't have time to count. He only knew that the paper box next to him was full. However, when Xiao Chusheng was baking for the guests, he did not forget to bake a portion for the silly beauty as well, and then sent it to her. Xiao Chusheng asked Lin Shi to take over for a while. After all, the things to be baked at this time were all simple. Seeing that this idiot had already started eating, Xiao Chusheng asked curiously, "Aren't you going home?" Qi Shanshan shook her head and uttered 3 words, "I don't want to go back." Xiao Chusheng scratched his head but didn't say anything. He didn't go himself, so it was even harder for him to say anything to her. "Don't just eat this, you still have to eat," Xiao Chusheng reminded her. Oh. The silly beauty seemed a little absent-minded and her reactions were slow. Seeing her like this, Xiao Chusheng seemed to be hesitant to speak. After thinking about it, he turned around and prepared to go back to continue grilling for Lin Shi. "You checked into a hotel with me. Just as he was about to raise his foot, Xiao Chusheng heard the words of the stupid beauty behind him. He retracted his foot, turned around and asked in confusion, "Huh? You took me to get a room." The stupid beauty Qi Shanshan repeated it word by word. Xiao Chusheng was actually a little slow to react. After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, "So you still want to get a room with me?" The silly beauty opened her mouth slightly with a look of disbelief. Why was he so shameless? "I said, you asked me to get a room." The stupid beauty was more or less on the verge of exploding, which made Xiao Chusheng even more confused. So he had to cough dryly twice. "I know, yes, it's well developed and feels very comfortable to touch, okay? That's not what I'm talking about." The stupid beauty was finally broken down by Xiao Chusheng, and she spoke out what was in her heart, with a tone that made it sound as if she was the wife. "You have checked into a hotel with me, and you are still supporting her. Right, isn't it possible?" "Oh, I can't." The silly beauty's little eyes were filled with great confusion, and her brain was stunned by Xiao Chusheng's sudden and self-evident frankness. Xiao Chusheng's righteous question kept echoing in her mind. Is it not possible? Is it not possible? It seems that there is really nothing that cannot be done. It can only be said that this idiot Qi Shanshan's IQ is not enough. He was actually stuck in a dead end because of Xiao Chusheng's words. She was actually thinking seriously about the feasibility of this matter. Xiao Chusheng was speechless. She was so slow that she was a little stupid. Being so stupid made Xiao Chusheng feel superior in terms of IQ. He felt that, with the intelligence of the campus beauty Qi, he could trick her into giving birth to 5 children for him. "Ah, how can you say it's a lie? This guy clearly owes me. 5 is not too much, right?" Xiao Chusheng went back silently and continued to grill skewers. The main reason was that he really had no free time. At this stage, he needed to earn some startup capital endlessly, and the more the better. Because the biggest opportunity in the next 10 years will be between 2007 and 2008. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have it again. Xiao Chusheng taught Lin Shi while grilling. He didn't expect Lin Shi to learn as much as he did today, he just hoped that she could bake to a normal level. Fortunately, Lin Shi has extraordinary IQ and learning ability, so this level of requirement is not difficult for her. "I am still a student, so I can't come here too early." Lin Shi said that she understood without Xiao Chusheng saying anything. She made an okay gesture. "I will come over on time every afternoon." As a college student, she has almost nothing else to do when she is setting up the stall at night. That is. Xiao Chusheng was a little worried. "You will be very tired commuting between Shanghai and Hangzhou every day." As a result, Lin Shi looked at Xiao Chusheng suspiciously. "You don't have to go to class every day in college." Eh? Xiao Chusheng was also stunned by the question. It seems to be true. In this way, Xiao Chusheng's worries disappeared, and he nodded. "Okay, we don't have to run for too long anyway, just get through the initial stage." The beginning stage? How long will you set up the stall? Lin Shi was really curious. Anyway, this summer has passed. This is the truth. 2007 was a special time node. In fact, when doing any business, if you take the cost factor into consideration and ignore the degree of hard work, undoubtedly, this kind of mobile snack stand has the most terrifying profit margin, which can even compete with the daily limit-up yield in the stock market. But the difference is that the stock market will not make you tired at all, but it can easily cause high blood pressure. Risk and reward are directly proportional. When Lin Shi heard that it would take the entire summer, she didn't feel any special emotions. Actually, it's normal. She already works 2 jobs every day, and running the barbecue stall is not even as tiring as her 2 jobs. While talking to Lin Shi, Xiao Chusheng would secretly glance at the silly beauty over there from time to time. Then Xiao Chusheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he had accidentally made the silly beauty discover a philosophical question worth pondering. She is still thinking seriously. Noticing Xiao Chusheng's gaze, Lin Shi looked sideways. What's wrong with her? She doesn't look very smart. This made Xiao Chusheng laugh, and he couldn't help but joke. Indeed, although you are both beauties, you are at 2 extremes. Extreme? Yes, one is so smart that it's scary, and the other is so stupid that it's touching. Few Lin Shi couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Is this true? Isn't this obvious? It seems to be true. The 2 of them were joking with each other, and suddenly Lin Shi changed the subject. She is so beautiful, why do I feel like you 2 have a special relationship? Chapter 17, Terrible White Scholar Speech. As expected of Lin Shi, she hits the nail on the head. Xiao Chuxing's smile froze, he scratched his cheek guiltily, and said awkwardly, "This may be because I checked into a hotel with her last night?" Huh? Lin Shi had a lot of question marks on her head. She pointed at herself and asked Xiao Chusheng, "You are supporting me, but you still go to a hotel with her?" Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment, then corrected Lin Shi's words, "No, it was me who checked into a hotel with her, and I also kept you as my mistress." "Oh, yes, she paid for your support." Lin Shi began to doubt her life and became more and more confused. Lin Shi, how could you be so desperate to fall in love with this man? This kind of roadside stall business is particularly good and can continue to sell until late at night. But Xiao Chusheng never thought about selling it for that long. After all, he still had to go to school, and his family didn't allow it. In addition, it was only the first day, and the ingredients he prepared were not enough to sell until that time. By nearly 11 o'clock, most of the items had been sold out. As for the remaining ones that were not easy to sell, Xiao Chusheng planned to roast them and give them to the three of them to digest internally. As I was thinking about it, an old man wearing big shorts and flip-flops came. Don't mention it, it gives me the same feeling as the fire cloud evil god in Stephen Chow's kung fu movies. "Boss, please take all the rest of mine." Xiao Chusheng was a little surprised. He didn't realize that the old man liked this. After the old man and the young man chatted, Xiao Chusheng finally understood what was going on. The old man was playing chess with a group of friends over there, and his grandson came over with some barbecued skewers. The aroma made them so tempted that they asked and found out that it was a newly opened stall. "It's a pity that I came too late and you, boss, were planning to close the stall." The old man was very sorry, but the tone of his voice made Xiao Chusheng feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he was only 17 years old in the current timeline. After packing up for the old man, Xiao Chusheng sat down on the stone block at the back. "Phew, I didn't expect that I would be so tired after working for several hours without even having time to drink a sip of water." He sighed. "This kind of money is a sure win, but it requires more hard work. Look how much I made today." Lin Shi showed a money-loving expression. This guy had lived a very difficult life before, and it was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated profit margin, which was completely different from what she had learned in class. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously, "Let us talk about it when we get back. Don't show off your wealth, otherwise someone will inevitably have bad intentions towards you." Lin Shi suddenly realized something and subconsciously glanced at the several night market stalls around her. With Xiao Chusheng's stall there, the business of those other stalls was obviously not doing well. This is because he had sold out his products and they were able to get some customer traffic. The most important thing is that people tend to follow the crowd. When the guests saw that there were so many people queuing up here for Xiao Chusheng, they all gathered here. Because any normal person would think that there must be something different about this restaurant, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people lining up to eat there. It's a very simple logic, and Lin Shi, who has an extremely high IQ, can easily think of it. "Are you still here?" Xiao Chusheng's eyes fell on the stupid beauty. This guy really just sat at that small table the entire night without making any noise or trouble. But he just looked like he was deep in thought, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Maybe it was a very difficult question to figure out. After all, this guy's IQ was a bit worrying, and it was difficult for her. Hearing Xiao Chusheng's voice, Qi Shanshan's eyes lit up and she raised her head. Suddenly, the silly beauty Qi Shanshan pointed at Lin Shi as if she had suddenly realized something. "I understand, she is a mistress." The silly beauty Qi Shanshan had been thinking about this problem all night, and now she felt that she had finally figured it out. However, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. "So you've been thinking about this all night?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't hold it in any longer. This wasn't just a question of her IQ, was it? But the silly beauty nodded in acknowledgement very seriously. Now it was Xiao Chusheng who was doubting his life. Even Lin Shi couldn't help but lower her voice and asked Xiao Chusheng, "Where did you trick this child from? Don't you feel guilty?" Even Xiao Chusheng, whose skin was thicker than a city wall, couldn't help but blush at this moment. He could only cough twice and argue, I don't have it. Besides, what is conscience? Can it be eaten? TSK. This guy even pointed at Lin Shi and told the stupid beauty with confidence, "What I'm saying is there a possibility that you are the mistress?" The stupid beauty opened her mouth slightly, and the whole person was struck by lightning, and her brain crashed again. This kind of shock was really too stimulating for her, whose IQ was not high enough. "But I was here first." Xiao Chusheng stared at Qi Shanshan, the idiot, with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but complain. What kind of awful white scholar statement is this? What is a white scientist? Cough is nothing. Xiao Chusheng quickly evaded the question. If I remember correctly, this internet meme of Bai Shueja didn't exist in this era. He could only whisper to the idiot, actually, she came here first, and you are different, you owe me. Qi Shanshan's eyes were filled with clear stupidity. This guy didn't even doubt Xiao Chusheng's words. Xiao Chusheng said that she owed him, so she believed it. He had no choice but to pull Lin Shi aside and whispered, what should I do? I feel like my conscience is really hurting. Lin Shi was completely speechless about this man. Do you dare to be more nonsensical? By the way, what should we do with this barbecue truck? Should we send it to your house or leave it here? Lin Shi suddenly asked. Huh? Xiao Chusheng's expression froze, and he immediately reacted, damn, no wonder I always felt like I forgot something. Opening this roadside stall was just a sudden idea of his, and he didn't think about the details at all. TSK, you haven't thought about it at all, have you? Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xiao Chusheng bit his thumbnail and felt conflicted. This 1T work at home. My parents definitely 1T allow me to do this. I think so too. But if you throw it here, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be stolen. The public security these days is not as good as it will be in later generations, and even in later generations, it is difficult to guarantee it. After thinking about it, Xiao Chusheng could only sigh, I can't let you sleep here, so let me see if I can trick my old Xiao and tell him that someone else has left this thing at my house. Lin Shi raised her eyebrows, thinking that this reason was far-fetched. At this moment, the silly beauty who had been standing behind the two of them suddenly spoke up, you can put that in my yard. Damn, why are you walking so quietly? Xiao Chusheng was startled and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 18. Do you want to get a room? An hour later, Xiao Chusheng looked at the 3-story villa and fell into deep thought. I should have thought of it earlier. How could a rich woman not have a villa? Lin Shi on the side didn't have any special thoughts about Qi Shanshan. As a woman herself, she could more or less see that Xiao Chusheng didn't actually have any feelings for Qi Shanshan at the romantic level. But if these two people said nothing happened, she would definitely not believe it. What Lin Shi was interested in was how Xiao Chusheng could have a relationship with such a girl. So she poked Xiao Chusheng and asked him in a low voice, how did you get such a rich woman? Xiao Chusheng glanced at her with a complicated look, pick up? I'm almost the same as picking up you. Lin Shi giggled and joked, since you have seduced someone's daughter, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her family to accept you. Then Xiao Chusheng's expression became even weirder, and he said indifferently, why should you accept me? I want to kill his father. This time it was Lin Shi's turn to have her brain freeze. No, you're trying to seduce someone's daughter, and you're also trying to kill her father? What kind of weird development is this? You don't understand, I'll tell you later, Xiao Chusheng told Lin Shi meaningfully. Lin Shi didn't ask any further questions because she had already guessed that there was a story behind it. Is it okay to leave these at your house? Lin Shi was still a little unsure, so she asked tentatively, does your family mind? Qi Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, I'm the only one living here, so no one will mind. For a moment when she spoke, she really looked like the aloof goddess in school who kept strangers away. Xiao Chusheng looked a little dazed. Perhaps her coldness was not pretended, but the result of lack of family companionship. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng looked up at the 3-story villa again. Letting a girl live alone in a place like this? It must be lonely, right? He began to understand why this silly beauty had just sat there quietly without moving the entire evening. Maybe there is no essential difference between going home and being there, at least Xiao Chusheng is there. Why do I feel a little stuffy in my chest? Xiao Chusheng muttered softly. He only asked the stupid beauty for the key to the front door and asked Lin Shi to come and get the barbecue truck every afternoon to set up the stall first. In fact, it didn't take long, because Xiao Chusheng would be there when Lin Shi set up the stall for about 2 hours. Then shall we retreat? Lin Shi asked in a low voice. Xiao Chusheng nodded calmly, but his eyes were fixed on the stupid beauty and he refused to move away. Because he could feel that the silly beauty didn't want them to leave. Let us go. Xiao Chusheng didn't know how to say goodbye to this idiot. Suddenly, the voice of that idiot Qi Shanshan came from behind them. Are you going to get a room? The words shocked the two of them. However, if the stupid beauty hadn't asked this question, Xiao Chusheng would not have thought about it in this way. Right? Xiao Chusheng looked at Lin Shi. It is obviously unrealistic to ask Lin Shi to return to Shanghai at this time. Besides, the round-trip fare every day is also a considerable expense. Although the profit of the barbecue stall is definitely not bad. Find a small hotel? Lin Shi thought about it and suggested. Xiao Chusheng hesitated, then shook his head. No, that kind of place is not very clean and not safe. This is a fact. In 2007, there were illegal hotels everywhere, which were very dangerous for girls at night. Especially a beautiful girl like Lin Shi. What should I do then? Come to my house. Xiao Chusheng said this lightly. Ah? Lin Shi was shocked. Are we going to meet the parents now? Xiao Chusheng certainly knew that Lin Shi had bad intentions, but he deliberately didn't expose it. Lin Shi followed Xiao Chusheng with trepidation, although she accepted this abstract relationship of being kept by Xiao Chusheng. But meeting the parents on the first day? Isn't that a bit too fast? She said nothing along the way, struggling madly in her heart. Until I arrived at Xiao Chusheng's house, the room was pitch dark and there was no light on. Is there no one at home? Lin Shi was a little skeptical. Well, my parents don't come home every day. They run a restaurant outside and they are busy very late every night. Sometimes they just sleep directly in the restaurant. Xiao Chusheng's explanation made Lin Shi suddenly realize. No wonder he dared to bring her home. In fact, this was just Lin Shi's misunderstanding. Xiao Chusheng was not afraid to tell his parents directly about his relationship with Lin Shi. After all, Lin Shi is a truly talented woman, and she is so beautiful. Comrade Lao Xiao must be so happy that he can't help but smile, right? Return to Xiao Chusheng's home. Okay, let us see how much money we made today. As he spoke, Xiao Chusheng poured all his income for the day onto the coffee table. Looking at those bills, Lin Shi couldn't help but widen his eyes. So many days? Lin Shi covered her mouth. Xiao Chusheng showed no expression of sadness or joy, but he was actually shocked in his heart. Is the real economy in 2007 so exaggerated? It is indeed an era of gold everywhere. He counted them one by one, and deducted the money for purchasing ingredients and the expenses of the food truck. Net profit was 1,872.5 yuan. Hiss. If we calculate this way, there is still a market for 2,000 yuan a day until the National Day? Lin Shi said excitedly. However, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Not only that, today is only the first day, and the cost price of the dining car has been deducted. If we expand it in the future and sell it for 2 more hours, an average net profit of 3 to 5,000 a day will not be a problem. Lin Shi was no longer calm. This salary was already 1 to 2 months' salary for many people. At first, she was wondering how much money she could make from a barbecue stall at a night market. But now, she has changed her mind. Just look at Xiao Chusheng still thinking hard about something. So she wondered, what happened? Xiao Chusheng nodded silently. This money is definitely not going to be made so easily. You should have seen that we have taken away business from other stalls, and those guys will definitely have some countermeasures. But isn't your information a trade secret? They can't copy it, right? Yes, it cannot be replicated, but only in the short term. Xiao Chusheng said solemnly, so those people cannot compete with us in business, so they will definitely use tricks. This time Lin Shi understood that the public security was not like that of Hangzhou in later generations. Fights were very common these days. What should I do then? Lin Shi became worried. Are you afraid? Xiao Chusheng asked Lin Shi with a wicked smile. Lin Shi shook his head firmly, his tone even more resolute. Don't be afraid, at worst I can fight them. Xiao Chusheng wanted to kill someone, and Lin Shi handed him a knife. This was definitely not a joke. The bond between the two in their previous lives was by no means simple. Well, don't be afraid, just leave it to me. Xiao Chusheng gave Lin Shi a reassurance. Chapter 19. Are you really not going to do anything? Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi put the money away and then went to the noodle shop downstairs to eat noodles. One night they were so busy that they had no time to eat, so they just had some barbecue that they grilled themselves. Although that thing tastes good, it won't fill you up. Lanzhou ramen, which can be found in every street and alley in later generations, was actually already almost known to everyone in 2007. The most important thing is that a bowl of noodles only costs 4 yuan these days, although the meat is still so thin. When it comes to knife skills, my Lanzhou ramen chef is world class. The two of them slurped their noodles, looking very satisfied. I'd rather have some noodles to make my stomach feel better. Xiao Chusheng sighed as he touched his stomach. You can go pack it tomorrow night and we can eat while we work, Xiao Chusheng told Lin Shi. Lin Shi had no objection to this. Today was only the first day, so the two of them were a little at a loss. But it was a good start and I made a lot of money in one night. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chusheng reminded her again, by the way, you go there first in the afternoon. Before I go, try not to have conflicts with those people. He understood Lin Shi's character. Although she appeared to be a kind and gentle woman on the surface, she was actually very fierce at heart. Oh. Lin Shi ate slowly, drinking the soup in small sips. She was reluctant to waste even a single mouthful of the soup. After all, her adoptive parents were not nice to her, especially since the past few years. Lin Shi's monthly food expenses were rarely enough. As she was at a growing age, she could only eat 2 meals a day. Although she worked part-time after entering university, almost all the money she earned was taken away by that family of vampires. This is why Lin Shi became so frugal. Xiao Chusheng silently looked at Lin Shi like this, and his heart ached even more. Although he arrived before Lin Shi was bullied by that family of bastards and became depressed, it was still a little late. After a long time, Xiao Chusheng tentatively asked, "Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" Lin Shi was stunned for a moment, but quickly shook her head. As smart as she is, she knows that she shouldn't ask some questions. She knows that sometimes she can get more by pretending to be stupid. Xiao Chusheng respected her opinion, nodded and stopped hesitating. Afterwards, the two returned to Xiao Chusheng's house, and Xiao Chusheng took a shower. After all, he had been standing in front of an open fire the entire night, and his body was covered in sweat and was sticky. "Do you want to wash?" Xiao Chusheng, who came out of the bathroom, asked Lin Shi. Lin Shi subconsciously looked at herself, then shook her head and said softly, "I'll just make do with it, I didn't bring any spare clothes." It was only then that Xiao Chusheng realized that it seemed a bit hasty to bring her here from Shanghai. This guy came here without bringing anything. Scratching his head, Xiao Chusheng said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, you can just wear mine. Your clothes will be dry if you spin them dry on the balcony overnight." Lin Shi was slightly stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "You really don't want to take this opportunity to do something to me?" Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes, "Of course not. Do I need to make such an excuse for what I want to do to you? With our relationship, do you have the right to refuse?" Lin Shi was speechless and couldn't come up with any refutation for a moment. Finally she nodded and went to rinse off. In fact, during this period Lin Shi was still worried about various things, fearing that Xiao Chusheng would break in. Nothing happened until she finished washing and went out. Lin Shi, on the contrary, felt a little disappointed. "Silly brother, is it because I, your sister, am not attractive?" "Not really." Although Xiao Chusheng is still at an age full of vigor and vitality, after all, he and Lin Shi had experienced both the things that should and should not have happened between them in their previous life. So Xiao Chusheng had some patience for this guy's charm. Besides, Xiao Chusheng was very sleepy after a tiring night. What could have happened? It's possible, but my body can't handle it. Lin Shi felt somewhat uncomfortable wearing Xiao Chusheng's clothes. However, I didn't smell any scent from Xiao Chusheng, only the pleasant smell of laundry detergent. Lin Shi, who had just finished taking a shower, had her hair not yet dry and a faint blush appeared on her skin. Now she was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. "Okay, let's go to sleep." Xiao Chusheng yawned, and his eyelids were already drooping. Lin Shi nodded and followed Xiao Chusheng silently. Finally, he followed her into Xiao Chusheng's bedroom. Xiao Chusheng originally wanted to let her stay in the bedroom while he would make do on the sofa. But then he thought, in his previous life, he and Lin Shi had seen each other's bodies. Why was he still hesitating? Lin Shi looked around Xiao Chusheng's bedroom. It was very clean and tidy. Xiao Chusheng himself was in a trance as he looked at the small room and tried to recall it carefully. From his entrepreneurship in his previous life to later opening a company in Shanghai. Later, he brought his parents to Shanghai, and he hasn't been back to this small house for almost 5 years. Thinking about it this way, it makes me nostalgic. It's not a very big bed, and it's not difficult for two people to sleep on it if they squeeze together. Lin Shi did not show much resistance. Just like Xiao Chusheng said just now, he was supporting her. Not to mention sleeping in the same bed, even if something really happened, so what? She is quite self-aware of her current situation. They lay back to back, and since it was summer, they each just took a thin blanket to cover their stomachs. Both of them remained silent. In the darkness, no one knew how much time had passed before Lin Shi spoke. What do you want so much money for? Xiao Chusheng was speechless. It was not that he didn't want to answer, but the question was too profound and he didn't know what to say. What do you need so much money for? What Lin Shi wanted to ask was certainly not the simple and literal answer. What can money do? Of course, spend it. Buy whatever you want and spend it however you want. This is the simplest and most understandable answer, but what Lin Shi wants to ask is why Xiao Chusheng wants so much money so badly. In Lin Shi's opinion, he is still just a student now. Of course, with Lin Shi's intelligence and talent, he has almost been stripped of his underwear now. This guy must have seen something. In this society, only those with money can have confidence. Xiao Chusheng said seriously. In his previous life, he realized this too late. He gave his heart and soul at the age when he should have been making money, but by the time he realized it, the opportunity to make money had already been missed. In this life, he doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes, he needs confidence. Lin Shi didn't say anything, just thinking about something. Xiao Chusheng suddenly said, "If your family asks you for money, just say you don't have a penny." He actually wanted to tell Lin Shi that he wanted money now for her. Only because he has money can he have the confidence to protect Lin Shi now, otherwise he is just a powerless student. Lin Shi's faint voice was heard in the darkness. You really don't do anything? Chapter 20. Coming out of the hotel with the school beauty. How could Xiao Chusheng bear this? He immediately hugged the guy. Of course, he didn't really do anything to Lin Shi, he just held her in his arms. Hot. After hugging for a long time, Lin Shi said resentfully. Humph, you think this is too hot? Xiao Chusheng said with a wicked smile, I think you want something hotter, you will definitely sweat profusely. In the darkness, Lin Shi's pretty face was frighteningly hot. She said that to Xiao Chusheng on purpose, with a hint of joking. But unexpectedly, Xiao Chusheng took advantage of her and she felt very aggrieved. Now she is even more certain that this bastard man must have known her so well. Thinking of this, Lin Shi blushed terribly. Although she knew all this, she still couldn't help feeling shy. She said nothing and buried her face in the arms of this bastard, as if she was escaping from reality. It was extremely hot, but she felt very safe, a feeling she had never experienced before. Perhaps he was too tired from setting up the stall all night. Xiao Chusheng hugged her and fell asleep quickly. Lin Shi pushed him several times but failed to wake him up, so she can only let him be. In the morning, the alarm for school woke Xiao Chusheng up, and also woke up Lin Shi in his arms. Lin Shi held his forehead with his hand, also feeling a headache. She hasn't gotten up so early for a long time since she went to college. After all, she doesn't have classes every day, so it's okay to sleep in. Xiao Chusheng yawned and took out some money to Lin Shi. You continue to sleep, but pay attention to the time. It's best to go out before 9:30. My dad or my mom sometimes comes home between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Lin Shi said nothing, just staring at him as he frantically moved. Use this money to think about what to eat for breakfast, and then think about where to sit for a while, such as an internet cafe or a game hall to kill time, and then wait for me at the gate of my school before 11:30. Oh yes, if my parents come home, don't make any noise, they usually won't come to this room. Of course, if you are discovered, just say that you are my friend's sister and are staying here temporarily for one night. Anyway, just watch and fool them. After saying that, Xiao Chusheng hurriedly ran back to school, leaving Lin Shi lying there in a daze. I must be crazy, but it feels good to be capped. Lin Shi talked to himself for a long time, absent-minded, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Xiao Chusheng bought a rujiamo on the road and ate it. He has a considerable amount of money now, of course, only limited to his age, so he doesn't have to worry too much about food. What he needs now is as much money as possible. After all, the boom is imminent, and he needs to absorb as much money as possible before the financial crisis that swept the world in 2008. Because after the financial crisis, the structure of many industries will change, especially the internet sector, where the market value of several giants will be cut in half. What followed was a period of economic downturn. During this period, cash will become very valuable. In other words, the purchasing power of cash will reach an exaggerated level. So Xiao Chusheng had to take advantage of this opportunity to do the most things with the least money during this period. After all, in the early and middle stages of the financial crisis, making money was not as easy as it is now. Even though he simply opened a barbecue stall at the night market, these consumption items that are closest to life are the things that can increasingly reflect the turmoil in the financial market. In fact, Xiao Chusheng was very lucky in one respect, and that was that he was in Hangzhou. Hangzhou is a somewhat abstract place. The average house price in 2007 was over 10,000 yuan, and the consumption level is also frighteningly high compared to many other places. This is even more so in later generations. So what does this mean? It means that in Hangzhou in 2007, Xiao Chusheng could make money more easily in these industries that cover living expenses. Then he can use the money to do other things. In simple terms, he can use the money earned from Hangzhou's real economy to start a business or invest in other places. Of course, that's all later. This is a process that requires a long period of accumulation. After arriving at school, Xiao Chusheng always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. If I have to say, I always feel that many students are looking at him, and even pointing at him. Am I really that famous? Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but ask himself. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng was indeed somewhat famous, but that was because he often publicly confessed his love to Zhang Jiayi. But it shouldn't be that famous, right? What's going on? What happened? Did he regret his confession to Zhang Jiayi the day before yesterday and it became news? Not really? Confused, Xiao Chusheng walked into the classroom uncomfortably, causing almost everyone to look at him. If he still doesn't realize the problem now, he is really slow. What a beast! Childhood friend Su Hai came up and punched Xiao Chusheng twice, which is a very common action between brothers. At this time, he and Su Hai were still brothers and had not broken up, so Xiao Chusheng naturally wouldn't say anything. Sitting in his seat, Xiao Chusheng began to pack up his books. He didn't come yesterday, and this was his first time entering the classroom after his rebirth, so there was always a sense of ritual. What's going on between you and Qi Xiaohua? Su Hai couldn't wait to ask Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Why did Su Hai know about that stupid beauty? But he remained expressionless. What's going on? Why would campus beauty Qi ask for leave for you? Xiao Chusheng was stunned. How did you know? After Su Hai's explanation, he finally understood. So that stupid beauty came to see Lao Lu? In front of so many classmates? This. I should have thought of it earlier. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but cover his face. The stupid beauty was so thick-skinned and slow. This kind of thing was really unreliable. But he still argued, isn't it just asking her to take a leave? What's the fuss? But what he met was Su Hai's complicated expression. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Why did it seem like there was more than just this matter? He didn't actually lower his voice when talking to Su Hai, so he attracted many curious looks from his classmates. Among them is Zhang Jiayi. She had just walked in, and Zhang Jiayi's seat was diagonally opposite Xiao Chusheng. It's said that you and the campus beauty Qi came out of the couple's hotel together. Is that true or not? Su Hai asked gossipingly. Xiao Chusheng was shocked, right? Someone saw this too? Now he finally understood. No wonder so many people were looking at him along the way. Is he really famous? Chapter 21, School Beauty and the Beast. As soon as Su Hai's gossip came out, the whole class fell silent. Zhang Jiayi also turned around and stared at Xiao Chusheng, wanting to get an answer from him. But Xiao Chusheng's expression was calm, and he raised his eyebrows calmly. He pushed Su Hai away and said, "Kid, don't ask about things that you shouldn't ask about." Cut. Su Hai naturally guessed something, but he also knew that whether he admitted it or not, it would be problematic, so he planned to discuss it privately to see if he could come up with an answer. Seeing that Xiao Chusheng did not answer, the classmates stopped asking. But everyone has actually already tacitly accepted in their hearts that this beast is probably having an affair with the school beauty Qi. She is the campus beauty of Qi University and has never been involved in any scandal. She asked for leave for a man? I dare not even think about it. As for the fact that she and Xiao Chusheng came out of the hotel together, some people believe it and some don't, but it is definitely not groundless. The students in the class were chattering, and some were even playing cards. Only Xiao Chusheng was silently writing something on the paper. While he had just been reborn and his memories of the past were not yet confused, Xiao Chusheng had to write down some key information he would remember about the future in advance. After all, if these memories get mixed up at some point, we'll be doomed. His memories after rebirth were more like a fusion, just like a puzzle piece that was directly inserted into his body. But there seems to be some side effects, which is that the brain feels a bit heavy and drowsy. The gel pen was writing on the paper. Although he was used to using electronic products to record things, he felt his wrist tired after writing for a while. Soon, Xiao Chusheng recorded many future trends and things related to the future world pattern. He wrote down everything he could remember, not worrying about whether he would need it or not. What if? This process lasted for more than 2 hours and no one interrupted us. You won't know unless you study it, and you'll be shocked once you do. In just 10 years, it's like a miracle. It's so dreamy. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng silently folded the paper and put it into his trouser pocket. These are all treasures. If any of them leak out, they could change the world. He has to keep them well. The reason why he wanted to write it down was mainly because human memory was a very unreliable thing. For example, many of Xiao Chusheng's childhood memories were actually very vague, and he didn't dare to bet whether he would still remember them in a few years. Especially when the memories of the two lives overlap, many things may be deviated, and the things on this note are the control group that allows him to detect deviations in time. Also, he had to hide his identity as a reborn person, otherwise he would easily get into fatal trouble. Apart from Lin Shi, no one else can know about this. As for Lin Shi, there is nothing we can do about it as her IQ is too high. But fortunately, she is one of us and can be trusted. The rumor about him and Qi Shanshan coming out of the hotel, oh not a rumor, has spread throughout the school anyway. After learning the truth, Xiao Chusheng was in tears and felt like crying. This was a problem. Sure enough, the head teacher, Lao Lu, came. Xiao Chusheng was called to the office, which made him feel nervous. About that idiot? Or about not coming yesterday? Tell me, what happened between you and that classmate Qi Shanshan? Old Lu pushed his glasses up and put on a kind smile. The physics teacher, who is in his 50s, is a bit of an old pedant, but he is usually very funny and often tells jokes to make his students laugh. Therefore, Lao Lu is very popular with students and they turn a blind eye to some things. This time the impact was probably too great, so Xiao Chusheng was called in for a talk. Xiao Chusheng knew he was in the wrong. It's nothing, at the age of youth. Old Lu couldn't be helped by Xiao Chusheng, and you just admit it so openly? Did you and Qi Shanshan really come out of the hotel? Old Lu lowered his voice and gossiped. There were no other teachers in the office at the moment, but his sneaky look made people want to laugh. Xiao Chusheng could only bite the bullet and make excuses. That is not true. Maybe the students saw it wrong, or we just happened to pass by the hotel entrance. Even if it is the truth, you cannot admit it, even though it would be fine if you admit it. Lao Lu couldn't tell whether what this guy said was true or false, but this statement made sense. He actually didn't want to delve too deeply into this issue. After all, there was no substantial evidence. He just wanted to understand the situation as a token of his appreciation. That's all, but be careful, some things should not be done until the right time, understand? I understand. Xiao Chusheng nodded like a chick pecking at rice. So you and Qi Shanshan are dating? Old Lu still gossiped. Not really? Xiao Chusheng hesitated. Old Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, it is. No, it is not. Why are you still asking questions? Forget it, it's normal for you at your age, just don't do anything rash, I can't control you. Okay. After coming out of Lao Lu's office, Xiao Chusheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had to be more careful next time and not be seen again. Why do I feel like there will be a next time? Xiao Chusheng himself was in a mess. The fact that Xiao Chusheng was not troubled by old Lu was actually related to his good grades. Although his grades are not at the top, they are almost there. As a teacher, you will generally have a higher tolerance for good students. After running to the toilet to flush the water, Xiao Chusheng returned to the classroom, but saw a strange scene outside the classroom. A certain silly beauty looked cool and aloof, but she kept looking at their class stealthily. Naturally, this scene was also noticed by the classmates, but no one dared to go over and talk to her. She is Qi Shanshan, the cool and aloof school beauty. In the eyes of many people, she is aloof and difficult to get along with. Xiao Chusheng was speechless. He went over and dragged the guy away in front of everyone. Everyone looked at each other in shock. It seems like there is something going on between the school beauty and Xiao Chusheng. Chapter 22, There are people who are better than you, why should I choose you? Xiao Chusheng pulled her under the stairs. This place was a good place to hide people. Many young couples hid under there and hugged each other. What are you doing? Why are you here instead of going to your own class? Xiao Chusheng asked her. The silly beauty nodded timidly and said in a low voice, Eat. Xiao Chusheng thought he had heard it wrong. Eat? What are you eating at this time? Noon. After a moment's pause, he understood. You want to have lunch with me at noon? The stupid beauty nodded repeatedly, which made Xiao Chusheng feel as if after bullying a mentally retarded person, this guy still stuck to him. Is this considered pua? I feel inexplicably guilty. Okay, then you come. Oh no, let's meet at the school gate. Xiao Chusheng changed his words because he remembered that there was also Lin Shi. After settling her down, Xiao Chusheng returned to the classroom, but as soon as he entered, he became the focus of the whole class. There's no way. In the eyes of others, he is hooked up with the campus belle of Qi University, so it's hard for him to keep a low profile. This time no one gossiped anymore because the facts were right in front of them. Although some people still don't believe it, or even refuse to accept it. Why? Why can this guy get a girl like Cheetah's campus beauty? But I just thought about it in my mind and didn't say it out loud. Back to his seat, Su Hai came over again in a sly manner and made ambiguous looks at Xiao Chusheng. Tell me quickly, I want to see how you can deny it now. The campus beauty of Qi University came to your house in person. How did you win her over? Before Xiao Chusheng could say anything, an uninvited guest arrived. Zhang Jiayi stood in front of his desk with a conflicted expression on her face, as if she wanted to ask something. Seeing this, Su Hai shut up and left. He didn't want to get involved. After all, as someone who had lived together for more than 10 years in the previous life, he naturally knew what kind of personality Zhang Jiayi had. He was a little conceited and proud, and Xiao Chusheng gave up on his confession at the critical moment. It is not so easy to let go of this matter. The appearance of silly beauty undoubtedly accelerated this process. You, Qi Shanshan and Zhang Jiayi pursed your lips, as if you were struggling with how to ask. In this life, Xiao Chusheng didn't want to have any more involvement with Zhang Jiayi. After all, he knew it was a wrong relationship and he didn't want to experience it again. Moreover, he didn't have any extra time to think about an insignificant person like her. So to cut the Gordian knot, Xiao Chusheng nodded directly. Yes, it's what you think. Zhang Jiayi was petrified on the spot as if struck by lightning. But haven't you always liked me? Her tone was full of disbelief, and she didn't know if she was in confusion. When were you and her? Xiao Chusheng was already a little impatient and interrupted. This has nothing to do with you. I did like you before, but I thought it through and it seems that you and I are really not suitable. Isn't that what you meant? So I decided to give up. Well, that stupid one, Qi Shanshan, is more suitable for me. I almost blurted out the word idiot, but luckily I reacted quickly. Zhang Jiayi's eyes flickered, and she looked like she was about to cry. She was like this many times when they had conflicts in her previous life. Xiao Chusheng felt distressed at first, but gradually he became immune to it. So Xiao Chusheng felt nothing in his heart. This is how it is when you stop loving someone. When Zhang Jiayi saw that Xiao Chusheng really had no reaction to her, her heart only felt even more painful. It was just a little bit short. If you just confessed once more, I would agree to it, but why? I regret it. Zhang Jiayi bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. Can you give me another chance? But Xiao Chusheng shook his head. No need, I have figured it out, and I don't have any feelings for you anymore. Besides, Qi Shanshan is better than you in every way. I really have no reason to look back. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. The most direct way to reject someone is to tell her that there are people better than you, so why should she wait for you? Zhang Jiayi couldn't bear it any longer, so she turned around and lay down on her seat and started crying. Xiao Chusheng just watched silently, his heart already numb. This kind of scene has happened countless times in my previous life. Maybe two people who are not suitable for each other are forced to be together. That's it. As for whether he had any resentment towards her, Xiao Chusheng thought that he did not have any. Because Zhang Jiayi didn't actually do anything, and he didn't follow Zhang Jiayi like a dog or anything like that. She is just an ordinary girl with some ambition, who wants to live the life she wants in Shanghai after graduation. But the economy was developing too fast. No matter how hard she tried, the money she earned could not keep up with the rising housing prices. Xiao Chusheng realized that he couldn't go on like this, so he started his own business. At first, Zhang Jiayi was supportive because her family required the man to have a house and a car in Shanghai. The initial investment in starting a business was a bottomless pit. All of Xiao Chusheng's savings from work and the money donated by Lao Xiao were put into it. There was a time when Xiao Chusheng lived in extreme poverty and even had difficulty getting food. Because they couldn't see the future, the two had more and more conflicts and quarrels. Pain is probably the most common feeling that their relationship gives Xiao Chusheng. During Xiao Chusheng's most difficult period, Zhang Jiayi's work in Shanghai also ran into problems. During that period, Xiao Chusheng was so busy that he did not return home at night, and the couple's financial and emotional conditions reached the worst stage. It was at that time that Zhang Jiayi returned to her hometown and found a job there. After that, Xiao Chusheng took time to visit her in her hometown several times, but each time was not pleasant. Zhang Jiayi asked Xiao Chusheng to give up his business, and her family asked Xiao Chusheng's parents to take out a loan to buy a wedding house in Shanghai. Otherwise, I would not agree to their marriage. But in fact, their relationship was already on the edge of a cliff. Recalling every little detail of his past life, Xiao Chusheng really couldn't find any moment that could make him feel happy. It's a mess. This is the relationship between him and Zhang Jiayi. In fact, if you think about it carefully, since he started his business, the person who has been running around with him all the time is Lin Shi. Lin Shi has been doing a lot of hard work. Just like now, Lin Shi can help him push the barbecue cart behind him without caring about her image. But Zhang Jiayi would never condescend to do those things like Lin Shi. She feels that she is a girl and has the self-esteem of a girl. The two people have very different personalities. Lin Shi is probably like a woman who truly shares the hardships with Xiao Chusheng. If he had to choose to live his life over again, Xiao Chusheng would be with Lin Shi without hesitation. Because she deserves it. Of course, Zhang Jiayi cannot understand these things now. After all, she is just a student who has not experienced the harshness of society. "You beast, why don't you go and comfort her?" Suhai asked in a low voice, a little entangled. "No need." Chapter 23, Save where you can and spend where you can, ride a bicycle to visit a bar. Now Xiao Chusheng has realized that one-sided love will not produce any results. This was the kind of relationship he had with Zhang Jiayi in his previous life. Xiao Chusheng is working unilaterally for their future, while Zhang Jiayi is just waiting to enjoy the results of Xiao Chusheng's efforts. And then, she didn't get to wait for the future that Xiao Chusheng had prepared for her. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but laugh at himself. Looking back on his past life, it seemed that there were no memories worth remembering between him and Zhang Jiayi. It is the saddest thing that their experience can be summed up in a few words. Zhang Jiayi did not disturb him again in the next 2 hours, but his classmates would look at Xiao Chusheng from time to time. Many people know about what happened between these two people, but now Xiao Chusheng, the person involved, doesn't want to play anymore. The key is that after he stopped playing, this guy turned around and hooked up with the campus beauty. How can he be justified? So, don't be fooled by the fact that these people in the class look like they are just watching a show. In fact, some people have been gritting their teeth for a long time. The reason is very simple. Although Zhang Jiayi is not as good as the silly beauty Qi Shanshan, her appearance is still good. Before, Xiao Chusheng had been pursuing Zhang Jiayi, so other people didn't dare to interfere. What about now? You took the school beauty away, so Zhang Jiayi should belong to us, right? At this point, many people already feel that they have a chance and are eager to try. However, these have nothing to do with Xiao Chusheng. In this life, he just wants to stay away from this woman who left him with only pain in his memories in his previous life. As the bell rang at 11:30, the students rushed out like hungry wolves who had not eaten for 3 days. "You beast, go and eat." Su Hairo came to Xiao Chusheng to make a dinner appointment as usual, but this time he was rejected. "I have something to do recently and have an appointment. I'll wait until I'm done with this busy period." Xiao Chusheng said this and then disappeared. Su Hai was left scratching his head, muttering to himself, "Made a date?" There was another person who was also watching Xiao Chusheng leaving, and that was Zhang Jiayi. Perhaps it was what Xiao Chusheng said to her and his resolute figure that made Zhang Jiayi completely lose her appetite. Xiao Chusheng jogged all the way and soon arrived at the school gate. As expected, I saw Lin Shi and the stupid beauty beside her from a distance. Although Xiao Chusheng did not tell Qi Shanshan that Lin Shi would also be coming, as expected, they really met. Xiao Chusheng didn't say anything, just waved at the two of them, "Let's go." When they walked together, they attracted the attention of passers-by and the rate of turning back was very high. After all, two beauties together are very pleasing to the eyes. In terms of appearance, the two are equally matched and can be considered beauties of different types. It feels like there is a mature lady on one side and a young junior school girl on the other. But I don't know if this silly beauty is overnourished because of being raised in luxury, so she actually looks quite big. The pure high school girl who is 170 centimeters tall, of course, refers to her height, not her weight. But the more this happens, the more he gives people the feeling of a fool, a big idiot. When three people walked together, only this guy looked out of place, which was very awkward. After all, Xiao Chusheng has just started his financial life and cannot afford to waste time on food. Although the food in the school cafeteria tastes average, it is really cheap. After ordering 3 servings of rice, the 3 of them found a seat by the window and started eating. Lin Shi tacitly did not ask why Qi Shanshan was also there. The silly beauty herself did not think about these things. Perhaps her brain capacity was not enough to support her thinking about things that were too profound. However, as he ate, Xiao Chusheng always felt that something didn't taste right. Why are these people looking at us? He was speechless. Aren't these 2 people prettier? Is it really that serious? Why do you act like you've never seen a woman before? Now Xiao Chusheng and the other 2 were treated like rare animals. All the students passing by would stop and take a look at them, and some even whispered something to the people around them. This situation was caused by the rumors spread by Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. Someone witnessed them coming out of the hotel together, and now they are having dinner together, which naturally confirms the rumor. Naturally, it attracted a lot of onlookers. Of course, Lin Shi's existence adds a bit of mystery to this rumor. The students watching were all curious about who Lin Shi was and why she was having dinner with them. And because Lin Shi's appearance is not inferior to Qi Shanshan, many people speculate whether Lin Shi is Qi Shanshan's sister. After all, Xiao Chusheng had brought the campus beauty of Qi University into the hotel, so it was not surprising that he was visited by Qi Shanshan's family. After hastily finishing the meal, the 3 of them fled. After leaving the school gate, Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath. I wanted to save some food expenses, it seems I have to go out in the future. Lin Shi followed and giggled, what? Aren't you thick-skinned? Is this not enough? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes at her. Even if you are thick-skinned, you can't stand being treated like a monkey by the crowd. Didn't you see that those men's eyes are about to spit fire? You have 2 beauties all to yourself, someone must be jealous. Lin Shi smiled evilly and said, if beating people is not against the law, you would have been beaten to death long ago. Xiao Chusheng felt that she was right. Many people came here for these 2 guys. Beautiful women are also a kind of resource, everyone wants to have them. The fact that he hooked up with the idiot Qi Shanshan had already angered everyone. Now there is another one following him, someone must be unhappy. Even though Lin Shi didn't look like they were the same age, those people didn't know the relationship between Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng. But those people don't care about this. Okay, let us go, let us do something at noon. Xiao Chusheng was too lazy to dwell on these things and planned to leave with Lin Shi. But after walking a few steps, I found that there was a stupid beauty following me silently without saying a word. Suddenly, Xiao Chusheng felt a little headache. Lin Shi naturally noticed this, so she asked tentatively, Shanshan, do you want to join us? Qi Shanshan nodded repeatedly. Xiao Chusheng scratched his hair and made up his mind, okay, you can follow me, but don't run around. It will be very troublesome if you get lost. He was not worried that this guy would say something wrong. After all, in the eyes of others, Qi Shanshan was a cold and aloof school beauty who was synonymous with silence and silence. Seeing Xiao Chusheng take a taxi directly, Lin Shi was very surprised. You are trying to save money on meals, so how can you afford a taxi? Save where you should, spend where you should, ride a bike to go to the bar. Time is the most precious resource right now. It doesn't matter what you eat, but taking a taxi can save time. Lin Shi was stunned by Xiao Chusheng's sophistry, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it made sense. But she was curious, why are you in such a hurry? Even if you want to make money, you shouldn't be in a hurry for just 1 or 2 days, right? Xiao Chusheng was speechless, he didn't know how to explain. Apart from anything else, it's just a day or 2 away. In this day and age, a few hundred or a few $1,000s, as long as it is managed well, may bring a return rate of 100 or even 1,000 times in the future. Chapter 24 You Are Mine, I made the decision unilaterally. Peer? Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were brought to the dock by Xiao Chusheng and were both very surprised. What are we doing here? Lin Shi was really curious about what was going on in Xiao Chusheng's mind. Yesterday he was running a barbecue stall, and today he was at the dock. Xiao Chusheng didn't explain. He looked around and finally found the target. Brother, wait, do you supply oysters to private individuals? Xiao Chusheng stopped a shirtless uncle. The uncle was moving box after box of seafood out of the container. Xiao Chusheng was just trying his luck because the containers of imported seafood often have a wider variety of products. In 2007, domestic oyster farming had not yet reached a large scale, the price was actually very expensive, and the quality was average. The uncle was a little surprised when he was stopped. Oyster? Is that it? Xiao Chusheng looked in the direction he pointed and saw rows of low-temperature freezers with the word oyster written on them. Xiao Chusheng recognized it at a glance. It was this thing. It seemed to be from New Zealand. At that time, eating this thing was not so popular in China, and foreigners generally did not eat it much, so the import price was very cheap. Of course, this is the price when it is imported into the customs. Once it reaches the seafood market, it will be a different price. This is also the reason why Xiao Chusheng went to the dock and robbed the goods directly, just to get it at the lowest cost. We have to ask our supervisor. This uncle is just a porter and can't make the decision. So Xiao Chusheng asked where their supervisor's office was and went straight up to find him. The supervisor in charge of containers had a mustache and looked to be in his 40s. He was quite surprised to see Xiao Chusheng. However, the other party did not show anything. After all, there are many young people of this age running business. 2007 was different from the later eras when there were college students everywhere. Many young people started earning money to support their families after graduating from high school. Oysters? The man with the mustache touched his chin, looking puzzled. Not many people buy this, right? It's only supplied to the market and big hotels. Yes, I just want to try a different way of selling it. Do you think it can be sold? Xiao Chusheng pretended to be simple and honest. Lin Shi was right beside them, not saying a word. In fact, she had never been exposed to this kind of situation before, so she could only follow and learn. The man with a mustache took the cigarette from Xiao Chusheng and was surprised for a moment when he saw it was still Huazi. Suddenly, he looked at Xiao Chusheng with a different look. Few young people would be willing to smoke this thing. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. In principle, it is not possible. All of this is recorded, but if the quantity you want is not large, it is not impossible to negotiate. Really? Xiao Chusheng was delighted, but he remained calm. How much can you give? Well, I'll take you to see, this thing has all kinds of prices. After saying that, the little mustache took Xiao Chusheng to the dock. The ones over there are the cheapest, and the ones further over are more expensive. A cheap box weighs 50 kilograms, with 300 to 400 pieces, and they are the smallest ones. This is the largest freezer box, absolutely first-hand goods, so Xiao Chusheng quickly said, I want this, let's sell it first and see how it goes. I want 3 boxes. If it sells well, I will order 3 boxes every day in the future. How about it? The man with a mustache didn't expect Xiao Chusheng to be so straightforward, so he nodded and lowered his voice. Okay, but don't tell anyone when you go out, understand? Xiao Chusheng immediately understood what he meant. It was obvious that the man with the mustache was planning to put the money from the boxes of oysters into his own pocket. This kind of thing is not uncommon in every industry. Xiao Chusheng is now a vested interest, so he naturally won't worry about it. Anyway, he didn't plan to make money from this all the time, so he would sell it as long as he could. Because it was a transaction that could not be made public, Xiao Chusheng only spent 200 yuan for the 3 boxes of oysters. The price is actually not that cheap, after all, he only bought a small quantity. Brother, I have an unwelcome request. Xiao Chusheng laughed twice. The mustached supervisor didn't care, you say. That's it. We don't have any way to keep food fresh. Can you help me deliver ice to this address every afternoon? Xiao Chusheng handed the note with the stupid beauty's home address to the mustache supervisor. The mustache supervisor took it and looked at it, feeling a little embarrassed. But he thought about it and decided to agree. Okay, if you give me 20 more yuan, I will drive my own car to you every afternoon. The supervisor with a small mustache had his own considerations. Xiao Chusheng came here every day. If someone with ulterior motives saw him and reported him, he would definitely be punished severely. Not only will you lose your salary and profit, but you may even lose your job. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng's request can help him reduce risks and earn more money for gas. Xiao Chusheng had no objection and nodded. Okay, then we'll leave first. After coming out of the dock, Lin Shi asked Xiao Chusheng, how are you going to sell that thing? Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously, roast them. I'll teach you tonight. $2 each, and there are more than 1,000. Think about the profit margin. Lin Shi's eyes lit up, but she was still skeptical. But I haven't seen many people eating it, is it really that easy to sell? Look at mine. Xiao Chusheng didn't tell Lin Shi about his plan. Oysters were indeed not easy to sell in 2007. But that's because people Haven Tea discovered the business opportunities here. You know, in China, no matter what the product is, as long as you put the word aphrodisiac on it, sales will definitely skyrocket. Anyway, you just wait in the afternoon, and after you get the goods, we can get the car over together. Isn't it easy? Xiao Chusheng raised the corner of his mouth. In fact, he felt sorry for letting Lin Shi, with her frail body, pull the barbecue cart by herself, but now was a special period and she had no choice. It can only be said that there is a reward for every effort. In this life, Xiao Chusheng will give Lin Shi all the best things. Lin Shi was not so hypocritical and agreed directly. How could this be considered hard work? It was even worse than when she was working as a part-time worker, and she earned so much more. After saying that, Xiao Chusheng took the two girls to yesterday's wholesale market to buy other barbecue ingredients. The quantity purchased this time was based on yesterday's sales. There is no need to worry even if they can't be sold out, because the silly beauty has a refrigerator at home, and if the quantity is not large, she can just stockpile it. The ratio of chili powder is like this, you can adjust it yourself. Xiao Chusheng taught Lin Shi the recipe ratio without hesitation. Lin Shi teased, "Aren't you afraid that I will use your recipe to start my own business?" Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, you are mine." Lin Shi pouted, "How am I yours? I didn't agree to it. This is my unilateral decision. You have no right to refuse." So domineering. Although she complained, Lin Shi felt inexplicably safe in her heart. The two even ignored the fact that there was a stupid beauty following them silently. Chapter 25. Lin Shi is a beautiful lady who only plays high-end games. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng felt someone pulling the corner of his clothes. Both of them turned their heads out of curiosity and saw a certain stupid beauty looking at him pitifully. Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng were both silent for a while. Qi Shanshan, this silly beauty, made people feel like an abandoned stray dog. Very pitiful. Ahem, I almost forgot about you. Xiao Chusheng was also a little embarrassed, but he still asked her, "Will you come again in the evening?" Then I saw Qi Shanshan nodding quickly and hurriedly. Lin Shi stared at Qi Shanshan meaningfully, with a different meaning flashing in her eyes. The frozen products and fresh vegetables bought from the wholesale market were delivered to Qi Shanshan's home refrigerator. This idiot had no sense of defense against them and just gave the key to the house to Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to scold this idiot, but didn't know how to start. It was Lin Shi who stood up and pulled the guy over and warned him, "Don't trust others so much in the future, okay? We may not harm you, but others may not." The silly beauty hummed woodenly, and it was unclear whether she took Lin Shi's words to heart. Xiao Chusheng shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. "Anyway, I'll leave it to you this afternoon." Xiao Chusheng sighed, feeling a little uncomfortable. "It's hard for you to do these hard labors." Xiao Chusheng felt a little sorry. However, Lin Shi didn't think there was anything wrong. She smiled and said self-deprecatingly, "There's nothing I can do to help you anyway, so it's just right to do these." When Xiao Chusheng heard her self-mockery, he stared at her with burning eyes and denied it. "Don't say that, you just haven't waited for the right place for you, your battlefield is not here." Lin Shi was stunned by what Xiao Chusheng said. This boy seemed to know her better than she did. In fact, it is true. Xiao Chusheng does understand Lin Shi better than she does now. You have to know that Lin Shi's true gifts and abilities in her previous life only gradually emerged after they started their business. It wasn't very obvious at first, until the company grew stronger. It was also at that time that Xiao Chusheng realized that Lin Shi might be that kind of true top genius. By chance, he took Lin Shi to take an IQ test, and only then did he know that Lin Shi actually had an IQ of 163. She is a beautiful girl named Lin Shi, and she only plays high-end games. Businesses like the current physical industries that basically rely on physical labor and interpersonal relationships are not enough for Lin Shi to display her abilities. Of course, even so, Lin Shi still showed her extraordinary learning ability from time to time. For example, the control of the heat for the barbecue skewers last night. Xiao Chusheng had no idea how many times he had failed to control the temperature before he could barely get it to the level that could be used for the stall. But what about Lin Shi? She was watching from the side, and even though Xiao Chusheng was explaining it, it couldn't be that fast. It's outrageous that she has reached the point where she can barely replace Xiao Chusheng in just one night. There was also her memory, the ratio of chili powder, the money used to buy things, and the phone number of the manager of the dock. This guy didn't even need to write it down, he just memorized it in his head. It can also do mental arithmetic, just like a humanoid computer. However, Xiao Chusheng did not tell Lin Shi how strong she actually was. After all, it was not the right time yet. He needed to slowly guide Lin Shi and let her completely enter the battlefield that suited her. As for whether Lin Shi will leave him or betray him one day, Xiao Chusheng just laughed it off. There was no such possibility at all. Lin Shi is different. The relationship between them is more like a mutual redemption. The three of them skewered a lot of meat and vegetables together at the stupid beauty's house, just to prepare for the evening. But Qi Shanshan was a little stupid after all, and the stick pierced her hand, and blood oozed from the wound. Her eyes were full of tears, and she looked like she was about to cry but was forcing herself to hold it back. This scene made Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi feel distressed, especially Xiao Chusheng, who couldn't bear to see it. I quickly looked for toilet paper to stop her bleeding. Do you have any band-aids at home? Where are they? The silly beauty sniffed and pointed at the box on the bookshelf. Lin Shi understood and hurried over, and indeed found the band-aid. It was just a surprise that it was a whole box. Is this your family's cupcake sticker factory? Why do you make so many? Xiao Chusheng was shocked. I used to get hurt a lot. The silly beauty grumbled in a low voice. Xiao Chusheng was speechless and didn't know what to say. After the bleeding stopped, she put a band-aid on the wound. You'd better stop doing this and go sit aside first. Xiao Chusheng could only say. The two looked at Qi Shanshan sitting aside, looking at their fingers with band-aids on them and still sniffling. She still looked like she wanted to cry but was holding it back, as if it was really painful. But does it really hurt that much? Both of them were unsure. If you want to cry, just cry. It's not good to hold it in. Xiao Chusheng said tentatively. Lin Shi nodded. She felt very uncomfortable seeing Qi Shanshan like this. However, what the stupid beauty said next made Xiao Chusheng and the other man look cold. But Aunt Zhang said that I was not allowed to cry or she would beat me. Xiao Chusheng did not hide any things about the stupid beauty's family from Lin Shi, such as the stepmother who killed Qi Shanshan's biological mother. The information contained in the stupid beauty's words has already explained something. That's right, Aunt Zhang, referring to the stepmother of the stupid beauty, whose name is Zhang Ting. Apparently, in previous years, when the silly beauty cried, her stepmother, Zhang Ting, bullied her many times and even forbade her to cry. What will a little girl's personality become in this kind of growing environment? Timid? Cowardly? Low self-esteem? Xiao Chusheng seemed to know where this guy's social phobia came from. It was all the work of that vicious woman. Xiao Chusheng seemed to think that the most vicious curse that the stupid beauty had cast on Zhang Ting before her rebirth was very reasonable. And this is just one of the little things. He wasn't even allowed to cry. It was hard to imagine what else Zhang Ting could have done to this idiot that was more excessive. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi feel sad. Especially Lin Shi, she could empathize even more. In fact, these two guys are somewhat similar in terms of experience. It's just that one side is the stepmother and the other side is the adoptive parents. But the difference is that none of them received the family love they deserved. Xiao Chusheng suppressed the anger in his heart and vowed to make both families pay the price one day. Fortunately, we have him now. Sure, come on, I'll take you somewhere. Xiao Chusheng looked at the time and thought it was about time, so he said to Lin Shi. Ha? Where are you going? Lin Shi was puzzled. Get you some bodyguards. Chapter 26 Such a big girl. Along the way, the idiot Qi Shanshan held Lin Shi tightly and refused to let go, making Lin Shi exhausted. Mainly when they were at home, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi let this guy cry as much as he wanted. This idiot has been suppressing too much in these years, so he needs to release it. As a result, this guy hugged Lin Shi and cried to his heart's content. Until now, she seemed to be completely attached to Lin Shi. Why do I have a sense of déjà vu for some reason? Xiao Chusheng has a complicated expression. What is this sense of déjà vu? Lin Shi touched Qi Shanshan, who was holding her, and asked in confusion. Xiao Chusheng hesitated to speak, but finally said, "We seem to have a daughter this big." Lin Shi's expression froze, and for a moment, she actually felt that it was right. But the idiot Qi Shanshan never thought about these things. Where are we going? Lin Shi was a little hesitant when she saw Xiao Chusheng taking the two of them to an alley where few people went. Come on, you'll find out soon enough. Xiao Chusheng led the way with an expressionless face. In fact, he was not sure whether he could find that person here, so he decided to try his luck. But my impression is that he should still be in this area in the past few years. As we went deeper, we saw a few smart young men, or thugs. Xiao Chusheng was sure that this was the place. Lin Shi subconsciously grabbed Xiao Chusheng's clothes. After all, any normal girl would be scared. Xiao Chusheng's face remained calm as he asked several people, "Is Binzi here?" The few energetic young men probably didn't expect Xiao Chusheng to actually talk to them. They were stunned for a moment, but still pointed behind them, inside. Xiao Chusheng nodded and continued to walk inside with the two women. A few energetic young men looked at each other in surprise when they saw Xiao Chusheng and others just go in. Brother Bin's friend? I don't know, but those two girls are really pretty. Yes. Xiao Chusheng and the other two continued to walk inside and met many energetic young men, but no one stopped them. In the eyes of these people, anyone who can come here must have something to do. After all, they are the dregs of society, and others keep their distance from them. Who would take the initiative to provoke them? Xiao Chusheng must have his own purpose and plan for finding this place. When he reached the deepest part of the alley, he finally saw the person he was looking for. Binzi. Xiao Chusheng directly called him Binzi, and Chen Bin was stunned. Is that you who called me Binzi? Call me Brother Bin. Before Chen Bin could say anything, one of his younger brothers jumped out to defend him. But after this guy defended Chen Bin, his lustful eyes fell on Lin Shi and Shi Shanshan. This guy teased the two of them in a very frivolous tone. Wow, girl is so pretty, do you want to play with your brothers? Xiao Chusheng frowned, and without further ado, he grabbed the guy's few hairs. Without hesitation, he slammed it hard against the wall. The whole process happened so fast that not only Chen Bin, but even Lin Shi and Shi Shanshan were unable to react. You are in someone else's territory, how dare you be so arrogant? Chen Bin did not expect that this boy who seemed to be a student in front of him could be so cruel. Xiao Chusheng pressed down on the gangster's head and hit it several times before letting go. This guy's forehead was covered in blood, which was scary, but actually it was nothing serious. Although Xiao Chusheng's attacks were ruthless and loud, he actually didn't use much strength. What he wanted was to intimidate these people. They are not something people like you are qualified to dream about, understand? After saying that, Xiao Chusheng set his eyes on Chen Bin. I have something to talk to you about. Chen Bin's eyes darkened, and his tone was very unfriendly. Boy, you came to my territory and beat my people, aren't you a little arrogant? You have to give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise you can't leave today. Xiao Chusheng stared at him intently. Confession? No, I said, I have something to talk to you about. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay, tell me about your story. If you can't give me an explanation, you can't leave today. Lin Shi and Shi Shanshan were already scared silly. Xiao Chusheng wanted to find a few bodyguards before coming here, but who would have thought that you would come to a place like this to find them? From now on, you all will follow me. Xiao Chusheng said this calmly, leaving everyone stunned. Chen Bin was immediately amused and pointed at himself subconsciously. You want me to follow you? Xiao Chusheng nodded seriously and pointed at Lin Shi. For this month, you follow her every day and protect her well. Starting next month, I will give you a job. Work? Hearing these two words, Chen Bin no longer had any contempt for Xiao Chusheng in his eyes. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Yes, it's work, but let me make it clear first, I have requirements for selecting people. First of all, they have to be trustworthy, and then you have to restrain your ruffian nature. Oh, yes, I don't want this guy. He was referring to the guy who was knocked down on the spot by him for molesting Lin Shi and two other girls. Chen Bin hesitated, took out a cigarette box from his pocket, lit a cigarette and started puffing smoke, as if he was thinking about the truthfulness of Xiao Chusheng's words. The remaining energetic young men were also whispering, and it was obvious that they had some obsession with the word work. You want to pay us wages? Chen Bin asked after thinking for a while. Xiao Chusheng nodded. If you work you will have money, that's for sure. Is it a lot? A man standing next to Chen Bin asked subconsciously. Xiao Chusheng glanced at him with disdain. What do you think? Definitely not much. Then why should we give you a job? He was immediately unhappy. Xiao Chusheng chuckled twice. Excuse me for being blunt, but you think you don't deserve a lot of money, you scum of society? Hiss. Lin Shi was so scared that she quickly grabbed Xiao Chusheng's arm. She was stunned. How could Xiao Chusheng dare to do that? He started beating people up as soon as he came up, and now he's even more violent, pointing at their noses and cursing at them. Isn't this asking for a beating? As expected, Xiao Chusheng's highly insulting words caused an uproar. These young men were immediately furious and wanted to rush up to teach Xiao Chusheng a lesson. Only Chen Bin, the boss, was calmer. Xiao Chusheng still looked calm and composed, as if everything was under control. He chuckled twice. What, you don't accept it? Then let me ask you, what can you do? What are your abilities? Why do you think you, the scum of society, can get more money than others? A series of questions left these energetic young men speechless. Seeing that the time had come, Xiao Chusheng changed the subject. Remember, how much money you can make determines how much ability you have. This is the rule of this world. But I will give you a chance. I won't promise you a lot of money, but as long as you have the ability, I can let you support your family, or even become a little rich. There will be no problem. He looked at Chen Bin, staring into his eyes. I've given you a chance. Think carefully. Do you want to continue to be a scum of society, being detained every now and then for fighting, and not being able to pay for the treatment of your seriously ill mother, or do you want to follow me? I won't promise you anything. What you can get is up to you. Chapter 27 Beauty is also a resource. After Xiao Chusheng said this, Chen Bin fell silent. In fact, what he said is true, because this is exactly what happened in his previous life. At that time, Chen Bin's mother suffered from acute cerebral hemorrhage. He was uneducated and just wasted his time. All the money in the family was not enough to pay for his mother's medical treatment. Some relatives were willing to give him some money, while others just stood by and watched. In the end, Chen Bin almost collapsed. He knocked on doors and knelt down in front of people, hoping to beg for 100 yuan or so for medical expenses. His knees were bloody. At that time, Xiao Chusheng couldn't bear it, so he took out 5,000 yuan and gave it to him. Later, Chen Bin's mother was out of danger, and Chen Bin turned over a new leaf and found a decent job. Is this the end of the story? Actually, not really. One time, Xiao Chusheng was discussing business with Lin Shi. Lin Shi was so beautiful that the boss of the other side took a fancy to her. He acted like a boss and called a group of people to try to keep Lin Shi. Although Xiao Chusheng was able to fight at that time, it was still very difficult. At the critical moment, Chen Bin appeared out of nowhere and beat the boss half to death with his brute force. Later, Xiao Chusheng found out that Chen Bin was working as a waiter in the hotel where the business was being discussed. Because of this incident, Chen Bin lost his job and was imprisoned for half a year. Later, after he came out, he started tinkering with computer accessories and seemed to have made some money. But Xiao Chusheng had no idea what happened afterwards, because his business was getting bigger and bigger, and the level became different, so he never encountered it again. Xiao Chusheng had his own considerations for approaching Chen Bin now. Chen Bin remembered the 5,000 yuan favor he showed him in his previous life and was willing to go to jail to repay the favor. This proves that this person at least knows how to repay kindness and has the so-called code of conduct. Furthermore, no matter how bad he was in the past, for the sake of his old mother, he would kneel down to every family. People like this value friendship and at least have a bottom line and can be trusted. Of course, vision and pattern will determine how far a person can go. People like Chen Bin have limited abilities and may not be able to make a lot of money, but Xiao Chusheng doesn't mind that. He is willing to let Chen Bin earn a small amount of money within his ability, or even beyond his ability. That's why he came here today. Chen Bin is undoubtedly a smart man, otherwise he would have impulsively kicked Xiao Chusheng out long ago. As for whether he can defeat Xiao Chusheng, that is another matter. In fact, Xiao Chusheng had no doubt that he must have the ability and personal charm to become the leader in this area. Chen Bin finished smoking a cigarette in silence, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath. Okay, I'll follow you. As soon as Chen Bin said this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and the energetic young man looked at Chen Bin in disbelief. Brother Bin. Don't say anything, I have made up my mind, he will be the boss from now on. Chen Bin immediately interrupted his younger brother. No, do you think this is gangsterism? Xiao Chusheng had a strange expression. I will lead you to do serious business, from now on you have to put away your second-rate temperament and call me boss. Chen Bin smiled and asked cheerfully, Boss, what's your name? Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy got into the role so quickly. Xiao Chusheng was not surprised. As for me, Xiao Chusheng, you can call me Boss Xiao, and this is your boss lady, Lin Shi, you can just call me boss lady. Xiao Chusheng introduced Lin Shi to them. After all, the target they wanted to protect was Lin Shi. What about me? A certain stupid beauty suddenly jumped out. Xiao Chusheng raised his eyebrows, pressed the guy's head and pushed her back. You guys can just watch and scream at this guy. This scene made the energetic young men laugh, but in fact many people cast ambiguous glances at him. In their opinion, Xiao Chusheng might be a big boss, and it is normal for a big boss to have girls everywhere. They have also seen the world and know what rich people are like. Alright, go to this address to find her this afternoon. Xiao Chusheng gave Chen Bin an address, and then left with Lin Shi and the stupid beauty. Chen Bin looked at the piece of paper thoughtfully. A younger brother came over and asked him, "Brother Bin, do you really want to hang out with him?" Chen Bin nodded, "Yes, he is right, we can't go on like this, maybe this is an opportunity to change our fate." He saw very clearly that sometimes a small opportunity, if seized, could change one's life. Many of these people don't really want to fall into depravity, but they just don't see hope for the future. For people like Xiao Chusheng, this era is full of opportunities to lead to the golden road. But for most ordinary people, ability and vision will be the shackles that bind them throughout their lives. The meager per capita salary in Hangzhou these days and the housing price of nearly 10,000 yuan per square meter make every ordinary person anxious all the time. After coming out of the alley, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan gasped for breath. Xiao Chusheng's actions just now were so scary that they almost scared to death. "So this is the bodyguard you mentioned?" Lin Shi couldn't believe it. "Yes, we don't have enough money to hire professional bodyguards now, and there is no need to find professionals for such a small occasion, so we can only make empty promises." Xiao Chusheng said it so matter-of-factly that Lin Shi was speechless. This person can make big promises so confidently? Oh, I almost forgot, I was deceived by his big cake. Xiao Chusheng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Capitalists are all black-hearted, and getting something for nothing is a skill. Even though this cake of mine is a drawing, I can make it real. Then you don't need to bring us in, right? Aren't you afraid of something happening? If a fight breaks out, we are all weak girls, not only can we not help you, but we may even hold you back. Lin Shi was very curious, and didn't they almost fight because of us just now? Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Shi suspiciously. Weak? Are you sure? He had seen this guy's fierce side. If Xiao Chusheng dared to kill someone, this guy would swiftly hand over the knife. This was a fact and was no joke. In her previous life, Lin Shi always carried a weapon with her after Chen Bin went to jail. Ahem, actually, I have my own considerations on this matter. Xiao Chusheng coughed twice and explained. You only see that you can't help in any way except that you are pretty, but that's not the case. Oh? Then what else can we do for you? Lin Shi raised her eyebrows, very curious. Even the silly beauty blinked her clear and silly little eyes, full of curiosity. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly. Yes, you are beautiful, but you are not completely useless. You have to know that in this society, beauty is also a skill, and beautiful women are also a resource. Ha? So you're planning to hand us over if you can't defeat us? Xiao Chusheng had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Isn't this some weird train of thought? Chapter 28. The main theme is companionship. Ah? Isn't it? Lin Shi pretended to be surprised. In fact, she knew that Xiao Chusheng would never hand them over, so she said this on purpose. But she did want to know what else Xiao Chusheng was considering, so she looked at Xiao Chusheng with curiosity. Of course not. It is true that beautiful women are a resource, but most of the time not everyone is entitled to enjoy this resource. If a person can enjoy one, it is considered quite amazing, but what about having two at the same time? His question made Lin Shi stunned, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at Qi Shanshan who was following behind her. She was indeed very beautiful. If a woman like this could be obtained, it would drive countless men crazy, right? Lin Shi is actually a little bit inferior about herself, which has something to do with her growing environment, so Lin Shi seldom looks in the mirror. But she had to admit that her appearance was the same. And Xiao Chusheng, who was able to get her, was the guy envied by countless men. At this moment, Lin Shi already understood Xiao Chusheng's idea, but she still asked tentatively, so you are using us to give them a psychological hint? To raise your rank invisibly? What a bullshit level, that's called level. Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes at her. Anyway, that's it. I see. Lin Shi has not really entered society yet, so he is not that familiar with these things about the human relationships and the ways of the world. And these are exactly what Xiao Chusheng has now. When he is combined with Lin Shi, who has an IQ that is off the charts, they are invincible. As they were talking, the three of them arrived at the school gate. They stood on the roadside, each holding an ice cream. After eating, Xiao Chusheng and the other two went into the school, while Lin Shi went back to the stupid beauty's house to continue processing the baking materials that would be used in the evening. This store is the source of startup capital for him and Lin Shi, and also the foundation, so it must be taken seriously in the early stages. Only with money in his pocket can Xiao Chusheng move forward with peace of mind. On the way to the classroom, a certain silly beauty followed Xiao Chusheng like a follower. Xiao Chusheng quickened his pace, and she also quickened her pace, and she couldn't get rid of him. To other students, this scene was like seeing a ghost. After all, that was Qi Shanshan, the cool school beauty. A cool school beauty actually took the initiative to chase a boy? This is unscientific. The students who knew that Xiao Chusheng had lunch with two beauties in the cafeteria at noon were not surprised and did not feel any wavering. When he was almost at the classroom, Xiao Chusheng suddenly stopped and turned around. The stupid beauty who was following him didn't have time to react and ran headfirst into Xiao Chusheng's arms. Hiss! The students around who witnessed this scene all gasped. This was the aloof school beauty Qi Shanshan, and she actually got into the arms of another boy? So envious, jealous, and hateful. However, the stupid beauty and Xiao Chusheng, the parties involved, didn't care about these details at all, especially the stupid beauty, who had only clear stupidity in her eyes. Well, if you want to go in the afternoon, just wait for me at the school gate, Xiao Chusheng told Qi Shanshan. Oh. Qi Shanshan responded, but had no intention of leaving. Xiao Chusheng was embarrassed. I'm going to my class, are we going the same way? His class and the stupid beauty's class were in completely opposite directions, but this idiot obviously followed Xiao Chusheng all the way and had no intention of leaving. So is this stupid enough to follow Xiao Chusheng to his class? Although it's not impossible. After hearing what he said, the stupid beauty also reacted, and said oh again, and turned to the direction of her class. Xiao Chusheng stayed where he was and looked at the messy direction where the stupid beauty left. How come she hadn't been fooled for so long? Is it true that being cool is the best disguise? Shaking his head helplessly, he entered his class silently. He arrived at school on time, so the classroom was almost full. Xiao Chusheng is now a news figure. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately became the focus of the class. Even though he had seen all kinds of big scenes in his previous life, he still couldn't stand it. So what? When passing by Zhang Jiayi's seat, Xiao Chusheng noticed that Zhang Jiayi was in a bad mood, her eyes were a little swollen, and there were obvious signs of crying on her face. But he didn't feel any heartache at all, nor did he have any sympathy at all. This made Xiao Chusheng sigh. It is true that when you stop loving someone, your heart will become hard as stone. He is still a student now, although for his situation, academic qualifications may not be important anymore. But this is the necessary process, and life will always be incomplete without this part. For Xiao Chusheng in this life, any institution of higher learning will only be a foil for him. As long as he goes to a school, the school will be proud of him, but there is no possibility that he needs to be proud of being a student of a certain school. So as long as you don't go to a bad place, it's fine. But he is currently still inclined towards the School of Finance, mainly for Lin Shi, and the main purpose is to provide her with companionship. Come to think of it, who is my current deskmate? Xiao Chusheng's memory is still confused these 2 days. He was able to find his seat when he came to the classroom before because there were only 2 seats empty at that time. When I got closer, I saw his name written on the book. The seat next to him didn't even have a book, so he really had no impression of it. He was very surprised that he hadn't seen anyone sitting here in the past 2 days. But if you ask others who is here, it seems very weird. After thinking about it, Xiao Chusheng suddenly had an idea, and he quietly poked Su Hai in front of him. What's wrong with you, beast? Su Hai was puzzled. When do you think he will be back? Xiao Chusheng pointed to the empty seat next to him. Su Hai was stunned. How would I know? Such a big thing happened in Shirley's family, she might not even come back. Xiao Chusheng was stunned. Shirley? He recalled a somewhat bad memory that had been buried for many years. Lu Xueli was a girl with a very fashionable name. Because her name sounds similar to the Chinese character, her nickname is Sherry. Yes, that is the code name of Hybera AI in the brewery in Bleach. Xiao Chusheng sat at the same table with a girl named Shirley for a while, but later some changes happened in her family. Then she dropped out of school and never came back. I actually forgot about this matter. Xiao Chusheng was in a heavy mood. Chapter 29: The Time I Loved Him Most. This was the time when Lu Xueli's parents were in a car accident. Her father died on the spot and her mother had to have her limbs amputated. The driver, a single truck driver, died at the scene. In other words, there is no compensation at all. A man is the backbone of a family. When the father's backbone collapsed, Lu Shueli's family lost all financial resources. The medical expenses for my mother were frighteningly high, and we were burning money every day during that period. Lu Shueli, who didn't even have time to graduate, could only work desperately and even went into debt. It was not until Xiao Chusheng started his own business that he saw her when he returned to Hangzhou. At that time, Lu Shueli was so haggard that she was unrecognizable. It can be said that Lu Shueli experienced almost all the sufferings in the world by herself. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng felt complicated. If he hadn't been reborn, he would have almost forgotten this person. Xiao Chusheng was wondering, if he were to live his life over again, could he change some things? But he could only think about this idea because he didn't even know where Lu Shueli was. In fact, her classmates in her previous life had thought about helping her together. But in order to treat their mother's illness, they sold their house. When the class teacher and students went there with the collected donations, they could not find the mother and daughter anymore. 2007 was not as good as later times. At that time, not everyone had a mobile phone. Once someone changed their address, it would be basically difficult to find them. Never mind. Just go with the flow. In this situation, even those who have been reborn are powerless. With mixed feelings, Xiao Chusheng closed his eyes and rested. Coming to school recently is just a waste of time. He doesn't do anything and waits for notification. Xiao Chusheng actually doesn't want to come at all. His current situation is rather complicated. In fact, his mind is now filled with a mixture of memories from 2 lifetimes. Xiao Chusheng already felt very tired mentally, which was the aftereffect of his rebirth and the effect of not having a lunch break at noon. At noon, Xiao Chusheng went to the dock and prepared ingredients to be sold in the evening with Lin Shi and others. He didn't sleep at all, so it would be strange if he wasn't sleepy. In addition, the memories of his 2 lives after rebirth made his head feel heavy, which had a certain impact on his mental state. Oh, they're all asleep. Only then did he notice that a large area of the class had already collapsed. Xiao Chusheng couldn't bear it any longer, so he lay there and slept for more than an hour. Later he was awakened by Su Hai. "Hey, you beast, hurry up, there is a beautiful girl looking for you." Xiao Chusheng was completely confused and was almost half asleep. "Beauty?" Then he looked up and saw the silly beauty Qi Shanshan sneaking her head in from the back door of the classroom. Well, she is a beauty indeed. Su Hai had a lewd look on his face. "Beast, tell me what happened between you and the campus beauty of Qi University?" Xiao Chusheng remained calm. This is the adult world, children should not ask questions. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the classroom. After sleeping for a whole class, Xiao Chusheng felt pain all over his body. He hasn't slept on the table for many years and is not used to it. What Xiao Chusheng didn't know was that someone was staring at his back as he left. That's right, this person is Zheng Jiai. According to the original timeline of this confession, he was already together with Zheng Jiai. So in fact, Zheng Jiai was already moved by Xiao Chusheng. In other words, at this moment, Zheng Jiai's feelings for Xiao Chusheng were actually the strongest. Let us not talk about the future, but now Zheng Jiai is indeed in the period where she loves Xiao Chusheng the most. After all, there is no interference of interests in youth, and the naive feelings are the purest. Zheng Jiai was naturally unwilling to accept this, because she had a very strange feeling, as if her life was suddenly moving in an uncertain direction. If she doesn't correct it, she will regret it. Xiao Chusheng, who no longer intends to repeat the same mistake, naturally will not look back, and will not care what Zheng Jiai thinks now. Because he was chewing a big bag of Weilong with the silly beauty outside the store. This thing is truly divine and you will never get tired of eating it. At this time, Weilong had not yet changed to white packaging and had not yet been launched on the market. Who would have thought that this thing could sell for billions a year? Anyway, no one dared to dream this in 2007. Do you like eating so much? Xiao Chusheng couldn't help asking when he saw this stupid beauty smoking one after another like a hamster and couldn't stop. Qi Shanshan nodded. "When I was a child, my mother didn't allow me to eat it, saying it was unhealthy." Xiao Chusheng wasn't sure whether the mother she was referring to was her biological mother or Zheng Ting's stepmother. But he didn't ask because it was inappropriate. But this is not wrong. There is nothing wrong with eating spicy strips. But it has nothing to do with the word healthy after all, it contains a lot of oil and salt. You say, if I make spicy noodles and sell them, will it be profitable? Xiao Chusheng rested his chin on his hand, thinking about this. Ah. The silly beauty was stunned, looking at the spicy strips in her hand, as if thinking about something. Don't ask, the only thing you're asking is that he's greedy for Weilong's billions of revenue a year. In addition to Weilong, there is actually another brand called Mala Prince that became popular in later generations. However, that brand was mainly popular in the south, while Weilong was popular all over the country and even sold overseas. There is definitely an element of hype involved, but there is no doubt that this industry is very profitable. However, the spicy snack industry is not big enough and can only accommodate 2 or 3 companies. In other words, only 2 or 3 companies can make the biggest profit in the end, and the remaining brands can only squeeze out a little from the gaps between their teeth. The period of 2007 was actually a period that was neither ahead nor behind. Maybe I can give it a try? Even if you don't make a lot, at least you won't lose money. However, Xiao Chusheng still needs to get the startup capital first. Now he needs a sum of money to snowball. It is better to start with a business that is sure to make a profit and lay the foundation for your business, and it is not suitable to open a factory before the financial crisis. To make spicy noodles, you definitely need a factory, land, advertising, and a supply chain. During the financial crisis, countless small factories went bankrupt, and that was the best time for him to enter the market. Taking over some factories that are on the verge of bankruptcy can save a considerable amount of money. Moreover, he planned to do something different in this life. Want to compete with Weilong, which is almost unbeatable in taste? It's difficult, so we have to find another way. Okay, let's put some water back. Xiao Chusheng wiped the chili oil off his hands with a tissue. Release the water? Xiao Chusheng held his forehead with his hand. He almost forgot that this guy probably didn't understand all this. He thought that this idiot was so slow that he tricked her into having a child and she didn't even know how the child came from. Chapter 30 What a Good Woman. In fact, he was quite confused, mainly because this guy was a little too slow. Haven't you ever taken a biology class before? Xiao Chusheng asked tentatively. This guy was left alone by his parents, so he can understand things that his parents didn't teach him. And usually this girl looks like a cool goddess, so it's understandable that she doesn't have many close friends. But, we must have learned some physiological knowledge in biology during the 9-year compulsory education, right? But soon Xiao Chusheng found that he was overthinking. Qi Shanshan looked confused, then shook her head, it seems not. Hey, that's not right? Xiao Chusheng looked a little serious, if you haven't learned these, how did you get here? Biology should have this thing in the exam, right? My family donated a teaching building to the school. Oh boy, I almost forgot that I have the ability to make money. Xiao Chusheng almost couldn't hold it in, but he had to admit that he felt a little sour. But he was not envious at all, although at first glance, his husband was willing to donate money to buy a teaching building for this idiot to go to school. But this doesn't mean I love her. But to gild her. It's easy to sell a beautiful vase with a good academic background for a good price, right? Qi Shanshan had already told him all these things on the rooftop before his rebirth. After draining the water, Xiao Chusheng filled a bottle of iced Fat House Happy Water, and then he and Qi Shanshan returned to their respective classes. There were quite a lot of students pointing and talking about them on the road. After all, the campus beauty of Qi University was too eye-catching. Moreover, the news about lunch had now spread completely, and everyone knew that Xiao Chusheng had dinner with 2 beauties. As soon as he returned to class, Su Hai grabbed his neck. You beast, you are so good, you are still unclear with Zhang Jiai, and you hooked up with another one? Tell me, who is the other beauty you had dinner with? Su Hai smiled evilly and questioned Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng easily broke free from this guy and didn't intend to explain. However, at this time, several classmates who were relatively good friends in the class gathered around. After all, this kind of gossip was very rare. Xiao Chusheng just smiled and evaded the question. I heard rumors from outside, it's just a meal. They just thought that Xiao Chusheng meant that he and the beauty had nothing to do with each other, but that people outside had misunderstood after seeing it, so they didn't dwell on it anymore. But Su Hai, who was Xiao Chusheng's best friend, didn't think so. After everyone left, he lowered his voice and asked Xiao Chusheng, it's not that simple, right? Tell me what happened, kid? Xiao Chusheng glanced at him indifferently, it's none of my business. Instead of worrying about my affairs, you might as well find someone to talk to yourself. Su Hai was choked and speechless. Doesn't he want to look for her? Someone has to want it. Although Xiao Chusheng does not plan to partner with Su Hai in business in this life, they can still be friends. After all, Su Hai is just an ordinary person. Just as the two were whispering, a figure stood in front of Xiao Chusheng's desk. He knew who was coming without even looking up. I want to talk to you. Zhang Jiayi's tone was almost commanding. Xiao Chuxing didn't even raise his head, his voice was very cold and distant. It seems that I have nothing to talk about with you. Zhang Jiayi was struck by lightning, her face full of disbelief. She couldn't understand why Xiao Chuxing suddenly lost his previous enthusiasm for her and became so distant, even with disgust and impatience. Zhang Jiayi's voice unconsciously rose a few notes. You can't end it like this unclearly, you have to explain it to me clearly. However, what greeted her was Xiao Chuxing's even colder eyes. Zhang Jiayi was frightened by just one look and stood there in a daze. Because that look was too scary, as if she continued to act recklessly. The next second, Xiao Chuxing dared to slap her in the face. Su Hai huddled nearby, looking weak and helpless, fearing that he would be affected. Zhang Jiayi, you were the one who said it was not suitable before, what are you saying now? Xiao Chuxing didn't want to invest too much energy in this failed relationship, after all, it was too painful. Moreover, the more this happened, the more he felt like he was rubbing salt into the wound. He just wanted to never have anything to do with Zhang Jiayi again, but this guy didn't want to do that anymore and kept coming to him again and again. Xiao Chuxing took a deep breath and said, "Don't bother me anymore. We never started, so what's the point of ending this? If you insist on asking for an answer, then just assume that I have a better choice, okay?" Zhang Jiayi's face turned pale. This was the answer she feared the most. No answer could be worse than this. Is Qi Xiaohua a better choice? Zhang Jiayi asked knowingly, but she still didn't give up. Perhaps it was the reluctance in her heart that was at work. She couldn't accept that Xiao Chuxing was snatched away by Qi Shanshan, a girl who was better than her. Because she would feel that she was not worthy of Xiao Chuxing and was inferior to Xiao Chuxing. Xiao Chuxing did not answer her, but said, "This has nothing to do with you, I have no obligation to answer you, please go back." After saying that, Xiao Chuxing never looked up at her again. Zhang Jiayi stood there silently for a long time. The classmates in the class naturally saw this scene, but no one dared to say anything. It was not until a long time later that she could return to her seat. Su Hai turned his head and asked Xiao Chuxing in a low voice, "Is it really okay for you beast to do this?" Xiao Chuxing glanced at him, "So what? What do you want to express?" Su Hai was choked and couldn't say a word. Yes, what was he saying? In fact, Su Hai felt a little guilty because it was he who tried to bring Zhang Jiayi and Xiao Chuxing together in the first place. Su Hai and Zhang Jiayi were in the same class before. Later, he became close friends with Xiao Chuxing, so he introduced them to each other. Xiao Chuxing didn't have the heart to think about these things, and started to practice questions madly again. But even so, he still found it difficult to calm down. Because Lin Shi is about to set up her stall at this time. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, who was at the stupid beauty's house, had indeed received 3 boxes of oysters sent by the dock supervisor, which also came with ice. When the supervisor arrived at the place, he was stunned when he saw the 3-story villa. He looked at the address several times, and it was not until Lin Shi left that he realized he had made the right choice. At the same time, the supervisor no longer looked down on Xiao Chuxing. To be able to live in such a place, he must be a rich man. So this is something that rich people buy for fun? In his heart, the supervisor already regarded Xiao Chuxing as a rich second generation who was just starting a business for fun. It can only be said that invisible imagination is the most deadly. Lin Shi dragged the barbecue cart to the stall in the park with great effort. Her body was thin and weak, as if she could be knocked down by the weight of the cart. But she is like a rose swaying in the wind in a storm. No matter how windy and rainy it is, I remain unmoved. Chen Bin, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh, "What a good woman." Chapter 31. How dare you think about her? How many lives do you have? Any man would be moved when seeing this scene. This is the unique temperament of Lin Shi. Strong and resolute, she will never succumb to fate. Brother Bin, if you like that girl, just chase her. Chen Bin's younger brothers were actually not happy working for a student like Xiao Chuxing, so they wanted to gloat over his misfortune and cause trouble for him. But Chen Bin's face changed, he stared at the younger brother, kicked him on the waist and knocked him down. "Go back, don't come to my place anymore." Chen Bin stared at the guy expressionlessly and cursed, "I am not qualified to touch such a good woman, how dare you think about her? How many lives do you have?" After saying that, Chen Bin didn't even look at him again, and led the others to chase after Lin Shi. The younger brother who was kicked to the ground looked unwilling, but helpless. In the end, he could only get up and walk away in shame. In his heart, he was still not convinced, thinking that Xiao Chusheng, the student, had no ability and that there would be no benefit for Chen Bin and the others to follow a student. Lin Shi, who was dragging the barbecue cart with difficulty, suddenly felt a lightness behind him. Puzzled, he turned around and saw Chen Bin and several of his younger brothers helping him push the cart. Lin Shi nodded at Chen Bin, "Thank you. It should be." With the help of Chen Bin and others, Lin Shi had a relatively easy journey. When they arrived at the stall, Chen Bin and others did not go over but watched from a distance. Before leaving, Xiao Chusheng had already told Chen Bin the general situation and asked Chen Bin to decide how to deal with it according to circumstances. It was still early for Lin Shi to set up her stall, but several of her colleagues had already set up their stall. Making money is normal. Actually, not many people were eating there at this time, so not many people came over after the stall was set up. Lin Shi began to prepare the things he was going to sell that night, but when he was processing the ingredients, someone really came to cause trouble. As Xiao Chusheng expected, their business was so good that they would definitely take away the profits of their competitors. If you just do the same as others and take a few bites of food from others, okay, then no one will say anything. But what did Xiao Chusheng do? That was a business that would wipe out the whole family. Pure mutton, secret seasoning, he made all the money and left other families without any money. Not only can other companies not compare to his in terms of taste, you also prevent other companies from cheating with duck meat. What about the hammer? Pure mutton? How can you make money from pure mutton? This is the industry rule of the stall. Real mutton? That's definitely not profitable. Even for Xiao Chusheng, the smaller the company, the less money he has. He was just using this name to attract a wave of customers and make back the profits from vegetables and other things. And he went to the dock to buy oysters today for this purpose, as this is where the big profit comes from. It's a business that will wipe out your entire family. Therefore, this wave of operations has aroused public indignation, and Xiao Chusheng's consideration is correct. The colleagues surrounded her with an attitude of accusing her. Their eyes were very unfriendly. "Little girl, you are not kind. Where is your man? Let your man come out." The other party didn't intend to make a big deal out of it right from the start. After all, Lin Shi was just a woman, and a man had to step forward at times like this. Lin Shi raised her head expressionlessly. "He is not here, what do you want?" Of course she knew what these people's purpose was, but she still pretended to be stupid. Several colleagues who were looking for trouble looked at each other with a bit of surprise in their eyes, because the girl in front of them was not afraid at all when facing a group of grown men like them. Their rhythm was disrupted immediately. They wanted to intimidate Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi and ask them not to do those table-turning operations. In the current situation, it would be useless if they don't teach them a lesson. The fat man who was leading the group and had a fierce look immediately gave the others a look, and they prepared to take action. "I don't plan to go too far, just smash some things." So a few people picked up the weapons they brought with them, but before the sticks fell, they felt someone poking their shoulders. "Who? What's up?" When they turned around, they saw a group of energetic young men with good smiles on their faces. Some of them were shirtless and had lumps of fat on their bodies. Compared to these second-rate guys who fight all day long, these middle-aged uncles doing business are nothing. "Are you guys okay?" The fat guy in the lead had his eyelids twitching wildly, and he had realized something was wrong. Chen Bin, holding a cigarette in his mouth, smiled at Lin Shi. "Madam Boss, don't worry, leave it to me." Lin Shi nodded, not panicking at all. Even if Chen Bin wasn't there, she was ready to fight these guys. She didn't think she would lose if she got ruthless. Chen Bin and his men grabbed these guys by the collars and dragged them into an alley not far away. They wanted to teach these guys a lesson, but they certainly couldn't do it in public. After entering the alley, Chen Bin immediately lost his humble attitude in front of Lin Shi, and his gangster look was revealed. At this time, the fat guy who was leading the group was pinned down by several younger brothers and couldn't break free at all. Chen Bin slapped the fat leader on the face. "You are so bold, you dare to cause trouble for my boss's wife?" No, we really don't have it." The fat man was so scared that his lips were trembling. "No? If you are not causing any trouble, what do you want to do with all these guys?" Chen Bin asked knowingly. Several stall owners were so scared that they collapsed on the spot and knelt down to beg for mercy. "We don't dare to do it anymore, we are really just bewitched, it was all his idea." Several people simply passed the blame on to the fat man who was the leader. In fact, it was he who came up with the idea of teaching Xiao Chusheng and the others a lesson. Chen Bin sneered twice. "My boss said, in business, some people make money and some lose money, this is normal." If you have the ability, you can use your ability to make money, but don't think about doing these weird things, understand? Several bosses nodded their heads like rattles. I understand, I understand. Chenbin nodded, I understand, go away. Remember, there will be a next time. I don't need to tell you the consequences, right? No, no, no. Several bosses fled faster than rabbits as if they had been pardoned. While Chen Bin and others were teaching these bosses a lesson, Lin Shi had already welcomed today's business. Since there were no bosses at the stalls of those competitors, naturally all the customers went to Lin Shi's place. Not to mention that Lin Shi is a great beauty. Wherever she goes, she is a beautiful scenery. Imagine a shirtless middle-aged man and a beautiful young lady whose every smile and frown is captivating. Do I need to think about which one to go to? Why can't I see the boss? Why are you the only one here today? Lin Shi was stunned. She didn't expect that this was a returning customer from yesterday. He is at school and will be here in a while. My baking is not as delicious as his. Please bear with him. Lin Shi smiled gently. Ah, that's fine. Your chili powder smells good, and I like it. But you said school? You're still in school and you're doing business? The elder brother was puzzled. Lin Shi blinked. Yes, he came in the afternoon. Broken voice? Chapter 32. She is actually a natural idiot, right? Come on, let us have dinner together. We are going to the internet cafe later. Do you want to come? Su Hai came over to invite Xiao Chusheng. As the saying goes, a childhood without skipping classes to go to the internet cafe is incomplete. However, Xiao Chusheng has already passed this period. After all, before his rebirth, Xiao Chusheng had actually lost interest in games a long time ago. This is called electronic impotence. I have something else to do, so I won't go. Xiao Chusheng declined and was about to leave. Su Hai scratched his head. Actually, he couldn't tell why, but he felt that Xiao Chusheng seemed a little different from before. But just as Xiao Chusheng walked out of the classroom, someone blocked his way. I have something to tell you. Zheng Jiayi's eyes flickered. Xiao Chusheng was silent. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Zheng Jiayi anymore. Even though he let it go, Zheng Jiayi kept coming up to him, which made him very troubled. In the end, Xiao Chusheng just looked at Zheng Jiayi deeply, turned around and left without saying a word to her. The attitude of rejection is very clear. I have nothing to say to you. This scene was naturally witnessed by the students coming in and out, and many people originally thought that Xiao Chusheng was just playing hard to get with Zheng Jiayi. But no one thinks that way now. Not to mention there is a campus beauty named Qi who is having an affair with this beast. Although Xiao Chusheng and that stupid beauty had caused a lot of controversy, many people still refuse to believe that the campus beauty of Qi University was really having an affair with Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng didn't hesitate and trotted out of the school. You are really fast. Xiao Chusheng was a little surprised to see the silly beauty waiting for him at the same place as she was at noon. At the same time, he was very suspicious. Could this guy run out as soon as the get out of class was over? What should I do if my conscience is a little uneasy? The two of them did not hesitate and went all the way to the park where the stall was set up. From a distance, they saw that their stall was full of people and there was a long queue. In contrast, the other restaurants were quite deserted with almost no customers. Those families did not dare to shout. After all, they had been warned by Chen Bin and others in the afternoon. Although Chen Bin did not warn them that they could not do business normally, they had just escaped and the fear had not yet passed. Lin Shi was grilling various skewers skillfully. Xiao Chusheng did not go directly over to her, but turned to where Chen Bin and others were squatting not far away feeding mosquitoes. Xiao Chusheng gave Chen Bin a cigarette. Chen Bin took it and took out his lighter to light one for Xiao Chusheng as well. No, I've given up. Xiao Chusheng smiled. Chen Bin was stunned for a moment and took his hand back. Tell me, what happened this afternoon? So Chen Bin told Xiao Chusheng about the group of people who came to cause trouble in the afternoon. Xiao Chusheng nodded after listening and said, that's enough. When doing business, everyone makes money based on their own abilities, but you can't play by the rules. Remember, we don't do anything illegal. Chen Bin nodded, I know. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly. Our country will definitely become more and more standardized in the future, and this society will move towards peace and stability. Of course, I am not saying that you are useless. Just like our country's nuclear weapons, I can choose not to use them, but I cannot live without them, understand? This is the confidence. Been taught a lesson. After understanding the situation, Xiao Chushang went to find Lin Shi and watched from the side for a while. As a result, he found that Lin Shi's skills were now comparable to his, except that he was still a little short of controlling the timing. You're here? Lin Shi's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Chushang. Xiao Chushang did not take over the business immediately, but wrote a new sign for himself. A gas station for men and a beauty salon for women, delicious and aphrodisiac, grilled oysters with garlic are only 2 yuan each. Lin Shi was dumbfounded. She never thought that Xiao Chushang would write such a thing. Did anyone really eat it? She wasn't sure. Xiao Chushang smiled mysteriously, just wait and see. As soon as the sign was hung up, almost everyone in the queue asked whether what was written on the sign was true. Of course it's true, if you don't believe me you can check it online. Xiao Chushang was not panicked at all. Although Baidu did have some demise, it did not prevent it from maintaining a dominant share in the domestic market in 2007. Feature phones can also access Baidu, so some people were skeptical but actually went to check it out. Oh shit, it's actually true. Suddenly many people had ideas, but many people were still hesitant. At 2 yuan each, it is a bit expensive, as it is only that big. It's normal that people in 2007 were not as free with money as people in later generations. Xiao Chushang is not in a hurry either, as he will sell it sooner or later anyway. He roasted it himself first, added some minced garlic, some sauce, and some chili peppers. This thing is the easiest to bake and it's also quick. Lin Shi was able to learn it easily. The guests were drooling at the fragrance brought by the evening breeze. A stupid beauty smelled the scent and came over, standing there staring at the oyster shells that Xiao Chushang placed on the grill. This pitiful look made Xiao Chushang laugh and cry. Why did it act as if I didn't give her food? Come, have a taste. Xiao Chushang shared some of the baked ones with Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan, the silly beauties. The two of them tried one, and because it was their first time eating it, they were so burned that they sizzled. How about it? Xiao Chushang was very satisfied with their reactions because he was the same when he first ate it. Very fragrant. Lin Shi gave a thumbs up. It's just a little expensive, I don't know if it can be sold out. I don't know, but it should be possible. Xiao Chushang was not sure either. The two men's eyes fell on the stupid beauty and found that this guy had already eaten both of the ones Xiao Chushang gave her, and was staring at him with that pitiful little expression again. Like an abandoned puppy. TSK, Xiao Chushang couldn't help but hold his forehead. I'm afraid the goods I bought are not enough for you to eat. This was of course a joke. The cost of the half-shell frozen goods bought from the dock was pitifully low. No matter how much Qi Shanshan could eat, she could only eat a few dozen. Xiao Chushang simply let her eat as much as she wanted, and this girl really lived up to his expectations, eating one bite at a time, and she ate it with such relish. It's hard to describe this guy. Xiao Chushang didn't know what to say. Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand and thought for a while. So, Shanshan is actually a natural idiot, right? You can't say she's stupid. I guess so? But because this silly beauty ate so happily, she showed off one after another. Such a beauty is not only pleasing to the eyes, but just the way she eats will make people's appetite increase. As a result, this girl attracted many young men to watch and become a living advertising sign. Seeing how delicious she was eating, many people wanted to buy a few to try. Coupled with the addition of aphrodisiac and beauty-enhancing ingredients, middle-aged people who have to pay their dues every day are not spared. Lin Shi was stunned. Is there such a thing? Sold out. Chapter 33 Where is the school beauty? She is not there. Ever since Qi Shanshan's live advertisement was put out, the barbecue grill has never stopped working, and a box of oysters was sold out in no time. Lin Shi's eyes were shining with delight, but at the same time she was worried. Speaking of which, although ours sells well and has a very high profit, it's easy for others to steal our business, right? This is what Lin Shi is worried about. Indeed, unlike barbecue seasoning, that thing is a secret recipe. Unless you spend a lot of time studying the ratio, it won't be easily copied. There is almost no technical requirement for grilling oysters. Even the control of the heat is extremely simple. Any seasoning will taste good. It's almost a night market item that anyone with hands can do. But could it be that the beast Xiao Chushang hadn't thought of this? He gave Lin Shi a wicked smile. You are right, but have you ever thought about this? $2 a piece, we make a lot of money, but what about others? Lin Sure was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "If you can buy an oyster for 2 yuan at any seafood store, you are awesome," Xiao Chusheng said confidently. "Ha!" Lin Sure was dumbfounded because she really didn't know the price of this thing. This is not Lin Sure's fault, because at that time in 2007, oysters were not yet so popular that people all over the country were eating them crazily. Places that sell seafood usually sell live oysters, and the price of a single oyster is no less than 4 yuan in Shanghai. Of course, those are live oysters in shells. Imported half-shell frozen oysters like Xiao Chusheng's are much cheaper. But if you don't buy a large quantity of this thing, the cost of each piece will not be particularly low, and may even be higher than 2 yuan. Of course, if you have someone in the supplier's corner, you can probably get it down to 1 renminbi and 50 cents per piece. But $1.50? After accounting for labor, seasoning, and charcoal costs? How much profit can we make? Xiao Chusheng's source of goods is almost free, so naturally the price he gets from him is so low that it can be almost ignored. There is huge profit to be made here. Of course, this thing can't be a long-term business. But Xiao Chusheng himself didn't plan to rely on this all the time, he just wanted to get some startup capital. Besides, the barbecue stall business can only last until National Day in October, and there will be basically no profit after that. After autumn, it would be difficult for a stall like this to earn 1,000 yuan a night, so Xiao Chusheng had other plans for the time being. No wonder you are so fearless. After listening to some of Xiao Chusheng's plans, Lin Sure suddenly realized and felt relieved. At the same time, she was secretly calculating in her mind how much they could earn by National Day. Although various situations may occur, such as rainy days or sometimes there are few people coming, there is still no pressure to make a net profit of more than 100,000 yuan a month. Lin Sure felt scared just thinking about the number of 100,000. In 2007, earning 100,000 yuan a month was already very scary. The key point is that this is just a small business, and the most terrifying thing is that Xiao Chusheng said he wanted to do something big. Lin Sure couldn't even imagine how big a deal this guy was talking about. Xiao Chusheng hasn't told Lin Sure about his plan yet. After all, the plan hasn't even started yet. Thinking about it would make the pie seem too big and easily undermine her confidence. But there is no doubt that the future belongs to the internet. But even so, no matter how prosperous the internet is, it is built on industry. Industry is the lifeblood of a country or even the world, so before Xiao Chusheng started working on the internet, he had to lay a solid foundation in the real economy. Moreover, this business must have a continuous and stable source of profit. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, eating, drinking, playing, birth, aging, sickness and death. Xiao Chusheng chuckled twice. These 12 words can summarize a person's life. Lin Sure stared at Xiao Chusheng with complicated eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the boy in front of her was a little scary. Xiao Chusheng didn't explain too much, he just said, food is the primary need of people. Any industry in this world may be impacted by the internet, except the catering industry. Do you know why? Is it because you have to eat it yourself? Lin Sure immediately realized the problem. Xiao Chusheng hummed lightly and nodded. In fact, no matter how developed the takeout industry is, there are some things you still have to eat into your stomach at the time, and what you eat is the taste and the feeling at that time. So the internet may impact some snack businesses, but restaurants and milk tea businesses will never be affected. If you can't beat them, you can join them. So you are making money now, do you want to open a store? Lin Sure quickly guessed Xiao Chusheng's next plan. Right. The two grilled oysters while chatting about their future plans. Because the oysters here are famous, many diners come here tonight. The most important thing is that there were many returning customers yesterday, and word of mouth has spread. Come to think of it, your summer vacation seems to be earlier, right? Xiao Chusheng suddenly remembered. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to go home next week. When Lin Sure mentioned the word go home, the loss in her eyes was heartbreaking. Come to Hangzhou directly during the summer vacation and rent a house here. Xiao Chusheng made a decision for Lin Sure in a domineering manner. When school starts in the second half of the year, move the household registration to the school collective. There was light in Lin Sure's eyes. She had never thought about these things before. Boss, I want 10 grilled oysters, $2 each, right? Xiao Chusheng responded subconsciously, yes, $2 each. But as soon as he said this, Xiao Chusheng frowned slightly. Why did this customer's voice sound so familiar? He raised his head and his eyes met Su Hai's. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. At this moment, Suhai's brain stopped thinking and was full of question marks. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? I don't know how long it took before this guy said, "Damn it, you beast." He finally reacted, "Is this what you mean by something's wrong? Why are you setting up a stall here?" Xiao Chusheng rubbed his temples. He should have thought of this earlier. There are many illegal internet cafes around here, and if these people go to internet cafes to play games, they will definitely have something to eat at night. And his barbecue stall is so popular that it is likely to attract these people from the school. Seeing that it was Xiao Chusheng, Suhai lost all his restraint and came over to him and said, "Don't call me a beast, your business is really good." Xiao Chusheng didn't say much, but asked him, "Why did you come here?" "We heard that there's a barbecue stand here that tastes really good and the proprietress is pretty. We were hungry, so we came over to check it out. But who would have thought it would be you?" Suhai was speechless, but soon realized something. His eyes fell on Lin Shi beside Xiao Chusheng, and he could not move his eyes away. "Ha! You bastard, you've fallen in love with someone else? Where's the campus beauty from Qi University? Isn't it there?" Chapter 34, Playing Both Sides. Suhai felt numb watching Qi Shanshan grilling away. It never occurred to him that Xiao Chusheng was not in love with someone else. This guy is playing both sides. Xiao Chusheng certainly knew what his brother was thinking, but he didn't intend to deny it. After all, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, it's the fact. Even though his feelings towards the silly beauty were a bit complicated, it could still be considered an adulterous affair. Besides, Xiao Chusheng's damn dignity would not allow him to let this guy run away. She has cost me my life, and I can't get over the fact if I don't get something back from her. Suhai lowered his voice and gossiped, "You beast, tell me quickly, what's going on between you and this lady boss? Why did you come to help her?" Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a long time before he figured out what Suhai meant. So this guy thought he was working for free and trying to please Lin Shi just to pursue her? Is there a possibility that I am the boss? Xiao Chusheng coughed dryly. What? Suhai looked incredulous. You don't even go to the internet cafe, but you come here to do this? Are you free? As a student, Suhai has never experienced the harshness of society, so naturally he does not realize what he will face after stepping out of the ivory tower. Of course, at this time in 2007, the mainstream theme of society was still to strive for the future. Unlike later generations, everyone lost their dreams, the whole society was looking at money, and materialism became the main theme of society. Xiao Chusheng didn't explain too much. After all, he had a young body with a corrupt soul. People of different ages and stages have different feelings when looking at the same thing. So what is your relationship with that beautiful lady? Suhai didn't even dare to breathe when facing Lin Shi. The main reason was that Lin Shi looked older than him and was so beautiful. This guy is the type of shy person who can't help but bow down to a woman psychologically, otherwise he wouldn't be so indecisive after marriage and be instigated by his wife to embezzle public funds. Xiao Chusheng briefly introduced the two to each other. Suhai, my brother, Lin Shi, me. He suddenly wanted to show some evil humor, so he curled his lips and deliberately said, the female college student I support. Suhai was even more confused, with a look of disbelief on his face. Lin Shi was even more interesting. He deliberately followed Xiao Chusheng's words and said, hello, I am the female college student he supports. Please give me your advice. Lin Shi's words made Suhai doubt his life, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Xiao Chusheng. Are you guys kidding me? The more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. But seeing how serious the two men looked, he began to have doubts in his heart. The reason why Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng were so serious was that this joke was more of a fact than a joke, half true and half false. Xiao Chusheng had teased him enough and said, see, you don't believe me when I tell you the truth, so hurry up and take your things and get out. Suhai said happily, we are brothers, is there any discount? Brother? Then you have to pay more? Xiao Chusheng was even more confident, brother, you should take better care of your business, right? Suhai was so confused. This guy really looked like a profiteer. In the end, he just paid the money and left. After all, the things he bought were not all his. There were many people from other classes and several other schools in the internet cafe with him. They were not acquaintances, but he definitely couldn't let Xiao Chusheng suffer any loss. After seeing Suhai off, Lin Shi asked curiously, why don't you ask your brothers to help you? Xiao Chusheng spoke meaningfully, having fun together doesn't mean you can start a business together. When money is involved, many people will change their minds. Lin Shi stared at Xiao Chusheng thoughtfully and asked in a low voice, "Do you trust me so much?" The secret of his rebirth was no longer a secret to Lin Shi, it was just not made clear. Xiao Chusheng himself pretended to be confused. "Yes, if you can turn you into my shape, of course I will believe you." Lin Shi didn't expect Xiao Chusheng to suddenly say such a vicious word. Her pretty face flushed red, and she subconsciously slapped him on the arm. "You want to die?" As a result, he used too much force and almost overturned the barbecue grill. "Auntie, please take it easy. You're not talking nonsense." At this time, Lin Shi was still a young girl after all. How could she have been teased like this? Her face was so hot that she could almost fry an egg on it. But the more she did this, the more Xiao Chusheng wanted to bully her. The bastard smiled evilly. "What, do you think I'm kidding? I'm telling you, if it weren't for the exhaustion of doing this business these days, do you think you would still be fine? Otherwise, what do you think it means to keep a female college student as your sponsor?" Lin Shi turned her head away, not daring to look at Xiao Chusheng's face again, but she inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. There is no doubt that in just 2 days, she has completely opened her heart to Xiao Chusheng. Even she herself couldn't understand why she fell so quickly. She had just met this guy, but she had a vague feeling that they had known each other for many years. It's so mysterious. Xiao Chusheng smiled slightly, feeling very happy. The female college student version of Lin Shi is really interesting. She has completely different feelings compared to the royal sister version of Lin Shi in her previous life. Now she is more energetic and more spiritual? Maybe it's because she hasn't lost hope in life now. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng was even more grateful that he had returned so timely. "Idiot, come here." Xiao Chusheng called out to Qi Shanshan, the stupid beauty. "Are you calling me?" The silly beauty has no idea that she is a fool, and she even seeks proof of it. "Go buy us 2 dinners, noodles, rice with toppings, or something like that. We need to be able to sustain hunger. I have to set up the stall here all night, and I really can't bear it without eating something high in calorie." "Oh." The silly beauty was very obedient. She stood up from the small table, dusted the dust off her butt and prepared to leave. Lin Shi hurriedly trotted after her. "I'll go with her, it's not safe for her to go alone so late." Chen Bin and others who were guarding not far away followed after seeing this, just to protect the two of them. Xiao Chusheng watched the two of them go away, and couldn't help but chuckle and complain, "What's unsafe? Being shy is being shy, and you're too embarrassed to admit it." Because those competitors didn't dare to shout today, a lot of customers came to Xiao Chusheng. So it was just past 10 o'clock and almost all the ingredients he prepared for today were used up. The oysters were even more exaggerated. When I touched them, wow, there were only 3 left. "It's almost time to close the stall," Xiao Chusheng said helplessly. Lin Shi was completely convinced this time. "Did I make an outrageous amount of money today? Well, it's a pity that I won't have the same income as today tomorrow. Okay, go call Binzi and his gang over." Xiao Chusheng planned to give Chen Bin and his people a small favor. Chapter 35. This bastard is right. "Boss, what are your plans?" Chen Bin smiled and led his people over. "Take these and share them with your brothers later." After saying that, Xiao Chusheng put all the remaining grilled materials on the stall onto the grill. It's quite messy, and there aren't many left. The peak period of customer flow has already passed. Xiao Chusheng felt that there was no need to waste time here and it would be better to go home early. Just ordering skewers is not a big benefit, but it can bring people closer together. Recently, your boss's wife depends on you for protection. Xiao Chusheng chatted with a few people while brushing and dipping water. Several people agreed immediately. They had smelled the fragrance since the stall was set up and had been craving for it for a long time. After they finished eating, Xiao Chusheng packed up his stall and prepared to go back. Chen Bin and others hurried over and said, "You are the boss, we will do this kind of work." This group of energetic young men had the words "desire to make progress" written on their faces, which made Xiao Chusheng laugh and cry. He didn't refuse and talked to Lin Shi about his next plans. "I have to catch the first train tomorrow morning and I have classes at 9 o'clock. There was a hint of reluctance in her tone. Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Then I'll take it to you." "Ah." Royal sister Lin Shi was surprised for a moment, but the light in her eyes could not be concealed, but she said, "No need? It's okay." Xiao Chusheng decided domineeringly, and then changed the subject. "Go back to class, where is your family?" Lin Shi said firmly, "I won't go back." "Well, that's fine, but if you run into trouble?" Xiao Chusheng scratched his head. "This is really difficult. We don't have a mobile phone, so we have to get one. Xiao Chusheng didn't think about buying a mobile phone right away because his current business is still small, and feature phones are still popular these days. Feature phones are really useless. Cell phone? No, it's too expensive. Lin Shi waved her hand quickly. However, Xiao Chusheng didn't think it was a big deal. It was just a mobile phone, he could just make a call, so the cheapest one would work. Anyway, Xiao Chusheng's goal is to catch up with the trend of mobile internet, so he just has to make do with what he can at this stage. I have a cell phone. The voice of the stupid beauty came faintly from behind. Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi were both subconsciously startled by her voice, but Xiao Chusheng quickly smiled and said, I know you have it, but we don't. In order to facilitate communication, let us take some time tomorrow to buy a mobile phone. However, the silly beauty shook her head like a rattle and corrected, I have a lot of mobile phones. The two of them were stunned for a few seconds, and soon realized that this guy was so innocent that they both forgot that this idiot was actually a wealthy woman. But Xiao Chusheng raised his eyebrows, you have a lot? You don't need any? When they returned to the stupid beauty's house, this guy witnessed an extremely exaggerated scene. Wow, a drawer full of cell phones. Xiao Chusheng was stunned. There are Nokia, Sony Ericsson, and so many others. Are these all good? Xiao Chusheng was curious. Some batteries were broken, but most were functional. Most of them looked like they were used by men, so Xiao Chusheng asked, are these your father's? Well, he used to have to change one every few months. Xiao Chusheng was not surprised. It was human nature to get tired of the old and love the new, especially for a wealthy nouveau riche. If this person wasn't fickle, Shi Shanshan's mother wouldn't have been abandoned or even killed by the mistress. It's not just mobile phones, it's the same with people and houses. Shi Shanshan's scumbag father abandoned her here and then started a new family with his mistress outside. Xiao Chusheng even thought, maybe there is more than just the third mistress? There are also fourth, fifth, and even sixth mistresses? I picked out two that looked like they should be fine, found the charger and tried it, they worked, so I'll just use these two. The business hall was closed at this time, and Lin Shi had to catch the earliest train in the morning, so it was impossible for her to get a mobile phone card. So, you get off the train tomorrow and apply for a mobile phone card in Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng taught her, then you use that card to send a text message to this idiot, and she will tell me the number. If you get into trouble, call her. Xiao Chusheng definitely won't have time to go out and apply for the card until noon, so for the time being he can only rely on the stupid beauty to act as a communicator in the middle. Good. Lin Shi smiled and didn't refuse. Because she knew how bad her adoptive parents were, Fang Sudong might have complained to them when he returned home that day. And it is estimated that he went directly to the school, but he hid there in Hangzhou for the past 2 days. Now Fang Mingwei's family has no source of income, and if Fang Mingwei and Chen Shui take extreme measures, they might even stalk her at school every day. In his previous life, Xiao Chu had dealt with the family of Lin Shi's adoptive parents, and he knew how shameless they were, so he warned Lin Shi to take precautions. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Let's see how much we made today. Xiao Chusheng laughed and poured all the money he made from today's sales onto the table. The stupid beauty is one of us, there is no need to avoid her. What's more, this guy is a rich woman, maybe she is even richer. As she counted the pictures one by one, the expression on Lin Shi's face became more and more interesting. It's exaggerated because they have only counted less than half of it, and it's already 3,000? Is this money too easy to earn? Lin Shi looked incredulous. When everyone's average monthly salary is less than 3,000 yuan, they have already. No, it's even more exaggerated than that, it's a whole night. Xiao Chusheng behaved extremely calmly and chuckled twice, my condiments and oysters, if any stall has one of them, it can sell for 2,000 in one night. Xiao Chusheng tried to analyze the situation, you see, tonight is the first day, and many people come here just to try the new food. In addition, the business of several other companies in the same industry has been divided up by us, so their income goes into our pockets. Oh, then there won't be so much in the future. After hearing this, Lin Shi felt a little disappointed. She was still thinking how nice it would be if there were so much every day. Actually, there is another reason. Xiao Chusheng suddenly spoke up. He looked at the stupid beauty who was watching secretly with her face in her hands, then looked at Lin Shi, and then he smiled, if it weren't for you, the income would probably be cut in half. Why? Shi Shanshan, the fool, tilted his head in confusion. Because you are the mascots, many people come here for the beauties, you are the living signboards. Xiao Chusheng chuckled and narrowed his eyes. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan felt a little embarrassed by the compliments, but they both knew that Xiao Chusheng was right. Humans are creatures that judge by appearance. Chapter 36 I want them all, and two at a time. 7,351. Lin Shi's breathing became rapid, and she couldn't even imagine this number. At this rate, the net profit can be at least 150,000 yuan a month. Xiao Chusheng nodded, already thinking about how to spend the money. Money is the bottom line. Originally, he thought it would take 2 months to carry out the next plan, but he didn't expect that the night market barbecue stall business would be so good that the plan had to be brought forward. On the way home, how about setting up a clothing stall at a night market? Xiao Chusheng pondered. But soon he shook his head again. Clothing is different from food and beverage. It is too much influenced by the customer's subjective aesthetic taste. Although some people make some money, it is too little and basically depends on luck. Seeing Xiao Chusheng in distress, Lin Shi suddenly said, "How about opening a breakfast stall? That is a sure win, and you can make a lot in a day, right?" Xiao Chusheng was startled. "Why did you think of the breakfast stall? Isn't this money enough for the evening?" "I just saw that there were a lot of customers at the breakfast stall," Lin Shi pouted. Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "That one tea work, the time is too tight. You go to school, I'll do it, I can do it alone." Lin Shi insisted. "No, it's late at night and early in the morning, how many hours do you plan to sleep a day?" Xiao Chusheng's tone unconsciously became heavier. Lin Shi's momentum suddenly weakened, and there was a hint of grievance in her voice. "I just think you are short of money, so I want to make some money as soon as possible." Xiao Chusheng felt warm in his heart and couldn't help but hug Lin Shi tightly. In the dark alley, Lin Shi's body froze, not daring to move. Although she had actually accepted Xiao Chusheng, she was a little nervous because she had no experience. Xiao Chusheng wanted to rub this guy into his body, but unfortunately he was still growing up and actually looked a little younger than Lin Shi. Well, he went into Lin Shi's arms. The youth version of Lin Shi's facial cleanser was indeed not as immersive as the mature and royal sister version. "You little rascal, let me go," Lin Shi said coquettishly and tried to push Xiao Chusheng away. But Xiao Chusheng and the dog refused to let go, which made Lin Shi feel embarrassed and angry. She cursed, "Let go, you little rascal, you're pinching me." Xiao Chusheng then retreated with a wicked smile, separated from her, and deliberately said, "Actually, I want to bite you." "Ah!" Lin Shi was furious and ran after Xiao Chusheng. "Stop, you're biting me? I'll bite you to death first." As they were playing around, the two of them had already arrived at the neighborhood where Xiao Chusheng lived. The dog made a gesture to keep quiet, and the two of them tiptoed into the apartment building. "I looked upstairs for a while, there seemed to be no lights, so he probably didn't come back." Xiao Chusheng's parents would come home at irregular times at night, but precisely because of that, they needed to be careful. "What should I do if someone is at home?" Lin Shi asked the question in her mind. Xiao Chusheng glanced at her and said, "Then you can only go to a regular hotel to get a room, or..." He wanted to say something but stopped himself because Xiao Chusheng seemed to have thought of something. He had a complicated expression and fell into deep thought. "It's not impossible to go to that idiot's house. I really forgot about this. Shanshan's home? But his parents." Lin Shi also realized that Qi Shanshan's parents didn't care about her at all, and she lived alone in such a big house. Xiao Chusheng was really thinking about this problem seriously. "I originally thought that you should rent a house outside temporarily, but it would be more beneficial if you lived with her. Not only can you save on rent, you can also prepare food when you have free time." Only. Xiao Chusheng was a little hesitant, because he always felt that he was a bit of a scumbag. Was he considered to be playing two-timing? After asking himself, Xiao Chusheng quickly came up with the answer. Of course. At first, he had more of a revengeful mentality towards the idiot Qi Shanshan. After all, it was mainly thanks to her that he had a new life. But this is not the blame she should bear now, although it does not prevent Xiao Chu from forcing her to bear it. But after knowing what happened to the stupid beauty, Xiao Chusheng's attitude towards her changed. And the change in her state of mind is the key to the connection between Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. Lin Shi actually noticed this, but she didn't point it out. Now Xiao Chusheng let these two women who were both having an affair with him live together? He always felt that something was wrong. Qi Shanshan is a natural naive person, and she probably has no idea about emotional matters, but the more this is the case, the stronger Xiao Chusheng's sense of guilt becomes. While Lin Shi was taking a shower, Xiao Chusheng and Guyu lay on the sofa and thought carefully. In the end, reason triumphed over emotion, although he felt that the relationship between the two should be controlled. But I can't care about so many things right now, making money is the top priority now. Xiao Chusheng made up his mind that making money is the most important thing. Xiao Chusheng's experience in his previous life made him deeply aware that he should not think about love at an age when he needed to make money, otherwise everything would be castles in the air. And he actually had some evasive intentions. In fact, this bastard was already secretly calculating in his mind that he was not strong enough now, so he could not protect either Lin Shi or that idiot. Women like Lin Shi are the most unlucky. She is a beautiful and smart woman, but she was born in a bad family. If her luck changes, she will meet a good man and her life will change. In her previous life, she was lucky to meet Xiao Chusheng. But if she has a bad fate, her life will be full of tragedy. Similar to this is the stupid beauty, whose ending is very tragic. She jumped off the roof. Well, I even deleted the file and restarted it. They were both dangerously beautiful women, even more so when they were together. Xiao Chusheng must be strong enough to protect them and be qualified to own them. The philandering nature in men was at work, and Xiao Chusheng, that bastard, was thinking about it. Why can't I have them all if I'm rich enough? Hey, not only do I want them all, I want 2 at a time. It's exciting to think about. Just when Xiao Chusheng was daydreaming, Lin Shi popped his head out of the bathroom with a sneaky look on his face. You are laughing so disgustingly, what are you thinking? Lin Shi asked suspiciously. She actually said this on purpose to hide her nervousness. After all, they were a single man and a single woman in the same room, and she only had a bath towel on her, so she felt extremely insecure. I asked her to wash all her underwear because she had been outside all day and was covered in sweat. When Xiao Chusheng heard what this guy said, he narrowed his eyes and felt inexplicably unhappy. So this bastard's evil taste came back again and he said something shocking. I'm thinking about how to trick you into having sex with me later. Chapter 37. Do you want girls to take the initiative in this kind of thing? In fact, Xiao Chusheng was not completely joking. After all, his body was at the age of full vigor and vitality. If he hadn't been so exhausted from standing at the stall all night for the past 2 days, and his hind legs were almost numb, he would have been unable to restrain himself and attack this guy. After all, he and Lin Shi still have a relationship from their previous life, and he himself is not the kind of pretentious guy. When love is deep, how can one possibly escape? After taking a good shower, Xiao Chusheng returned to the bedroom wearing only a pair of shorts. When Lin Shi saw the shirtless Xiao Chusheng, her face turned red to her neck, but she couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. After all, the yearning for the opposite sex's body does not only exist in men. Well, when women become lustful, men have nothing to do. If you want to watch it, go ahead. It won't give you sty, Xiao Chusheng said with a smirk. The beautiful Lin Shi snorted and turned her face away. Xiao Chusheng reminded Lin Shi, remember to bring your spare clothes and daily necessities when you come back tomorrow. You will be living in Hangzhou for a long time next, and be mentally prepared to travel back and forth between Shanghai and Hangzhou. Hearing Xiao Chusheng talking about serious matters, Lin Shi's expression became a little serious, and then he nodded and said. But after the two of them finished talking about business, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After all, it was a hot summer day, and a single man and a single woman were in the same room, squeezed on a bed, and fell asleep looking at each other's faces. It seems that this is what being a husband and wife is all about, right? The bedroom was not very dark, so the two of them could barely see each other's faces with the light coming in through the window. Smelling each other's scent, the two of them couldn't help but breathe faster. Sure, you smell so good. Xiao Chusheng swallowed his saliva. In fact, he had discovered in his previous life that Lin Shi had a faint plant fragrance on her body. It was very fresh, a bit like entering a Chinese medicine pharmacy, but not too obvious and not as strong as the smell in the pharmacy. Xiao Chusheng's words broke down Lin Shi's psychological defenses. In the dim room, Lin Shi's face turned red. Because the two of them were almost touching, or even closer, they were sleeping in each other's arms, so in the silence, Xiao Chusheng could hear her rapid heartbeat clearly. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but smile. Lin Shi is still very innocent now. She will be very shy after a little teasing. How cute. Just when the two were in a stalemate, Lin Shi felt a dirty hand quietly holding her waist. Lin Shi opened his mouth and was about to say something to complain, but in the end, no sound came out. Because her mouth is blocked. Lin Shi subconsciously wanted to push this bastard away, but gradually, she felt as if she was about to melt. The strength in her body was getting weaker and weaker, and finally even she herself fell into it. So, Lin Shi followed her instinct and responded to Xiao Chusheng. At the moment they separated, they were slightly stunned. Lin Shi was filled with shame and indignation. She pinched Xiao Chusheng's waist twice but still not feeling satisfied, so she pulled the bastard's arm and bit it hard a few times. However, Xiao Chusheng did not give this guy any chance. He dodged in various ways and finally turned over and pinned Lin Shi down. "Let me go, let me bite you a few times to vent my anger," Lin Shi shouted. Xiao Chusheng didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he laughed evilly. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. She always felt that this guy was holding back, but she was controlled by this bastard Xiao Chusheng and had no chance of resisting. Sure enough, the dog whispered in Lin Shi's ear, "I definitely can't let you bite my arm, but can you try something else?" Something else? Before meeting Xiao Chusheng, the naive Lin Shi had never thought about this aspect. Life in my adoptive parents' home is hard enough, so how could I have the extra energy to fantasize about the future? Sometimes Lin Shi even thought that her family was a mess, so she should not find a boyfriend, otherwise she would hurt him. But she didn't expect that she didn't have to wait for her to find a boyfriend, but her boyfriend would find one himself. Well, he can't be considered a boyfriend. After all, I am just a kept female college student. But if it's him, being his little lover is actually pretty good. This is what Lin Shi thinks now. She doesn't have too many extravagant expectations for happiness. As long as she can live without so much pain, it will be good enough. So what Xiao Chusheng brought to her was a future visible to the naked eye, hope. Now this bastard Xiao Chusheng is simply relying on his status as an experienced person to deceive and attack the young comrade Lin Shi. Yes, I want to tell you, you guess it yourself. Xiao Chusheng smiled like a villain. Lin Shi was suspicious, guess? Halfway through her words, Lin Shi's expression suddenly froze, and her face turned red, so hot that it seemed like she could fry eggs on it. Even Xiao Chusheng could clearly feel the heat and couldn't help wondering, is it that serious? Are you really that shy? Lin Shi remained silent and buried her face in Xiao Chusheng's arms. She was being controlled by Xiao Chusheng. She was struggling a little just now, but now? She just stopped moving. This also confused Xiao Chusheng. Why don't you have any reaction at all? Lin Shi, buried in her arms, raised her little fist and punched the man hard, but she was reluctant to use too much strength. Then I heard Lin Shi say in a soft voice, "What reaction do you want me to have? Please, I am a girl. Do you want a girl to take the initiative in this kind of thing? This can't be done by Xiao Chusheng. Isn't this what she meant? Is this a hint for me to take the initiative? Wait, is she going to agree?" Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng's breathing became rapid again. He swallowed and felt his mouth dry. Am I from? From? Xiao Chusheng was struggling madly inside, wondering whether he should obey Lin Shi. When Lin Shi saw that Xiao Chusheng didn't move and didn't let her go, she frowned slightly. Overcoming her shyness, Lin Shi mustered up the courage to speak softly, "If you really can't bear it, I can." After hesitating, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "No, I have to get up early tomorrow, and my mental state will be very bad if I stay up all day." Lin Shi thought about it and said, "But I can take a nap on the train on the way." "The problem is that I have to get up early too," Lin Shi said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Well, but I don't mind. I'm a college student anyway, so I can be lazy." Chapter 38. Can you take your hands off my legs? Xiao Chusheng felt a little angry. When it comes to being treacherous, Lin Shi is indeed one of the best. Hee, I'm giving it to you, but you didn't want it. Lin Shi laughed so hard that she cried like a goose. Xiao Chusheng, this bastard, just felt extremely aggrieved. He inexplicably felt that Lin Shi was deliberately provoking him, but he had no evidence. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lin Shi meaningfully. You don't expect anything, do you? Xiao Chusheng asked deliberately. In fact, he had already sensed that Lin Shi was actually quite proactive towards him, and even expected him to do something for her. However, Lin Shi turned her face away and refused to admit it. There was no way. The girl's unique modesty was at work. Even if she thought so in her heart, she could never admit it. There was really no other way. Xiao Chusheng could only hug her and fall asleep smelling the soothing scent on her body. Although he fell asleep, some people suffered from insomnia. It's definitely Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng, that bastard, ran away, and as a result, she couldn't sleep and was very angry. The most important thing is that this guy doesn't behave himself even when he falls asleep. Good guys should be pointed at with guns, right? I got even angrier. Humph, bad guy. Lin Shijiao snorted, not afraid that Xiao Chusheng would hear it. Because she deliberately let him hear it. It was a pity that Xiao Chusheng really fell asleep. After all, he had been standing there all night, which was very tiring. Lin Shi was naturally aware of this, so she carefully snuggled into Xiao Chusheng's arms and fell asleep smelling the unique scent of a little boy that made her feel safe. Since being brought to Hangzhou by Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi has not suffered from insomnia in the past few days. Perhaps being away from her adoptive parents, she really felt like she was still alive. At the same time, at the Qi family's house, boring and lengthy TV commercials were still playing on TV. A silly beauty on the sofa had fallen asleep without knowing when. There was a strand of crystal-clear saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth, and she kept mumbling in her sleep from time to time, but no one knew what she was saying. But you can tell that the silly beauty is very happy, because even though she has fallen asleep, there is still a peaceful smile on her face. Maybe it was because she was too lonely. Shanshan almost needed to listen to something before she could fall asleep. Sometimes it's the song in her hands, sometimes it's the programs on TV. Listening to these voices makes her feel more at ease. Another thing is that she would occasionally leave the lights and TV on all night long, which would let people outside know that there was always someone at home and would prevent the house from being stalked by people with ulterior motives. Don't think she's just a fool, she's very vigilant. As for this bastard Xiao Chusheng, we can only say that he does not follow the beaten path. His whole set of unethical moves made the already not-so-bright brain of Shanshan crash. This allowed him to take advantage of the loophole. Early in the morning, just after 5 o'clock, Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng were woken up by the alarm clock. Because Lin Shi's earliest bus was at 6 o'clock, their schedule was actually quite tight. The two of them were still in the same state as last night, sleeping in each other's arms all night. Xiao Chusheng took a greedy breath and unexpectedly smelled a hint of milk-like fragrance from the herbal scent. Suddenly his expression became strange. It was an illusion, it must be an illusion. But I have to admit that it feels really good to hug her. This feeling is incomparable to Lin Shi, who had become a queen in her previous life, because this is her own limited edition of youth. I can't even imagine how great it would be if the two of them hugged each other at that time. It would probably be so great, right? Lin Shi also rubbed her sleepy eyes. She was upset by Xiao Chusheng that night and couldn't sleep until dawn when she fell asleep. It feels like not much time has passed yet, but I wake up feeling grouchy. Especially when she saw Xiao Chusheng's spirited and smirking smile, she became even more furious. I glared at the bastard fiercely. I have to take revenge sooner or later. Didn't you want me to bite you? Lin Shi thought angrily, just wait, I will bite you so hard that you beg for mercy. Because they had to go to the train station and there were no buses at this time in the morning, Xiao Chusheng pushed out the bicycle that was rarely used at home. It feels like I can ride the whole electric donkey. Xiao Chusheng was thoughtful. Isn't it not cheap? Although Lin Shi thought this proposal was good, she still felt bad about the money. After hearing what Lin Shi said, Xiao Chusheng remembered that it was only 2007, and electric bicycles were generally just electric bicycles, not electric scooters. The mainstream one is still the bicycle type, with pedals, and it is relatively bulky. The prices are not cheap either, very low-end brands are more than 15 or 20,000. Find a time for you to take the driving test, and then we can get a four-wheeled car in one go. Xiao Chusheng immediately changed his mind. Ah? Lin Shi was stunned, 4 wheels? That one is more expensive, right? She really loves money. After all, she has finally saved up more than 10,000 yuan. Is Xiao Chusheng planning to spend it on buying a car? However, Xiao Chusheng disagreed and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, we won't buy it so soon. We'll buy it after you get your driver's license. Oh. Lin Shi didn't understand the ins and outs of this, but Xiao Chusheng knew it very well. In 2007, you could either pay some money and get your driver's license directly, or you had to take various tests, which took a long time to complete. Anyway, it will take at least half a year to get it, and by then the money to buy a car will no longer be a problem. When Xiao Chusheng was pumping air into his bicycle, Lin Shi suddenly said, in fact, a bicycle is not a necessity and can be saved. Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and asked her with a smile, do you really think so? Lin Shi was a little uncertain, but after thinking about it carefully, she nodded, yes. You are right and wrong. Xiao Chusheng explained, for now, the car is mainly convenient, and if you drive, you can drive directly to Shanghai at any time. Then the use is still very small, right? Lin Shi asked back. No, a car, at least nowadays, represents more of a status. Xiao Chuxing told Lin Shi, in the future, when we do various businesses, we must make sure that the other party will not despise us and avoid many troubles. There are still many things that cannot be left out, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. You have to know that not everyone in this world is so smart. There are too many people who look down on others and underestimate others. What Xiao Chuxing said were all his experiences when he started his business in his previous life, so he was quite touched. Are you seated? If you are seated, we will leave. Xiao Chuxing touched the back seat. A question mark popped up above Lin Shi's head. I understand the logic, but can you please take your hands off my legs before you leave? Chapter 39. You support me. It was so silky that I subconsciously touched it a few more times. Xiao Chuxing coughed twice in embarrassment. It's a pity that you don't wear black stockings on your legs. Lin Shi glanced at him deeply, snorted, and ignored him. Xiao Chuxing chuckled and started pedaling his bike. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly remembered that black stockings didn't seem to be very popular in 2007. As far as Xiao Chuxing could remember, black silk stockings suddenly became common on the streets in 2009 or 2010, but before that they were rarely seen. But he really had no idea why the number of cases increased. His so-called understanding of his past life is just what he remembers. He does not know everything. This is his limitation as a reborn person. Xiao Chuxing was wondering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to make his first fortune. But on second thought, he didn't know the exact time point, and what's more, he wouldn't make that much money from this shot. To put it more accurately, the return on energy invested is too low. If you use the same energy to do other things, you will be able to earn more money at a higher rate. This is the return ratio. For example, Xiao Chuxing now runs a barbecue stall at the night market. Although he makes a lot of money in a day, in fact, the return on this business is pitifully low. The difference in the speed at which ordinary people and capitalists make money does not lie in how much they earn, but in the ratio of input to return. Workers work hard to earn the same amount of money, while capitalists often rely on using their brains and generally engage in so-called exchange of interests. What is interest exchange? In fact, it is just a case of getting something for nothing. Both parties get something for nothing from each other and make profits from the market in the process. So Xiao Chuxing thought about it and decided not to waste his energy to make this money, because if nothing unexpected happened. By the time black stockings became popular, his mobile internet plan had already been laid out. Humph, when the time comes, I will definitely make Lin Shi wear black stockings for me to see every day. Not only do I read it, I also tear off one strip every day, no, 2 strips. I left and Xiao Chuxing was still parking his bicycle, so Lin Shi waved to him. The dog man could only quickly shout, wait a minute. Huh? What's wrong? Lin Shi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. After saying this, Xiao Chuxing didn't wait for Lin Shi to react. He took her hand and drove away without stopping. He held Lin Shi's hand with one hand and held the handlebars with the other. Lin Shi was a little worried when watching this scene, and whispered to a person, the car is unstable like this, be careful not to fall over and hit your feet. Don't be afraid, I'm very strong. So where are you taking me? Lin Shi was puzzled. Xiao Chuxing didn't answer. He took him to a breakfast stall near the train station to buy some rougiamo, and stuffed 2 of them into her arms. Then I gave her 2 cups of soy milk, is this enough? Lin Shi stared at the rougiamo and soy milk in her arms, her eyes filled with tears. Touching moments often occur in these inconspicuous moments. No one had ever treated her like this before. Only since Xiao Chuxing, the bad guy, came up and said he wanted to support her, has he been so nice to her. Isn't that enough? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Xiao Chuxing thought it was not enough for her, so he prepared to take out another one of his 2 rougiamo and give it to her. As a result, Lin Shi quickly stopped him, enough. Only then did Xiao Chuxing hear that Lin Shi's voice was a little choked. In an instant he guessed that the softest part of Lin Shi's heart was touched. But it was precisely because of this that Xiao Chuxing felt even more sorry for her. He couldn't help but reach out and stroke her hair, comforting her softly. Don't be too happy too soon. Xiao Chuxing was full of bad taste when he comforted her. Sure enough, Lin Shi looked up at him in surprise, her face full of confusion. Is this person a romantic insulator? However, Xiao Chuxing's next words almost made her burst into tears. Because what this dogman said is, because this is just the beginning. You can be so happy every year and even every day in the future. You can eat whatever you want and as much as you want, and no one can let you go hungry anymore. Lin Shi couldn't bear it any longer and threw herself into Xiao Chusheng's arms, tears as big as beans falling one after another. The beautiful girl was crying bitterly. Xiao Chusheng was holding the breakfast in one hand and holding the handlebar with the other, and he couldn't reach out to hold her in his arms. This scene was seen by passers-by, but everyone tacitly watched from a distance. This was politeness. I don't know how long this state lasted. Lin Shi was tired of crying. Xiao Chusheng then spoke, "Okay, you have to go, otherwise you will miss the train." Lin Shi burst into laughter and wiped the corners of her eyes, which were already red from tears. "If we missed it, we missed it. At worst, I want to go back and you can support me." Xiao Chusheng hung the breakfast on the handlebars and touched her hair lovingly. "Well, I will support you, so you don't have to be afraid of those bastards who want to bully you. You can go to school with peace of mind and come back with confidence." Nothing could be more reassuring than this. Xiao Chusheng undoubtedly made him Lin Shi's solid backing. Lin Shi nodded heavily. "Remember to apply for a mobile phone number first, and call us as soon as you have any problems." Before entering the station, Xiao Chusheng gave Lin Shi many instructions, and only after Lin Shi expressed that she understood did she let Lin Shi in. As a result, Lin Shi had only taken 2 steps when Xiao Chusheng suddenly called Lin Shi again. "Poetry. Is there anything else?" Lin Shi turned back subconsciously. Xiao Chusheng reminded her repeatedly like an old mother, "Well, eat well at noon, don't eat badly to save money." These words may sound long-winded to others, but to Lin Shi, they are full of pampering and happiness. Lin Shi's face was filled with a happy smile as she listened quietly to what Xiao Chusheng had to say. Suddenly, she hugged Xiao Chusheng's face. Caught off guard, Xiao Chusheng felt his lips being fiercely pressed. The kiss didn't last long. When he came to his senses, Lin Shi was so embarrassed that she walked into the station without even turning her head back. Looking at Lin Shi entering the station, Xiao Chusheng felt empty in his heart, even though he knew she would be back in the afternoon. Xiao Chusheng rode his bicycle back to school only after Lin Shi's train had left the station. Even though he got up early, he arrived at school almost on time after sending Lin Shi off. This bastard walked in while chewing on a Rujiamo and sipping soy milk. He didn't behave like a big boss at all. Seeing Xiao Chusheng coming, Su Hai came up and questioned Xiao Chusheng, "Is that stall really yours?" Xiao Chusheng did not deny, "Yes, it's mine." "How much money can you make? Is it a lot?" Su Hai was very curious. He couldn't imagine how much such a popular stall could make in one night. But seeing how hard Xiao Chusheng worked, he felt that it must be very profitable. Xiao Chusheng said calmly, "It's a business secret." He knew better than anyone that wealth should not be shown off, so naturally he could not tell Su Hai. "What stall are you talking about?" At this time, Zhang Jia, who Xiao Chusheng didn't want to have contact with, suddenly interrupted. "It has nothing to do with you." Chapter 40: The Beastly Side. Xiao Chusheng looked displeased. He had clearly shown resistance, but Zhang Jia still came close to him again and again. Just like himself in the past. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng felt heavy-hearted. Now he has rejected Zhang Jia, but their positions seem to have completely reversed. Zhang Jia felt aggrieved and asked Xiao Chusheng timidly, "Do you hate me so much?" After all, Su Hai and she were former classmates, so he wanted to smooth things over and signaled Xiao Chusheng not to go too far. However, Xiao Chusheng glanced at him indifferently, with no emotion in his tone. "Yes, I just hate it." This one sentence froze Su Hai and Zhang Jia's expressions, because in their opinion, Xiao Chusheng should be a very easy-to-talk-to person. On the surface, this is true, but this is only in school. In his previous life, Su Hai met the real Xiao Chusheng when he started his business. Xiao Chusheng was easygoing when he was a student, but that was based on a foundation. We are all students, and we may have occasional quarrels, but how can there be any deep hatred? Naturally, there is no need to worry too much about those trivial things. But when he entered society, Xiao Chusheng no longer concealed his edge because he was walking a difficult path. In the era of explosive internet economy, which has already become a red ocean, it is almost impossible to break through the siege. In that kind of environment, an easygoing and nice person would only get beaten. This also brought out the truly beastly side of Xiao Chusheng. And after being reborn, Xiao Chusheng never controlled his temper again. "We can be friends, but you want me to play these house tricks with you? Forget it, I don't mind breaking up." Xiao Chusheng knew what Zhang Jia was planning. She must want to find Su Hai to lobby for Xiao Chusheng to give her a chance. Su Hai himself is the kind of person who doesn't have much of an opinion, and he rarely refuses other people's requests. Add to that the friendship between Zhang Jiayi and his classmate, and it would be even harder to refuse. On the contrary, that stupid beauty and Lin Shi were not familiar with Su Hai, so Su Hai naturally subconsciously preferred the familiar Zhang Jiayi. Another reason is that Su Hai feels that there is no possibility for Xiao Chusheng and the campus beauty Qi University, even though they seem to be dating now. And he also saw the beautiful woman named Lin Shi last night. No matter which one she was, Su Hai's inferiority complex as an ordinary person made him dare not have any thoughts about them. The approachable Xiao Chusheng was subconsciously regarded by Su Hai as someone of the same level as him, so he felt that whether it was Lin Shi from last night or Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng was not worthy of them. They will definitely not have a good ending, and Zhang Jiayi is more suitable for Xiao Chusheng because they are people of similar levels. So as soon as she arrived in the morning, Zhang Jiayi found Su Hai and persuaded Su Hai to help her win Xiao Chusheng back. But who is Xiao Chusheng now? He is a seasoned veteran, how can such a trick be hidden from him? He could tell at a glance that there was something awkward between Su Hai and Zhang Jiayi, but what connection could there be between the two? That must be him. In his opinion, if you reject something, you must reject it completely, and if you break up with someone, you must break up with them completely. Since there is no love anymore, there is no need to get involved anymore. Giving her any hope would bring endless troubles. So it's not that Xiao Chusheng is heartless, okay, he is heartless. People like Xiao Chusheng will treat you wholeheartedly while the feelings are still there, but once the feelings are gone, they will be colder than a stranger. However, his fate and affection with Zhang Jiayi ended in his previous life when she found another partner without his knowledge. In fact, he was not particularly attached to Zhang Jiayi, but he felt that since you don't want to live with me anymore, then they should just part ways amicably. What's your point in doing this? Therefore, in this life, Xiao Chusheng will never have any feelings for Zhang Jiayi again. You know, in a relationship between a man and a woman, the most hurtful thing is not caring. This is how Xiao Chusheng treats Zhang Jiayi at this moment. Ignoring Zhang Jiayi, Xiao Chusheng glanced at Su Hai indifferently. This is the last time, next time I will just turn against you. Su Hai's face was also a little ugly. He was just kind-hearted, but he didn't expect Xiao Chusheng to really not give him any face. You beast, let us talk reason. Su Hai tried to explain his behavior. But when he met Xiao Chusheng's cold eyes, he could only swallow all his words silently. Because this was the first time he saw Xiao Chusheng look at someone with this kind of eyes, he even saw a hint of murderous intent in it. As more people filled the classroom, Su Hai could only turn his head away, and Zhang Jiayi could only return to her seat silently. But it could be seen that she was whispering, trying to control her emotions and not let herself cry out loud. Xiao Chusheng ignored the two of them. All he was thinking about now was money and those two guys, oh yes, and his family. Lin Shi and that idiot might be family in a sense. That's fine. The head teacher, Lao Lu, walked around the class, and when he passed by Xiao Chusheng, he found that Xiao Chusheng was also there. But he didn't say anything, as if he didn't remember what happened between him and Qi Shanshan before. He shook his head and walked away with a step that didn't recognize anyone. Perhaps it was because Xiao Chusheng was too strong in the morning, neither Su Hai nor Zhang Jiayi came to disturb him. Because of this, Xiao Chusheng was in a very good state and in a very happy mood. Later, the silly beauty came and brought Lin Shi's cell phone number and the news that she had arrived in Shanghai. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, nodded and said to the idiot, she probably won't be able to make it back by noon. Oh, let's have dinner together. The silly beauty asked with clear eyes. Xiao Chusheng nodded helplessly, okay. After that, she persuaded this guy to go back to her class. Otherwise, with this guy's slowness, she might not be able to stay here until noon. However, Xiao Chusheng had an inexplicable feeling. He thought, if the woman he chose in his previous life was a silly beauty with a personality like that, perhaps he wouldn't have so many bad memories? But then I thought again, if I had a girlfriend like that stupid beauty. Xiao Chusheng would probably be a person who was content with a small fortune and would be satisfied with just having a class to attend. As expected, some things are destined to happen and there is no way to avoid them. At noon, Su Hai came, probably with an apology in mind, and wanted to invite Xiao Chusheng to dinner. But Xiao Chusheng directly refused. I have an appointment with Qi Shanshan. Ha! Su Hai's eyes widened, but he still couldn't believe it. Bastard, are you dating Qi Xiaohua? Before Xiao Chusheng could answer, Qi Shanshan suddenly came in and anxiously handed the phone to Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng's face changed drastically after reading it. Chapter 41, There is nothing wrong with being greedy, right? Many people in Qi Shanshan's stupid class ran away early, so she ran away too. Then this guy squatted outside Xiao Chusheng's class and secretly peeked inside. After all, she was so beautiful and famous in the school, it was hard for anyone not to notice her. This idiot hurriedly ran into the classroom and handed the phone to Xiao Chusheng, but when Xiao Chusheng saw the content, his face suddenly turned ugly and he turned around and rushed out of the classroom. A certain idiot was also following behind him, running very fast. Xiao Chusheng braked suddenly and stopped her. "Why are you following me? Go eat first, I'll go find her." Then this idiot looked pitiful, pursed his lips and said stubbornly, "I want to go too." Seeing this, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand, and didn't know what to say to this guy for a moment. Finally, he could only sigh and say, "Okay. Let's go." In fact, he wanted to tell Lao Lu, but unfortunately he didn't have time now. "It's actually no big deal if I don't come in the afternoon. There is nothing to do at school these days anyway, so I can just sit there and kill time." I took a taxi and headed straight to the train station. He bought the ticket first, and while waiting for the train to arrive, Xiao Chusheng ran to buy 2 boxes of lunch. This lunchbox is basically all vegetarian and the taste is not very good, but I can't care about that right now. Afterwards he got a big bucket of iced cola. After all, the weather was so hot and there were quite a few people on the train. The two of them squatted in the waiting room, finished their lunchboxes, took a few sips of Fat House Happy Water, and then got on the bus. It was unclear whether Qi Shanshan, this idiot, really didn't mind or was just being insensitive. She was drinking happily from the Coke bucket that Xiao Chusheng had drunk from. But Xiao Chusheng thought about it again. This abstract relationship between me and her seems. Drinking from the same bottle together is really nothing. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt relieved. There were actually very few people on the bus at noon, and many seats were empty. Xiao Chusheng used this stupid guy's cell phone to call Lin Shi, and Lin Shi picked up the call immediately. When she learned that Xiao Chusheng was going to pick her up without saying a word, she almost cried on the spot, but she still said, "You don't have to come, I'll find a time to go back." "We've already boarded the train," Xiao Chusheng said softly. "Ah? Already on the train?" Lin Shi was surprised, but soon figured out what was wrong with his words. "Wait, you?" Xiao Chusheng did not hide it and nodded lightly. "Yes, this idiot is here too." "I'm not stupid." Qi Shanshan had a frightened face and looked fierce, but it was still cute. "Ah? You're all here?" Lin Shi was even more dumbfounded. "Well, just wait. Also, don't put yourself in a difficult position. Ask someone to bring you some food, and don't eat too little." "Ha? Good." Lin Shi hung up the phone, still a little dazed, and kept muttering, "She's here too." As Lin Shi thought about it, he felt very complicated. She actually had some indescribable feeling towards Qi Shanshan, a rather silly but very likable girl. But at the same time, she couldn't figure out what kind of feelings this naive girl had towards Xiao Chusheng. Now this innocent girl actually came to pick her up without saying a word, which made her feel inexplicably emotional. When people are moved, they lose their rationality. For a moment, she actually had an urge to make the three of them a family. This is a terrible and impulsive idea. Even more twisted. But this is what Lin Shi hopes for at the moment. She can't bear to leave Xiao Chusheng, nor can she bear to leave this naive girl. Because she had a very hard life in the first half of her life, and now that she has met someone who truly treats her well, she can't bear to leave him. Even though she knew that it was not good to think like this, she was too greedy. "But I have had such a hard life and paid so much. I finally met someone who treats me well, so it's okay for me to be a little greedy, right?" "Lin Shi? Who are you calling? Who's coming?" Lin Shi's roommate, a girl named Zhuwen, asked curiously. Zhuwen is a somewhat introverted but very nice girl, and she is a bit short. But she is a very cute girl with glasses. Lin Shi was speechless and didn't know how to explain for a moment. "Is Xiao Chusheng my boyfriend? Or is he my sponsor?" But no matter which one, she said, "I'm afraid that if it gets out, the entire finance college will be in an uproar." You know, one of the reasons why she can't leave now is related to this. A few days ago, she went to Hangzhou and stayed there for 2 days, without returning home at night. She came back to attend classes in the morning, but the news of her return was leaked by someone unknown. When she entered the dormitory to pack her clothes, she was blocked by someone. It was the senior who had been pursuing her. Lin Shi really doesn't like this guy and has clearly rejected him many times, but he still enjoys doing it. The most important thing is that this guy is very credulous. He tells everyone that Lin Shi will be his woman sooner or later, and asks others to stay away from her. Such people are very self-centered and try to interfere in the lives of others, which proves that they have very bad character. So Lin Shi not only did not have a good impression of him, but became more and more disgusted with him. This time, after she came back for class, she planned to grab some clothes to change into and go back to Hangzhou. If she had enough time, she would even pack up all her stuff from the dormitory and take it with her. Because if nothing unexpected happens, she will spend more time in Hangzhou than in Shanghai in the next year. But while she was still packing her things, the boy brought people to block her downstairs and asked them to put flowers on the table to express his love. This was the letter reported by the class, which made Lin Shi very angry. The most important thing is that this guy is still clamoring that he will not give up unless you agree to his request. It looks like moral kidnapping. He also called a group of boys from school who were good friends with him to block him. When Zhuan came back, she even heard that boy bragging to the boys he was with. After Lin Shi came down, he made a passionate confession, then kissed her against the wall and definitely won her over. You can take her out to get a room at night. When Lin Shi learned about this, she was so angry that she laughed. That boy who made your heart beat faster didn't even want to sleep with you, you bastard, you're just daydreaming. So she told Qi Shanshan about the matter and asked Qi Shanshan to tell Xiao Chusheng that she might be back late in the afternoon. When the bastard downstairs got tired of waiting, she went downstairs and slipped away. It's not that she didn't dare to go on like this, but mainly because she was a girl and the other side had more people. If they wanted to use force on her, it would be too disgusting if they took advantage of her. She didn't want to get herself dirty. Zhuan looked at Lin Shi with a smile. Sure, tell me the truth, where have you been these 2 days? You look like you are in love, right? Chapter 42 Lin Your Mothers. Faced with the teasing of her roommate, Lin Shi blushed subconsciously, but did not refute it immediately. Zhuan has been dealing with Lin Shi for 2 years, but this is the first time she has seen Lin Shi like this. So she immediately widened her eyes with an expression of disbelief. Wow, this can't be true? You two have been together for the past 2 days, right? You gave it to him? I have to say that Zhuan is very anxious, even more anxious than Lin Shi, the person involved. Lin Shi blushed and didn't answer, because she was actually a little impulsive inside. If Xiao Chusheng was more proactive, she would have complied with him half-heartedly. After all, she felt that she had to be with him. A boy who wants to help her in such a situation, but not because he wants her body, Lin Shi can't think of what this boy wants for her. So, even if I really want her body, what does it matter? Lin Shi has a bit of low self-esteem. Perhaps this body is all she has left. Unfortunately, what Lin Shi didn't know was that the beast came for her body, there was no doubt about that. But this guy also wants her brain. Her roommate Zhuan looked at Lin Shi meaningfully. At that moment, she felt that she had never seen anything like it before. A talented woman like Lin Shi actually falls in love? It's hard to imagine what it's like for someone like her to fall in love. So she tried to pry other information about the man from Lin Shi, such as which school he was from, whether he had graduated, where he worked, etc. Lin Shi often went out to work several jobs. Her roommates all knew about this, and they also knew about the troubles in Lin Shi's family. So every time Lin Shi's vampire adoptive parents came, her roommates would cover for her and try their best to help Lin Shi avoid them. So in Zhuan's opinion, Lin Shi should have contact with a lot of men in society, so it is not unacceptable for her to be pursued by a man who is a few years older than her and already has a job. Oh yes, there is a prerequisite, that is, you are not too old. Lin Shi pursed her lips. Facing her roommate's aggressive questioning, she didn't know how to describe Xiao Chusheng for a moment. After all, he is hard to describe. Just then, there was a sudden noise downstairs. The two men went to the window and took a look. It turned out that the people below were getting impatient and finally wanted to use force. Originally, that guy thought that as long as he showed enough sincerity, Lin Shi would at least give him some face. But under the scorching sun, 3 hours had passed. But where is the person? Where is the person? Lin Shi is such a heartless woman, she doesn't give them any face. If the expression of love is mutual, it is called romance. But if it is one-sided self-admiration, it will become a joke of the clown's licking dog. As a result, such a big commotion attracted a lot of onlookers. The result? The person involved was made a laughingstock. After all, Lin Shi was the campus beauty of her class, and she was also a talented woman recognized by several professors. She was quite famous. So in the past 2 years, there have been countless boys who have confessed their love to Lin Shi and tried to pursue her. Therefore, when someone confessed his love to Lin Shi, no one was surprised at all, and everyone just came there to watch the fun. After all, no one thinks you will succeed. But what about you? It's not decided yet, and we're opening the champagne at halftime. Just now he was bragging about how he got the bag and took it to the hotel in the evening? The slap in the face was as loud as the one just now. Suddenly, the person who wanted to confess his feelings became a joke. He was pointed at and talked about, his face turned blue and red, and he looked extremely ugly. Perhaps he was angry and humiliated, this guy couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted towards Lin Sher's window upstairs, "Lin Sher, I love you love me too, right? Give me a response, everyone is looking forward to it so much, you can't just not show up. This is a bit disgusting in front of so many people." This guy can be said to be playing moral blackmail. Ha, look, wait for her to come down, I will kill her with a combo of holding her in my arms and kissing her passionately, I will definitely win. This guy felt good about himself and made promises to several of his friends in the same department. Coincidentally, these words were heard by a beast who had just got off the train. "Oh? Who are you going to take down?" The man subconsciously replied, "Lin Sher, who else could it be? Lin, your mother's." With a simple and unpretentious kick to the crotch, Xiao Chusheng kicked the man away. This guy was just pretending to be cool, but before he was halfway through, he felt a burning pain on his butt, as if it had been exploded by a carrying pole. Then his eyes went dark and he fell flat on his face. Suddenly, the whole place fell into dead silence. No one expected that there would be new news? This scene was seen by Lin Sher and Zhu Wen, who were upstairs. Zhu Wen, in particular, looked like she was just looking for trouble. "Wow, sure, did you see that? That idiot got beaten up?" "Sure." Zhu Wen then realized that Lin Sher had already run away. "Ha?" Zhu Wen was confused, but soon realized, this is impossible? Zhu Wen reacted quickly and hurriedly chased Lin Sher downstairs in her slippers. The boy was kicked so hard that his face hit the hot ground and he grimaced in pain. After finally getting up, he saw Lin Sher running towards him with a look of worry on her face. This scene made him completely stunned. "Although I don't know how he was ambushed, it's not a loss at all because I managed to attract the goddess." This guy believed it and thought, "Oh, it turns out that I opened it the wrong way." If you want to pursue goddess Lin Sher, you have to play the victim. "Look, people see me getting hurt, aren't they worried about me?" As he said this, he raised his arms with a stupid look on his face, as if to welcome the goddess. He thought Lin Sher was going to throw herself into his arms. But Lin Sher didn't even look at him and walked right past him. He was stunned, and so were the onlookers. Not only him, in fact, the onlookers also thought that this guy touched the goddess' heart by playing the victim. Some people were even angry about how the goddess could be taken down so easily. But what is the result? Lin Sher didn't even take a look and just walked away? But the next scene was what made everyone's pupils tremble. The goddess Lin Sher threw herself into the arms of a boy without any hesitation. Including the boy who wanted to confess to Lin Sher, everyone was petrified. "No, man, what's going on?" Everyone was stunned. Their goddess was just abducted by someone? "You're here," Lin Sher was trying hard to suppress the joy in her voice. "Well, here I come." Chapter 43: The Stupid Beauty Goes Mad. This scene blinded the titanium eyes of countless onlookers, and many people even didn't understand it. Why would goddess Lin Sher be chosen by a boy who doesn't look very tall and is only a little handsome? In fact, Xiao Chusheng is not short, but is still in the growth stage. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng grew a lot when he was in his sophomore year. At that time, his height was average or above average for his peers. Of course, the onlookers present didn't think too much about it. The boy who was kicked out by Xiao Chusheng finally reacted at this moment. Jealousy made him unrecognizable and his eyes were bloodshot. Pointing at Xiao Chusheng, he asked, "Damn it, kid, where did you come from?" "Lin Sher is my woman, get out of here." Xiao Chusheng glanced at him slowly, and he actually knew this guy. "Oh, no, it can't be called acquaintance. I should say I have seen it." In her previous life, Lin Sher was harassed by this guy for a long time. Even after she started a business with Xiao Chusheng, this guy came to the company several times to place candles downstairs. However, they were all taught a lesson by the wicked Xiao Chusheng using a fire extinguisher. When he came again later, Lin Sher asked the security guards to beat him up and he was beaten black and blue several times. After that, she never saw him again. It's no use being nice to this kind of person who keeps pestering you, because he will only become more and more demanding. All we can say is that such people are protected by the law, otherwise they would have been drowned long ago. "Boy, your father is asking you a question, don't play dumb." This guy thought Xiao Chusheng was intimidated by him, and immediately looked like a villain who had achieved success. This guy is quite tall and looks a bit like a big fool. His height does give the freshman a sense of oppression. But Xiao Chusheng really doesn't fear him. When Lin Shi heard this guy swearing, her eyes turned colder and she wanted to help Xiao Chusheng curse back. But Xiao Chusheng didn't even have this chance for her, let alone give that guy any chance. Idiot, why don't you try to say something foul again? He went up and swung his fist and threw a simple uppercut. The whole process happened so fast that the person involved didn't even have a chance to react before being stunned by Xiao Chusheng. However, his companions who came with him reacted quickly and wanted to beat up Xiao Chusheng. These days, the public security in schools and society is not that good, and group fights are quite common. Lin Shi was very panicked, because no matter how good Xiao Chusheng was at fighting, he was still just one person, and she understood the principle that two fists could not beat four hands. But Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath slowly and put on a martial arts master's pose, Wing Chun, Beast. When the gang saw his attitude, they were all stunned. My goodness, could this guy be a martial artist? In fact, Donnie Yen Zip Man was not released until the end of 2008, so no one gets Xiao Chusheng's point now. However, this does not stop him from showing off. Of course, he is not just pretending, because this bastard really knows Wing Chun. As soon as they met, Xiao Chusheng caught the leader and beat him to death, using a series of moves to beat the man until his face was bruised and swollen. The essence of a gang fight is to catch the leader and beat him to death. Xiao Chusheng's move directly frightened these college students who had never experienced society, and they no longer had the courage to step forward. Several people's calves were trembling. Xiao Chusheng sneered. I fought for my empire in my previous life. How could you, a bunch of stupid college students, understand my difficulties? Of course, even though this man was beaten black and blue by Xiao Chusheng, he was actually fine. When he was sent to the hospital, his injuries were not even considered minor. Xiao Chusheng learned Wing Chun in his previous life, not for any other reason but to be able to protect himself at critical moments. He couldn't beat masters, but he could beat some stronger ordinary people for fun. This was also the reason why he dared to go to Qinbin before. Even though Qinbin was ignorant at that time, he could still fight his way out. Although the reborn body had not undergone specialized fitness training like in the previous life, the skills in his subconscious mind still made it easy for him to beat up a bunch of stupid college students. This is the reason why Xiao Chusheng dared to take action. He was able to hold back. Even if the police came, they would only give him a verbal warning and make him pay a few hundred yuan at most. If someone is being ruthless and he doesn't hold back and beats him up, that is self-defense. Of course, it could be over-defense. Xiao Chusheng kicked this guy so hard that he was knocked unconscious. Then he turned to Lin Shi and said, "Go upstairs and get the things." "Let's go." Lin Shi nodded heavily and was about to turn around and go upstairs. But at this moment, the boy who was stunned by Xiao Chusheng suddenly jumped up. "You son of a bitch, you're the one who ruined my good deeds, die." His target was Xiao Chusheng. While Xiao Chusheng was talking to Lin Shi and not paying attention to him, he launched a sneak attack and pounced on Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng was naturally on guard, but before he could make a move, a beautiful figure stood in front of him. I have to admit that the silly beauty's altitude does give her a sense of security. Xiao Chusheng even had a subtle sense of trance for a moment. Not only Xiao Chusheng was in a daze, but the boy who attacked Xiao Chusheng was also in a daze, because Qi Shanshan's face was so beautiful that his anger was temporarily dulled. Beautiful girl. But what awaited him was not Qi Shanshan's shyness, but a merciless hammer. The half-full bottle of coke was used as a weapon by the stupid beauty, who hit her hard on the nose. He kept hitting her again and again, with such great force that it gave Xiao Chusheng a chill. My goodness, this idiot can beat people so hard? Xiao Chusheng didn't hurt him, but after being hit by the stupid beauty, he would probably be seriously injured. The stupid beauty had a blank expression on her face. She held the coke bucket with both hands and kept pounding it, causing the guy to scream in pain. He could only raise his hands subconsciously to resist the stupid beauty's attack. The onlookers were stunned. Who could have thought that such a beautiful woman could be so cruel? But looking at this guy's cool look, it seems reasonable. Only Xiao Chusheng knew that this guy was not aloof at all, but socially phobic. Now she is fighting to death, most likely because of stress. This guy came out to protect him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel moved, and hurriedly went over to hold her two little hands. Okay, if you continue hitting me, someone will die. The body of the coke bottle was stained with blood, because the bottom of the bottle scratched the skin on the idiot's face and arms when it hit him. It's not serious, it just looks scary. The stupid beauty struggled subconsciously at first, but her terrifying strength shocked Xiao Chusheng. This guy eats so much, it seems all the food is not in vain. After seeing clearly that the person who stopped her was Xiao Chusheng, the stupid beauty suddenly became like a different person, staring blankly at the Coke bucket in her hand. Can't drink anymore. Xiao Chusheng quickly touched her head and said, "You can't drink anymore. We'll buy it later." Oh. Bang. The Coke bucket was thrown by the stupid beauty and hit the idiot in the face. Chapter 44. Want to know how to destroy a person? Headshot? No, it's called face dumping. Seeing this scene, everyone present subconsciously took a breath of cold air. This was a critical hit, and it must be painful to death, right? Indeed, the boy screamed like a pig being slaughtered after being hit, but he was soon completely enraged. Without the Coke bucket, the stupid beauty was stunned. This time the boy's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't care about being gentle with her at all. He punched the stupid beauty. This time, Xiao Chusheng did not hesitate anymore and gave the guy who was rushing towards him a solid kick that could have wiped out his descendants. It was just a kick in the chest. This guy was just rushing forward without even thinking that someone was waiting for him. The kick knocked him to the ground, and he was so angry that he shouted, "Damn it, bastard, you son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." Xiao Chusheng's eyes became extremely cold, with a hint of murderous intent in them. He walked up to the guy and was not afraid that he would attack him. If he dared to attack him, he could use it as self-defense. Why? I fell in love with her when she was a freshman. Why? I will be able to do an internship soon. By then, I can earn $1 million a year and become a senior executive of a financial company. Lin Shi, why do you look down on me? The boy seemed to be broken, and he expressed his self-touching feelings. It's a pity that no one wants to listen to his words. These words made him even more disliked, because normal people could not understand this guy's thought process at all. However, Xiao Chusheng, who was reborn from the future, could understand it at this moment. In fact, if we put it into the context of the times, we can understand that the internet was not yet popular at that point in time, and people in most places still firmly believed in the idea that academic qualifications are supreme. Even some students in remote areas are still thinking that the college entrance examination can change their lives. The college entrance examination can indeed change your life, but it is not absolute. What these students think is that if they get into college they can get a good job and earn millions or even tens of millions of dollars a year. This social phenomenon was not broken until the mobile internet became popular and information barriers between regions were removed. Xiao Chusheng had an impression of this guy. If he remembered correctly, his name was Song Yu. I passed the exam from Hunan province. My family doesn't have much money and even less background. A person who couldn't be more ordinary. It is such a person who is delusionally dreaming of entering a big company through internship and earning millions of dollars a year. Xiao Chusheng just wanted to laugh. After so many years of struggling in his previous life, he already knew many of the rules of this society. People who have no background and no financial strength but study finance, at least 99.99% of them, not all of them, will live a miserable life. What do you want to ask? The reason is simple. There are many geniuses who are better than you. You have nothing. Why should others use you? So there are only two ways for these guys who study finance to make money in the financial field. The result of starting your own business and becoming your own boss is that 8 out of 10 entrepreneurs fail, and the remaining one ends up eating dirt. Or if you want to be with a rich woman, first you have to have a good-looking face, oh yes, and secondly you have to live a good life. There is a chance if you marry into the wife's family. As for joining a big company? It's so funny, I'm afraid he's not awake yet. The money of big companies is controlled by people they absolutely trust, and will never be handed over to an outsider. Do you want to work in a big company as a finance major? Other rich kids study finance in order to manage their own companies, the so-called in-house people. As for these ordinary finance graduates, even if they are lucky enough to get into a big company, the best they can do is be a financial planner. Executives? I can only say that dreams come true. Squatting in front of the fallen guy, Xiao Chusheng lowered his voice and said indifferently, "Do you want to know how to destroy a person?" Ah. This one sentence made the boy who fell to the ground change his expression suddenly. Xiao Chusheng ignored his expression and stared at him with a gloomy look. "Guys like you still fantasize about having a bright future, but I can only say that people like you will end up working for others. Oh, you will end up working for people like me. It's a pity that I don't like it. You are talking nonsense." Song Yu was already furious. He didn't want to believe this because it seemed too ridiculous to him. Why would a highly educated person like him let a student like him work for him? Xiao Chusheng ignored his broken defense and continued to talk. I am a villain, and revenge has always been from morning to night. It couldn't be easier to destroy trash like you. For example, I can spend a little money to hire someone to inject 502 into your door lock every day, and put a sack on you and beat you up on your way home every day. When Xiao Chusheng said this, he showed a ferocious smile. Oh yes, if you happen to work in the company of a friend I know, I will kick you out directly, or I will find someone to go to your company to make trouble every day. Which company do you think will keep you? Even if you are so poor that you have to set up a stall by yourself? I will hire a few thugs to smash your stall every day. Do you think your so-called proud academic qualifications can protect you? These are the dirtiest and most vicious means, which Xiao Chusheng used on Lin Shire's adoptive parents and their family in his previous life. Now he just repeated it to this guy named Songyu. This guy's face turned pale after hearing this. Xiao Chusheng must have taught him how dangerous life is. Of course, this is not the end, because Xiao Chusheng snorted coldly. Speaking of which, you are proud of your academic qualifications, right? I can also destroy you in this way. For example, I will do something to you every now and then in this school so that you can't even graduate. Let me think about it. Oh, yes. For example, I spend some money to bribe a streetwalker to come to the school and make trouble. Then she gets pregnant with your child. In order to expand the influence, I will spend a little money to put your advertisement in the newspaper. Do you think the school will protect you just for a useless person like you who is actually not that important? Songyu's face turned pale, and in an instant, all blood disappeared. The above assumptions were just Xiao Chusheng scaring him, just to avoid this guy harassing Lin Shi like in his previous life. It is definitely impossible for Xiao Chusheng to deal with him like this now, as he has neither money nor resources. But not for long. Of course, if you must use disgusting methods to deal with this guy, it is not impossible, but it is a bit troublesome. Songyu no longer had the arrogance and madness he had before, and his voice was trembling with fear. Brother, big brother, please let me go, please let me go. I promise I will never dare to do it again. I will stay away from Lin Shi. I will never appear in front of her again, okay? Xiao Chusheng spoke to him in a low voice, so the students watching had no idea what they were talking about. But when they saw Songyu suddenly become so cowardly, everyone was shocked. What on earth happened? Chapter 45 Settling Down? What's going on? What happened to him? I don't know, why did you suddenly give in? Everyone was talking in a low voice, but Songyu, the person involved, ignored them all and knelt in front of Xiao Chusheng and cried bitterly. How could he care about his own image at all? He is shameless and honest, but he is not really awesome. When faced with people who are more scoundrel, more shameless, and more cruel than him, he is just a younger brother among younger brothers. Xiao Chusheng had to admit that some of these methods were immoral and even a bit illegal. But it's really useful. Because some bastards just take advantage of loopholes in the law. While the law protects good people, it is actually also protecting scum. This is an undeniable fact. Therefore, when dealing with these bastards, no matter how immoral the means are, it is not excessive. Xiao Chusheng kicked him in disgust and told him not to touch him. Get out if you dare to appear in front of my Shirshir again. I don't mind letting you feel what I just said. After these words were spoken, Songyu felt as if he had been pardoned. He stumbled and stood up in a panic, trying to leave quickly. He had lost all face today, but just as he stood up, his legs went weak and he fell flat on his face again. Only after the people left did the crowd of onlookers begin to gradually disperse. But there were still some people who stayed and looked at the three of them curiously. There was no way around it, no matter whether it was Lin Shi or the silly beauty, they were both first-class beauties. Especially the idiot Qi Shanshan, because she was too anxious to grow up, so everyone thought this girl was a freshman or from another school. There were even some brave ones who were eager to try and wanted to ask for Qi Shanshan's contact information. But he was just hesitating. Why? It was because this guy was always so cold to others, with the words, "keep away from strangers," written all over his face. Who could have imagined that this guy was a social phobic? Xiao Chusheng didn't bother to pay attention to these guys and patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. Go get the things, we'll leave after we get them. Lin Shi was still a little dazed, but she came back to her senses after hearing Xiao Chusheng's words. She hummed lightly and finally went upstairs. It was because of Lin Shi's departure that Xiao Chusheng noticed that there was a girl not far away. That's right, it was Zhuan who had just chased Lin Shi downstairs. Xiao Chusheng knew this person and they had dealt with each other several times in their previous life. It can be said that Juwon is the girl who has the best relationship with Lin Shi. Especially during the period when Lin Shi was being sucked dry by her adoptive parents, Juwon often paid out of her own pocket and found various ways to treat Lin Shi to meals. This relieved a lot of pressure on Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng heard all these things from Lin Shi later. So he now has a very good impression of Juwon. Of course, that was only in his heart. He could only pretend that he didn't know Juwon. Because he has learned his lesson now, he has to be careful not to reveal his identity as a reborn person. Until Juwon took the initiative to talk to Xiao Chusheng, "Are you a Shi's boyfriend?" Xiao Chusheng neither admitted nor denied it, but asked Juwon, "Are you Lin Shi's classmate?" "I am her roommate, the one on the upper bunk." Juwon answered very proudly, and asked Xiao Chusheng with a smirk, "Are you envious?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This Juwon actually still has a bit of a dirty personality? I had little dealings with her in my previous life, so I never really noticed her. But it's normal to think about it. When Xiao Chusheng and Juwon met, Lin Shi was already depressed. It can be said that the atmosphere was very heavy at that time, unlike now. Even if Juwon wanted to liven up the atmosphere, it was not the right time. From then on, Lin Shi became almost inseparable from Xiao Chusheng, and only met Juwon a few times. The most memorable one was a class reunion in Lin Shi several years after graduating from university in my previous life. At that time, Juwon asked Xiao Chusheng what he thought of Lin Shi. Did he intend to keep her hanging like this? Xiao Chusheng was silent at that time, but in his heart he was actually inclined to be with Lin Shi. But Zheng Jiayi is his white moonlight since their student days. Although their relationship has long been dead in name only, he is unwilling to accept this. So he was in a heavy mood that day and drank a lot of wine. That was when he was drunk and had sex with Lin Shi in a daze. Thinking back on it now, Xiao Chusheng still feels a little dazed. So now facing Juwon's teasing, Xiao Chusheng's first reaction was surprise, and then he counterattacked, "Of course I'm not envious." "Ah? Aren't you jealous?" "Ah sure, and I have the upper and lower bunks, so we can be together every day." "No, you can't," Xiao Chusheng said arrogantly and proudly, "because she will be with me every day from now on." Juwon also reacted at this moment. You want to take Lin Shi to move out of the school?" "That's kind of right." Xiao Chusheng didn't know how to respond, so he let her misunderstand. As the two were talking, Juwon noticed the silly beauty following Xiao Chusheng. She naturally saw the brutal scene where this guy picked up the coke bucket and hit Song Yu so hard that he had no chance to fight back, and Qi Shanshan also looked like she didn't want anyone to get close to her. So in Juwon's eyes, this fool is simply a heroine. If Xiao Chusheng knew what this guy was thinking, he would probably explode on the spot. What a bold guy. What about the heroine? Who is this? Juwon asked tentatively. Being able to come here with Xiao Chusheng, Juwon didn't think in a strange way, such as Xiao Chusheng was playing bothersome. This kind of thing is too stimulating for a pure and stupid female college student who is still in the ivory tower. Qi Shanshan, she is. Before Xiao Chusheng could come up with a suitable identity, Lin Shi had already come downstairs carrying large and small bags of clothes. So many? Several people were stunned. Lin Shi scratched her head embarrassedly. "They are all clothes for changing, and the clothes for the next few months are also in there." "How many months?" Juwon looked strange. "Isn't summer vacation coming up in a few days? Why are you bringing so many?" Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan were also puzzled by this. Lin Shi smiled awkwardly and explained, "Isn't it because I saw you guys coming? I thought I'd just take it with me so I don't have to come back to get it next week when I'm on vacation. After all, I can't take a lot by myself." Oh. Xiao Chusheng realized that this reason was very reasonable. Only Juwon was confused, but she caught the keywords in Lin Shi's words. "Wait a minute. Ah sure, where are you going? Aren't you coming back to class after the summer vacation?" Lin Shi was also stunned by the question and shook her head in confusion. "No, I must come back to class." "What are these clothes of yours?" "Oh, about these. Although I'm back to attend classes, I probably won't live in school anymore. For the next long time, except for attending classes, I'll probably stay in Hangzhou almost all the time. So that's it." Juwon breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. But she was suddenly startled, and her voice rose 3 octaves. "What? You want to settle down in Hangzhou?" Chapter 46. I have chosen the way of life, and I will not regret it. Half an hour later, Xiao Chusheng and the 3 girls arrived at a hot pot restaurant near the Finance Institute. Lin Shi tried to refuse in various ways, but Xiao Chuxing did not give her a chance to refuse and brought her over by force. At noon, Lin Shi was packing clothes in the dormitory, but was blocked by Song Yu and his men. She asked Zhu Wen to bring her some food, but Song Yu and his people knew Zhu Wen and immediately guessed who the food was for. So when they were downstairs, Song Yu snatched it away, hoping to force Lin Shi to go downstairs. Thinking of this, Zhu Wen was shaking with anger. Men like Song Yu are so disgusting, they deserve to die. Okay, Wen, why are you still talking about him? Lin Shi comforted the angry Zhu Wen. Speaking of which, there's no need to bring me along for dinner, right? Zhu Wen was actually a little embarrassed. After all, they were a couple together, and it wasn't appropriate for her to be an outsider. It's okay. You usually take care of Shirshir so much, so I should treat you. It's a pity that I don't know when I will come to Shanghai next time, so it's a coincidence that today happened. Xiao Chusheng spoke calmly. The guy smiled and made an apologetic gesture. I'm glad you don't mind this mealtime since you've already had lunch. Zhu Wen quickly waved her hands. No, besides, it's almost 4 o'clock now, and we have dinner at 6 o'clock in school. Xiao Chusheng nodded. His eyes fell on Lin Shi, who was eating shabu shabu, and his eyes softened unconsciously. Look at the stupid beauty next to him. This guy clearly had a box lunch at noon, but he kept stuffing tripe into his mouth with his cheeks bulging like a hamster. Well, this guy is a real foodie. Besides, the lunchbox didn't taste very good, so Xiao Chuxing didn't complain about her. However, Zhu Wen looked at Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan from time to time, with the fire of gossip burning in her eyes. But everyone tacitly avoided these questions. Oh, yes, a certain idiot simply didn't have the extra brain to think about these things. Ah sure, are you going to Hangzhou and not coming back? Zhu Wen asked curiously. Lin Shi, who was eating, was stunned when she heard this and looked at Zhu Wen with disdain. I still have classes to go to, how could I not come back? Oh, yes. In fact, Zhu Wen had a lot of questions she wanted to ask, but because there were too many, she didn't know what to ask. After eating 2 shrimps, this guy turned his attention to Xiao Chusheng. That Xiao Chusheng? Yes, that is right. My mother's surname is Chu and my father's surname is Xiao. 2 illiterate people got together and gave birth to a little beast. Puff. His self-deprecation made the 3 women laugh. One can only say that comrades Lao Xiao and Lao Chu are good at naming. However, Xiao Chusheng had indeed made it clear through his actions that his name was worthy of his name, and describing him as a beast was actually a compliment. Zhu Wen laughed so hard that she was shaking all over. She finally stopped laughing, wiped her tears, and asked about the business. So, Xiao Chusheng, you are studying in Hangzhou? He asked about Xiao Chusheng's situation. Lin Shi has a good relationship with her, so she has to screen Lin Shi. After all, in her opinion, Lin Shi is going to Hangzhou to pursue love, which is called throwing money away. What if Xiao Chusheng is a bad person? Xiao Chusheng looked at Lin Shi and found that Lin Shi's eyes were also full of confusion. It was obvious that Lin Shi had not told Zhu Wen much about him. Well, but it won't be long before I'll be your schoolmate. Xiao Chusheng said calmly, after all, there's no need to hide it. We will know when he goes to Shanghai to study. Zhu Wen was stunned, with a lot of question marks on her head. Huh? What does that mean? Hey Wen, I'm older than him, and he won't come to our school for a while. Lin Shi was too embarrassed to look at him, so she had to come out and explain. Zhu Wen's voice suddenly rose up. I was about to tell you in the dormitory, but Song Yu interrupted me. Lin Shi said awkwardly. Zhu Wen's small eyes were filled with confusion. After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the case. No wonder no matter how she asked, Lin Shi looked like she had a hard-to-tell expression. Was it because she was an old cow eating young grass? No, Lin Shi is only 3 years older, so this should be called female 3rd-year-older, holding a gold brick? After knowing Xiao Chusheng's background, Zhu Wen looked at him with complicated eyes. How could such a little boy seduce the goddess of the finance college? This boy is something. Zhu Wen not only did not look down on Xiao Chusheng because of his young age, but instead treated him with more solemnity. In her opinion, this boy must have something extraordinary, otherwise why would Lin Shi, with such a capital, follow him? However, these were not questions she could ask, so Zhu Wen could only keep them in her heart and plan to test them again when she had the chance in the future. Oh, by the way, Wen, I'll tell you my cell phone number. If you have anything, you can call me. Lin Shi suddenly remembered and quickly wrote a note to Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen was a little surprised. You bought a mobile phone? It's not mine, I'm just borrowing it. While talking, Lin Shi subconsciously looked at the stupid beauty. As it turned out, this guy was eating with great pleasure. His lips were covered with red oil, giving him a feeling of flaming red lips. This guy was a bit slow and didn't care what they were saying at all. Should we say she is simple or clean? Lin sure felt complicated when facing Qi Shanshan. After finishing the meal, both sides left in different directions. Zhu Wen returned to school, while Xiao Chusheng and the other two planned to return to Hangzhou. Before leaving, Zhu Wen pulled Lin Sure aside and whispered something to her. The content of the conversation was to remind Lin Sure to be careful. Although she had a good impression of Xiao Chusheng, and Xiao Chusheng came all the way from Hangzhou to protect Lin Sure, it can be seen that Lin Sure held a high position in Xiao Chusheng's heart. By the way, there is something I didn't have the courage to ask just now. Zhu Wen suddenly lowered her voice. He is a student in Hangzhou. How did you know him? This. Lin Sure's expression froze. This matter was a bit mysterious, and Zhu Wen would not believe it even if she told her. After all, this guy suddenly appeared and wanted to support me right away. Should we say it is romantic or abstract? Seeing that Lin Sure didn't say anything, Zhu Wen thought that she might have asked some private questions, so she changed the topic. I won't ask about this, but what about that girl with you? I always feel that they have an unusual relationship. It was another dangerous question. Lin Sure felt as if her throat was being strangled. In the end, she could only force out a smile. Okay, Wen, stop asking. This is the way of life I chose, and I regret it. Zhu Wen was also stunned by these words, but after she reacted, it was as if lightning and thunder flashed in her mind. Lin Sure's answer was somewhat irrelevant to the question, but it seemed like she had answered everything. Chapter 47 What bad intentions could a fool have? Looking at the figures of Lin Sure and Xiao Chushan leaving from afar, with Qi Shanshan following beside them. Although it was a threesome, this scene was exceptionally harmonious and eye-catching. Zhu Wen just felt upset. But there are some things that she is not involved in and has no right to comment on. She can only silently wish Lin Sure the best in her heart and hope that her choice is the right one. Aren't we heading to the train station? Lin Sure thought Xiao Chusheng had taken the wrong road, so she reminded him. Little did she know that Xiao Chusheng was probably more familiar with Shanghai than she was. Hey, I'm not wrong, I'm just going to buy something here, Xiao Chusheng explained. Buy something? Xiao Chusheng nodded. Well, it's quite tiring to come to Shanghai, so I thought since I'm here, I might as well buy some crayfish and take them back. Crayfish? What is that? Lin Sure has never seen it before. This is quite normal. People in China started to eat this food widely about 10 years ago. Before this, many places even used crayfish to feed pigs, and the price was terribly low. Although Hangzhou has become a so-called new first-tier city in later generations, it is still at most a second-tier city at present, and crayfish are almost never seen there. So Xiao Chusheng felt that this thing might be useful, but he was not sure yet. So he thought of buying some and selling it. If he couldn't sell it, he would eat it himself. When they arrived at the largest seafood market, the three of them walked around for a long time before they found one that sold this thing. When the boss saw that Xiao Chusheng actually wanted to buy this thing, he couldn't believe it. All we can say is that the market for this thing has not yet opened up. In a few years, this thing will become the king of the night market, and the shrimp farms across the country will be out of stock, and those shrimp collectors will not be able to get any even if they pay more. The main reason why Xiao Chusheng set his sights on this thing is that it is cheap. Compared with the dozens of dollars that it would cost per pound in later generations, in 2007, a pound of live shrimps cost less than $4. The profit here makes one drool. Unlike oysters, crayfish can be cooked in advance and sold. In other words, it does not have to be freshly cooked like oysters, and the speed of serving limits the profit. The night before setting up the stall, or at noon, fry the shrimps you buy and sell them in the evening. Many customers who love to eat don't even have to wait, they can just buy and leave. This is equivalent to having an additional source of income, and if nothing goes wrong, it should be feasible. Ouch Shanshan, be careful not to pinch your hand. Seeing the silly beauty poking the shrimp, Lin Sure was so scared that she quickly pulled her away. Xiao Chusheng's mouth twitched. What a damn sense of deja vu. The more he looked at it, the more he felt like a couple with a little girl. After some bargaining with the boss, Xiao Chusheng finally bought 300 kilograms at the price of 3.5 yuan per kilogram. It sounds like a lot, but in fact it will only sell enough for 2 or 3 days. Of course, that's under the premise of becoming a huge hit. But even if you sell it slowly, it's not a big problem. If it is frozen, it can last at least 10 days or half a month. This was his idea, so he asked the boss to pack it up into several boxes that were easy to move. Looking at the 5-packed phone boxes, Xiao Chusheng scratched his head. It seems that I bought too much. It is a bit far from Shanghai to Hangzhou. I'll help you. Lin Shi silently lifted the 2 phone boxes, barely. She was about to insist on moving the third one, but was snatched away by Xiao Chusheng. 2 is already the limit, I'll take these. But when Xiao Chusheng was about to move the remaining 3 phone boxes, a stupid beauty suddenly picked up one. This guy is the weakest of the 3, but it's no problem for him to hold one. Xiao Chusheng confirmed this. What is the question you have? Qi Shanshan nodded repeatedly, pouting her little mouth and looking very stubborn, which was really cute. So there was an indescribable harmony among the 3 people and 5 boxes. Ah! On the train, Lin Shi suddenly screamed, causing all the passengers in the car to look over subconsciously. Lin Shi blushed, lowered her head and asked Xiao Chusheng in a low voice, "We are all here, so who will go to pick up the oysters?" "Don't worry." Xiao Chusheng smiled. "I thought about it before coming here, so I used Qi Shanshan's phone to call the supervisor and explain the situation. He will come later. If we go back too late, it will be handed over to Chen Bin." Lin Shi heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." Xiao Chusheng was glad that he asked the supervisor for his contact information that day, otherwise it would have been very troublesome. As for Chen Bin, it is a bit difficult to contact him, but he said that he would go to protect Lin Shi every afternoon, so he would most likely be guarding near Qi Shanshan's house. Maybe because of the long journey, the stupid Qi Shanshan felt sleepy after getting in the car, and soon fell asleep with his head resting on Xiao Chusheng's shoulder. Lin Shi just rested his chin on his hand and looked at her sleeping face silently, as if thinking about something. An unknown amount of time passed before Lin Shi suddenly asked Xiao Chusheng, "This child actually likes you, right?" Xiao Chusheng remained silent, not because he wanted to escape, but because he didn't know how to answer. "I don't know." In the end, Xiao Chusheng told the truth. She is a little silly, simple, and not very scheming, so it is hard to say whether she knows what love is. Lin Shi also fell silent. She knew that what Xiao Chusheng said was true. There is a rare cleanliness and purity in Qi Shanshan. Xiao Chusheng raised his hand and touched the hair of the silly beauty who was resting her head on his shoulder, and sighed from the bottom of his heart, "This guy is actually quite sensible." Yes, in fact, it's also true what you said about a natural fool. She is just a fool. How could a fool have any bad intentions? Both of them were quietly looking at Qi Shanshan, who was sleeping soundly. They both knew her situation very well. In fact, Lin Shi and she could be considered of the same kind. Although their experiences are different, they are actually similar. They are all poor people who have no family members who love them. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and then told the story to her. "It doesn't really matter whether I like her or not, or what kind of feelings I have." After a pause, he continued, "Just like a drowning person seeing a straw, she just grabbed it instinctively. A girl who was not loved by anyone met a special boy. Although the boy looked bad on the surface, he never really bullied her. Someone special had come closer to her lonely life, and she greedily enjoyed the feeling of having someone to accompany her. There is no such thing as love, that's it. In fact, you have noticed it a long time ago, right?" Xiao Chusheng smiled and asked Lin Shi, "She is also defenseless against you, and actually thinks you are similar to me." Lin Shi's expression changed, and she felt a blockage in her heart. "Well, to her, you and I are probably like family, right?" Lin Shi smiled self-deprecatingly. "Yes, we are a family." Xiao Chusheng's voice was low and firm. Chapter 48: Activating the Second Plan. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when they returned to Hangzhou, so Xiao Chusheng and others hurried to the stupid beauty's house to get the barbecue truck out. "Would it be a bit boring to have only these things today?" Lin Shi looked at the things in the window of the barbecue truck with some concern. It was indeed a little less, but it was urgent. Xiao Chusheng had no choice but to explain. "In fact, these things were all bought when I bought crayfish in Shanghai, a large piece of mutton, and some finished skewers. When we arrived, Chen Bin and others were already waiting there. Boss, I got your oysters for you." Chen Bin saw Xiao Chusheng and hurried over to him. Xiao Chusheng nodded, "Thank you for your hard work. I had something urgent to do today and came back late from Shanghai." With the intimidation from Chen Bin and those other young men yesterday, no one dared to occupy this land. Xiao Chusheng inexplicably had the illusion that he had become a local tyrant. "I won to be swept up during the crackdown on organized crime, right?" Xiao Chusheng was in mixed feelings. The stall was set up in a hurry, and as the aroma of garlic in the grilled oysters and the fragrance of the makeshift lamb skewers spread in the park, customers soon came looking for it. Long shorts and flip-flops are standard equipment for the residents here. Boss, you came quite late today. When I first came, I thought you were not selling food today. This is a repeat customer. This is the third day he has come. Xiao Chusheng greeted him with a smile. I'm late due to some things, but if nothing unexpected happens, as long as the weather is not too bad, we should be able to set up the stall. That's great. I like the oysters you have. I don't see any other stalls having them. Well, it's really not easy to get this product, but I will upload some new products tomorrow and you can come and try it. The uncle who was waiting for the oysters to be grilled suddenly had his eyes light up. Another new product? Yes, but I'm not sure if it will sell well here, but it's definitely delicious, Xiao Chusheng said with a smile. Oh? Then I have to look forward to it. Can you tell me what it is in advance? The uncle looked greedy. Xiao Chusheng did not hide it, since he would be able to set up a stall tomorrow anyway. The crayfish was fried with spicy sauce, very fragrant, but the meat was a little less, so it might not be very tasty if you can't eat spicy food. Oh. I've seen that thing before. It's pretty good, but there's not enough meat. Big Brother is indeed a gourmet. He's already eaten it. But boss, there are not enough things on your stall today. Are they enough to sell? He opened the window to choose some leeks or something to go with it, but found that there were only a few kinds. I came back late and just asked someone to get it, but I can't say how much there is. Xiao Chusheng was also helpless. He asked Shinbin to take a few people with money to go to the supermarkets and vegetable markets that were still open to see what was left and buy some to show off their store. Although the vegetables in the supermarket are a bit more expensive, you can still make a profit by selling them as barbecue, which is better than having nothing to sell. But freshness was a problem at this time, so he asked Shinbin not to buy those rotten vegetables that were left over by others. While Xiao Chusheng was greeting guests, Lin Shi and the stupid beauty were busy skewering mutton. It had been cut in advance at the silly beauty's house before coming, and was marinated with secret sauce on the way. This is the opposite of the usual steps, but it doesn't affect anything. It will just make the hands of both women covered in sticky paste. You two should be careful, don't prick your hands in a hurry. Xiao Chusheng warned them. After all, the scene of Qi Shanshan crying in pain was still vivid in his mind. New. Chen Bin and others brought back some vegetables and washed them before coming. This made Xiao Chusheng look up to this guy. Although he looked uneducated and unskilled, he only knew how to fight and hang out in internet cafes. This idea is quite meticulous. Thinking of this, Xiao Chusheng felt that Chen Bin was someone worth training, so he called him over. Binzi, come here and watch me. He called Chen Bin over and taught him how to grill. This trip to Shanghai made Xiao Chusheng realize one thing: it was too far-fetched for him to rely on himself alone. Even now he is still in the stage of primitive capital accumulation. To put it simply, you have to work hard to get startup capital. After all, if you don't want to endure hardship, it's impossible to make money. This is how the world is. There will always be risks and hardships. How can you expect to have a good life without paying anything? Does not exist. But he can change his thinking and make use of people like Chen Bin. He had originally planned to wait until he had the first initial capital a month later before using them, but now it seems he has to do it earlier. So Xiao Chusheng taught Chen Bin while he skewered the dishes he brought. Learn a little bit, and when you have learned enough, I may ask you to take my place for a few days from time to time, Xiao Chusheng told Chen Bin. Chen Bin had no objection to this. You are the boss, so of course you have the final say. At this rate, they will have tens of thousands of yuan in their hands in a few days, and they will definitely not be able to spend all of it if they use it all to run the barbecue stall. Money cannot be kept in your hands, the only way is to make money from money. So Xiao Chusheng decided that Lin Shi should add another stall that did not require too high a cost. He did not ask for much profit, as long as he could make a similar profit. He decided to let Chen Bin and others run this stall. He told Chen Bin about this idea: I will provide the capital and technology, you set up the stall according to my requirements every day, and then 40% of the daily profit will belong to you, and you can decide how to distribute it. Chen Bin was flattered. Xiao Chusheng said that he would start paying them wages in a month, but he never thought that happiness would come so soon. The younger brothers he brought with him were also shocked. They had no idea how much 40% was. But they saw how popular Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall was, and they absolutely believed in his way of making money. I only have a few requests for you. First, be obedient. Second, follow the rules. Remember, in this world, problems can no longer be solved by fighting. You have to use your brain to make money legally and in compliance with regulations. Of course, there will definitely be people who will be jealous of you when they see you making money, and you must fight back when necessary. Do you understand? Understood. Several energetic young men said this in unison, scaring many guests. However, Chen Bin and his people did not do anything. Besides, the public security now is not as good as in later times, so it is normal to have a few gangsters on the streets. No one thought there was anything wrong. If we hold on for a few more days, we won't be too tired. Xiao Chusheng said softly to Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded and agreed. After all the skewers were put on, and the stall was operating normally, Xiao Chusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it was too tight to come at 7 o'clock, but he looked at the long queues of customers and couldn't help but mutter, maybe today's sales won't be affected much. Chapter 49, Two Beauties, One Big and One Small, Live Advertisement. The stall was thrown to Lin Shi first, and a certain stupid beauty also stayed there to help. Although Qi Shanshan is a little stupid, she can still do some things. Xiao Chusheng returned to the stupid beauty's house. He planned to take this opportunity to deal with the crayfish. Otherwise, by the time he finishes closing the stall, it will be 1 o'clock in the morning. If nothing unexpected happens, Lao Xiao and Lao Chu will go home tonight, so he can't stay out too late. It is actually quite difficult to process crayfish, so if possible, he would rather sell frozen shrimp tails directly. But that thing was really hard to find in 2007, so we could only sell whatever we had. However, although whole shrimps are more troublesome to handle, the profit margin is higher. Using a shoe brush bought from a convenience store, Xiao Chusheng turned on the tap and scrubbed the crayfish vigorously. But it is obviously far-fetched to process 300 kilograms in such a short time. So it took him more than an hour to process more than 10 kilograms. Is this thing so hard to handle? He is so tired. This thing tastes good and has a high profit, but it's too labor-intensive. Xiao Chusheng has actually given up the idea of making extra money from crayfish. After all, human resources are limited. But he held his chin and thought, I can ask Chen Bin and his people for help. It should be pretty quick if several people work together. Use the prepared chili peppers, 13 spices, and beer to simply stir-fry the more than 10 pounds of crayfish. Because he thought that some customers might not be able to tolerate it being too spicy, he didn't dare to add too much chili. Based on this consideration, he decided to make 20% garlic shrimp to see how it sells. After frying, he put more than 10 pounds of lobster into a clean bucket, took it to the park, and bought 2 servings of rice on the way. He and Lin Shi have been so busy that they haven't eaten yet, but a certain stupid beauty has already eaten a lot of skewers. Every day this guy eats dozens of dollars from this stall. But Xiao Chusheng didn't care about these things. He didn't mind it. What's more, maybe this girl would be his child's mother in the future. Is there a problem with feeding the mother? No problem. Come and try it, I fried some first. Xiao Chusheng opened the lid of the bucket, and immediately a unique fresh aroma of crustaceans filled the stall. Xiao Chusheng peeled a few crayfish for Lin Shi. Have you learned it? Just grab the head, twist it, and pull it. Once the shrimp thread is pulled out, you can eat it. Feeding her, Lin Shi started chewing, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. It's delicious. Xiao Chusheng nodded. There must be a reason why this thing became the king of night markets in later generations. Although there is little meat, the taste is indeed amazing. Although many people think that eating crayfish is about tasting the seasoning, in fact, using the same seasoning to process ordinary shrimps will not work at all. A certain stupid beauty couldn't wait to come over and also wanted Xiao Chusheng to feed her. Xiao Chusheng had no choice but to peel a few for her and feed them to her. Okay, you have learned how to peel it, so peel it and eat it yourself. You guys eat, I'll take care of the guests first. After saying that, Xiao Chusheng took over Lin Shi's position and let her and the silly beauty go eat first. 2 beauties, one big and one small, held a bucket of shrimps and couldn't stop eating them. The 2 girls were hissing because of the spicy taste. But the hotter it is, the more they want to eat it. So the 2 of them became living advertisements, just like when they were selling oysters. The customers queuing in front of the stall had already smelled the aroma and were drooling. Someone couldn't help but ask Xiao Chusheng, "Boss, aren't you planning to sell these shrimps?" Xiao Chusheng was also stunned by the question. It can be sold, but the price has not been decided yet. I plan to start selling it tomorrow. So? What would that cost? It's hard to say, maybe 20 or 30 pieces, which is about 10 or 20 pieces. Xiao Chusheng roughly estimated it. Seems okay? The people who asked the question didn't think it was expensive. Xiao Chusheng thought about it and felt that it was understandable. Firstly, he hadn't seen this thing being sold yet, and secondly, this was Hangzhou, where prices were already relatively high. Besides, crayfish look quite big, and a dozen or 20 of them sounds intimidating. When they actually go to eat it, they will find that there is only a small amount of edible food. A dozen pieces of pure meat are probably only enough for 2 bites, which is a visual deception. So if one really wants to rely on this to fill his stomach, he can lose several pounds. Apart from the ones eaten by Lin Shi and the silly beauty, the bucket of shrimps was snatched away in no time. As it was difficult to determine the price, Xiao Chusheng sold them at 1 yuan per shrimp. If the price is too low, it will not be the same starting tomorrow. The guests could understand this. You guys should try some too. Xiao Chusheng motioned Chen Bin and the others to try too as well. They watched from the side for a while, and were very curious about what it tasted like and why it smelled so delicious. When they really put it in their mouths, they understood. Chen Bin couldn't help but praise, "Boss, the taste of your dish will definitely be a big hit." Xiao Chusheng sighed helplessly, "That's for sure, but although this thing is easy to sell, it is not easy to make. I plan to ask you to help me with it later." "That's definitely no problem." Chen Bin agreed immediately. 300 kilograms, if he asks his brothers to help deal with it, it can be done in 2 hours. As for frying it, that's easy. The stupid beauty has a big freezer at home, and she freezes the food directly in there after Chen Bin and the others finish washing. So Xiao Chusheng took Chen Bin and others to Qi Shanshan's house to get the remaining shrimps, and told them to wash as many as they could. When the stall was closed, the items were returned and Chen Bin obediently took his people away. He went back to finish his last shift, and at 11:30, he brought the washed shrimps by Chen Bin and the others back to Qi Shanshan. After counting the sales, the 3 of them were a little dazed. Although there was money for the crayfish, it was actually the same as yesterday? Xiao Chusheng was confused. Maybe it's because the oysters are famous, which attracted many new customers. Lin Shi tried to analyze, although we came here at around 7 o'clock, the peak business period is actually after 8 o'clock. Xiao Chusheng held his chin and thought for a while, that makes sense. Is that crayfish really for sale? Lin Shi was a little worried. The good thing is that it tastes good, but there is too little meat. Apart from the meat in the middle, the claws and the legs, nothing can be squeezed out. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Many businesses have had this question, but in the end they were all severely slapped in the face, which is really unreasonable. You wait and see, it will definitely sell, but it's too tiring. Xiao Chusheng explained his considerations, wait and see how the market responds before making a decision. If there are many people who want to eat it, then let Chen Bin's people help make it. If that's the case, then give up. Seeing Xiao Chusheng say this, she had no objection. Chapter 50. Your sister saw you coming out of the hotel with a girl. When the time came, Xiao Chusheng prepared to go home, and Lin Shi followed him subconsciously. Oh, by the way, you can stay at Qi Shanshan's house today. Xiao Chusheng just remembered it and said to Lin Shi, my father and mother will probably go back today. Ah? Lin Shi and the stupid beauty beside her were both shocked. After leaving the house of the idiot Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng did not go home immediately, but went to find Chen Bin. This guy was helping him process the crayfish in the backyard of a nearby black internet cafe. When he went over, the last 100 pounds had almost been processed. It's true that more people means more work. Boss, you are here. Chen Bin came up to greet him with a smile. Xiao Chusheng nodded and hummed lightly, after you're done with it, just leave it here with the internet cafe owner and give him a few dozen yuan as a reward. It's too late and your boss's wife and the others have already gone to bed, so don't disturb them. Chen Bin quickly said no, there is room in my refrigerator at home, I can just take it back. Xiao Chusheng had no objection and agreed. In fact, he was just on guard against Chen Bin. Although he felt that Chen Bin would not do anything to dig his own grave, after all, his subordinates were just a bunch of small-time thugs with little vision, and not all of them could be trusted. If you want to select subordinates who are worthy of training and trust, it will definitely take some time. After settling Chen Bin, Xiao Chusheng turned around and went back to his home. Sure enough, when I looked downstairs, I saw the lights on in the house. Comrade Lao Xiao had indeed returned home. I went upstairs silently and when I opened the door I saw Comrade Lao Xiao watching TV. Brat, why are you back so late? Although Lao Xiao's tone was reprimanding, his face was full of kindness. When Xiao Chusheng heard his father's voice, his body subconsciously froze. This was the first time he saw his father in person since he was reborn. Unlike more than 10 years ago, old Xiao now does not have so many white hairs on his head. To be honest, apart from some emotion, Xiao Chuxing didn't have too many emotions. Perhaps it was because he did not have too many regrets towards his parents in his previous life. After all, although he had suffered in his previous life, he eventually became a superior person in the eyes of his parents. But Xiao Chuxing clearly remembered that the startup capital for his business was given by Comrade Lao Xiao. Later, when his career encountered obstacles, it was Comrade Lao Xiao who took out his private treasury and transferred it to him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chuxing smiled. "Old Xiao, how could you bear to go home? What are you yelling at me, little brat? Can't I go back to my own home?" Comrade Lao Xiao had a stern face, looking very unhappy. The father and son had just said a few words when Mother Chu Qing walked out of the bedroom and hugged Xiao Chuxing. "Son, do you miss me?" "No." Xiao Chuxing was so confident that Comrade Lao Chu became so angry that he started to ruffle his hair. His family atmosphere has always been good, otherwise he would not have had a chance to succeed in his entrepreneurial journey in his previous life. Generally speaking, parents' vision determines the heights their children can reach. If they were different parents, they would probably break their legs when they heard that their children wanted to start a business in the internet economy, which has become a red ocean. "How was your meal tonight? Are you hungry?" Chu Qing has doted on Xiao Chuxing since he was a child. Of course, this has something to do with Xiao Chuxing being sensible enough. "I've eaten, it's late, I'll take a shower and go to bed." Xiao Chuxing changed the subject. As far as he could remember, he didn't know when it started, but the number of times he met with his parents became less and less. Because the family had a lot of expenses, such as college and marriage, Lao Xiao resigned from the state-owned enterprise and opened a small restaurant. Business is pretty good, better than working in a state-owned enterprise. Although state-owned enterprises are stable, there is basically no room for growth, especially now in 2007. Before resigning, Lao Xiao only earned 5,000 yuan a month at most, but after deducting various expenses from running a restaurant, the average net profit was over 20,000 yuan. However, this figure pales in comparison to Xiao Chuxing's recent business. Of course, I cannot tell my parents about this yet. No matter how much money he could make, they would definitely ask Xiao Chuxing to focus on his studies and leave making money until after graduation. This is the same in the eyes of most parents. Yet that is the ideal situation. The fact is, opportunities never wait for anyone. The opportunity will never wait for you just because you didn't catch it. If it waits until you are ready, then the opportunity will be gone. After washing up, Lao Xiao suddenly said, "By the way, boy, are you dating someone?" This sentence made him a little confused, wondering if something was wrong. Wait, in his previous life, Lao Xiao knew that he was in love only after a long time, so how did he know it now? Xiao Chuxing subconsciously thought that Lao Xiao was talking about Zhang Jia, because in his previous life, he and Zhang Jia were in love, and they were dating for more than a year before they told their elders about it. Is it the butterfly effect of rebirth? Xiao Chuxing thought so, but he still asked Lao Xiao calmly, "Where did you hear this?" Old Xiao did not hide it. "Yurong came to the store this afternoon and told me." Xiao Yurong, Xiao Chuxing's cousin, is the daughter of Zhao's younger brother and attends number 6 middle school. Because number 6 middle school is close to where Lao Xiao opened a store, she often goes there to eat. But Xiao Chuxing was suspicious. Where did she hear that? She was from a 6th grade middle school, how could her words be trusted? It's no wonder that Xiao Chuxing was suspicious, mainly because he hadn't told Xiao Yurong that he was pursuing Zhang Jia at this point in his previous life. What's more, after his rebirth, he had no connection with Zhang Jia anymore, so it was even more impossible for him to know. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. However, Lao Xiao said, "Yes, I am asking you what is going on. If I am really sure, why would I ask you? She said that one morning on the way to school, she saw you and a girl coming out of a couple hotel, but she herself suspected that she might have seen it wrong." Xiao Chuxing felt his heart skip a beat. Oh my god. It was that day? He and the idiot Qi Shanshan checked into a hotel and were actually witnessed by the daughter of a relative? This is the butterfly effect of hammer. However, Xiao Chuxing still pretended to be calm. "Oh, I said that was me, do you believe it?" Old Xiao was stunned for a long time, staring at Xiao Chuxing's eyes for a long time, and suddenly chuckled. "Do you still need to ask?" "I definitely don't believe it." Xiao Chuxing began to doubt his life. "Aren't you the one who has no confidence in your son? Am I that ugly?" Although he had concealed it from his biological father, for some reason, he felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. Xiao Chusheng returned to his bedroom in a daze, not wanting to say another word to Lao Xiao. It hurt so much. At the same time, at Qi Shanshan's home, two beauties, Silly Beauty and Lin Shi, are taking a bath together. On the surface, they seem to have a very good relationship. In fact, Qi Shanshan is just pure and stupid, and has no scheming at all. Facing such a fool who had no bad intentions, Lin Shi couldn't bear to bully her. Chapter 51, Can't see the future because I see the future. The harmless idiot Qi Shanshan was being rubbed on the back by Lin Shi. It was so comfortable that he felt drowsy. Lin Shi looked at the guy's stupid look and couldn't help but shook her head. Wake up, Shanshan, wake up. After rubbing her clean, Qi Shanshan opened her sleepy eyes. She subconsciously touched her back with her hand. It's done. Hearing her words, Lin Shi couldn't help laughing. I've rubbed it for you so much, how could it not be clean? Oh, Qi Shanshan's eyes were full of confusion, and then she whispered, I used to wash alone, and my hands couldn't reach the back. You can use a very long bath towel, which is still effective, Lin Shi taught her. Qi Shanshan couldn't help but seriously think about the feasibility. After interacting with her these days, Lin Shi gradually discovered that Qi Shanshan was just an innocent person with no bad intentions. Maybe it was because she lost her mother when she was very young, and her father and stepmother were not nice to her, so she lacked common sense in many things. When Lin Shi was washing herself, Qi Shanshan stared at her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. What's the matter with you? Lin Shi asked tentatively, why are you staring at me? Because it was a shower, the two girls were naked, although it was normal, but they couldn't stand the straight eyes. Back rub? Stupid beauty Qi Shanshan uttered two words. Isn't it already clean? Lin Shi asked subconsciously. Oh. Lin Shi was a little confused, but soon realized, do you want to rub my back? Qi Shanshan nodded, yes. Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She always felt that there were some barriers in communicating with this child, but she just couldn't hate her. Okay, you help me wash it. After saying that, Lin Shi showed her back to Qi Shanshan. Qi Shanshan is clumsy, but also works very hard. By the time I finished taking a shower, it was almost 1 a.m. Aren't you going to take a rest? Lin Shi looked at Qi Shanshan lying on the sofa and turning on the TV, feeling a little puzzled. I'll sleep here. Ah? Lin Shi was stunned and frowned slightly, just sleep here? Lin Shi was very puzzled and asked, why don't you go back to your room? At this time, Andy Lau's very recognizable Hong Kong accent was heard on TV, golden quality, established the world. This is one of the most brainwashing mobile phone advertisements of this era, and it is also the reason why Giant once sat on the throne of the #1 domestic mobile phone for several years. However, after entering the era of smartphones, the mobile phone industry underwent a reshuffle, and the Giant brand gradually faded from the public eye. A person will be afraid. Qi Shanshan pointed to the TV commercial playing on the TV. I won't be afraid if I listen to the sound. At this moment, Lin Shi felt as if something was stabbing her heart, and she couldn't help but rush over and hug this idiot tightly in her arms. Qi Shanshan felt that Lin Shi used so much strength that she could hardly breathe, and she tried to struggle. But Lin Shi hugged him too tightly, so she simply gave up. Thank you for coming to see me today. Lin Shi whispered in Qi Shanshan's ear to express her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Qi Shanshan did not respond. She had been alone for too long and didn't even know how to respond to the kindness shown to her by others. So she had to hug Lin Shi subconsciously. This was the only thing she knew. The two women, who came from different family backgrounds but had equally miserable lives, snuggled up to each other, as if they were relying on each other or licking each other's wounds. Perhaps this is the mutual attraction between similar people. It can only be said that Xiao Chusheng and the two of them, the three of them, can have intersections. It cannot be said that there is no reason. From now on, he and I will accompany you. When Lin Shi said this, she was actually a little conflicted. An uncontrollable blush appeared on her face. After all, it was embarrassing to talk about such a thing with another woman. This is so embarrassing. The stupid beauty might be slow, or she simply didn't understand what Lin Shi said, and she just responded stupidly. In fact, Lin Shi wanted to ask her if she liked Xiao Chusheng, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't ask. Because in Lin Shi's opinion, this question seems to be meaningless. Hasn't she made her decision now? Does it make sense? What's more, maybe just as Xiao Chusheng said, Qi Shanshan herself doesn't know. She is just a drowning person grasping at straws. In the end, Qi Shanshan fell asleep in Lin Shi's arms. Lin Shi looked at the silly beauty who was already sleeping in his arms and couldn't help but feel a headache. Although Qi Shanshan is 3 years younger than her, she looks much older than her in terms of height. There is nothing wrong with big beauties. Lin Shi couldn't help but complain in her heart, "It's really hard for me." It took her a lot of effort to get her into the bedroom, but the idiot Qi Shanshan slept like a dead pig the whole time, not moving at all. This was probably the most peaceful day she slept in recent years, except for the time she spent with Xiao Chuxing in the hotel. Last time it was that beast, but this time it was the big sister who slept with her. Qi Shanshan could be said to be the one who was doted on. Before following Xiao Chuxing to Hangzhou, Lin Shi actually lived a very anxious life every day. There is a saying that goes, the most despairing thing is actually being able to see the future at a glance, and not being able to see the future at a glance. But in Lin Shi's world, she couldn't see the future at a glance. In fact, it was only because she saw the future at a glance. This anxiety caused her to be in a bad mental state, sleep less and have many dreams. But at this moment, a young boy appeared and offered to support her. Like a ray of light, her already hopeless future collapsed in an instant. So Lin Shi gave everything to Xiao Chuxing. If that's the case, it's not just Qi Shanshan, isn't she the same? She was still the same, like a drowning person who saw a straw and grabbed it instinctively. Even if there is a slight possibility, she wants to escape from that hopeless future and from the bottom of the water. So that night Lin Shi actually slept very soundly and peacefully. When she arrived in Hangzhou, Lin Shi felt like she had escaped from the home that made her despair. But here, although she clearly has no home, she has a feeling of home. Xiao Chuxing's deep and firm words, "We are a family," were the most beautiful confession to her. In the morning, Xiao Chuxing dragged his tired body to go to school, but was stopped by Lao Xiao, who also got up early. "You haven't had your holiday yet?" Lao Xiao asked in confusion. While washing his face, Xiao Chuxing replied subconsciously, "Holiday? It should be soon." "So that's it." Lao Xiao held his chin in thought. Xiao Chuxing was a little confused and didn't know what was wrong with him. "Comrade Lao Xiao, what exactly do you want to express?" Xiao Chuxing asked suspiciously. "Today is Saturday." "Ha!" Chapter 52 Mutual Redemption Among Three People. Qi Shanshan looked up at the ceiling of her bedroom blankly. Her brain, which was already not working well enough, became completely fuzzy. She seemed to be recalling how she returned to the bedroom last night, and seemed to be feeling the warm and intoxicating feeling from Lin Shi's arms. Just like when my mother was still alive. If Xiao Chuxing knew what this guy was thinking at the moment, he would definitely say, "My goodness, you really think of yourself as a daughter, don't you?" After a while, the usual alarm clock rang, and Lin Shi was also awakened by the alarm clock. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Are you going to school?" The two of them separated reluctantly. Not only Qi Shanshan but also Lin Shi herself was somewhat attached to this twisted relationship. Qi Shanshan has been lonely for too long, so she wants someone to rely on. Isn't Lin Shi the same? Although Xiao Chuxing can be counted, same sex and opposite sex are different at times. At least, it was different before they could legitimately form a family. It can be said that the three of them seem to be redeeming each other, and the relationship between them has become confusing. Just as the stupid beauty was dawdling about washing her face, brushing her teeth, and changing her clothes. I was getting ready to go out to school when suddenly the door opened. Xiao Chuxing came in with 3 breakfasts, cursing and barking. "I really didn't go to school yesterday afternoon. I even forgot that today is Saturday and I don't need to go. Why did I have to get up so early?" "Ha!" The silly beauty, who had already put on one shoe, stood there, as if thinking about the truthfulness of Xiao Chuxing's words. It's a pity that this girl herself is also very confused. These days, her mind is basically focused on that bastard Xiao Chuxing. How could she think about anything else? "So you don't have to go to school today?" Lin Shi also came out of the shower, looking surprised. Shanshan also thought there was a class today. "You two really have a tacit understanding." Xiao Chuxing was also stunned when he heard this, and looked suspiciously at Qi Shanshan, who was already stunned. This guy had already put on one shoe and was obviously ready to go out. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, and Xiao Chuxing could only cough lightly. "Well, let us eat, I bought it on the way." In fact, when he learned that he was going to have a holiday, he considered going back to sleep in. "But then I thought, I finally have 2 days off, so I might as well take advantage of these 2 days to prepare more and add a new source of income." Having made up his mind, he went straight to Qi Shanshan's house. But he didn't expect that the silly beauty here would be so taciturn. The three of them sat down and ate their breakfast in small bites. Soy milk and rujiamo were considered a high-end breakfast these days. The rest are either suitable for eating at a stall or too hardcore. After eating and drinking, the three of them went out together. Because this was considered a business expansion, Xiao Chuxing took the two girls to find Qin Bin, who had stayed up all night in a black internet cafe. "Binzi, bring a few people with me." Xiao Chuxing called Lin Bin, "I have a day off today, let's take this opportunity to set up a stall now." Chen Bin's face lit up with joy. He had just been told about it last night, and it was arranged today? This boss is really fast. So Chen Bin immediately called a few of his trusted subordinates and left with Xiao Chuxing. Some friends in the internet cafe who had a good relationship with Chen Bin looked at each other in bewilderment. The man just called Bin Gu Bin Zi? Some people looked incredulous. Immediately, an insider told the inside scoop. It is said that Qin Bin recently recognized a boss who is younger than him, and he should be the one just now. Damn. Is this true? A group of people who had just surfed the internet found it hard to believe the news. Only the person who had just learned about the situation had a confident expression. He said very confidently, "I was not sure before, but after seeing that person just now, I am sure this should be true." This immediately aroused the curiosity of others. Is there any explanation? Did you see those two girls? When they heard this, they were no longer sleepy and nodded quickly. I see, it's real. The insider smiled and said, "That's right. How can an ordinary person bring two people of this level?" At this time, maybe he just played with those two top players all night. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. It was like a wake-up call. If it weren't for this insider's reminder, they really wouldn't have thought of going there. Because there were so many people, the price of taking a taxi was almost the same as that of taking the bus, so Xiao Chuxing directly stopped a taxi, told Qin Bin where he wanted to go, and asked Qin Bin and the others to stop a taxi and follow. It took less than 5 minutes to reach the place where Xiao Chuxing set up the barbecue truck. This time he planned to set up a mobile food truck specifically for selling fried foods. Of course, it's the small one. This type of store will actually last longer. After all, fried food will still be very popular even in winter. However, for now, due to cost and customer flow considerations, he can only start with this mobile approach. That's right, what Xiao Chuxing lacks most right now is cash. He needs to use a snowball approach to allow the cash in his hands to continue to roll into a larger cash flow. Because we are in the stage of primitive capital accumulation, it must be a business that will never lose money. So at this stage, it can only be catering. After haggling with the boss for a long time, Xiao Chu finally managed to cut the price of this small car into almost half. The boss had a look of pain on his face, and Xiao Chuxing laughed cheerfully and said, "Boss, if you think about it this way, if I do business this way, maybe I will need to get a few more cars in the future?" The boss looked at the people he brought and really started thinking about this problem. It was indeed as Xiao Chuxing said. He could see that this young man was quite courageous. Moreover, this kind of business was very difficult and young people generally did not want to do it. But Xiao Chuxing is willing to endure the hardship, and people like him will definitely make their business bigger and bigger. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Chuxing, this bastard, really wrote a letter to the boss. "What kind of business are you going to start now?" Lin Shi asked curiously. "We will start with fried chicken fillets, and then see if we can add other fried food categories." Xiao Chuxing explained, "This is just a transition, and in the long run, we will definitely have to rent a store to do it. Of course, this is also a big deal. The housing prices in Hangzhou are expensive, so naturally renting a shop will not be cheap. For Xiao Chuxing now, it is not worth it to take over the store. However, Hangzhou is a big city, and fried chicken fillets don't require any advanced technical skills, so he plans to get a few more mobile trucks if the business is good. We have taken over the business of those parks, scenic spots, and schools with large passenger flow. Even if we only sell them for 2 months, the profit will be extremely considerable. After all, before the rise of the takeout industry, the street stall economy was still the dominant force." Chapter 53, Run away after cheating the money. In fact, Xiao Chuxing would like to follow the path of Jingxing chicken steak, although this market will gradually become weak in the future. But no matter how weak it is, if it is expanded, it will be a market worth tens or hundreds of billions. Of course, he doesn't think that he can compete with the well-established Jingxing now. But simply grabbing a little market share is enough. In Xiao Chuxing's memory, the shadow of Changxin had already appeared in 2007, but this brand had just started. It would take many more years before it really became popular. After all, for a brand to really expand the market, it has to open stores in every street and alley across the country, even on a street in a third-tier town. But just like eating, you have to take it one bite at a time, and the same goes for doing business, you have to proceed step by step. The reason why the Changshin brand was able to open up the market so quickly is not only due to its magical advertising slogans and its good taste. What's more important is the capital behind him. And this is precisely Xiao Chuxing's disadvantage at the moment. He is just a human being, and is still a long way from the word capital. So he decided to try a different approach, first using mobile food trucks to occupy the street stall economy in the city of Hangzhou and build a good reputation. Then he will use this as a seesaw, and when he has the funds in place, he will convert it into a store and start radiating to the surrounding areas. He didn't plan to do it nationwide because that was unrealistic. As strong as Jingxin was in its previous life, it relied on the franchising model to expand its business nationwide. There are no technical barriers to things like chicken fillets, so it is very easy to replicate them. Once someone makes money, all kinds of chicken steak stores and brands will pop up. But in the end, only a few will remain. So instead of dreaming about the national market, it is better to focus on a small area. There will always be people who want to eat this thing, even after 10 years. Xiao Chuxing plans to create a brand and generate sales first. He would then wait for the so-called investment companies to come knocking on his door, offering financing or acquisition services, and then run away after defrauding the money. After all, his goal is not here. These businesses that are sure to make money are just to provide a steady stream of blood transfusions for the big deal he wants to make. After all, the internet industry is built on burning money. The catering industry is the industry that generates the most stable and quickest money, so he needs to rely on the catering industry to continuously provide funds for his internet business. In his previous life, Xiao Chuxing started a business and was actually halfway into the internet industry, so he has a deep understanding of these things. Different from those internet companies in exciting novels that make money right from the start, almost every company in this industry spends money like water in the early stages. Even for several years or even more than 10 years, they have been making long-term losses. How can they make money? What do they want? But the question is, since everyone is losing money, where does the money come from? It's actually a capital game. Capitals compete with each other, burning money to open up the market, and then overturn the table and kick out retail investors who can't afford to play. No matter how much money is made, the stock market, financing, and users will always be able to subsidize the losses in the early stages. This is called winner takes all. And Xiao Chuxing now wants to be the winner. Since they were already here, and this time with Chen Bin and other hard workers, Xiao Chuxing also bought some ingredients for the stall in the evening. The ingredients in the morning are fresher than those at noon, and there is more to choose from. While buying these ingredients, he also bought some vegetables. Xiao Chuxing and the other two went back first, while Chen Bin asked his younger brothers to transport the purchased dining cart back. Taking advantage of the fact that he didn't have to go to class for the whole day, Xiao Chuxing decided to go back to Qi Shanshan and fry all those crayfish at once. This time he brought Chen Bin into Qi Shanshan's house, and his eyes widened when he saw the magnificent decoration. How could Chen Bin, who came from a poor family, have seen this? Xiao Chuxing smiled and said, "Are you envious?" Chen Bin nodded honestly, "But there is definitely no hope in my life." In response to Chen Bin's answer, Xiao Chuxing always said something surprising, "Yes, you are very self-aware." This sentence made Chen Bin laugh and cry. "You are not the boss, can't you just paint a rosy picture for me? Just make me happy for a while." Xiao Chuxing smiled and said, "Do you think I want to be like those capitalists and tell you that as long as you work hard, you will get it sooner or later?" Being hit on the spot, Chen Bin touched his nose embarrassedly. This guy actually doesn't have that many brains, otherwise he wouldn't have come to his senses and turned back. There is no point in talking about those empty things, what you get yourself is real. Xiao Chuxing looked at Chen Bin with deep eyes and said, "Some things are destined not to be yours, but some things you can grasp." Chen Bin seemed to be thinking about something. Xiao Chuxing stopped at that point, but in fact he was pointing out to Chen Bin, telling him that there are some things he can take and some things he cannot take. If he is smart enough, he can get more. Chen Bin may not be considered particularly capable, but he is definitely a smart person. Xiao Chuxing demonstrated to Chen Bin using the purchased chicken breast and some seasonings. He himself actually doesn't know how to fry it, so the temperature wasn't quite right when he fried it. Well, it didn't look that good. The taste is quite good. Xiao Chuxing thinks it is much better than Jingxin. This is normal. Changshin's approach is mainly to ensure the average level of each store, and then consider the cost. He doesn't use the best materials like Xiao Chusheng, so there is definitely a gap. In short, this is the process. I'll leave it to you. As for the heat and taste, you should gradually come up with a set of accurate data for me during the sales process. For example, the oil temperature, frying time, the approximate degree of coating with batter and breadcrumbs, and the seasonings are accurate to the gram. Xiao Chusheng instructed Chen Bin, and Chen Bin's mind worked quickly, trying to remember Xiao Chusheng's arrangements. Okay, that's it. Once you have come up with a set of accurate data, we will open stores all over Hangzhou. Chen Bin was so excited after hearing this that he went back to study it. Delicious. A certain idiot couldn't stop eating, and ate up all the fried chicken steaks. Facing such a foodie, he could only shake his head helplessly. After processing some of the grilled skewers for the evening, Chen Bin had someone deliver the frozen crayfish at his home. Xiao Chusheng started frying immediately, but because the quantity was too large, the frying lasted until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The whole kitchen was filled with the smell of chili peppers, which choked Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan so much that their eyes turned red with tears. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but mutter, "This smell is too bad. If you keep selling this thing for a few months, your kitchen will probably smell like crayfish in the future." "Oh, silly girl," responded subconsciously, and suddenly tilted her head and looked at Xiao Chusheng with bright eyes. "I like crayfish. Is this a question of like or dislike? Check the time. It's already this late? Wait until the range hood stops emitting this chilly smell. I'll cook 2 dishes for you and we'll have lunch." Xiao Chusheng decided to show off his skills. Chapter 54, Looking into the Future in the Era of 5 Yuan and 30 Trillion. You can also cook? Lin Shi was surprised for a moment. As a result, he was met with Xiao Chusheng's expression as if he was looking at a fool. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why do you think barbecue doesn't count as cooking?" This. Lin Shi always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Xiao Chusheng didn't explain too much. He started washing the pot and asked the idiot Qi Shanshan to get him the rice. "My family runs a restaurant after all, and it was my father who taught me how to cook. A few years ago, I cooked at home for a while, but it was too time-consuming." Xiao Chusheng then explained to Lin Shi. Lin Shi suddenly realized, no wonder your business is all about food. There doesn't seem to be any direct connection between the two, right? Huh? No? Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment. Actually, he couldn't say that he had no thoughts at all. After all, if he didn't like to eat, he probably wouldn't think so much about it. Well, a restaurant tycoon who doesn't plan to enter the internet world is not a good cook. How long has this rice been there? Xiao Chusheng rubbed the rice that Qi Shanshan found. It was obviously old rice, and at least 2 years old. It's a miracle that there are no bugs even though it's not sealed. Forget it, Chenmi is not a problem. I'm not that picky. Xiao Chusheng took 3 small bowls and put a handful of rice in each bowl, but subconsciously looked at the stupid beauty, so he silently replaced one of the bowls with a large one. The ratio of rice to water is 1:3, and steam it directly in a pot for 20 minutes. If there are few people and it is unlikely that they will eat out next time, this method is better than an electric rice cooker. In their previous life, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi often ate together, and this is how they did it. When buying mutton, he also cut some pork and added some mushrooms for the evening stall. It's a very homely stir-fry method. Just add some mutton and some onions and stir-fry the mutton. Paired with the fried crayfish, it makes for a simple 3-dish meal. Xiao Chusheng poked a finger of the rice and tasted it. It's okay, although the rice is old, but it doesn't have any bad taste, so he started eating. So the 3 of them sat down and started eating. Lin Shi ate slowly and methodically, while the idiot ate without restraint, not looking like a goddess at all. If the boys in school saw her in this carefree state, her goddess image would be shattered. Don't mention it, your cooking skills are really good. Lin Shi commented, your family is indeed a restaurant owner. After eating and drinking, they froze most of the fried crayfish and put the rest to be sold outside. After simply preparing the ingredients for dinner, Xiao Chusheng took a short nap on the sofa. Today is Saturday, so the customer flow must be greater than usual. I can imagine that my legs will tremble from standing so much. Xiao Chusheng got a headache just thinking about it. When the time came, they were ready to set up the stall, but Chen Bin actually brought his people here early. This guy wants to help Xiao Chusheng and the others deliver the barbecue truck over. It can be seen that Chen Bin really wants to make progress. Of course, the most important thing is that Xiao Chusheng can make him see hope and is really willing to make money for him. By the time Xiao Chusheng got the oysters delivered, when he went to the park, it was already full of people. After all, it was Saturday, and there were many students on holiday, as well as many young office couples who did not have to go to work. People these days don't have many means of entertainment, so shopping is still a common pastime option during holidays. If you think about it carefully, the main means of entertainment in 2007 were still computer online games, such as World of Warcraft and Legend. If he remembered correctly, at that time even the poisonous milk powder in the Chinese server had not yet been released by Penguin. Living his life over again, looking up at the future would only make him feel more confused, and he even had the illusion that his past life might have been just a dream. In this era where you can get 30 megabytes of data for 5 yuan a month and still have some left over, who dares to imagine what the world will be like in 10 or 20 years? It's simply a fantasy. But this time, Xiao Chusheng has come, and he will definitely be able to realize his ambitions in this world. As Xiao Chusheng expected, business on Saturday was much better than usual. Customers kept arriving when it was still bright in the day, and he was worried that the food he prepared might not be enough to last until 9 o'clock. It would be great if we could have such good business every day, Lin Sure sighed. Xiao Chusheng smiled and said, although we made money, we are also ruined. Yeah. To put it bluntly, this kind of business is to use brute force to exchange for money, and then use the money to treat illnesses. After doing it for decades, it actually all comes back. Not long after all. Please take over for a moment, I'll go check on the chicken chops. Good. Xiao Chusheng came to Chen Bin's stall and watched quietly. I have to say, after a whole afternoon of research, the appearance of the product is at least fine, and it is more reliable than the 2 pieces he made in the morning. Boss, do you want to try it? Chen Bin asked hurriedly when he saw Xiao Chusheng coming. Well, give me a piece, let me try it. Xiao Chusheng tried it and found the taste was acceptable, even better than the Jingxin one he remembered. I feel like the crispy skin could be improved, it's a bit hard. Xiao Chusheng thought about it and commented. Yes, we are still studying the proportion of batter, Chen Bin explained. Xiao Chusheng listened, but in fact he was thinking about something else in his mind. He thought the chicken steak tasted okay, but he always felt like something was missing. Zhengxin's approach is to sell chicken chops in a bundle with drinks. Because eating fried chicken chops alone will definitely make you feel sick, their stores usually serve sour plum soup. However, this is the case in most stores. In order to save costs, some small franchise stores that we cannot control will replace their products with cheap orange powder water. So in fact, in previous lives, many people simply threw away drinks, including sour plum soup, which not everyone liked. For a chicken chop that costs $10 or $12, most people are actually paying for a drink but getting nothing in return. This is a waste. So Xiao Chusheng was thinking about whether he could do something about it. Got it. Xiao Chusheng suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. He decided to rent a Coke machine, as Coke is a drink that most people can accept. And he plans to sell it with chicken steak. You can choose not to have it, but he will only give you a $1 discount. However, how much does a cup of Coke from a Coke machine cost? A cup of Coke costs $1, and many people would choose to spend the extra money. In his previous life, the company founded by Xiao Chusheng was for the benefit of the company's employees. He rented a Coke machine from Coca-Cola and just paid a deposit and asked someone to install it. Although this type of mobile vehicle is a bit troublesome, it can solve the problem by using large barrels of drinking water. Having made up his mind, he decided to make arrangements as soon as possible. Oh, I almost forgot, it's still a holiday. Other companies have holidays on weekends. These days the employment environment in foreign-funded enterprises is much more relaxed, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people rushing to work there. But in addition to these, there are actually pain points. Xiao Chusheng thought of the key point when Jingxin's market was squeezed in his previous life. Chapter 55, She is just a natural idiot, not really stupid. Changxin has a strong momentum of development in the medium term, and has expanded across the country through franchising. But after several years of rapid development, it entered a period of weakness. The fundamental reason is that although fried foods are delicious, they are ultimately an unhealthy eating habit. Another point is that their product categories are too single. So in order to change this deadlock, they later launched a variety of fried skewers and various cheap fried foods. But in the end, they still couldn't escape the inevitable situation that fried foods are unhealthy. In fact, this situation cannot be broken at all. But I have to admit that although it is unhealthy, it is really tempting. Another reason for the shrinking market of Changxin is that various types of fried chicken have emerged, and the way to eat Changxin's chicken is too single. For example, the popular Korean fried chicken coated with flour and sauce has taken away the most of his market share. Chinese people still prefer food with richer sauce and sweeter taste, otherwise the sweet shredded pork with fish flavor, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and kung pao chicken would not have become 3 dishes known to people all over the country. Yes, this is the breakthrough. Xiao Chusheng finally found the breakthrough point. The pain points of this industry had no solution at all, but he could solve the pain points of his own products. For Xiao Chusheng, he doesn't need to consider the profit margin, as he is aiming to make money to subsidize the internet industry. As for what to do next? That's easy. Once you've grown big enough and received financing, you can cash out at a high price and run away. The normal operation of capitalists. But there is actually no need to do so. Although this industry will continue to be squeezed out of the market, there is definitely money to be made. Even if you just leave it there and live off the savings, there won't be any pressure for 30 years. Okay, let me study it. I will give you a new plan in 2 days. You guys continue to study the chicken chops and we will work together then. Xiao Chusheng instructed Chen Bin that he planned to first see how much sales such a mobile frying truck could generate in a day, which was the key. Back at the barbecue stall, Lin Shi was grilling oysters with sweat all over his forehead. This thing is really popular. It really has great appeal to Chinese people as an aphrodisiac. Not only men like it, but women also like it. After all, men can enhance their sexual performance, but women are the ones who enjoy it in the end. There is nothing wrong with this logic, because for men, what really makes them feel good is just to shiver, and whether they feel weak or not actually makes no difference. The one who really needs the experience is the woman. So there is a very interesting phenomenon. Many of the people who bring middle-aged people to the stall to eat oysters are middle-aged women who are in their prime. Are crawfish selling so fast? I saw that the bucket of crayfish I brought was almost empty. There were originally at least 30 kilograms in the bucket. Yes, it's obviously very spicy, but it's surprisingly popular. Lin Shi sighed while wiping the sweat off his face. The spicier the food, the more you want to eat it. This is normal. This is the charm of crayfish. Only. The dog man narrowed his eyes because he found that it was the stupid beauty who was collecting the money. Xiao Chusheng pointed at the stupid beauty with some suspicion and asked Lin Shi, "Is it really okay for you to let her collect the money?" Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Shanshan is just a naive person, not really stupid. Are you prejudiced against her? TSK. I am speechless. He observed for a while and found that the idiot had indeed given the wrong change, so he breathed a sigh of relief. This was the case when we still used cash. It was very troublesome, and there was also the problem of counterfeit money. Unlike in later generations when QR code payment became popular, you only need to bring your mobile phone with you when you go out, and it also eliminates the problems of counterfeit money and pickpockets. If possible, Xiao Chusheng even wanted to intercept the financial fortune of Alipay. It's a bit difficult to think about. After all, Alibaba behind Alipay is the capital, and now he is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Let's take a long-term view. Okay, I'll go back and get another bucket of crayfish. Thanks for your hard work. Xiao Chusheng had no choice but to continue to bother Lin Shi. Lin Shi's didn't mind at all. As she said, this level of intensity was nothing compared to her previous job. When he went back to get the crayfish, he also packed 3 servings of rice for the trip. Barbecue is okay if you eat it occasionally, but if you set up a stall and eat it every day, you will really get tired of it. However, a certain stupid beauty has no such tendency at all and is invincible. In just a short while of setting up the stall today, this guy finished more than 10 skewers of lamb and also bought a few oysters. Just when Xiao Chusheng was taking the packed rice and crayfish back, an acquaintance of Xiao Chusheng had quietly arrived at the battlefield. Jai, I heard that the grilled oysters with garlic here are very popular now, and it can also beautify women. Look at you, your complexion has been so bad these days, you should eat something to replenish your body. This person is Zheng Jiayi's best friend, Xinjing. She and Zheng Jiayi did not attend the same school. The two of them talked about almost everything, which naturally included Xiao Chusheng's affairs. It can be said that Xiao Chusheng was rejected by Zheng Jiayi every time he confessed his love to her, and Xinjing was responsible for this. It was she who instilled in Zheng Jiayi the idea that men would not cherish something once they got it, so she asked Xiao Chusheng to confess his love to her more often so that he would treat the relationship well after he got her. It's hard to comment on this kind of thing. If you want to ask whether it makes sense or not, I cannot say that it does not make sense, but I also cannot say that there is no serious problem. Seeing that her best friend was still in a depressed state, Shinjing stamped her feet with a tone of regret. Oh, isn't he just a man? You are so beautiful, it's his loss if he doesn't want you, he should be the one to regret it. But he. Zheng Jia's voice was a little tearful. He and Qi Shanshan are together. The cool school beauty in your school? Shinjing had heard of her, but she didn't really believe it. Are you sure? Xiao Chuxing doesn't seem that good? Can he pick up the school beauty? Zheng Jia shook her head at this. She didn't know, and Xiao Chuxing had never told her specifically. But she did see with her own eyes that Xiao Chuxing and Qi Shanshan were behaving intimately, which made her believe it. So what if I can hook up with the school beauty? Shinjing snorted in a disapproving tone. How many couples in school love can last until the end? When the school beauty sees a better boy in college, she might dump him. You don't have to be so sad. Boys like Xiao Chuxing are very common. You will definitely meet better ones in college. Shinjing touched Zhang Jia's head. Good girl, it's our turn soon. I've wanted to come and eat for a long time. I finally waited until the holiday. Zhang Jia subconsciously looked in the direction of the stall and saw Lin Shi's clean and unfairly beautiful face. Just like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, Zhang Jia felt ashamed in front of her. So she subconsciously lowered her head and dared not look again. But what she didn't notice was that Xiao Chuxing, the bastard, just happened to come back and took over the job from Lin Shi. Chapter 56. Honey, open your mouth. Ah. It's almost our turn. Shinjing was pleasantly surprised and turned to Zhang Jia to continue talking about this barbecue restaurant. I heard that the proprietress here is very beautiful, and some people call her the skewer beauty. Zhang Jia lowered her head, her mind full of the stunning glimpse she had just had. She murmured softly, well, it's very beautiful. In fact, she didn't want to admit it, but she had to admit that the woman she just saw was far from her comparison. Moreover, she felt that the other person was actually more beautiful than Qi Shanshan. This kind of beauty is intellectual and can only be possessed by maturity, but they are just a group of girls who have not grown up yet. It's not Zhang Jia's fault for thinking too much, mainly because Lin Shi has been working since the summer vacation after graduating from high school. She has seen a lot of things and met a lot of people. The more you see, the more mature you will naturally look. At least among her peers, Lin Shi gives people the impression of an intellectual older sister, not to mention students like Zhang Jia who have not experienced the hardships of society. Boss, give us 20 oysters. Across the window in the smoke from the grilled lamb skewers, Shinjing hadn't noticed that the boss in front of them was Xiao Chuxing. Xiao Chuxing didn't even bother to look at them as he had a lot of work to do. Until he heard the other person ask the girl next to him, Jai, what else do you want to eat? Jai? When Xiao Chuxing heard the name, he was subconsciously stunned. He frowned and looked over. When Zhang Jia saw the face of the culprit who had been making her so upset these days, she was also stunned. Zhang Jia was a little flustered at first, but she quickly reacted, Xu Shang. Shinjing also realized what was happening when her best friend suddenly got excited. When she was ordering food just now, she thought Xiao Chuxing looked familiar, but she didn't think about it that way at all. After all, who would have thought that a student like Xiao Chuxing would set up a stall in a place like this? And it became a very popular stall. Xiao Chuxing? Why are you here? Shinjing immediately got angry when she realized what was happening, because it was Xiao Chuxing who made Zhang Jia absent-minded today. Xiao Chuxing glanced at Shinjing coldly. In his previous life, he had always had a bad impression of Shinjing. He had to confess his love to Zhang Jia so many times before he succeeded. This was all due to Shinjing's handiwork. Later, after the two were together, they often quarreled and had conflicts, and Shinjing was also involved. This guy is somewhat of a toxic best friend, and has instilled some negative emotions into Zhang Jia. Especially when I just graduated from college, the society was in a very turbulent period in those years, and it was easy to feel anxious. Especially since Zhang Jia had just graduated from university, the University of International Business and Economics had just changed its name and was only a second-tier university. So she encountered the problem that most college students of that era faced, employment. There are no jobs at all and she doesn't want to work in the service industry. So she sent out her resume everywhere in Shanghai for a long time, but was rejected by everyone. It can be said that it was Xiao Chuxing who basically supported her at that time. In order to change the situation, Xiao Chuxing started his own business. Zhang Jia remained the same. When Xiao Chuxing did not have the extra energy to maintain this relationship with her, Shinjing instigated Zhang Jia and belittled Xiao Chuxing behind his back many times. It was nothing more than that. Starting a business was a sure thing. How could Xiao Chusheng, a college graduate from a second-tier university, possibly succeed in starting a business, etc.? It was like brainwashing, so gradually Zhang Jia's mentality changed. She acted unreasonably with Xiao Chusheng more often, and they quarreled more often over trivial matters. It can be said that there were various factors that led to the ending of the relationship with Zhang Jia. Although Shenjing, this toxic best friend, is a Cancer, Zhang Jia would not have been so desperate if she had not been so easily convinced by Shenjing's words. The main reason was that Xiao Chusheng had also reminded Zhang Jia to have less contact with Shenjing, because Shenjing worked in a nightclub where Xiao Chusheng often went to discuss business. He had occasionally heard a lot of bad rumors about her, but Zhang Jia had quarreled with him twice over this matter. He hasn't mentioned it since. Seeing Shenjing again, Xiao Chusheng really didn't have a good face, but he just asked coldly, "Do you still want to eat? If not, get out of the way, other guests are waiting." Seeing Xiao Chusheng's reaction, Shenjing's face became a little stiff. "Why are you like this? Do you want to eat? If not, get out of here." Xiao Chusheng was really too lazy to waste time talking to this guy. Maybe he just didn't want to have anything to do with Zhang Jia anymore. But for Shenjing? Ha ha. Shenjing was stunned by Xiao Chusheng's scolding of "get out," and after she came to her senses, she wanted to retort. But someone was already standing in front of her. They were the two younger brothers that Chen Ben had left behind. The two of them pulled and dragged Shenjing to the side. Two energetic young men with dyed red and yellow hair can be quite intimidating to female students these days. Shenjing's voice trembled and she was very afraid. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Jia also followed, completely unaware of the current situation. "It's not your turn to act wildly here. If you dare to make trouble, I'll break your legs." The two spirited young men threatened them directly. The intimidation from the young man made Shenjing shut up on the spot and she dared not say another word. "Jingjing, are you okay? Did they do anything to you?" Seeing the two energetic young men leave, Zhang Jia hurried over to ask about Shenjing's condition. Shenjing was so frightened that her legs went weak and she collapsed on the ground. "What do they mean? What does it have to do with them that I'm talking to Xiao Chusheng?" Zhang Jia's eyes flickered, and she looked in Xiao Chusheng's direction thoughtfully. "Jingjing, wait a minute." After saying that, Zhang Jia carefully came to Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall. She really wanted to ask Xiao Chusheng why he set up a stall here. Was this the stall that Su Hai mentioned that day? But what she cared about most was the woman who had just made her feel ashamed. She really wanted to know what the relationship between that woman and Xiao Chusheng was. So she quietly moved over and saw Xiao Chusheng concentrating on grilling 2 large handfuls of lamb skewers and spraying water on the meat. In fact, Xiao Chusheng had noticed her a long time ago, but he just pretended not to see her. Lin Shi was eating the rice with gravy that Xiao Chusheng brought over. In fact, she saw the whole scene just now. But she didn't know what was going on between Xiao Chusheng and the girl who was dragged away, or what deep hatred they had that would cause Xiao Chusheng to directly tell someone to get out. "The girl who was with that guy just now is a girl I once pursued," Xiao Chusheng whispered to Lin Shi. He used the term pursued before because at this time it was a fait accompli. But Lin Shi keenly realized that things might not be that simple. But she didn't point it out. Instead, she curled her lips, scooped a spoonful of rice with a spoon and put it to Xiao Chusheng's mouth, and said darkly, "Honey, open your mouth, Chapter 57, Claiming Sovereignty to Your Ex. Xiao Chusheng's mouth twitched. Based on his understanding of Lin Shi, this guy was acting. What is this called? A declaration of sovereignty over his predecessor? But Xiao Chusheng was also happy to do so. Since he knew that there would be no further involvement, it would be better to let her give up the idea as soon as possible. So he opened his mouth cooperatively and let Lin Shi feed him. "Would you like something else to eat?" Lin Shi pretended to be coquettish. Xiao Chusheng got goosebumps unconsciously. This woman. But he still nodded reluctantly, and then the two of them showed their love in front of so many people. Xiao Chusheng was in charge of selling things, and Lin Shi fed him, and from time to time Lin Shi would take a bite herself. I don't care at all whether this counts as an indirect kiss or not. Wow, the boss lady and the boss are very affectionate. Are you married? A customer who has been here several times couldn't help but tease them when he saw this scene. Lin Shi pretended to be shy and slapped Xiao Chusheng hard on the arm twice. But to others, this was clearly flirting. Naturally, this scene was also seen by Zhang Jia, who was hiding not far away. Her breathing became rapid and her face was full of disbelief, as if the sky was about to fall. In fact, for Zhang Jia now, the sky has really fallen. She felt that many things were no longer under her control, and this feeling was very mysterious. You guys, Xiao Chuxing finished the last bite of rice and didn't know what to order. This guy is just showing off to Zhang Jia. Lin Shi pretended to be innocent. What's wrong? You don't still have feelings for her, do you? Xiao Chuxing decisively denied this and shook his head. That's definitely not the case. I already have you, how could I still have any thoughts about her? Lin Shi held his chin up and thought for a while, then looked at the stupid beauty who was chewing like a hamster. Finally, she nodded in agreement. It is indeed easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Is this how the word is used? Do you want me to take your place for a while? It seems that your ex wants to find you. Lin Shi raised the corner of her mouth. Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes at her, but still switched seats with her. Indeed, I should explain it clearly to Zhang Jia, otherwise it would be boring to keep going on like this. Just as Xiao Chuxing sat aside and drank a few sips of water, Zhang Jia stood timidly beside Xiao Chuxing. Xiao Chuxing just glanced at her indifferently without saying a word. At this time, whoever speaks first loses. And the loser was naturally Zhang Jia. She timidly asked Xiao Chuxing, "Who is this woman?" "My woman." Xiao Chuxing didn't even look at her, and uttered 3 words in a very domineering tone. Zhang Jia's pupils trembled, and he admitted it without hesitation. This was like a sharp knife to Zhang Jia, because it meant that Xiao Chuxing had already put his heart on someone else. And she might have missed Xiao Chuxing because of her so-called temptation. But Zhang Jia still didn't want to end it in such an unclear way, so she forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Really? She's fine." But Xiao Chuxing, this bastard, retorted mercilessly, "Do you want me to say that?" This one sentence choked Zhang Jia to the point where she was speechless, because she realized that Xiao Chuxing might really have no feelings for her. Not only is there no emotion, it seems like there is more disdain. To exaggerate a little, it can be considered disgust. Zhang Jia felt very aggrieved. She obviously did nothing. Her eyes turned red uncontrollably, as if she was about to cry any second. It is true that there is no love. In their previous life, Xiao Chuxing and Zhang Jia had been together for such a long time. Even if they had feelings for each other, they would have been worn away by life long ago. It is said that even couples in love have a 4-month burnout period, and even married couples still have the 7-year itch. What about Xiao Chuxing and Zhang Jia? Their personalities, values, etc. were not compatible, and it was rare that they could be together for so long. More importantly, it should be called sunk costs. Oh, no, the cost of silence is based on the premise that there is no better choice. But Xiao Chuxing has Lin Shi, so if he has to say, the cost of silence is actually only on Zhang Jia's side. Zhang Jia's appearance is average. Her face is delicate and pretty, but she is still far from the beauties recognized by everyone. Besides, Zhang Jia is not good enough in terms of family conditions and academic performance. To put it bluntly, she is actually very ordinary. If Xiao Chuxing succeeds in her business, she will be the so-called phoenix rising from the ashes. This is something that an ordinary girl like her would never be able to achieve on her own, so even though Xiao Chuxing was very down and out in her previous life. But she didn't leave. Firstly, she wanted to take a gamble, and secondly, another reason was that Xiao Chuxing was paying for her high living costs in a place like Shanghai. As for her, she just had to enjoy it quietly. She didn't need to bear any pressure, nor did she have to work hard with Xiao Chuxing, because all the pressure was on Xiao Chuxing. As for later, Xiao Chuxing's career never got better, so she gave up and returned to her hometown. After that, the two had less and less contact. Until Xiao Chuxing was reborn. What about Qi Shanshan? Zhang Jia finally asked, "Aren't you together with Qi Shanshan?" Xiao Chuxing subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the stupid beauty. Then I met the confused look of the silly beauty, who was clumsily peeling crayfish. Beside her hands, shrimp shells piled up into a small mountain. This guy is a big eater. He would steal one every now and then. She ate 2 kilograms of crayfish by herself. Following Xiao Chuxing's gaze, Zhang Jia was petrified. Why is she here too? Because a certain stupid beauty was only focused on eating the whole time, and Zhang Jia's attention was completely on Xiao Chuxing, so naturally she didn't notice her. At this moment, Zhang Jia's mind was buzzing and she had no idea of the current situation. What is the relationship between the three of them? Qi Shanshan saw Xiao Chuxing and that woman so close, but she didn't react at all? Zhang Jia's mind was in a mess. Xiao Chuxing just glanced at her. She, you, and her? What's going on? Zhang Jiayi almost shouted this hysterically. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Chushang asked mercilessly. Zhang Jiayi was speechless, because as Xiao Chushang said, what does it have to do with her? She and Xiao Chushang were not together, so what right did she have to ask these questions? It was obviously she who rejected Xiao Chushang so many times. If you have nothing to do, go away and don't disturb us from doing business. Xiao Chushang said unceremoniously, you are superfluous here. Every word is like a knife stabbing Zhang Jiayi's heart. Chapter 58, The Ruthless Money-Seeking Monk. Mist filled Zhang Jiayi's eyes, but Xiao Chushang ignored it. In her previous life, she always looked like this after the two of them had a quarrel, as if Xiao Chushang was the one who was wrong. Xiao Chushang felt distressed at first, as she thought that girls might have unstable emotions sometimes. But gradually, as this happened more frequently, he became immune to it. So now when Xiao Chushang saw Zhang Jiayi like this, he was not moved at all and even wanted to laugh. Lin Shi looked at her deeply and said nothing more. No matter what happens, Lin Shi is Xiao Chushang's person. Zhang Jiayi stood there for a long time, and found that no one paid any attention to her. Even Qi Shanshan didn't even look at her, as if she didn't notice her. In fact, the stupid beauty didn't even notice her because he was so focused on eating. Who made her just a foodie with no emotions? Perhaps feeling that she was asking for trouble, Zhang Jiayi quietly left the crowd and returned to where Xinjing was. Xinjing's eyes turned red with anger, but she didn't dare to show any emotion because the two spirited young men kept glancing at her from time to time. As long as she dared to come closer, the two of them would slap her in the face. Although the big boss Xiao Chushang had warned them that this was not the time for fighting. But this is someone else trying to cause trouble, so it's okay to fight back. The main focus is on one bottom line which can be changed flexibly. Seeing her best friend come back, Xinjing gritted her teeth and asked what was going on. Zhang Jiayi was in a state of dismay. She just shook her head but no sound came out of her mouth. Seeing this, Xinjing knew that Zhang Jiayi might not be able to accept the current situation and was temporarily useless. So she could only comfort him. Jiayi, don't be sad, the fact that Xiao Chushang came to open a small stall like this, doesn't it mean that he has ruined it? If you stay in this place now, what future can you have? By then, you will be from two different worlds. This is the general idea of people in this era, and even most students think so. Whether they are good students, bad students, or ordinary students, they all think so. They feel that even a second tier, third tier, or even a fake university is considered superior. Although this idea is a bit sad, this was the reality back then, especially in places with less information. Even Zhang Jiayi herself thought so, but her idea was different from Xinjing's. What she was thinking was that Xiao Chushang was so focused on this kind of place, should she stop Xiao Chushang and tell him not to ruin his future? Wasting time. Little did she know that if she really did that, Xiao Chushang would go from not wanting to have anything to do with her anymore to having a blood feud with her that would last until her death. After all, robbing someone of their money is like killing their parents. In 1 year, in the Golden Age, it is no different from killing their parents 10 times. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated, but this year is indeed such a special year, and even the future destiny of the country is determined in this year. Walk. Although Xinjing didn't dare to cause trouble anymore, she was still unwilling to accept it in her heart. She just couldn't stand Xiao Chushang. I can't help but feel disgusted with it, sometimes it's just like that, some disgust is just unreasonable. When the two energetic young men saw Xinjing pulling Zhang Jiayi over again, they immediately stopped them. What are you doing? Can't we even eat? Or do you not want to do business with us? Xinjing's voice was fearful, but she still insisted. The two energetic young men looked at each other and said nothing more, but still stared at the two men vigilantly. To put it bluntly, their job is to watch over the place and make sure no one dares to cause trouble. If the two girls were just eating, there would be nothing wrong. Xinjing pulled Zhang Jiayi and soon it was their turn. This time, when Xiao Chushang saw the two people again, his face changed. He was about to coax them away, but he heard Xinjing say, "Can't we just eat?" This made Xiao Chushang stunned, but he immediately realized that their appearance here was probably just a coincidence. Now that his stall is so famous, it's normal for people to come here to eat. So he asked impatiently, "What to eat?" "If you don't make money even if you have it, you're a bastard. It all goes into my pocket anyway." Xiao Chushang wouldn't be stupid enough to drive people away. He would just make some money first. Xinjing ordered a lot of things at once, including more than 20 oysters. Xiao Chusheng counted the money, a total of 80. Our Jiayi is here, shouldn't you treat us to this meal? Xin Jing said shamelessly. These words made Xiao Chusheng immediately happy. Xin Jing was quite good at taking advantage in her previous life. Now that he and Zhang Jiayi are not together, how dare she say this? So he sarcastically said, invite you? How dare you? It was visibly that Zhang Jiayi's face turned extremely pale, because she realized that Xiao Chusheng had really let go of her completely. Because Xiao Chusheng would never have spoken to her in this tone before. Xin Jing's face also turned ugly, and she even used a gritting teeth tone. Xiao Chusheng, don't you want to pursue our Jiayi anymore? Puff. Lin Shi, who was standing by, couldn't help laughing out loud, leaving Xin Jing's face bruised and blue. Xiao Chusheng actually wanted to laugh, but Lin Shi got there first. He simply tore his face off, with a disdainful tone. Didn't she tell you? Or are you playing dumb? Chasing her? Is it you or she in a dream? Eat if you want, go away if you don't want, don't get in the way, we still have business to do. If you want to dine for free, get out of here. Don't make me ask anyone to chase you away. These words were tantamount to humiliation, and made the two men's faces turn red. Xin Jing was so angry that she wanted to overturn Xiao Chusheng's stall, but she didn't dare to. Cowardly and mischievous, that's what all toxic best friends are like. Then there should be no problem with the discount, right? Jiayi is your classmate after all. Xin Jing seemed to want to get back at her. Xiao Chusheng was just about to ask for a discount? How about I give you a discount on your legs? But suddenly he thought of something and smiled. Discount? Okay, 80, you give me $79.50. Is friendship between classmates only worth 50 cents? It would be better not to give this discount, as it would be more insulting if it was given. Xin Jing was so angry that she took out 80 yuan from her pocket and threw it to Xiao Chusheng. No need for change. Xiao Chusheng was cheerful and didn't care at all. Just give me the money. I am now a ruthless moneymaker. Xin Jing pulled Zhang Jiayi to sit down, and they were heading to that stupid beauty Qi Shanshan. But Zhang Jiayi subconsciously grabbed Xin Jing's arm. She didn't know why, but she always had an indescribable sense of fear when facing Qi Shanshan. It was like a mouse meeting a cat, even though the cat had never even looked at her. In fact, it's not that he didn't look at it directly, it's that he didn't even glance at it. In the eyes of the stupid beauty, she only cares about what she cares about, and the rest? All are just clouds. Ah! Suddenly, the stupid beauty let out a cry of pain. Chapter 59, more like a couple raising their daughter. The sound of stupid beauty scared both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng put the work in his hand to Lin Shi and said, you watch, I'll see what's going on. Lin Shi Ben also wanted to go over, but since Xiao Chusheng said so, she had no choice but to stay here. When Xiao Chusheng went over, he found that the silly beauty was crying loudly, looking very pitiful. What's wrong? Xiao Chusheng was puzzled. He looked at this idiot and she didn't seem to be in any trouble. The stupid-eyed beauty cried and said, it hurts my eyes. Xiao Chusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy wasn't paying attention and touched the corner of his eye with the hand he had just used to eat the crayfish, and then he was so spicy that tears came to his eyes. Well, she is really stupid. Although most people may have done this. How could she be so careless? Xiao Chusheng held her pretty little face in his hands, and felt a little bit melted by love. I blew on her eyes. It didn't help much, but it did help a bit. I put on gloves and the stupid beauty was sniffling and couldn't stop crying. Disposable gloves. Xiao Chusheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He blew in her eyes and explained, this thing is just for hygiene. It can't block the chili oil at all because the oil molecules can pass through the gaps between the plastic molecules. Even if it doesn't break, there will always be some oil on your hands. After all, she had learned it during the 9-year compulsory education. No matter how naive the stupid beauty was, she could understand it. The more she listened, the more aggrieved she felt. Xiao Chusheng took a bottle of mineral water and rinsed her eyes, which made her eyes feel better. But it's still red, and even a little swollen. The spiciness is just pain, there's nothing wrong with it. Compared to this, Xiao Chusheng was actually more curious. If she ate so much spicy crayfish, wouldn't her anus get burned when she returned home? Don't think too much, he is really just curious. Does it hurt anymore? Xiao Chusheng's voice became a little gentler unconsciously, and he couldn't help but touch her face. The silly beauty responded obediently, but her eyes were still fixed on the bucket of crayfish. You're still eating? Xiao Chusheng was numb. How much did this guy eat today? What kind of bottomless pit is this belly of hers? Since the guy was fine anyway, he stepped back and took the thing that was being grilled from Lin Shi. What happened? Did your eyes get burned? Lin Shi looked at it for a long time and roughly guessed what happened. Yeah, I'm a little clumsy, but it's nothing. Xiao Chusheng explained with a smile. Lin Shi saw tenderness and the happiness that could not be concealed in Xiao Chusheng's eyes. I'll go and take a look. After saying that, Lin Shi went over and held the silly beauty's little face to take a look. Seeing that there was really nothing serious, she felt relieved. Just like Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi was also a little infatuated when looking at this guy's handsome face. After all, who doesn't love beautiful girls? Even girls are the same. Of course, she herself is actually very beautiful, but if she doesn't look in the mirror, she can't see herself. Be good. Lin Shi touched Qi Shanshan's hair. This scene is getting weirder and weirder. It's like a couple with a big daughter. Zheng Jiayi and Xin Jing saw all of this. Zheng Jiayi's face was as pale as paper, and at this moment the last glimmer of hope in her heart had disappeared. She finally realized that Xiao Chusheng had nothing to do with her anymore. However, she couldn't understand and didn't know what was going on between Xiao Chusheng and these two girls. Is he in love with Qi Shanshan or that woman? If it was that woman, then why was he so close to Qi Shanshan? It was clear that the woman was feeding Xiao Chusheng just now, and the two of them looked so well matched. For Zheng Jiayi now, she can't see the whole picture at all, and she doesn't dare to think that Xiao Chusheng is actually a real beast, and he is really too timing. In Zheng Jiayi's eyes, Xiao Chusheng was just an ordinary student. It was outrageous that an ordinary student could date Qi Shanshan, the school belle. Can I still date a woman like Lin Shi? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In fact, even in her previous life, Zheng Jiayi had always believed this in her subconscious. She had never paid attention to Xiao Chusheng's career. All she knew was that Xiao Chusheng's eyes were full of her student days. So even though Xiao Chusheng often stayed in the company with Lin Shi for many days during the entrepreneurial period of his previous life, Zheng Jiayi never suspected that there was anything going on between them. Because in his opinion, Xiao Chusheng is not worthy of a woman like Lin Shi. She had no idea how ambitious Xiao Chusheng, who was so successful in his career, was. Xiao Chusheng showed her his most friendly side, but overlooked one point: women often admire strong men. People who are friendly and approachable will often be at a disadvantage in relationships. This is actually how the term licking dog came about. Xin Jing asked Zheng Jiayi in confusion what the relationship between those two girls and Xiao Chusheng was, and why they were all so beautiful. Although Xin Jing heard from Zheng Jiayi about Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan's affair, she had never met Qi Shanshan. Zheng Jiayi lowered her eyes, dug her thumbnail into her leg, and said nothing. Xin Jing realized that she seemed to have asked a question that she shouldn't have asked, so she didn't dare to ask anymore. Lin Shi didn't say a word until she brought over the oysters and other dishes they ordered. Zheng Jiayi ate the food baked by Xiao Chusheng himself, but it tasted like wax, as if her sense of taste had failed. But the heartless Xin Jing was still commenting, "Don't mention it, even though Xiao Chusheng isn't a good person, his craftsmanship is really good. There's a reason why his business is so good." "Jiayi, how much money do you think Xiao Chusheng makes from this stall in a day?" Zheng Jiayi seemed not to have heard her words. She was like a puppet, still putting food into her mouth dully. What happened today was too much of a blow to Zheng Jiayi. Xin Jing opened her mouth but said nothing more. After they finished eating, they left quietly and didn't dare to cause any more trouble. Xiao Chusheng didn't even glance at her during the whole process, but Lin Shi took the initiative to ask, "What is it like to be looked at by your ex while you are with your current boyfriend?" Xiao Chusheng had a big question mark on his head. "What kind of weird question are you asking?" Lin Shi chuckled, "Just curious. I don't have any experience, and my heart is calm." Xiao Chusheng said calmly. "So what happened to you guys? What did she do to make you an ex?" The intelligent Lin Shi guessed that the relationship between the girl named Zheng Jiayi and Xiao Chusheng was definitely not that simple. She naturally guessed that this relationship would not be what it is now. But these words made Xiao Chusheng look into her eyes with burning eyes, because she is not a good woman, and I am not a good man either. Chapter 60. I don't have a divorce, I only have a widow. Xiao Chusheng's eyes never left Lin Shi's face from beginning to end, making Lin Shi blush. For a moment, she seemed to have guessed something. Not a good man, is it because of me? Lin Shi thought so. Thinking of his ex, Xiao Chusheng said that the girl was not a good woman. With Xiao Chusheng's shameless character, he would not lie about such things, let alone pass the buck. And he said that he is not a good man, which means that Xiao Chusheng is actually a person who did something wrong in the relationship. If his mistake had an object, Lin Shiqiao would blush. That must be me. Lin Shi took a deep breath and asked Xiao Chusheng seriously, so there is really no possibility between you and her? Don't consider me, under our premise. It is self-evident who this we refers to. This question made Xiao Chusheng feel a little embarrassed. After being reborn, he had never thought of having women on both sides, but the world is unpredictable and some things are beyond his control. Since fate has come, you have to accept it, otherwise it would be disrespectful to God. Even Xiao Chusheng was thinking that perhaps he could live again in this world just to make up for his regrets. But if you think about it carefully, did he have any regrets in his previous life? The answer is no. Although the relationship with Zhang Jia was a mess, that was also the result he got in the end. But this doesn't mean that he won't be happy after he returns to Lin Shi's arms. In the relationship with Zhang Jia was the first to give up. There was no betrayal. She just bet her future on Xiao Chusheng, but gave up before she succeeded. Then someone stayed with him all the time and finally picked the peaches. So, in his previous life, Xiao Chusheng really had no regrets about his relationship with Zhang Jia. His rebirth was definitely not for his ex, Zhang Jia. The same goes for Xiao Chusheng's relatives. His parents are healthy and don't have any serious illnesses, and he himself has a career and money. I will have a good wife like Lin Shi in the future. With such a happy and fulfilling life, where does regret come from? In this case, the answer is actually obvious. Because there are regrets too. Firstly, it was because of Lin Shi's past experience and Xiao Chusheng met her too late. Secondly, it is the silly beauty Qi Shanshan, who is his chance of rebirth. To put it bluntly, this is a debt that God asked her to owe herself. Oh, you asked Xiao Chusheng about God, and so on, you are quite superstitious, right? Nonsense, he has been reborn, how can he not be superstitious? Xiao Chusheng's answer was very straightforward. Yes, there is no possibility between her and me, because some relationships are a mistake from the very beginning. In fact, neither I like her nor she likes me that much. This was the conclusion he had drawn after so many years of dating Zhang Jia in his previous life. 10 years? In fact, he didn't know when Zhang Jia had quietly left his world. After that, Zhang Jia only maintained occasional contact with him symbolically. Maybe it was just to leave a way out for herself? After all, she was a girl who couldn't make it in Shanghai and was forced to return to her hometown. If you can't find the right one, you will end up having to resort to blind dates. Although Xiao Chusheng was an ordinary person before he became successful, he was at least a very good person. Besides, what if he succeeds one day? It's a bit ironic, but this is what most people in this world would think, and this is how most people would behave when faced with this situation. So when Xiao Chusheng was reborn, he had no resentment towards Zhang Jia. There is no right or wrong in the adult world, only pros and cons. There's no need, just turn around and leave quietly. She will lose a lot of things in this life, the most important of which is Xiao Chusheng. The reason why Zhang Jia was able to live such a comfortable life in her previous life was largely due to the help of Xiao Chusheng. Just when Xiao Chusheng was feeling melancholy, Lin Shi suddenly said something out of the blue. It feels great to cheat, right? If Xiao Chusheng couldn't hear the hidden meaning of Lin Shi's words, he would be really stupid. I can only say that she is worthy of being a goddess with an IQ of 163. She can actually guess most of the things that happened between him and Lin Shi in his previous life based on this information. I don't know. Xiao Chusheng argued, I think sometimes it's not just about breaking up, it's called a breakup, just like getting a divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau was not called a divorce. Lin Shi was also stunned by what he said, and subconsciously asked, I understand breaking up, but how can it be called a divorce without a divorce certificate? There are two words, widowhood and disconnection. Xiao Chusheng spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Lin Shi was simply silenced. But she did understand Xiao Chusheng's hint, that the relationship was a mess and in name only. It is indeed impossible to start over again. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt extremely relaxed. The sinister goddess Lin Shi looked at Xiao Chusheng with curved eyebrows and said cunningly, well, there is no divorce in my case, only widowhood. Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. As expected, Lin Shi is the most spiritual at this time. If it were her in her previous life, she would never be able to say such words. Because she had lost trust in the whole world at that time, and Xiao Chusheng was her whole world. But in fact, Lin Sure was very inferior at that time, and she definitely did not have the courage to use such domineering words to possess Xiao Chusheng. But it doesn't matter to Lin Sure in this life. She has such a position and such qualifications. And have the courage to do so. While the two were talking and laughing, suddenly, the silly beauty pulled Xiao Chusheng's collar. Xiao Chusheng was shocked. What happened? The stupid beauty didn't say a word, but suddenly appeared. He wasn't worried, nor did he mind if she heard what had just been said. After all, whether you can understand it or not is a problem. That's all. Huh? What's gone? Xiao Chusheng didn't realize the seriousness of the problem until. Not a bucket of crawfish as big as mine? Where are the lobsters in the lobster bucket now? It's empty. There's not a single lobster left. You finished the whole bucket? Lin Sure was the first to react. Isn't this idiot the foodie here? But when they looked at the small table left for the stupid beauty, there didn't seem to be a lot of shrimp shells piled on it, although there were still quite a few. But she certainly wouldn't eat the whole bucket. So the question is, where did it go? They both looked at Qi Shanshan suspiciously, and saw Qi Shanshan handing them a stack of money. So much? Lin Sure and Xiao Chusheng looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The silly beauty nodded repeatedly. After her explanation, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Sure finally knew what happened. Wow, this is a big client. Chapter 61. This money is for you to earn. It turned out that when the two of them were concentrating on talking about something, a nearby restaurant owner came over with a bucket and packed up all the crayfish in the bucket and took them away. Crayfish can indeed be used as a dish, so he might want to give it a try, and if it sells well, he can make it himself, Xiao Chusheng guessed. I think so, but if he does it, it will affect our business, right? Lin Sure asked with some concern. However, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. How can I describe the crayfish category? Eating it is more like the atmosphere. Eating it at home and eating it at this stall, enjoying the evening breeze and smelling the charcoal fire are two different flavors. So that's it. Lin Sure thought about it and it seemed to be just as he said, the smell of fireworks? Yes, it is the smell of fireworks, which is a very mysterious word. Xiao Chusheng explained with a smile, our stall is big enough, so we can digest such a large number of crayfish. Otherwise, given the current distribution and average price of crayfish in Hangzhou, it is not easy to make money. This is the truth. In 2007, the crayfish craze had not yet reached Hangzhou. Without large-scale breeding and a supporting logistics and transportation system, the cost of this type of aquatic product could not be reduced at all. The price in Shanghai is cheaper because we have reached preliminary cooperation with Xinjiang and are now in the distribution stage. It can be said that Xiao Chusheng is also reaping the benefits of the times and he is at the forefront. The most profitable period for crayfish was when it first became popular. They were everywhere in night markets and sold out every day. It won't work anymore later on. With one link after another, there are too many distributors and middlemen in the middle, and the profits are squeezed out. Just like our oysters, although this thing is profitable, only one family can eat it at present. You can buy more than 2 yuan for one of those fresh oysters. How can there be any profit? Xiao Chusheng looked around at the stalls around him. In fact, he noticed that 2 restaurants had already served oysters, but they didn't have signs because there were only a few of them. They can't set the price too low, and if they set it too high, no one will buy it. So they can only take advantage of as many customers as possible. But what if they find the dock? Lin Sure was worried. What if they steal our business? Xiao Chusheng smiled indifferently. I didn't plan to continue doing this business. After all, it won't last long. This is also a bargain. Maybe one day the supervisor won't have the chance to make this extra money. So if we can make money, we will make money. If we can't make money, we will just transform. Oh, you have planned it all, that's good. Lin Sure breathed a sigh of relief. Well, as I said before, this stall is just to make some quick money and start up capital. Of course, you don't have to worry about those people finding the dock. Oysters are too niche now, and many people don't even know that they exist at the dock. And even if they go there, they probably won't sell them because the quantity needed is too small. Xiao Chusheng analyzed the situation very rationally. He was not worried about the oyster business, after all, it would only be sold until October. Even without this, the barbecue stall is still very profitable. At worst, he could go to the port in Shanghai to get the goods, and there would be no pressure to get a few boxes over. Frozen oysters are easy to preserve. Even if the quantity is small and you don't sell them, you can just buy more and stockpile them. There are always more solutions than problems. That's enough. I've been tired all day, let South get ready to close the stall. A lot of the ingredients in the window have been sold out, with only 2 or 3 kinds and a few skewers left. There is not much point in selling anymore. So he called Chen Bin and others and had them roast the remaining ones that had not been sold and share them out. While eating, we talked about today's business. Chen Bin was so excited that his face was dancing with joy. Boss, business is so good. Although I haven't calculated how many we sold, it must be more than 2,000. 2,000? Xiao Chuxing calculated that the profit margin of chicken chops was actually just so-so, and the sales volume was just average during the peak customer flow period on Saturdays. Of course, it must also be related to the surrounding environment and the fact that this stall is not yet famous. Although there are a lot of people in this park, most of them come here to visit Xiao Chuxing's barbecue stall. The remaining businesses are inevitably affected, which is why the surrounding merchants are very angry. It's a pity that they dare not speak out despite their anger. After all, there are Chen Bin and his gang of former gangsters around. Xiao Chuxing didn't feel any guilt at all. In business, if someone loses, someone else will gain. Everyone makes money based on their own abilities. The pie is only so big. Do you still want to make money through harmony? That's impossible. Facts have proven that the so-called harmony brings wealth, which is nothing more than capitalists working together to reap profits and pass on the costs to consumers. Okay, let's go back first. The chicken chop stall can still be improved and it will get better. Xiao Chuxing patted Chen Bin on the shoulder. The chicken steak business is based on the route of large-scale sales, and there is no plan to limit the business to this area, so this sales volume is also included in the plan. On the way back, Chen Bin's 2 younger brothers, who were in charge of looking after Xiao Chuxing's stall, found Xiao Chuxing. It was brought by Chen Bin. Boss, these 2 want to find some work. Looking for work? Xiao Chuxing was a little confused, but still explained, that will take a few days. Right now we have limited energy, so we have to take it step by step. No, boss. I heard from Brother Bin that you are not interested in selling crayfish anymore? One of the spirited young men said quickly. His name is Zhou Chen. Yes, because the purchase place is in Shanghai, it is difficult to process and it takes a lot of time to cook. Xiao Chuxing explained patiently. So Zhou Chen immediately said, Boss, how about this? The 2 of us will go to Shanghai to get the goods for you, and then we will handle it for you. You are only responsible for the cooking, and you pay us wages. How about it? The young man was a little timid, as if he was afraid that Xiao Chuxing would not agree. Xiao Chuxing was quick to sense something and asked him, Are you having any troubles? At home? Zhou Chen blushed and touched his hair awkwardly. My sister is going to college soon, and my family can't afford it, so. So you want to support her schooling? Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but admire them. Even though these spirited young men looked lazy, they were really good to their families. Well, she is the only college student in our family. I am already useless, and I cannot let her become useless again. You are right, we must seize the opportunity to change our destiny. Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Chuxing firmly. Xiao Chuxing suddenly asked a question at this time, which was a doubt and also a test. If that's the case, then why don't you let your sister go to work? Now that high school graduates have graduated, they can still make money by washing dishes, right? No. Zhou Chen was very determined and said in a very urgent tone, She is a girl and the world is not peaceful yet. I am afraid that she will have an accident while working. Xiao Chuxing admired this spirited young man named Zhou Chen a little, so he nodded, Okay, this money will be earned by you. Chapter 62, Strive to become a better self. As soon as Xiao Chuxing said this, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. However, before they could be happy for too long, Xiao Chuxing suddenly frowned and looked at another person. He is doing this to support his sister's college education, what about you? Suddenly, everyone was stunned and their eyes fell on the other energetic young man named Su Fei. Needless to say, everyone was curious. Shen Bin was about to explain for Su Fei, but Su Fei spoke up himself, Boss, actually I did this for his sister as well. The 3 people on Xiao Chuxing's side were all stunned. This answer really caught them off guard. Zhou Chen smiled awkwardly, Boss, Fizai likes my sister. Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Is this really the case? So you are still a romantic guy? Lin Shi's eyes were also full of surprise. She didn't expect that this seemingly unreliable gangster would actually charge forward for love. I don't know if it was because he was in a bad mood, but Xiao Chusheng walked up to Su Fei and patted him on the shoulder. That's good, but I want to ask you a question. Su Fei hesitated for a moment, looking a little worried. Boss, you won't stop me from going, right? Xiao Chusheng shook his head. No, I'm just curious about something. You can understand it as my exploration of human nature. Such profound words left everyone present confused. But this bastard is the boss, he is the biggest, so no one says anything. Xiao Chusheng said with a smile, I want to know, what if Zhou Chen's sister goes to college? She will definitely meet a lot of people during these 4 years outside, and her horizons may be broadened. In other words, she may become better, have higher standards, and meet someone better, well, someone better than you. At this point, everyone has understood that this is a bit too cruel for a simple-minded young man. But Xiao Chusheng, that bastard, still asked, if his sister falls in love with another man and doesn't want you anymore, all your efforts for her today will become a gift to someone else. What will you do? Suddenly, the whole place was silent. Xiao Chusheng undoubtedly asked a very realistic question in the calmest tone, which could be compared to a soul-searching question. Su Fei froze in place. Before Xiao Chusheng raised these questions, he had never thought about them before because of his simple mind. But when he thought of that hypothetical scenario, he felt like all the blood in his body was freezing. Zhou Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he found. What the boss said is true. Although the general social theme of the current era is still struggle, there will definitely be a future if we work hard. But in reality? The future is always uncertain. At least in this era, it is uncertain for most people, of course, excluding that bastard Xiao Chusheng. After all, he had seen the future with his own eyes. Su Fei looked like he had lost his parents, and asked Xiao Chusheng in a voice that sounded like he was about to cry, Boss, are you saying that people like me don't deserve love? Xiao Chusheng smiled and shook his head. No, I never deny that there are good women in this world who are willing to accompany you through the most difficult times and build a tall building with you. But we have to admit that there are many bad women in this world who just want to take advantage of you. The energetic young man made Xiao Chusheng's mentality explode, and his voice trembled. So what do you mean, boss? Do you remember what I said when I first met your brother Bin? Xiao Chusheng did not answer and asked him instead. Su Feilian nodded. Of course I remember. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly. Yes, just like I said, how much money you can make depends on your ability. This is the rule of this world. Everyone present stared at Xiao Chusheng in shock, not understanding why he brought up this sentence again at this time. Xiao Chusheng curled the corners of his lips. Similarly, some abilities are innate, which is called talent. But the height you can climb is not determined by talent, but by the combined efforts of hard work and talent. If you only have talent but don't work hard, you may achieve something, but it will ultimately be limited. Do you understand? Su Fei was not one of those people with a very good brain, and he had not yet digested Xiao Chusheng's words. He thought about it and scratched his head. You mean that as long as I work hard now and Xiao Chen doesn't leave me, she won't leave me? Xiao Chusheng could guess that Xiao Chen was Zhou Chen's sister, so he just nodded. Yes, there is not only one way to go in this world. Studying hard to go to college is one way, doing business is another way, there are many ways. I can't say that if you work hard to become a better person, she will definitely not change her mind. After all, human hearts are complicated. But at least by then, losing you would most likely be the decision she would regret the most, because you would be just as strong without her. Su Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Xiao Chusheng had undoubtedly enlightened him. However, Su Fei still asked what everyone was curious about. Boss, can I make a lot of money following you? Xiao Chusheng did not answer directly, but asked him back. That depends on how capable you are. With me, I never lack the possibility of making money, I only lack capable people. I will. Su Fei said firmly. Xiao Chusheng was very satisfied with his answer and patted him on the back. Then I'll wait and see. Okay, everyone go back. We'll count the money later and distribute it to everyone tomorrow. After seeing Qin Bin and the others off, Xiao Chusheng and the other two counted their income for the day at Qi Shanshan's house. During this time, Lin Shi suddenly asked Xiao Chusheng, do you think Su Fei can catch up with his sister? Xiao Chusheng was a little surprised. You actually care about this? Xiao Chusheng replied casually, I don't know, there are too many changes in this world, all we can do is to be ourselves. 2. Lin Shi seemed to be thinking about something. After counting the money, because of the two new products, crayfish and chicken steak, on Saturdays, which are the days with the largest customer flow, it can be said that the daily profit can easily exceed 10,000. Crayfish is a business expansion. Many people buy them home to eat, and they don't need to be processed on the spot, so it's a profit point. Xiao Chusheng tried to analyze it. The chicken steak business is actually quite monotonous, and there is an upper limit to the turnover. 2,000 a day is actually a lot. It seems that some adjustments are indeed needed, Xiao Chusheng muttered to himself. At this moment, Lin Shi suddenly asked Xiao Chusheng, "You let the crayfish purchasing out to others and let them learn how to make money. When they have earned enough startup capital, aren't you afraid that they will go out and work on their own? You think long term." Xiao Chusheng was a little surprised, but still smiled. "Don't be afraid." Chapter 63 Don't You Have to Kiss Me? Xiao Chusheng did not hide it. "I never expected to make money from this. This is just one of my ways to make money. What's more, this business is time consuming and labor intensive, at least it is not cost effective for us. If they are willing to work hard, the money will be taken for free. As for them starting a new business, it's really not a big deal. It's a good deal to use this little profit to see people's hearts clearly." Xiao Chusheng showed a very wise look. If they were smart enough, they would know that they would only earn more by following me. They are not qualified to earn more just for the little profit in front of them. Lin Shi stared at Xiao Chusheng in a daze. She had to admit that Xiao Chusheng was really charming now. It doesn't seem strange that my future self would love him terribly. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng suddenly curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Of course, even if they go out to work on their own, they won't make much money." "Huh? Why?" Lin Shi was confused. "Because crayfish belongs to a special category, what matters is the atmosphere, and we can only sell a lot of it relying on our barbecue business. Many people eat it while they are eating something else. But if you sell it separately, you may not have such good business." Lin Shi held his chin and thought about it, and felt that what Xiao Chusheng said made sense. "In fact, I thought about selling crayfish in my restaurant, but I decided not to because not many people would buy them," Xiao Chusheng explained to Lin Shi. "When we go to restaurants to eat, it's usually for a gathering to cook a few dishes, but for restaurants the size of mine, most of the diners are students or working people." "Oh? Is there any difference?" Lin Shi blinked her eyes. Although she was smart, she didn't have enough experience in society. Xiao Chusheng smiled and said, "Put yourself in their shoes. Can a serving of crayfish, which comes in dozens and only has a bite of meat left after peeling, fill your stomach? Workers and students actually don't have enough money to spend." Lin Shi suddenly realized, and the question in her mind was answered. No wonder. At the same time, there was even more admiration in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Chusheng. This man was a born businessman. Because he can think from the perspective of different consumer groups and understand what these people need and like. In fact, this is precisely Xiao Chusheng's greatest reliance for his rebirth, because he holds the correct answer in his hands. "Okay, I should go back now. Don't get up early tomorrow. Sleep in. We can go shopping after 10 o'clock. I will take you shopping in the afternoon and buy some things." "Shopping?" Lin Shi was stunned. Xiao Chusheng's eyes fell on Lin Shi's feet. They were a pair of unknown brand shoes with no logo on them, and they were very old. "Well, I'll buy you some clothes, shoes, and other things to wear in Hangzhou." Lin Shi was a little flustered and quickly said, "No, I still have some, no need to spend money." "We should spend the money if we have to. We don't need that much." Xiao Chusheng made the decision for her. He makes money just for this girl. What's the point of making money if he doesn't spend it on her? Sure. Xiao Chusheng stared at Lin Shi's eyes with burning eyes. Lin Shi dodged his gaze because she had the illusion that Xiao Chusheng would eat her up in the next second. However, Xiao Chusheng was still quite restrained. He just said, "You don't have to save money for me. You have to know the principle that money makes money. Money will become more if it is spent. We will have more money in the future, so much that you can't spend it all now. And what I lack right now is a lot of money, so this is not a big deal at all." But these words aroused Lin Shi's curiosity, and she asked curiously, "How much money do you need?" Xiao Chusheng smiled slightly. "Maybe a few million or even tens of millions are not enough?" "Ah." Lin Shi was struck by lightning. "Is this the big deal? Would it be a bit too big?" Xiao Chusheng also smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do about it. Internet-related industries were just burning money. Moreover, he needed even more money to establish a base. Tens of millions was just his estimate, but the money was not burned on the spot, but rather a process. In the process he can slowly subsidize the costs from other businesses, which is why he works so hard to run these stalls. Even though these stalls are not very presentable and tiring, they really make money. The street stall economy is the best solution with low cost and high profit in this period. As for others, either you need some startup capital, or the initial investment is slow to recover. What about the street stall economy? They can make money while using the profits to expand. Then, like a snowball, you can quickly get a huge flow of funds. Of course, the difficulty is that he needs manpower, so he recruited Chen Bin and his group. Although not all of these people can be trusted, they are Xiao Chusheng's most cost-effective means at the moment. What he said to Zhou Chen and Su Fei today can be regarded as the prestige that Xiao Chusheng established for these spirited young men. He just wanted to make them believe that they could make money by following the big boss Xiao Chusheng, and make them loyal to him. Besides, if we can find a few treasure players among these people, we can eliminate some of those with bad intentions. When the business becomes bigger in the future, these people will be considered the royal guards. The lesson from Su Hai in his previous life made Xiao Chusheng understand a truth: some positions must be filled by trustworthy people. But what is the absolute guarantee to make a person trustworthy? The answer: benefits. That is right, if you give them enough benefits, they can even give you their lives. Xiao Chusheng is creating a character for everyone. He is the core figure. With him, everyone will have endless benefits. In this way, no one will be like Su Hai, who picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons for the sake of immediate benefits. Well, I have to go now. If I don't leave now, I will have to stay and sleep with you. Xiao Chusheng made a joke. However, Lin Shi smiled and said, "It's not impossible, so do you want to stay?" Xiao Chusheng was so aroused by her that he swallowed subconsciously. "You know what, I really want to, but my parents are at home. I'll take you to meet them some other day. They should be very happy." Xiao Chusheng waved his hand and walked out. Lin Shi looked at the direction where Xiao Chusheng left, and felt a little expectant. Maybe she was a little bit scheming. She really wanted to know how Xiao Chusheng's parents would react when they saw two beautiful girls. Just when she was thinking happily out loud, Xiao Chusheng suddenly turned back. "Ah? What did you leave behind?" Lin Shi quickly stopped smiling and asked the guy in confusion. Xiao Chusheng shook his head and pointed at his lips. "I just thought, I have been so good to you, shouldn't you kiss me before you leave?" Chapter 64: Who is the prey? A blush appeared on Lin Shi's beautiful face, but she did not show any disgust or hesitation. "I even feel a little impatient." The lips touch lightly and separate like a dragonfly touching the water. It's not that she resisted a long French kiss with Xiao Chusheng, but because... Well, it was because Qi Shanshan was staring at the two of them not far away without blinking. The silly beauty has become a part of the play between these two people. She was actually a little slow in emotions, and for a moment her brain couldn't even digest the scene in front of her. Xiao Chusheng, the bastard, waved his hand at the guy. "Stupid, do you want a kiss? No money required." This guy is used to being a playboy, so he suddenly felt like playing a joke. After all, it is so fun to bully this idiot. However, what he didn't expect was that the stupid beauty actually thought about it seriously, and then nodded. She actually nodded. "Ha!" Xiao Chusheng was petrified on the spot. "Aren't you so easy to defeat?" Before he could react, the stupid beauty was already in front of him, holding his face and sucking hard on his mouth. Of course, this guy just gave her a kiss. After all, it was obvious that he had no experience at all. However, Xiao Chusheng was stunned by the kiss. "Why do I have this inexplicable illusion that I'm being raped?" Not to mention Xiao Chusheng, even Lin Shi was confused. In her impression of Qi Shanshan, she thought that this child was simple-minded and didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. No, is it because of his innocent mind that he is more dangerous? Lin Shi's IQ worked rapidly and she quickly figured out the logic behind this. Because she has a simple mind, she dares to love and hate. She can tell who is good to her and who is not better than those meticulous people in this world. Because the malice toward one another in this world is something that is not easy to detect. Although men like Xiao Chusheng seem to be very bad, they actually have their own set of principles in their bones. He was extremely kind to Qi Shanshan, although he bullied her from time to time. At this moment, Lin Shi seemed to have figured out many things. Perhaps it was no accident that the three of them came together. Xiao Chusheng, who inexplicably felt as if he had been bitten by a pig, stood in a daze at the door of Qi Shanshan's house. He touched his lips that had been kissed by the two women, and the feeling in his heart, should it be called vanity or happiness, could not be controlled but overflowed. So much so that when he got home, Comrade Lao Shao couldn't help asking him, "Your face is smiling like a chrysanthemum, did you pick up money?" Xiao Chusheng suddenly felt in an instant that they were indeed a family. What a wonderful metaphor! However, he tried his best to restrain his laughter, but still couldn't help laughing out loud. No, nothing. Comrade Lao Shao did not ask any further questions, but asked him if he had eaten. "You didn't come home all day, where had you been?" Xiao Chusheng said with a smile, "Isn't it my nature to love playing at my age?" Xiao Chusheng is quite confident in this life, not to mention that with his intelligence, studies and academic qualifications, they are no longer shackles for him. Lao Shao actually didn't dwell on these things too much, he just said them casually. After returning to the room, Xiao Chusheng had not yet recovered from his previous emotions. It's too addictive. What is this called? Enjoying the happiness of all the people? This was an experience he had never had before. Before, he had only thought about it, but what about now? Is this a reality? It's still a little short of that. Two extremely beautiful women who others might not even dare to think about, are now willing to follow him. This was still a bit too stimulating for Xiao Chusheng at the moment, and it made him so excited that he had trouble falling asleep. It was also at this moment that he truly felt like he was living his life over again, a sense of youth that he should have at this age. Maybe in terms of emotions, he is just a teenager. This guy couldn't sleep because of the excitement and felt very uncomfortable. Finally, he had no choice but to take a deep breath. Physical methods of helping you sleep are the only options. At the same time, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were staring at each other. Both of them were silent, and no one took the initiative to bring it up. It seems like a tacit understanding, or maybe they don't dare. At least that's how Lin Shi felt, ever since Xiao Chusheng said that he wanted to support her. Lin Shi felt that she had become a bad woman, and now she was even somewhat obsessed with the feeling of this chaotic relationship. Obviously, this kind of relationship is despised by society, but she doesn't feel guilty at all. She's even excited and looking forward to it? I must be crazy. Lin Shi sighed secretly in her heart, but she was helpless because she just couldn't hate a girl like Qi Shanshan who had no bad intentions. Love rival? I really can't count him as such. But isn't this kind of relationship too weird? Moreover, Qi Shanshan gave Lin Shi a very strange feeling. She clearly had no bad intentions, but she seemed to give people the feeling of being extremely foolish but appearing to be wise. That's right, she is really stupid but appears to be wise. Because she looks stupid, but she seems to know everything. She is very good at taking advantage of this innate advantage. Lin Shi felt like she had discovered the truth. Who was the prey of this bastard? That's how it is, whether it's Xiao Chusheng or the two people here. They tacitly agreed not to fall asleep until late at night. Until the next day when Xiao Chusheng came to the stupid beauty's house, all three of them had dark circles under their eyes. The three of them looked at each other, and the air froze for a moment. What did you do last night? Xiao Chusheng was the first to ask out of curiosity. So what did you do? Lin Shi was suspicious. I can't sleep. Xiao Chusheng found an excuse. Isn't it lonely, empty and cold, without a girl in my arms? I can't sleep. Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This person was obviously targeting her. But Lin Shi would play dumb. Oh, we also have insomnia. Then the three of them fell silent. Everyone knew why they couldn't sleep. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes, why play strange stories from a Chinese studio? Well, okay, let us go to the market first and buy some things for tonight, and then I'll take advantage of the free time to go shopping with you guys. So they called Chen Bin and brought some people with him. Some of them did the hard labor, and it can be said that the situation became much more relaxed. The efficiency suddenly became much higher than usual, and Xiao Chusheng was interested in training Chen Bin. After all, these tasks would be delegated to them sooner or later. And he's going to start a new version. Boss, you play with the boss lady, and leave the rest to us. Chen Bin really wanted to make progress, so he told Xiao Chusheng and the two girls to go and have fun without worry, and before leaving, he did not forget to give them an ambiguous look. Chapter 65 Making Up for Lin Shi's Childhood Regrets. Xiao Chusheng had wanted to bring Lin Shi out for a long time because he saw that the pair of hiking shoes on Lin Shi's feet were very old. Shoes are very important because we walk a lot and stand for a long time every day. But he didn't want Lin Shi to buy it herself. Why? Because he wanted her to buy it herself. This guy would definitely put himself in a difficult position just to save money. Xiao Chu had dealt with her for so many years in his previous life, how could he not even know this? So taking advantage of this weekend, Xiao Chuxing decided to take this guy out for a good bloody battle. At least, we have to stimulate this guy. The first thing Xiao Chuxing took her to was a brand sports shoe store, and they just looked around in the store for a long time. Xiao Chuxing felt that it was a bit eye-catching. This was the first time he had examined the mainstream aesthetics of this era after his rebirth. It turns out that all shoes from 2007 were so ugly. It looks clumsy, and the lines are very confusing, unlike the later generation's emphasis on the beauty of simplicity. But on second thought, Xiao Chuxing could understand it. Just like the first generation of mobile phones, such as Apple's fourth generation, the mainstream design style was initially based on skeuomorphic style. As the versions change, the design gradually tends towards a simple and elegant aesthetic. These concepts actually have something in common in areas such as clothing and decoration. Just like furniture, a very popular style in later generations is the new Chinese style, while in 2007, the European style was still the mainstream. Xiao Chuxing felt that his aesthetics were too advanced, and any pair of shoes he saw was eye-catching and unbearable. He simply let the two women choose by themselves. He just wanted to be a low-key person who paid the bills. This time is actually quite abstract, and the prices are obviously much lower than in later times. But if you want to buy good things, you actually have to spend more money. Especially shoes and clothes, very ordinary or even counterfeit brand shoes can cost 200 yuan in this era. But what about the future? Domestic brands are so competitive that you can even buy a signature model with an amazing feel for your feet for 200 yuan. The source of this abstract situation is actually the so-called information opacity. This kind of information opacity also exists in all aspects of life, such as mobile phones, food, restaurants, etc. The popularization of mobile internet brings more than just entertainment and convenience. Xiao Chuxing became more confident in the path he wanted to take. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity brought about by the popularization of mobile internet. At this time, the most comfortable shoes are those with air cushion design, but the price is slightly higher. Lin Shi looked at the pair of rather exquisite white shoes for a long time, and Xiao Chuxing knew that she was feeling sorry for the money again. Obviously, her daily income these days is enough for her to buy 20 pairs of shoes, but she just can't bear to do so. So Xiao Chuxing walked over silently and said, "Okay, let us take this pair." Ah. Lin Shi didn't expect Xiao Chuxing to make the decision for her without saying a word. Right now, Lin Shi hasn't let go of spending money freely, so she can't worry too much about the form. After some bargaining, the price of the shoes that cost more than 300 yuan was reduced to 220 yuan. Xiao Chuxing could only lament that the prices in physical stores these days were not transparent, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Don't you want to buy anything?" Xiao Chuxing was surprised to see the stupid beauty sitting on a stool beside him without picking anything. Shouldn't it be normal for boys to be like her? The silly beauty shook her head. "I have so many shoes that I can't wear them all." This is how a wealthy family speaks. It's incomparable. Just change it. Huh? Lin Shi was stunned. What? Change them up. The pair you are wearing are very old. It would be much more comfortable to wear new shoes. This was the purpose of Xiao Chuxing bringing her here today, so naturally he had to urge her. Lin Shi pursed her lips but remained obedient. "Are you comfortable?" Comfortable, let's go shopping later and buy you 2 more pairs of replacements." Xiao Chuxing's mouth curled up. Lin Shi immediately panicked. "No? That's too expensive. Save when you should, spend when you should. If you don't spend the money, what's the point of having it?" Xiao Chuxing once again made a decision for her in a domineering manner. Lin Shi felt very embarrassed, but she couldn't do anything about Xiao Chuxing because the money was with him. The three of them did not continue shopping, but instead looked for a place to eat first. After all, it was already noon. In fact, Xiao Chuxing originally wanted to take them to eat something delicious, but then he changed his mind. It seems that in this era, fast food appears to be more high-end in the eyes of many people. For example, Kaifengkai and Golden Arches. Oh yes, there was no such name as Golden Arches at that time. This cognitive bias is caused by the fact that these foreign fast food restaurants bombard television stations with brainwashing advertisements all day long. In addition, their prices are indeed not cheap in recent years, so it creates the illusion that they are very high-end. Thinking of this, Xiao Chuxing felt evil. "Let's go eat fast food. Do you want pizza?" Xiao Chuxing asked Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes widened immediately. She knew about it, but had never eaten there because it was too expensive for her. Because after I arrived at my adoptive parents' home, I didn't even have any pocket money at all, let alone enough. She didn't earn much from working later, so with Lin Shu's spending level, it was impossible for her to eat these. When she first entered college, several other sisters in the dormitory went out, and when they came back, she had the opportunity to eat a piece of fried chicken from Juwen. Xiao Chuxing naturally knew this, and in fact, she felt sorry for Lin Shu for a long time after hearing these things from her in her previous life. During that time, Xiao Chuxing took her to eat fast food every now and then, regardless of whether it was healthy or not, with the main purpose of making up for her childhood regrets. Even though he is here now, Lin Shu can't call it childhood. But he just wanted to take her there. He wanted Lin Shu to experience everything she lacked and missed in the first half of her life. Whatever others have, his woman, Xiao Chuxing, must also have. Because it was her first time entering a store like this, Lin Shu seemed a little uneasy. Xiao Chuxing gently held her hand. Don't worry, eat whatever you want, as much as you want, don't worry about money, I will earn it. Lin Shu's eyes flickered. At this moment, this boy gave her a strong sense of security. Even though she was mentally prepared, Lin Shu was still shocked when she saw the prices on the menu. Among all the pizzas, the cheapest one, a 9-inch one, costs over 40 or 50 yuan. If the three of them want to eat enough, it will probably cost at least 300 or 400 yuan. For a moment, she wanted to back out. However, Xiao Chuxing had a blank expression on his face, and he just stared into Lin Shu's eyes quietly. I said that in the future I will be rich enough to make you eat these until you vomit, do you believe it? Lin Shu almost stopped breathing with just one sentence. Did she believe it? Of course she did. Seeing Lin Shu's eyes change, Xiao Chuxing handed her the menu. Don't be afraid to spend money, just order whatever you want to eat. Just as Lin Shu was struggling with the items on the menu, Xiao Chuxing's eyes fell on the stupid beauty. The stupid beauty shuddered, always feeling that this person had bad intentions. Chapter 66 When taking out your wallet becomes muscle memory. Before Xiao Chuxing even opened his mouth, the silly beauty skillfully took out her wallet and handed it to him. Xiao Chuxing was completely confused. What did he want to say? The stupid beauty Qi Shanshan's operation was really amazing, and it made him completely helpless. Lin Shu next to her was so surprised that her mouth opened slightly. For a moment, she even forgot to look at the menu. After all, this couple was so lively. Cough, that's not what I meant. Xiao Chuxing reacted and coughed twice awkwardly. I won't let you pay for it. The expression on the stupid beauty's face is like, are you sure? Xiao Chuxing's previous immoral behavior is still vivid in everyone's mind. She ate her food, drank her drinks, and even paid for the room she checked into. Before leaving, he even took 200 yuan from her. Of course Xiao Chuxing, that bastard, remembered this, but he was thick-skinned enough to act as if nothing had happened. So what? I asked you to go to the KFC next door and get a family bucket, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. Xiao Chuxing explained. The stupid beauty didn't react and stared at him with her beautiful eyes blinking dully. Go quickly. Xiao Chuxing slapped her on the butt, waking her up from her dazed state. Oh. Then I saw a stupid beauty walking out the door with her head down. Lin Shu looked at Xiao Chuxing and for a moment didn't know where to start complaining. After a long time, Goddess Lin Shu spoke weakly. I thought you had lied to me enough. How many times have you lied to her? This has become a muscle memory. She took out her wallet and gave it to you before you even said anything. TSK. Xiao Chuxing felt that he was very wronged, but he couldn't refute it. After all, he was the one who did those shitty things. Moreover, when this idiot first met Lin Shu, he stuffed his entire wallet into her hands in front of her. Xiao Chuxing was also confused at the time, thinking that this silly girl was so easy to deceive. But he didn't accept it, because he felt that even if this guy's family was rich, the money she could spend would probably be limited. In essence, Xiao Chuxing is not short of money because he has many ways to make money. What he lacked was a lot of money, and even if he had Qi Shanshan's help, it would be useless because he had no one. The profits that an individual can bring are limited, as can be seen from this barbecue stall. No matter how hard he and Lin Shu tried, they could only make a buck in that area. If you want to make multiple profits, you still need the people below to work together. So he set his sights on Chen Bin. Although there were risks involved, as an initial capital accumulation, this risk was not a problem. Another reason for not accepting the support of the stupid beauty was that he took into consideration her biological father. If I touch the stupid beauty's money, small amounts probably won't have much of an impact, but what about large amounts? God knows whether Qi Shanshan is the only one who knows about the card where her money is stored, or whether her biological father also knows about it. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng still has some concerns for the moment. Have you chosen? Xiao Chusheng noticed that Lin Shi stopped looking at the menu, so he asked curiously. Well, wait until Shanshan comes back and let her choose again, and you as well. Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment. In fact, he hadn't eaten at Pizza Hut for a long time. Because it was sold as a family restaurant in its previous life, it has gradually faded out of the public's view. Firstly, it's because of the pre-prepared dishes, and secondly, it's because of the price, which is really not cheap. But when Xiao Chusheng took the menu and flipped through a few pages, his eyes widened bigger than Belle's. He was so scared that he quickly took out his cell phone to check the time. Oh my god, it was 2007. Seeing Xiao Chusheng's abnormal behavior, Lin Shi curiously asked him what was wrong. Well, nothing, just checking the time, Xiao Chusheng said with a wry smile. At the same time, this guy was still thinking, no wonder Lin Shi thought it was too expensive. Not to mention her, even Xiao Chusheng himself thought the price was outrageous. The scariest thing is, this is 2007, and it's more expensive in 2007 than it will be in 10 years? Is this scientific? Xiao Chusheng had to admit that prices and incomes were, in a sense, counterintuitive. Just like before he was reborn, many people felt that things were expensive, and they kept saying that a bowl of noodles only cost a few dollars many years ago, but now it costs more than $10. But what is the reality? This is indeed the case with food, but in many places where information is not transparent, the prices are ridiculously expensive in the past. Such as clothes, shoes, electronic products. Or take the fast food, where all the pizzas on the menu are priced above 55 yuan. Looking at beverages, fruit juices are priced at 15, 18, or even over 20. Xiao Chusheng almost thought he had put it back on. He symbolically ordered some grilled wings and other small items. It was a bit expensive, but he was willing to spend the money to satisfy Lin Shi. He himself ordered spaghetti bolognese, which was a classic. Did he order too much? Lin Shi was a little unsure. Xiao Chusheng smiled and said, "It's okay, if you can't finish it, pack it up and eat it in the evening." Oh well. After these days of contact, Lin Shi has basically figured out the character of this little boy. He is very domineering and he will never change his decision. So her opinion doesn't really matter. Of course, this was just Lin Shi's current understanding. Little did she know that Xiao Chusheng just wanted to give her the best things, so he was so domineering. After waiting for a while, the silly beauty came back holding a bucket and carrying a bag. What a big bucket! Lin Shi had seen the family bucket on TV commercials and thought it was great, but she had never tried it herself. Xiao Chusheng immediately sneered, "Once you see what's inside, you won't be surprised anymore." Huh? Lin Shi was puzzled. Until the lid is opened. The actual stuff inside only reached half of the bucket, which made Lin Shi feel as if her dream had been shattered. Push the menu to the stupid beauty, see what else you want to eat and order some. Shanshan held the menu and looked at it for a long time, her eyes shining. When this guy stuck out his butt, Xiao Chusheng knew what she was going to do and reminded her directly, "You won't be able to finish it if you order too much, so don't think about eating everything." Oh. As expected, if Xiao Chusheng hadn't reminded him, this idiot would even want to make a fortune. In 2007, quite a lot of people ate foreign fast food, and many of them even ate it with a sense of superiority. For example, it is very common for many boys in college to earn money by working part-time and bring their girlfriends in for dates. Why don't you eat? Xiao Chusheng saw that Lin Shi was slow to move, but the stupid beauty next to him had already grabbed a fried chicken leg and was eating it with her mouth full of oil. Lin Shi was actually a little reserved. After all, she had never been to such a place before today. Xiao Chusheng naturally knew what she was thinking, so he rummaged in the bucket and took out a hamburger. Handing it to Lin Shi, Xiao Chusheng sighed, "Eat it, and look to the future, because you have me now." Chapter 67, Bad Woman, Unfilial Daughter, but enjoying it. Lin Shi took it silently, peeled off the greaseproof paper and started eating it in small bites. "Is it delicious?" Xiao Chusheng asked. Although she said this, Lin Shi's voice sounded a little dull. She felt her nose a little sour, and tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. Obviously, this wasn't a particularly sentimental occasion, and the burger in her hand didn't seem to taste as good as she had imagined. But she just couldn't control it. In fact, Lin Shi herself knew very well that she acted like this because of Xiao Chusheng's attitude towards her and what he said. Although this boy who is 3 years younger than her can be really mean sometimes, he is undoubtedly the best person in the world to her now. Sometimes she even wondered if Xiao Chuxing treated her better than her biological parents. Although this idea is ridiculous, it is deeply rooted in Lin Shi's heart. Lin Shi felt that she was a bad woman and an unfilial daughter. After her parents passed away, she burst into tears at first. But over time, after her tears dried up, they never even appeared in her dreams again. Later on, life became more and more difficult, and Lin Shi even forgot their existence. Even their faces were a little blurry in Lin Shi's memory. She even thought that if her parents were still alive, when they knew that she had chosen a man like Xiao Chuxing, they might even have the idea of living with him with another girl. Will her parents be so angry that they want to beat her to death? I'm such a bad woman. Lin Shi laughed at herself in her heart. It's a pity that there are not so many ifs in this world. Lin Shi herself had already fallen because of the suffering that this world brought her. Xiao Chuxing was undoubtedly the one who caused her to fall, but she enjoyed it. Maybe many people will look down on her or even spit on her, but she doesn't care, because she is happy. Xiao Chuxing just looked at Lin Shi quietly. He knew better than anyone why Lin Shi was crying. Because Lin Shi had experienced similar moments in his previous life, it was as if the softest part of his heart, or the string that had been kept taut in his heart, suddenly broke. Actually, there is nothing wrong with breaking the defense. Xiao Chuxing sat over and gently put his arm around her shoulders. Lin Shi didn't refuse, but she didn't stop what she was doing and continued to eat the burger in small bites. After finishing a burger, she took away a fried chicken leg. It was obvious that the silly beauty's eyes were following the fried chicken leg the whole time. She was more greedy for it. But if it was Lin Shi, she would be willing to share. What bad intentions could a silly beauty have? She's just a little cute. Just like revenge eating, Lin Shi now even wants to experience it all at once, something she had never experienced in her childhood. It's a pity that her belly is only that big. It's not realistic. The waiter who came to serve the food saw Xiao Chuxing hugging Lin Shi, and Lin Shi was not in a normal mood and was a little at a loss. Nodding to the waiter, Xiao Chuxing smiled and said, "Just put it down, we will eat it ourselves. By the way, let's have 3 cups of your signature drinks, all fruit ones." He forgot his name, Xiao Chuxing, but he still remembered this time. Anyway, many things in these foreign fast food restaurants have been gradually removed from the shelves as time goes by, but in fact, there are still a lot of good things at this time. After the waiter left, Xiao Chuxing reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Shi's eyes. A gentle and calm smile appeared on his face. "Okay, the pizza is here, do you want me to feed you?" Lin Shi shook her head decisively. Although she really liked the feeling of living with Xiao Chuxing like this, she wasn't bored to the point of being like a young couple. She felt that the relationship between them was not so superficial. Lin Shi grabbed a piece of pizza and started eating it in small bites. In fact, she quite likes this, it is full of ingredients and tastes good. Xiao Chuxing took a quick glance and was also very surprised. It seemed that there was more information than more than 10 years later. Half believing and half doubting, he also picked up a piece and tasted it. It's true. It seems that as prices rise, these foreign fast food restaurants have reduced their prices in many places in order to maintain their profit margins. Just like the crust. At this time, the crust of Pizza Hut is still quite thin, and the cheese is stringy and plenty. But the crust of the biscuits Xiao Chuxing ate was so thick that it was hard to describe. Was it stringy? Anyway, he had never seen it before. And there is actually one difference, which is that pre-prepared meals were not yet perfected at that time. Even for this kind of Western fast food, there are still many things that need to be prepared by the chef to ensure the taste. It's really hard to judge, is history going backwards or forwards? After living 2 lives, Xiao Chuxing felt more and more emotional. The 3 of them devoured the food on the table like whirlwind. One can only say that with the silly beauty around, nothing is a problem. Oh yeah, and there is also Lin Shi who occasionally engages in revenge eating. Once a woman starts eating, her stomach is like a bottomless pit. Xiao Chuxing just ate some of his own meat sauce noodles in silence, but gave the rest to Lin Shi because this guy wanted to eat it. It's that simple. He had no choice but to silently open the bag that the stupid beauty brought back, but when he saw what was inside, he was stunned. Blood connection? Xiao Chuxing had a strange expression on his face. This thing hasn't been taken off the shelves yet? The kaifeng dish of bone and meat has disappeared from Xiao Chuxing's memory for many years because it is too expensive, costing $5.50 a skewer. Afterwards, it was cracked by many roadside stalls and then developed. Watching the 2 of them finish their meal, and then each sipping a glass of fruity drink, Xiao Chuxing's expression was very complicated. Can you really eat it? He thought that it would be difficult to support these two women without some financial resources. This meal made Xiao Chusheng more convinced of the idea of making money. At least this meal was not a loss and could be considered a lesson. I paid the bill silently. It cost about 300 yuan for 3 people, including 3 cups of fruity drinks which were no longer available on the shelves. Are you robbing me? It's only 2007 and it's so expensive? Xiao Chusheng looked at the receipt and couldn't help but complain. Lin Shi chuckled, isn't this just robbery? He was speechless. But we have to admit that these brands have made a lot of money in just these few years. Even though their business has been much worse in later generations, they are still making money. Xiao Chusheng raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, are you satisfied? Lin Shi blushed as she recalled her embarrassing moment when she was feeling down just now, and she just nodded slightly. After that, she fled to the stupid beauty as if she was escaping. The silly beauty is a little slow. Before she could react, Lin Shi hugged her tightly. She liked this girl so much. She was innocent and cute, and she wouldn't cry even when she was bullied by that bad guy Xiao Chusheng. Unlike herself, she was not bullied but still cried loudly. Chapter 68 IOM. Hey, Lao Xiao, is the store not busy anymore? After lunch, when Mr. Xiao was about to return to the store and had just closed the security door, he met a resident who was about to go downstairs. The store opened by Xiao's father is quite popular, so all the neighbors have been there. Isn't it the weekend? The students are on holiday, so they just rest for a day and are preparing to go there now. Comrade Lao Xiao responded with a smile. The two chatted about family matters for a while, and the other party suddenly asked Lao Xiao, by the way, does your Chusheng have a very beautiful cousin? Lao Xiao was stunned for a moment. The main topic was so wide-ranging that he was caught off guard. Subconsciously thinking back, my cousin Xiao Chusheng does have it, but the pretty ones are still pretty, right? I think so. Xiao Chusheng's cousin can only be said to be just passing, but she is definitely not a top beauty. Comrade Lao Xiao didn't know what the other party meant, so he just went along with it. Then I heard the other party's face full of surprise. Oh, is it true? That's great. My kid said a few days ago that he saw a very beautiful girl entering your house, so I wanted to ask if your Chusheng had a cousin coming. My kid is already in his 20s and still hasn't found a good partner. Old Xiao, do you think we should contact the other party to find a matchmaker? Let the kids go around? Comrade Lao Xiao's head was buzzing when he heard this. A beautiful girl? Entered my house? Just these few days? His cousin? How come I don't know? Isn't Xiao Chusheng's cousin working in Shanghai? Has she returned to Hangzhou these days? Comrade Lao Xiao fell into deep thought. Besides, why didn't he say anything even though he had come to his house? Did the brat forget? Or what? Comrade Lao Xiao always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. So I could only respond, I don't know about this, I'll ask later, they have to be interested in it. Alright. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng didn't know that the fact that Lin Shi lived in his house a few days ago had been exposed. He and the two girls were just coming out of the restaurant where they had dinner. Under the scorching sun, all three of them felt a little exhausted. Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell on the stupid beauty again, causing her to shudder again. This person is targeting her again. This was Qi Shanshan's first reaction. As expected, Xiao Chusheng showed a harmless smile. Idiot, go to KFC and get 3 ice cream cones. The silly beauty gave him a resentful look, but she still said oh and prepared to go. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng suddenly grabbed the stupid beauty who was about to lower her head and walk away. Forget it, let's go together. Xiao Chusheng explained, it's so hot outside, let's go in and enjoy the air conditioning. Oh. Then the three of them ran over and each got an ice cream cone and started eating. Only Xiao Chusheng looked at the place where he ordered food for a long time, not knowing what he was looking at. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan found an empty seat and sat down. While eating, Lin Shi curiously asked the stupid beauty. Why do you listen to that guy so much? You just do whatever he tells you to do. The stupid beauty Qi Shanshan blurted out subconsciously, I owe him. Lin Shi didn't expect her to say that, so she asked her what she owed Xiao Chusheng. As a result, the stupid beauty was stumped by the question and fell into deep thought with a dull look in her eyes. She didn't even notice that her ice cream cone was about to melt, and it was only after Lin Shi reminded her that she quickly finished it. Have no idea. The stupid beauty said confidently. Lin Shi couldn't help but hold her forehead, feeling a little powerless to complain, but she still wanted to ask with a desire for knowledge. If you don't know, then you owe him? Don't you think it's weird? Then, meeting the silly beauty's clear and wise eyes, Shan said confidently, I don't know, he said so. At this moment, Lin sure felt that the relationship between the three of them was indeed a bit abstract. Fortunately, the child met the bad guy Xiao Chusheng, otherwise he would have been cheated and lost everything. Although it seems that I was deceived quite a bit. In fact, Lin sure could vaguely guess something, but she was not yet powerful enough to guess the whole picture. What have you been looking for since just now? After finishing the ice cream cone, Lin sure walked over curiously and asked Xiao Chusheng. The man seemed to be looking for something, but he couldn't find it. Xiao Chusheng was a little embarrassed and coughed twice. I'm not looking for anything, I just wanted to see if there are any delicious new products. Like this? Lin sure was suspicious. She knew Xiao Chusheng must be lying, but she didn't expose him. In fact, Xiao Chusheng was just looking for a product that he remembered had been off the shelves for many years. That's right, it's tender beef and 5-spice powder. This thing was sold in Kaifeng for a few years, but it was taken off the shelves because the price of beef increased and it was not profitable. After that, the same few days were replicated every few years, but each time the amount of meat became less and less. Xiao Chusheng had the chance to eat it once, but there were only a few pieces of meat in it. It was terrible. He was finally reborn, so he thought about coming back to eat the original version, but he couldn't find it. Has it been taken off the shelves? Or has it not been developed yet? Xiao Chusheng wondered. Xiao Chusheng wanted to ask Lin Sure if he had heard of tender beef and 5-spice powder, but then he thought to himself that this guy had never eaten here before, so even if it was real, he wouldn't know. So he thought about checking it online when he got back. This is what rebirth is like. Even with the memories of the previous life, you may not know all the details clearly. For example, he only knows that Kjia has had tender beef and 5-spice powder, but he is not sure when it was launched and when it was taken off the shelves. There are many similar situations. For example, Xiao Chusheng knows some ways to make money, but he can't do it without knowing the specific details. Even for Bitcoin, which is the most profitable and non-lossable product, when was the highest point? What was the exact price? He still didn't know. We only know approximately which year it reached its peak, and this is the true rebirth. Do you really think that the reborn are invincible? To put it bluntly, it still depends on the reborn's own ability. A loser is still a loser even if he is reborn. It is very real. Not finding what he was looking for, Xiao Chusheng waved his hand. Have you finished eating? If you're done, let's go look at some clothes. Lin Sure subconsciously looked at what she was wearing. It was a very clean white short-sleeved shirt. Although it was bought at a stall in the night market, it was still comfortable to wear. After all, she has a good foundation and beautiful women look good in anything they wear. I don't need clothes anymore, right? I have a lot of clothes. Lin Sure pursed her lips. She was still a very frugal girl at heart. In this regard, Xiao Chusheng had already chosen the words to fool and persuade her. You have a lot of clothes, but they are all quite ordinary. Buy a few nice ones. We will have to go to discuss business soon. Why don't you dress nicer and stand next to me to make me proud? Suddenly you will be more aggressive than the other party, which will help you take the initiative in the negotiation. Do you understand? Lin Sure was stunned by the deception. She understood the logic, but she always felt that this guy was deceiving her. Chapter 69. I prefer you to wear nothing. Clothes are different from shoes. Shoes are actually quite brand sensitive. However, at that time, Adidas's UB and Peak's Taiji, which have the best feeling for the feet, had not yet been developed, so in terms of comfort, the difference between the brands is not that big. The best things at the moment should be air cushions and shock absorbers, so I bought Lin Sure a pair of nice air cushion running shoes. But when it comes to clothes, this thing has always been a waste of money, even after more than 10 years. The value information of materials and designs is not transparent, and there are also online goods and physical goods, A goods, B goods, and C goods. The intricacies involved were enough to make one feel dizzy just by listening to them, so Xiao Chusheng had no idea and let Lin Sure choose by herself. He is just responsible for looking after the appearance. Lin Sure is a relatively frugal person, so she won't watch anything that is too expensive. Of course, clothes are too expensive for Xiao Chusheng to afford. After all, high-end and luxury goods are not much cheaper just because it is 2007. Thousands or tens of thousands are the norm. Lin Sure dragged the silly beauty to help her choose. After all, they were both girls and had a common language. Xiao Chusheng found a place to rest and just watched quietly. After observation, Lin Shure's current clothing style is no different from that in her previous life, and she still prioritizes being capable and generous. Won't you help me choose? Seeing Xiao Chusheng's lack of interest, Lin Shure thought he was not interested in shopping for clothes. She could understand, after all, she had heard that boys were most afraid of shopping with girls. However, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. I think these clothes are all the same. It depends on what you like. Once you have chosen one, you can wear it and show it to me. Oh. Lin Shure didn't think much about it. Finally, she selected 2 pieces and went into the fitting room. It didn't take long for her to come out wearing it, because it was summer and those were the only types of clothes she could choose from. The first one was a sky blue suspender dress. At first glance, Xiao Chusheng's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf. The main reason was that Lin Shure's youthful aura was too strong, which made him unable to restrain himself at his age. How about it? Do you like me wearing this? Lin Shure stood in front of Xiao Chusheng, turned around, and showed him her graceful figure. Xiao Chusheng nodded subconsciously with a stupid look on his face. I like it, but I like you better when you are wearing nothing. Lin Shure's pretty face turned red and she spat softly, you little pervert. Xiao Chusheng was so happy that he squealed like a pig, and said with a wicked smile, what man is not lustful? Those who are not lustful are all hanging on the wall. Lin Shure snorted lightly and went back into the fitting room to change into another piece of clothing. The stupid beauty suddenly tugged at Xiao Chusheng, which made Xiao Chusheng slightly surprised. What's wrong? What does it mean to hang on the wall? Xiao Chusheng was quite surprised about this girl. Didn't he expect that she had such a strong thirst for knowledge? But thinking of this guy's clear and foolish innocence, Xiao Chusheng wondered, if I told her this, would it be considered as corrupting her? But on second thought, she would be contaminated sooner or later anyway, and he would have to do it himself. There's nothing wrong with giving her a shot of vaccination early on. That is to say, unless a man is dead, he is always lustful. Xiao Chusheng explained to the stupid beauty seriously, hanging on the wall refers to the portrait of the deceased. Oh. The silly beauty suddenly understood. While the two were chatting, Lin Shure had already changed into another piece of clothing. This one was a very smart white shirt with some stripes and small flowers dotted on it. Not to mention, Lin Shure looks quite sassy, cool and beautiful like this. I think both are fine. Xiao Chusheng expressed his opinion. How about Shan Shan? Is she pretty? The stupid beauty responded, it looks good. Lin Shure was actually a little conflicted. The price of the shirt was not too bad, but the suspender dress was a bit expensive, costing more than 700 and almost 800. Even after bargaining, the price was still far more than her previous spending level. Xiao Chusheng naturally knew what this guy was struggling with, so he immediately made a decision, these two will do. So he called the salesperson and started his gangster-like bargaining again, making the sales lady doubt her life. This was the year 2007. When buying anything anywhere, except for food, you basically had to bargain, and you had to bargain along the main arteries. Otherwise, you will be treated as leeks and harvested. This is the national condition of this era, and information is still not transparent. At least in this respect, there is nothing wrong with the consequences of online shopping. Although many small garment factories died when e-commerce became popular, this is the changing times, and there will always be people who cannot keep up with the times and are eliminated. In the end, the young lady was almost cut to tears by Xiao Chusheng's dragon-slaying sword, and the price of the 2 sets of clothes was cut in half. In the end, the other party really forced a smile and packed up for Lin Shure, which made Lin Shure numb. Lin Shure had bargained when buying clothes before, but she had never bargained like Xiao Chusheng. After leaving the store, Lin Shure couldn't help but ask Xiao Chusheng, is the profit from selling clothes so high? Why do you sell them like this? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes and explained, the skirt you chose looks very beautiful, but it is actually a knockoff because the materials are ordinary. How did you figure that out? Lin Shure was stunned. Intuition. Xiao Chusheng pointed to his temple, which actually meant his brain. In my opinion, the price of clothes is mainly determined by their design these days. But this kind of design with this kind of material? It's like Lubu riding a dog. Such ordinary materials don't match this design, so I guess it's a knockoff of some luxury brand's design. The fake diamonds on it are enough to prove it. Is this true? At this moment, Lin Shure was even more surprised at Xiao Chusheng's vision and experience. It made sense that this person could make money. Xiao Chusheng also told her a story. This kind of counterfeit clothes usually have a very low purchase price, so if you cut the price in half, the boss will probably think you are being taken advantage of, just like the one you are wearing, which was bought at a night market stall, right? Ah, yes. Lin Sure responded subconsciously. I guess you spent at least 50 or 60? Xiao Chusheng estimated a price. Yes. Lin Sure was even more surprised. How could he guess this? Xiao Chusheng just chuckled disdainfully. Go to the small factories in Wenzhou for wholesale, get enough, 10 to 25 yuan, it's cheap, it's cheaper than the Sijikan in Hangzhou. Lin Sure was completely stunned. These things overturned her cognition because it was hard for her to imagine that clothes worth 20 yuan could be worn. However, Xiao Chusheng still had an evil smile on his face, muttering, I don't know if there are any black silk stockings for sale now. It's a pity not to wear black silk stockings on your long legs. You have beautiful legs. Lin Sure recalled the last time this little pervert took her on a bicycle and let him touch her legs. So you're still thinking about her legs? Chapter 70 I want you to go back in style. Finally, Xiao Chusheng got what he wanted and bought Lin Sure several pairs of stockings, including black, white and flesh-colored ones. However, Xiao Chusheng had no feelings for white silk. After all, it didn't match Lin Sure's temperament very well. Lin Sure changed Xiao Chusheng's clothes on the spot to please him. With the sky blue halter dress, Lin Sure looked even more fairy-like. Only. Xiao Chusheng frowned and commented, black silk is supposed to be the synonym of sexiness, but when you wear it, I can't bear to do it. This is not good. Lin Sure was completely speechless. This guy has so many things to do. In fact, Xiao Chusheng couldn't be blamed for thinking this way, mainly because the design of black stockings itself was rather sensual, and Lin Sure's purity was too strong, coupled with the suspender skirt, which further magnified this purity. Then the desire of Hei Si was turned against and became a part of the amplification of purity. Normally, when purity reaches its extreme, there will be a sense of fragmentation, which means you want to destroy it and feel more excited. Oh yes, that is what silly beauties are like, too pure. But Lin Sure has a subtle balance that is pure beyond desire, yet also has a hint of desire. Xiao Chusheng thought, this might be the charm of Lin Sure. Although silly beauty is also a beauty, she is still a little bit inferior to Lin Sure. Xiao Chusheng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But luckily I want both. After leaving the store, Lin Sure asked Xiao Chusheng curiously, why didn't you bargain this time? These pairs of stockings are not cheap, and the materials are not good, so they are easily snagged. As a result, she was met with Xiao Chusheng's gaze as if he was looking at a fool. Nonsense, stockings are meant to be torn, you want me to not tear them apart, and you're still playing with a hammer? If Xiao Chusheng hadn't revealed the truth, Lin Sure would still be kept in the dark, and her face turned visibly red. But Xiao Chusheng still explained seriously, it would be a bit impolite to bargain for this thing. Lin Sure was puzzled. Why? It's like Xiao Chusheng holding his chin and thinking about it, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. We are in a hurry to do things, and as a result, we have to haggle with the boss for a long time about the price when buying 2 boxes of condoms. This time Lin Sure was really confused. What was in this person's head? Why were there so many weird metaphors? Seeing Lin Sure's expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. The salesgirl who bought clothes from the store just now must have thought that this guy must be very rich to be able to date 2 such beautiful girls, but she ended up haggling for a long time. It turns out that rich people are more stingy. When these words were spoken, all 3 of them laughed. If they put themselves in the salesgirl's perspective and thought about it, it might be true. I walked around the street for a while and bought some snacks for the 2 girls so that they could eat them when they got home in the evening. It was a pleasant experience to spend the money, and Xiao Chusheng thought it would be nice to have a chance to start over. At least the happiness he has now is something he never had in his previous life. In the evening, Xiao Chusheng was about to go out with them to set up the stall again, but when he saw Lin Sure still wearing her old clothes, he asked in confusion, why don't you change into new clothes? Lin Sure was stunned. If the smoke gets on me, wouldn't it be a waste? Oh, that makes sense. Then you wear it when you go back to school tomorrow. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said firmly, I want you to go back to school in style, so that others know how well you are doing now. Lin Sure only felt a warmth welling up in her heart. This little boy was really kind to her from the bottom of his heart. But she still asked knowingly, just wanting to hear Xiao Chusheng say some sweet words, why? Aren't you afraid that I will attract a rival for you if I dress so beautifully? Xiao Chusheng only chuckled, love rival? A love rival is one with equal strength, and an unequal one is a clown. It was a very sharp remark, making Lin Sure laugh so hard that she shook with laughter. Are you so confident? Of course not. I have already shown up at your school last time. Now many people should know that you have a boyfriend, so of course you have to go back in style. This way, when they see how well you are doing, they will only see the gap clearly. Lin sure had to admit that the boy in front of her thought about things from a perspective that other students of the same age in her school could never imagine. Business on weekend nights may be better than on Saturdays, so be prepared, Xiao Chusheng reminded Lin Sure. Lin Shurja didn't understand why. Aren't Saturdays a day off for people to go out and play? Why are there more people on Sundays? Xiao Chusheng then explained that Sunday is the time when high school boarding students return to school. Some school cafeterias are not even open on this day, and even if they are open, there are not many windows. In addition, when returning to school, some students have money in their pockets on the first day, so they will go out for a meal with their friends, roommates, or partners. After listening to this, Lin Shure's eyes changed a little when she looked at Xiao Chusheng. She had only one thought: this guy really knows how to manipulate human nature, he deserves to be able to make money. Don't think that everyone has this ability. In fact, being able to apply it in a useful way is what differentiates people's abilities. How's business today? Xiao Chusheng left the stall to Lin Shure and the others, and went to ask Qin Bin and the others who were the first to set up the stall. Chicken steak is different from barbecue. Passers-by will buy it in the afternoon. It's okay. After yesterday's experience, today's evaluation is indeed better. Qin Bin reported the situation. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Okay, I will go to Shanghai tomorrow to get the Coke machine back, and the fried goods business has to be put on the agenda. Afterwards, Xiao Chusheng told Qin Bin about the major adjustments that would be made to the business. First of all, he plans to create a brand for the fried goods business, and this brand will be the key to his confrontation with Cheng Xin. Initially, Xiao Chusheng planned to make some quick money by operating a mobile food truck and build a good reputation at the same time. Then, when you have enough funds, you can open a store. This brand is called Deja Hui. Big Exchange Explosion? Hearing this name, Qin Bin's eyes became brighter and brighter. Even though he only had a junior high school education, he could understand the meaning of it. The homonym of hodgepodge is ZA replaced by Jia, which corresponds to the Jia in deep fried. If Hui is replaced with Hui, it means to gather. Boss, does this brand mean we have to make a lot of fried food? Qin Bin tasted it. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Yes, but we'll talk about this later. My current idea is to start with fried chicken, which is the most popular. Since it's fried chicken, then we can make all kinds of fried chicken: Korean, American, Chinese, and Japanese. Awesome. Qin Bin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Boss, your idea is amazing. When it expands, whenever people think of fried chicken, they will think of our Deja Vu. Chapter 71: Bury the sky, bury the earth, bury the family of love. Xiao Chusheng sighed and muttered, it's a nice thought, but we are short of manpower. Qin Bin was also startled. Boss, are you short of people? Aren't our group of brothers enough? How many people can you have? I'm talking about the truly reliable ones who can be trusted. This question really stumped Qin Bin. Qin Bin thought about it seriously and said, more than 10. Xiao Chusheng nodded. There really weren't enough people. He fell into deep thought, realizing that the lack of trustworthy people was a key obstacle to his rapid expansion. It's like this in the early stages of doing business. If you don't control it well, you will easily be swallowed up by your subordinates. Qin Bin is smart enough, but that doesn't mean all his subordinates are equally smart. But the problem now is that Xiao Chusheng has no choice and it is impossible for him to stop because of such a small matter. And there is another point: my plan is not enough even if I double it, let alone more than a dozen people. Xiao Chusheng complained to Qin Bin. Qin Bin was shocked. Boss, how big a store do you plan to open? It's not big, it's mainly a lot. Xiao Chusheng didn't hide it and told his initial plan. I plan to turn the barbecue stall into a brand, called Shisher Barbecue. This requires long-term planning. I plan to use a mobile vehicle to sell it until October, and then contract a store to do the kind of charcoal grilling that can be eaten indoors in winter. The name Shisher Barbecue is mainly because the proprietress Lin Shure is so beautiful, so many diners call her barbecue Shisher. Just like tofu Shisher, she unknowingly became the gimmick of this barbecue stall. Later, they can use this fame to build a brand. The profit will definitely not be as much as the several thousand yuan a night made by a roadside stall, but it is still possible for a store to make a net profit of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a day. His main purpose was to outsource the hard work and then rely on the two restaurant brands to obtain a stable source of cash. In this way, Xiao Chusheng will have enough confidence to make his big move. After all, there is still a lot of time for the real boom to come. Just as he was thinking hard about what to do, Chen suddenly slapped his head and said, "Got it. Boss, I have a candidate." "What candidate?" Just then, Lin Shi's voice came from behind the two of them. Xiao Chushang was also surprised. "Why are you here?" "Seeing that you haven't gone back yet, I came to check. The guests haven't arrived yet. So I told Binzi about my plan to open a store later." Xiao Chusheng told Lin Shi, but soon remembered. "Binzi, who are you talking about? Didn't you say that we don't have enough people?" Chen Bin quickly explained, "I know where to find people." "Oh? Tell me about it." Xiao Chusheng was really interested. "I have a lover in the next district, his name is Luo Fei, he has many brothers under him." Chen Bin explained. "Can you trust him?" Xiao Chusheng was skeptical. Chen Bin's lover was probably a gangster, so it was hard to keep calm. Xiao Chusheng was afraid that he would be swept into prison one day during the anti-gang campaign. After all, when he checked, he found that all the boss's subordinates were gangsters, and his business was probably not clean. That's so unfair. However, after Chen Bin's story, Xiao Chusheng's expression became more and more strange. It was Lin Shi who took the initiative to ask Chen Bin, "What is this Zhang Ai family you are talking about?" Without Chen Bin's answer, Xiao Chusheng coughed twice. "Bury the sky, bury the earth, bury the beloved family, bury Tang San." Puff. This joke made Lin Shi laugh directly, and Chen Bin was also amused by Xiao Chusheng's joke. You have to know that this meme was ahead of its time, and the non-mainstream shamat style of the Zhang Ai family was still a popular trend among young people these days. Only. "Binzi, are you talking about the Zhang Ai family that I know?" Xiao Chusheng was suspicious. "That should be it?" Chen Bin scratched his head. "Luo Fei's cousin is the founder of this Zhang Ai family. Isn't it such a coincidence?" Xiao Chusheng began to doubt his life. Xiao Chusheng did have some impression of the Zhang Ai family. The founder's surname was indeed Luo. However, he couldn't remember the specific name. "Is his cousin from eastern Guangdong?" he asked, tentatively. "Yes, Luo Fei speaks Cantonese." Chen Bin nodded repeatedly. Grass. Xiao Chusheng never thought that in this rebirth he would have the honor to meet such a figure with a sense of the times, and he actually ran into the Hangzhou branch of the Zhang Ai family. He really started to wonder. It was true that they were short of people, but should they look for this bunch of shamats? He understood what Chen Bin meant. The Zhang Ai family was a group of shamats and gangsters, as well as those gangsters who were all gangsters. They were different in nature. Many people have certain misunderstandings about the shamat group, thinking that shamat means those who are not well educated and hang out in society, or are gangsters. In fact, it is not true. Shamat is the label of the times. Even celebrities of this era, such as Jay Chou and Chris Lee, have dressed in shamat style. The members of the Funeral Love family are more like a group of eccentric young people, or in today's words, they are middle school students. Most of the people there don't actually have any bad intentions, and compared to Chen Bin and other gangsters, their backgrounds are actually much cleaner. After much deliberation, Xiao Chusheng decided to arrange it, but it would definitely require some effort. "Well, you can talk to your lover first and tell him that you want to do business and want to hire a group of people. If you have any ideas, come back to me." Chen Bin agreed, and then asked Xiao Chusheng when the big exchange bombing plan would be arranged. "Wait for me to go to Shanghai tomorrow to see if I can find what I want," Xiao Chusheng said. In order to make a full range of fried chicken, many seasonings cannot be found in Hangzhou at present, so Xiao Chusheng decided to look for them in places like Walmart in Shanghai where there are many imported goods. Time is really tight. Xiao Chusheng sighed helplessly. He just felt exhausted. "I finally earned enough money in my previous life to live comfortably, but ended up having that stupid beauty delete the file and start over. I have to run around all day long and work hard. Okay, let Zhou Chen and Su Fei go to Shanghai with me tomorrow. I will take them to familiarize themselves with the process of purchasing crayfish." Before leaving, Xiao Chusheng mentioned this to Chen Bin. "Good boss, you can order them around and let them take the things." Chen Bin is now completely different from the gangster he was before. This made Xiao Chusheng even more convinced that it was probably right to train him. He did a good thing by getting a bunch of unemployed thugs to do something serious. When Xiao Chusheng returned to his barbecue stall, he suddenly saw a familiar figure and his eyes lit up. The crow immediately flew over, and a girl who looked a little anxious was killed by Xiao Chusheng on the spot. "Little bitch, I finally caught you." Chapter 72 Xiao Yuron. Shi Shanshan and Lin Shi were helping each other collect money and bake things when they saw their little man suddenly hug the cute girl. The silly beauty blinked her confused eyes, looked at Lin Shi, then looked at Xiao Chusheng, who was holding his sister in his arms, and said shockingly, "He has another mistress?" Lin Shi almost laughed out loud. She did think so at first, until she saw the way Xiao Chusheng hugged the girl, which didn't seem to be intimate. "You little bitch, keep running, I finally caught you." Xiao Chusheng laughed evilly, like a villain. "Ouch, brother, spare my life, I won't dare to do it again, please spare me." The girl was controlled by Xiao Chusheng and begged for mercy again and again. This girl is Xiao Chusheng's cousin, the one who reported to old Xiao Yurong. There were a few other little sisters with Xiao Yurong, all of whom were students at number 6 middle school. At first they thought that Xiao Yurong had found a boyfriend behind their backs, but when they heard Xiao Yurong calling him brother, they understood what was going on. However, Xiao Chusheng did not let this guy go immediately, but asked, "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" "Ah." Xiao Yurong was stunned. "I didn't know you suddenly came over and grabbed me, I just said." "Well, this girl doesn't even know where she went wrong." "That's enough." Xiao Chusheng exerted force directly, causing Xiao Yurong to scream in pain. Under his great memory recovery technique, Xiao Yurong finally confessed his crimes. "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told uncle about your love affair, nor should I have told uncle about your check-in." Xiao Chusheng's face turned dark. This guy clearly knew everything and was deliberately embarrassing him. Who would say such a thing in front of so many people? Therefore, we have to continue to increase the sentence. After being tortured by him, Xiao Yurong was forced to confess his crime under the threat of a beast. "Okay, why are you here?" Xiao Chusheng let her go and asked about the business. The place where he set up his stall was a bit far from the number 6 middle school where Xiao Yurong went to school, so it was not normal for this damn girl to appear here. Xiao Yurong curled her lips, but when she met Xiao Chusheng's eyes, she still expressed her thoughts with grievance. "I heard that there is a barbecue stall here that is very popular now. Many people come here to eat. We came here on weekends when we don't have classes." Xiao Chusheng suddenly realized that this reason made sense, but he was a little surprised. "This barbecue stall has become famous in your number 6 middle school?" "Yes, I heard that the food is very good, and there are things you can't get anywhere else, and the proprietress is pretty." As Xiao Yurong was talking, tears started to flow from her mouth. This guy is also quite a foodie. And it was obvious that all the nutrients she ate went to the right places to grow, so much so that Xiao Yurong grew particularly fast. Just like her name, she is tolerant and has a great figure. Even among college students, this girl's figure is absolutely unique. But it was the arrival of his cousin that made Xiao Chusheng realize that perhaps his plan could already be arranged. Because his barbecue stall became famous too quickly, if he was a step slower, it might be picked by others. This is not surprising. There is no internet now, and information transmission is relatively closed. It basically relies on word of mouth or penguin groups. The main purpose of socializing on Penguin is to socialize with non-acquaintances, so the closest social circle is the group in the same city. Hangzhou is not a big city and its circle is relatively small. As there are few forms of entertainment nowadays, the traffic of penguin groups can be said to be unprecedentedly large. In addition, there is Tieba. The entire internet traffic is concentrated in these two places. Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall has become popular in this area. As long as someone exposes it, many people will soon know about it. It seems that we need to arrange a few barbecue trucks to cover other parts of Hangzhou as soon as possible, Xiao Chusheng muttered to himself. Because he realized that this was an opportunity to build up his brand. Otherwise, if someone discovered this trend, they would use his name to occupy other areas. "Brother, what are you mumbling about?" Xiao Yurong blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Are you here to play too?" Xiao Chusheng did not answer, but pulled her and called her little sisters. "Go back to school quickly after eating, it is not safe outside at night." Oh, Xiao Yurong could only respond. In fact, she was complaining in her heart that it was not safe outside at night, but you and the girl were quite safe in the hotel, right? "Brother, everyone is queuing up, you are cutting in line, isn't that bad?" Xiao Yurong saw Xiao Chusheng leading them around the crowd and sat down at the booth, and suddenly she panicked. "I didn't ask you to cut in line." "Ah." A few young sisters were asked to sit at the small table where the silly beauty usually sat alone, and the girls were still in a daze. "What's going on?" "I don't know." Xiao Yurong was the most confused because no one came out to say there was a problem, not even the boss's wife. Soon, they saw a scene that shocked them even more. Xiao Chusheng took over the job from the proprietress and started grilling the food himself. Xiao Yurong was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He always felt that things seemed to be suddenly developing in an unimaginable direction. Who is that girl? Lin Shi glanced in the direction of the group of little girls and asked Xiao Chuxing curiously. My cousin, my father's younger brother's daughter, will be in her 3rd year of high school in a few months and comes to visit on weekends, Xiao Chuxing explained. Lin Shi immediately knew what was going on. Is our stall already so famous? Yes, so we have to add more stalls, and now we have to spend the tens of thousands of dollars we earned with great difficulty. Lin Shi smiled helplessly. Just spend it, you will earn it back soon anyway. Xiao Chuxing looked at Lin Shi in surprise. How could this guy be so smart now? It seemed that the consumption stimulus did have some effect on her. The stupid beauty was listening to the conversation between the two people silently. After learning that the girl was Xiao Chuxing's cousin, this guy no longer paid attention to the following content. It can be said that this guy can only hear what he wants to hear, and his main point is to cover up his own mistakes and steal the belle. After taking some oysters and meat skewers and giving them to a few little girls, Xiao Yurong finally couldn't help but ask, Brother, do you know the owner of this stall? Then he met Xiao Chuxing's strange expression. Whether I know him or not, is there a possibility that I am the boss? Ah. Xiao Yurong's brain stopped working, but she quickly reacted and her voice rose 2 octaves unconsciously. Ah. Are you the boss? Soon, she turned her head and looked at Lin Shi. Her eyes fell on the stupid beauty next to Lin Shi, and her pupils trembled. Chapter 73. Where is the guy who checked into a hotel with you? It was the girl she saw walking out of the hotel with Xiao Chuxing that day. Xiao Yurong felt confused. On one hand, her cousin suddenly opened a barbecue stall, and on the other hand, the girl who had checked into a room with her became the boss's wife? Wait, she seemed to have heard these customers calling another beautiful older sister the boss lady. What is going on? For a moment, Xiao Yurong felt as if his brain was not enough. Looking at Xiao Chuxing again, Xiao Chuxing gave him a harmless smile. He naturally guessed that Xiao Yurong had many questions to ask. But he didn't say it. Instead, he warned and threatened, don't tell anyone that I opened a barbecue stall, otherwise Lao Xiao will definitely not allow it. Xiao Yurong blinked her big eyes, rubbed her little hands, and made a money-grubbing expression. Then you have to give me some hush money. Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes. I don't have any hush money, but be careful or I'll assign you 10 homework assignments during the summer vacation. Huh? No. Okay, stop crying. Although I don't have any hush money, I will give you enough food every time you come here to eat, Xiao Chuxing promised her. Xiao Yurong was satisfied. This was much better than hush money. But soon, she became conflicted again. I can't come here often since our school is so far away. Xiao Chuxing nodded, but showed a sly smile. Yes, but I will open a stall near your school soon, and you can enjoy VIP treatment there. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the girls at the table lit up and they said in unison, Really? Xiao Chuxing nodded, yes, in the near future, but it doesn't make much sense, you will have summer vacation soon. The girls then remembered what had happened. So in fact, Xiao Yurong could only enjoy VIP treatment 2 months later, and only for 1 month, because after October, almost no one would eat barbecue. Xiao Chuxing didn't disturb the sisters. He put down his things and went back to help Lin Shi. Xiao Yurong's sisters hurriedly asked Xiao Yurong in a low voice, Is your brother your biological brother? Or? Xiao Yurong looked strange. He's definitely not my biological son. What are you thinking? My cousin, my cousin. Oh. I can only say that in the eyes of these little girls, anyone who can open such a popular barbecue stall must be a very powerful person. After all, although college students seem to be very valuable in this era, not everyone will go to college. For example, among Xiao Yurong's sisters, 2 have average academic performance and there is definitely no hope for them to go to university. They admired Xiao Chuxing even more for someone who had already started making money at such a young age, and they also asked Xiao Yurong indirectly how old her brother was and whether he had a girlfriend. Xiao Yurong was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He should have a girlfriend, right? As soon as these words were spoken, it was visibly that the little girls felt a little disappointed. Xiao Chuxing's cool and handsome type is very appealing to girls of this age. As for Xiao Chuxing's schoolmates? It's just that no one knows Xiao Chuxing's character, and with Zhang Jia's dark history, Xiao Chuxing's pearls and jades are overshadowed. In fact, Xiao Yurong is now more concerned about the relationship between Xiao Chuxing and that beautiful older sister, Lin Shi. It can be said that this guy understood Xiao Chuxing and immediately realized that her cousin might be up to something. But compared to these, she was more greedy for the skewers in front of her. The sisters ate a lot. In the middle of the meal, Xiao Chusheng brought them some other food and meat skewers. After all, they were his cousin's friends, so he had to treat them well. After Xiao Yorong had eaten, he carefully moved closer to Xiao Chusheng and observed his skillful techniques. "Brother, why did you open a barbecue stall? Aren't you going to school? Uncle will beat you to death for such good grades." Xiao Yorong was very worried. Xiao Chusheng was stunned. "Huh? When did I say I wouldn't go to school?" Although Xiao Chusheng had a perfect life in his previous life, strictly speaking it didn't matter if this life wasn't. After all, the meaning of going to school is to learn things. As for university, in addition to learning things, it is also a way to experience a small society in advance. So for a second-week player like Xiao Chusheng, who has already experienced it once, there seems to be no need to do it again. But such a life is not complete after all. So he prepared to go again step by step. What's more, this time he went to the finance college to be with Lin Shi. The social circle, study circle, and atmosphere are completely different from the previous life. This is a completely new experience. So Xiao Yorong's worries are totally groundless. Xiao Yorong was also stunned. "Huh? Making money, does that conflict with going to school?" Xiao Chusheng asked as a matter of course. "Isn't there a conflict? Is there a conflict? Isn't there a conflict?" It can be said that this pair of cousins have been fighting with each other since they were young, and Xiao Yorong's personality is somewhat like that of a beast. Xiao Chusheng touched his cousin's head and said, "Don't worry, when the business gets bigger in a few days, I will outsource these stalls and I will be more relaxed, and it won't affect my studies." "Oh." The little money grubber rolled his eyes, lowered his voice and asked Xiao Chusheng in a low voice, "Brother, how much money can you make from this stall? Do you think I can come and help you when I'm on vacation? Give me some salary." Xiao Chusheng's eyes lit up. He had never thought of this before. "Yes, don't I have a reliable person?" Although Xiao Yorong is just a student. And this guy is old enough that he is not even considered a child laborer. However, Xiao Chusheng nodded calmly. "It depends on your performance, let me think about it." He didn't agree directly. After all, school starts tomorrow and it will be summer vacation after this week. During the months when he actually makes money, he is still not sure how he will conduct his business. He will decide when the time comes. After getting the reply, Xiao Yorong was delighted. After all, her pocket money was really little. Every month, apart from the money for meals in the cafeteria, my second uncle's family only had 50 yuan left for this girl. Although girls should be raised in wealth, there is nothing we can do if our family does not have the financial means. Xiao Yorong is a very sensible child and has not learned bad things. He has always had a good relationship with Xiao Chusheng. So let alone making money for her, what's wrong with just spending some for her? Does the family still care? Yorong? Lin Shi took the initiative to greet Xiao Yorong. Xiao Yorong looked to Xiao Chusheng for help. After all, Lin Shi was so beautiful that she felt a terrible sense of oppression. Plus, she didn't even know how to address Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng was also stunned for a moment, but soon thought, "Oh, this is Lin Shi, your sister-in-law." "Ah?" Xiao Yorong was completely dumbfounded, and blurted out subconsciously, "What about the one who checked into the room with you?" Chapter 74, If you want to hold the rose, you must bear its pain. Xiao Chusheng was just about to say something to Qi Shanshan, that idiot, but this idiot jumped out with a whoosh. "Here, I'm here." The whole place was suddenly silent, especially Xiao Chusheng, who felt his eyes go dark. Wouldn't someone be quick to admit to something like this? Wouldn't they feel ashamed under normal circumstances? Are you quite proud of yourself? Lin Shi couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. After getting along with this guy for these few days, she had figured out Qi Shanshan's character. Don't be fooled by her appearance of stupidity. In fact, she is somewhat wise despite being a fool. In addition, this idiot has no clear understanding of feelings, so he has the same unethical attitude as Xiao Chusheng. Playing unconventionally would make Xiao Chusheng unable to cope with the situation. Seeing him so righteous, Xiao Yorong's expression froze instantly. The look she gave her cousin Xiao Chusheng became very complicated. Xiao Chusheng coughed twice in embarrassment. "Don't tell anyone about this for now, mind, it's only for now." The reason why he emphasized temporarily was because it was impossible to keep such a thing secret forever. Maybe these years may seem a little shameful in the eyes of many people, but if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to hold the rose, you must bear its pain. Since Xiao Chusheng had decided how to live in this life, he had naturally prepared himself mentally. As for now? before he had the confidence to confront them, he would definitely do what he had to do. This was to respect and protect them both. After all, Xiao Chusheng has to lie dormant until he is strong enough and worthy of having them. Otherwise, it would be the two girls who would have to endure the cold stares and attacks from others. Human nature is like this. When a man is strong enough, others will think that the woman has good taste. But when they are not strong enough, they will just be considered as indecent. There is no doubt that this is the future that Xiao Chusheng has seen with his own eyes. Although Xiao Yorong had a lot to say about her cousin, she still nodded, because he was family after all. However, the little girl still stretched out her hand and hooked her eye at Xiao Chusheng. This money-loving expression made Xiao Chusheng laugh and cry. Xiao Chusheng was very familiar with this money-loving little girl. I want hush money. But having said that, even if Xiao Yorong didn't want the hush money, he was actually prepared to give the little girl some pocket money. Her second uncle's family couldn't give her much pocket money, so whenever they met Xiao Chusheng, they would give the little girl 10 or 20 yuan. It's not much, but as a girl, you always need some money in your hands. Girls need to be raised in wealth because only when they have seen the world and have enough money will they not be easily deceived by boys with ulterior motives. Xiao Chusheng thought about it, took out 200 yuan from his pocket, and stuffed it into her pocket when no one was paying attention. After all, there are so many people and the public security is just so-so these days. Spend sparingly, Xiao Chusheng told her. In fact, this reminder was a bit unnecessary, because their summer vacation was less than a week away, and this guy probably had nowhere to spend the money. Seeing so much was given, Xiao Yorong's eyes lit up and he teased, being a boss means you have confidence, and bosses are generous. I gave this dead girl a slap on the head, this is because you are relatively obedient. Girls should always have some money. They are so beautiful. Xiao Yorong sighed, uncle will definitely not beat you if he knows. Xiao Chusheng declined to comment on this. Although old Xiao would not beat him for this, he was still playing both sides after all. Brother, I'm going back. Xiao Yorong was reluctant to leave and didn't seem to want to go back with her sisters. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chusheng called the energetic young man named Zhou Chen, please help me send these girls to the station or stop a car for them. Zhou Chen agreed. Gone? Lin Shi crossed her arms and looked in the direction where the girls left. Xiao Chusheng nodded, seeing these girls, I came up with a plan. Oh? What's the plan? Let us wait and see for now. We still need to set up the stall for a few more days since we are short of money. Okay. They are indeed short of money, even though Xiao Chusheng and his two stalls earn several thousand yuan a day, and even tens of thousands on weekends. But what is the reality? The money needed to open the business is too much. For example, if I go to Coca-Cola headquarters tomorrow to order a Coke machine, that would be a considerable expense. The most important thing is that he has to order several units. You will know the specific situation when you go there, after all, the commercial Coke machine Xiao Chusheng rented before was many years later. God knows what the situation was like in 2007. After seeing Xiao Yorong off, the atmosphere suddenly felt less lively. As expected, the atmosphere was quite liven up when the little girl was around. Just as Xiao Chusheng expected, the number of customers on Sunday was even higher, and this time all the prepared ingredients were sold out. You know, this time we prepared more than the previous days, even the last few crayfish were taken out at once, and they were still sold out. Lobsters are out of stock, so I might as well go to Shanghai and get some back, Xiao Chusheng thought. When I returned to Qi Shanshan's house, I calculated the profit, and as expected, it exceeded 10,000. Of course, this is the total for the two stalls, and it also includes the profit from crayfish. Is it a lot? Actually, it's not that bad, after all, it's equivalent to the income of 2.5 stalls. At present, the crayfish sales model of his stall is different from that of the night markets in later generations. It is mainly sold in packages. In later generations, people generally used frozen shrimp tails for frying, which was more convenient than this. But in 2007, not many people ate it, and there was no place to buy frozen shrimp tails, so there was nothing we could do about it. After a total calculation, minus the necessary operating costs, Xiao Chusheng now has about 40,000 yuan in cash. In less than a week, this number is actually quite impressive. This is all hard-earned money, not like those nonsense novels where the system gives you billions for just a little bit of effort. I will take 20,000, and Xiao Chusheng thought about it and decided to take the rest back himself. After all, there is no one here at Qi Shanshan's place during the day, and since it is a wealthy family, it is easy for people to scout the place. I'll take you to the station tomorrow morning. Before leaving, Xiao Chusheng gave Lin Shi a warning. because he knew that without his instructions, this guy would just leave without saying a word. Lin Sure is just like this and doesn't want to cause trouble for others. No need. I have to get up so early. You have to go back to school and ask for leave, right? Lin Sure was a little worried. It was decided. Xiao Chushang was very domineering and did not give Lin Sure the opportunity to refuse. For someone with Lin Sure's personality, some things cannot be negotiated. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of number 6 middle school, several of Xiao Yorong's roommates stopped her and asked about her cousin. Girls are actually no different from boys and will also have various interests in the opposite sex. Chapter 75, Waking Up, next to the person who will accompany you for the rest of your life. Xiao Chusheng is a handsome guy with good grades, and now he is good at making money. Naturally, many girls of the same age would become interested in him and have a crush on him, so it was normal for them to want to use their cousin Xiao Yorong as a matchmaker. The shrewd Xiao Yorong naturally knew what her sisters were planning, so she told them directly, "Don't ask, it's impossible." "Huh? Why? Do you really have a girlfriend?" Xiao Yorong's roommate Su Weiwei was curious, but she said, "Yorong, it doesn't matter if you have a girlfriend. She's just a girlfriend. You never know when you'll break up with her." Yes, you know, many romances during school days end after graduation. Look, we are all family, so it's good to keep the good things in the family, right? Several young sisters responded in this way, and it made sense. But that's under normal circumstances. But Xiao Chusheng is not normal here. Xiao Yorong was helpless and could only explain, "My brother's girlfriend is very beautiful. I'm not trying to criticize you, you really can't compare to her." As soon as these words were spoken, the light in the eyes of the little girls suddenly disappeared. The most feared thing is comparison. Xiao Yorong's sisters have all seen Lin Shure's amazing beauty, so they naturally know that what Xiao Yorong said might be true. If they were compared with a prettier girl, they might think there was some possibility. But compared with Lin Shure? Forget it, I'm tired, just give up. So, the lady boss of that stall is your brother's girlfriend? Some girls have already figured it out. Xiao Yorong did not hide it. After all, Xiao Chusheng himself said that Lin Shure was his sister-in-law. This made her sisters despair. The beauty of the great devil Lin Shure was overwhelming. How beautiful is she? Even if you ignore all of Lin Shure's advantages, even if she has nothing but beauty and is just a vase, she will still attract countless men. That's about the level of beauty. But the more this happens, the more despairing it becomes, because these little girls know. For a girl this beautiful, as long as she is not a sloppy tomboy, there is no possibility that anyone can defeat her. And it is obvious that Lin Shure is not that kind of tomboy. Xiao Yorong's roommates immediately gave up the idea of using Xiao Yorong to hook up with her cousin. After all, they really couldn't compare to that barbecue beauty. When Xiao Chusheng returned home, no one was there. It was the same with his family's restaurant, which was doing booming business on weekend nights. So the parents will definitely not go home, but Lin Shure can actually stay here. But now Lin Shure and Silly Beauty have become roommates, and Lin Shure has also heard about how lonely Silly Beauty looks every night. Xiao Chusheng felt a little bit reluctant. "Forget it, I'll just stay alone for now," he said to himself helplessly. After getting through this year, Xiao Chusheng plans to buy a house in Shanghai next year. Just thinking about the shameless life he will lead makes him excited. House prices will soar in the next 10 years or so buying a house will definitely not be a loss. Moreover, after a year, he will have no pressure to buy a house with the money in his hands, and the property can also be used as an investment. Well, he convinced himself so much that he believed it. Naturally, good business makes me more tired, and I am almost exhausted. So Xiao Chusheng fell asleep right after taking a shower, without even dreaming, he was just that tired. Even though he had been running the stall for several days in a row, he still couldn't handle it. This is why, although this kind of hard work makes money quickly, it is actually not cost-effective. You exchange physical labor for money, but in the end it is very likely that one day you will have to pay that money back due to illness caused by the work. This is the sorrow of the lower-class people, and there is no solution. After sleeping until dawn, Xiao Chusheng rode his bicycle to Qi Shanshan's house with sleepy eyes. Lin Shure had already gotten up and started to wash up, but Xiao Chusheng didn't see any trace of the stupid beauty. "Huh? Where's that guy?" Xiao Chusheng was curious. "She is sleeping late and won't wake up no matter how I call her." Lin Shure's eyes became very gentle. "Let the child sleep for a while, she is very well behaved." Xiao Chusheng nodded, but having said that, he actually wanted to go upstairs to see this silly beauty's sleeping face. He had the honor of witnessing this before on the train. That guy looked so adorable when he fell asleep, and so well behaved that it healed people just by looking at him. As for the time he checked into a hotel with her, he had a chance to watch it, but he woke her up by pinching her. But while the two were chatting, a certain stupid beauty actually got up and went downstairs by herself. But she was awake but not fully awake. The silly beauty Qi Shanshan walked as if floating, and walked to the bathroom with her eyes closed, looking like she was sleepwalking. The key point is that this guy doesn't care about his image. His hair is a little messy after sleeping, and there is a little bit of silly hair on it. Because she was wearing a suspender nightgown and the strap was loose, one of her shoulders was exposed, and the strap had fallen down while she fell asleep. This guy is well developed, and from Xiao Chuxing's perspective he can even see clearly. Originally, Xiao Chuxing subconsciously wanted to cover his eyes, but then he changed his mind. My goodness, didn't I enjoy watching what I should and shouldn't have watched last time? Why should I be shy about it? Look hard. So the bastard just started watching the game openly, in a civilized way. He even clicked his tongue twice and expressed his thoughts after watching the film. I have to say, apart from being a little stupid, this guy is actually impeccable. Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and poked Xiao Chuxing's forehead with her index finger. You are such a little pervert. Just as the two were joking, something really unbearable happened. The stupid beauty was in a daze, and she sat on the toilet like a sleepwalker, and planned to undress and urinate. Damn, I really have to go out. So Xiao Chuxing escaped from the bathroom, and Lin Shi really laughed out loud this time. The silly beauty who came out of the bathroom after peeing had become a little more sober. She saw Xiao Chuxing staring at her with complicated eyes and was a little puzzled. Oh. What the hell? Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but hold his forehead. You're here. The conversation was meaningless, but Xiao Chuxing just liked this feeling. It's very warm. I feel like when I wake up every day, I find the person who will accompany me for the rest of my life by my side. That feeling of happiness and satisfaction fills my heart. After waiting for a while, Zhou Chen and Su Fei arrived, along with a spirited young man. Wow, you guys know how to have fun. Xiao Chuxing almost couldn't hold back when he saw the red three-wheeled motorcycle. I borrowed it from my uncle. Zhou Chen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. There are so many of us, it's hard to get a taxi in the morning. Really? Several people climbed onto the back of the three-wheeled motorcycle, and the stupid beauty also tried to climb up clumsily. Chapter 76 Together. Are you going there too? I'm just sending her to the station and we'll be back soon. Xiao Chuxing looked strange. Go. The silly beauty looked so expectant and longing that Xiao Chuxing felt embarrassed to refuse. I had no choice but to nod and agree, but I was still muttering, you are so sleepy, why don't you stay at home and sleep a little longer? The idiot Qi Shanshan didn't say a word. He quietly climbed onto the back of the three-wheeled motorcycle and sat next to Lin Shi. This is the era we live in. Traffic control is not that strict and you can see three-wheeled motorcycles carrying goods and passengers on the road everywhere. Of course, it's rare to have two beauties and all of them are young people. But I have to admit that the three-wheeled motorcycle is indeed easier to ride than a bicycle, and it is also faster, so I arrived at the train station easily. Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but sigh that the highlight moment of the three-wheeled vehicle in his previous life was not completely unreasonable due to the sanctions imposed by the United States. Just smuggling three-wheeled motorcycles abroad can make a fortune. Of course, for Xiao Chuxing in this life, there is no need to put even this money into his pocket. Because they arrived quickly and early, Xiao Chuxing took a few people to have breakfast. Of course, it was Xiao Chuxing who paid the money. Zhou Chen and Su Fei were his employees after all. They were supposed to work and would not be so stingy. You two should follow your boss's wife, stay far away and be her bodyguards, and watch her go to class. If you see any blind guy harassing her, don't hesitate to beat him up. Before leaving, Xiao Chuxing reminded the two. After the last battle with Song Yu, there would probably not be many stubborn people who would dare to provoke Lin Shi. But Lin Shi's charm is off the charts this time, so it is not ruled out that someone might have the idea again. But Xiao Chuxing was not worried about these people. After all, they posed no threat to Lin Shi and at most they would just be a bit of a bother. But that doesn't matter, because Lin Shi will have very little time to spend in school in the future anyway. The real trouble is Fong Weiming's family of vampires. Lin Shi hasn't given them money for a long time, and they are probably running out of money. I'm afraid people have been asking around for Lin Shi's whereabouts, but no one knew that Lin Shi had left Shanghai directly. This was also something Xiao Chusheng took into consideration, so he asked Zhou Chen and Su Fei to temporarily serve as Lin Shi's bodyguards. He especially warned that if they met Lin Shi's adoptive parents, they should beat them to death without any discussion. Xiao Chusheng at least gave others some chances, but Fang Weiming's family? There is still a long time in this life, let's have fun slowly. As for how to distinguish them? Does Xiao Chusheng need to teach them? They are both adoptive parents, so they are definitely not the same age. After sending the three to the train station, Xiao Chusheng and the stupid beauty were pulled back by the guy who had sent them here on a three-wheeled motorcycle. We took us directly to the school gate. Shi Shanshan, this idiot, has no sense of shame at all, so he naturally doesn't care about other people's eyes, such as whether it would be embarrassing to get off the three-wheeled motorcycle. The main point is that as long as I am not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. As for someone as thick-skinned as Xiao Chusheng, that would be even easier. You think I'm embarrassed now? Then I won't be the one who's embarrassed later. With Xiao Chusheng's speed of making money, it would not be a problem for him to buy a luxury car within half a year. Of course, he doesn't need it. Okay, I'll ask for leave later. Is it okay for you to eat by yourself at noon? Xiao Chusheng said this to the stupid beauty, and actually felt a little indescribable. I feel a little reluctant to let her go, probably because I have been almost inseparable from her these days. He felt that he had become somewhat dependent on this guy who did not cause any trouble and was well behaved and a little silly. But the idiot Shi Shanshan seemed to have not heard what he said at all, and just grabbed his clothes and said, "Let's eat together." Didn't I say that? I have to go to Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng repeated it helplessly. But this guy's ears still automatically filtered out the words she didn't want to hear, together. This aggrieved look, as if the little girl had been abandoned by him, made Xiao Chusheng feel inexplicably guilty. Why is it that I'm just leaving you for one day? However, the stupid beauty still blinked her beautiful eyes, together. When you say together, you don't mean you want to go to Shanghai with me, right? At this point, Xiao Chusheng finally realized that this stupid beauty's main feature was just a random reply after reading it. If you didn't have some comprehension ability, you might not be able to understand what she meant. Shi Shanshan nodded, yes. Together. This. Xiao Chusheng stopped in Bengbu and was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it, it seems that it is not impossible? Then you have to talk to your class teacher, is that okay? He asked hesitantly. Well, let's go find our respective class teachers and meet at the school gate. Xiao Chusheng gave instructions. Then they went back to their respective classes. Of course, when he was being pulled around by the silly beauty and acting coquettishly, many of his schoolmates witnessed the whole process from afar. Although I don't know what they said to each other, Shi Shanshan looked so cute that you don't usually see her. After all, in most people's eyes, Shi Shanshan is a cool and aloof school beauty. They are all cool and aloof school beauties, how could they possibly act like little women and act coquettishly? As a result, his face was swollen. This kind of cuteness belongs only to him, Xiao Chusheng. What a beast! Xiao Chusheng had no idea that these students were experiencing so much drama in their hearts, and he just went back to the classroom. Zhang Jiayi arrived very early. When she saw Xiao Chusheng, she opened her mouth, but in the end, she said nothing. After what happened on Saturday night, Zhang Jiayi had already realized that there was probably no possibility for her and Xiao Chusheng to be together, no matter how hard she tried to save the relationship. If there is someone better, why would Xiao Chusheng keep waiting for her? Whether it was the woman who made her feel ashamed, or Shi Shanshan, the school beauty, Zhang Jiayi knew she was good at it. She could never be better than Shi Shanshan. Xiao Chusheng was very satisfied with Zhang Jiayi's reaction this time. That's it, this is the best. There are no more entanglements, that's enough, everyone has a life that truly belongs to them. Xiao Chusheng doesn't want to waste his energy on people who are not worthy in his life, that's all. Lao Lu came to the class, and when he went out, Xiao Chusheng quickly followed him and explained that he would not be in school that day, which made Lao Lu speechless. Isn't this the nth time you've done this in the past few days? Xiao Chusheng smiled embarrassedly. Hey, there is something urgent going on, there is nothing I can do. Old Lu didn't say anything, but just symbolically asked him what he was going to do. You just caused the Shi Shanshan incident a few days ago. Old Lu really has no words to complain about Xiao Chusheng. Chapter 77, Freshness that Lin Shi does not have. As for the reason for going out, you can just make one up and the class teacher 1T deliberately verify it. After leaving the office, Xiao Chusheng went straight out of the school gate. When he got outside the school, he looked around and found that there was no sign of the stupid beauty. This made Xiao Chusheng inexplicably relieved. Maybe it was because he finally got out first this time? You know, he could see that girl every day when he left the school gate, and he inexplicably felt that she seemed to be very anxious to see him. So Xiao Chusheng always feels guilty. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the silly beauty trotted out of the school gate. Just like Xiao Chusheng was looking out the door 10 minutes ago, the silly beauty was also looking around with her eyes wide open. Until she saw Xiao Chusheng, Qi Shanshan's cold expression disappeared instantly. With bright eyes, she ran towards Xiao Chusheng. In an instant, Xiao Chusheng's heart was melted by this cute guy. How could someone in this world be so cute? Pull. The silly beauty waved her little hand towards Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng understood what she meant and did not resist. I had already planned to never let this guy go in this lifetime, so what else is there to worry about? But once you hold this little hand, it becomes very heavy. But that's okay, he can. Since time was not so tight, the two of them took the bus to the train station together. Because it was rush hour, there were many people on the bus and there were no empty seats. Xiao Chusheng held her tightly in his arms, like a pillow. This was not the first time he hugged her like this, but Xiao Chusheng's heart was still pounding. Unlike when I was with Lin Shi, when I was with this guy, my heart was really moved to the point of being uncontrollable. Xiao Chusheng himself knew the reason behind this. It's the freshness. Although the current Lin Shi is a younger version for Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi is still Lin Shi. She was Lin Shi, who accompanied him until the end in his previous life. They touched each other, kissed each other, and slept together. It can be said that Xiao Chusheng knows every inch of Lin Shi's skin. No matter how young Lin Shi is now, she is still herself. But the stupid beauty is not like that. She is a real girl who has never been understood by Xiao Chusheng. For Xiao Chusheng, this sense of freshness was something that Lin Shi could never have. My heart is beating so fast. The silly beauty in my arms suddenly whispered. She raised her pretty little face, her lips were bright, as if she had put on lipstick. But Xiao Chusheng knew very well that there was no such thing at all. This guy's lips were naturally like this, a bit like the feeling of eating fried dough sticks without wiping your mouth. But it was this look that gave him the illusion that she was a feast for the eyes. Combined with the faint fragrance on her body, Xiao Chusheng initially thought it was the smell of shower gel, but gradually he realized that it was not the case at all. Hiss. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng finally came back to his senses. He almost fell into it just now. Just for a moment, he wanted to kiss this idiot on the lips. Even he had to admit that she deserved the title of school belle. Of course, it will not comment on the label of being aloof. Because of their distraction, the two guys almost missed their stop. The stupid beauty was completely useless and gave herself completely to Xiao Chusheng. She followed Xiao Chusheng wherever she went, for fear of leaving her behind. So even if the sight is past, this guy will not raise any objections. The main point is that he is obedient. The result was that Xiao Chusheng's conscience was slightly aching. He was asked to take care of such a girl who had no bad intentions. He is such a beast. But I can't bear to let go. What can I do? This is called greed, and Xiao Chusheng knows it very well. The two of them squatted outside the train station and got a big bucket of drinks like last time, but last time it was Coke, this time it was Sprite. After waiting for the train to arrive at the station, the two finally embarked on their journey to Shanghai. However, the two did not know this when they went to Shanghai hand in hand. The two class teachers got together, and what a coincidence, the two class teachers had a good relationship. What is even more coincidental is that the two class teachers happened to be chatting on their way back to the office that morning, and they had a very pleasant conversation. The focus of the topic is still Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan, the cool school beauty. Lao Lu, is that student in your class really dating Qi Shanshan from my class? Don't ask, I just don't know. Lao Lu adjusted his glasses. How could he possibly know about such a thing? That stinky boy Xiao Chusheng made a fortune in silence. Qi Shanshan's head teacher Chen Lei smiled heartily. It seems so, but that boy is really something. It's not easy to win over a girl like Qi Shanshan. Oh, by the way, I just met Qi Shanshan. The girl spoke in a very low voice and told me that she had something to do today and had to go out. The little girl usually looks cold and doesn't like to talk much, so it's really not easy to communicate with her. You don't know, it took me a long time to talk to her before I understood what she meant. Ah? Qi Shanshan? Old Lu's heart skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something. Qi Shanshan, the school beauty, has also left? Maybe, it can't be such a coincidence, right? No matter how much Lao Lu refused to think about it, he couldn't help but suspect that the two of them being together was probably not a coincidence. The two parties involved have already arrived in Shanghai. There are a lot of pickpockets at train stations these days, and the silly beauty is obviously a rich girl, so she is easily targeted. So Xiao Chusheng held her hand and looked around vigilantly. It is very easy to avoid pickpockets at this time. Just don't get lost in the crowd and always keep a certain distance from others. And if someone deliberately bumps into you, he must be a pickpocket. If he comes closer and you retreat, he will be helpless. Unless you meet someone shameless enough to rob you, but the possibility of this is very small. Moreover, Xiao Chusheng is skilled in martial arts, so if he really encounters a scoundrel, he doesn't mind using force, using virtue to convince people, and using the profoundness of martial virtue to influence them. Perhaps it was because Xiao Chusheng looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with, so no one dared to attack them until the two men came out of the train station. Lin Shi should be in class at this time. Xiao Chusheng thought about it and decided not to look for Lin Shi for the time being. And up to now, Lin Shi has not called or sent any text messages, which means that nothing is wrong over there and she probably hasn't encountered Fong Weiming's family. This is normal, as that family cannot stay in the school all the time. There is one day when it will definitely happen, and that is the day when Lin Shi leaves school for summer vacation this week. It seems that we need to make arrangements in advance. Thinking so, Xiao Chusheng immediately decided on the first stop of his trip to Shanghai, let us go to the Kiki Company first. Chapter 78 Returning with Glory. Lin Shi, who had returned to the School of Finance for class, had already caused a storm in less than an hour. Just because the goddess who used to dress simply and low-key suddenly changed her outfit and became high-profile. Lin Shi now looks more like a goddess, and she is also more noble than before. Lin Shi is a natural clothes hanger, and ordinary cheap clothes cannot hide her beauty. But that doesn't mean she can't be better. This sky blue suspender dress can be said to be very consistent with Lin Shi's temperament, so since she entered the school gate, wherever she goes, the rate of people turning back to look at her is as high as 100%. No matter whether it is a boy or a girl, they will subconsciously look back and take a few more glances, and even stop walking. Of course, what made Lin Shi's temperament suddenly explode was not just this luxurious-looking dress. It is a bit expensive, of course, after all, it is an imitation of luxury goods. You have to know that those luxury clothes that are designed and sold at very high prices will look completely different on different people. For example, if a nouveau riche middle-aged woman wears it, even if what she wears is real, people will think it is fake. But if a beauty like Lin Shi wears it, even if it is fake, it will look real. It has only been a few days since the last time I went back to school, but Lin Shi felt as if a lifetime had passed. It was as if she hadn't been back for a long time, and the campus in her eyes was completely different from before. Maybe it's because my mentality has changed, Lin Shi said to herself. In the past, every time she walked on this tree-lined path, she actually felt somewhat inferior. This inferiority complex stems from her family and her own despair about the future. So she didn't even dare to look up and look straight ahead. Just like before, many people would look at her in the same scene, but she would feel nervous every time. But now it's different. There was a little boy pushing her silently from behind, and she no longer had anything to be afraid of. Life is getting better, everything is getting better. Lin Shi's confident charm is irresistible. Ashi. The girl with glasses, Zhuwen, trotted over to catch up with Lin Shi, who was coming to class. In her hand was a professional book that she had brought for Lin Shi. Wow, Shi, you are shining. Zhuwen almost fell in love with Lin Shi today, because no one could hate a woman as beautiful as Lin Shi. Plus, Lin Shi has a really good personality. Taking the professional book for class from Zhuwen, Lin Shi said, "Thank you." This is a double entendre, both thanking Zhuwen for helping her bring the books and thanking her for praising her. On the way to class, Zhuwen's eyes kept drifting to Lin Shi. There was nothing she could do, she was too dazzling and she couldn't control herself. By the way, was this dress bought for you by your boyfriend? Zhuwen asked curiously, it looks very expensive. Lin Shi nodded, yes, it's quite expensive, but I can't bear to buy it anyway. In fact, Lin Shi didn't have much knowledge about the price of clothes. It was completely Xiao Chusheng's idea. The price tag of less than 1,000 yuan was not considered particularly expensive in 2007. But we must pay attention to a premise here, that is, this price must be placed in the current social environment. Lin Shi and Zhuwen are just college students with no financial resources. This price is very expensive for college students. No, it is very expensive. Because these days the monthly living expenses for college students in Shanghai are generally only 600 to 800 yuan, at least less than 1,000 yuan. Only those from extremely wealthy families may have 1,500 or 2,000 yuan. But most of them are just ordinary families. Spending all your living expenses for a month on a dress? That's unrealistic. What's more, there is more than one skirt. The pair of air cushion shoes on Lin Shu's feet are considered a famous brand these days, and many young people who pursue fashion can recognize them at a glance. So, although Lin Shu's outfit may not make him look better than those rich kids, it is definitely one of the best among ordinary college students. But Lin Shu, the person involved, did not realize this, nor did she realize the value of Xiao Chusheng's words about returning in glory. Shuwen couldn't help feeling a little jealous inside. It seems that he really treats you well, then I feel relieved. Yes. When they arrived at the classroom, Lin Shu's appearance made the classmates even more unbelievable. In the eyes of classmates, Lin Shurshan has been elusive recently. Because when she worked in the past, she would at least go back to the dormitory to live, so she would not even be away from seeing people. But now? It's almost as if it disappeared. As a result, she suddenly appeared like a different person. Just a few days ago, there was a rumor that goddess Lin Shu was in a relationship, but some people didn't believe it. But now I have to believe it. Lin Shu has a difficult life, and all the classmates know it. If she hadn't been in a relationship, how could Lin Shu have afforded such an outfit given her living conditions? So where did it come from? Do you even need to ask? Suddenly, the students who did not witness the whole process downstairs of the girls' dormitory that day were now curious in their minds. What kind of boy could win the heart of a goddess like Lin Shu? Shu Wen, who knew the details best, was sitting with Lin Shu together with several roommates. Several roommates tried to get all kinds of information out of Lin Shu. The last time Lin Shu came back, she was very low-key, so her roommates didn't notice anything unusual. Until the news of what happened downstairs in the dormitory spread that day. When they returned, Lin Shu had already left with Xiao Chusheng. They also learned some of the situation from Zhu Wen. Although there are some minor problems among my roommates, they are all nice people. For example, when Fang Weiming's family came to find Lin Shu, they would cooperate and help Lin Shu avoid them. In the past, if there were any snacks or something, he would share some with Lin Shu. Lin Shu didn't quite know how to explain her current situation, mainly because her relationship with Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan was a bit abstract. Shu Wen naturally knew this and covered for Lin Shu. Oh, don't ask me, when the time is right, Shu will definitely bring her boyfriend to show you. It's not easy for her boyfriend to come here once in a while, okay? Shu Wen did not hide the fact that Xiao Chushan was from another place from her sisters, because this would explain why Lin Shu's boyfriend did not appear often. Lin Shu gave Zhu Wen a grateful look, while Zhu Wen's look was a little subtle. She had some complaints about the life Lin Shu chose, but it was her own business, and Lin Shu was living a better and better life now. Shu Wen had no reason or logic to say anything. Is it possible to ask Lin Shu to give up her better life now and go back to the past? Ah, sure, I feel that you look much better than before. At this time, roommate Dong Xiqing suddenly spoke up and pinched Lin Shu's face. Hey, it's true, you have gained weight. It's true. Ah, sure has been eating well recently, right? Chapter 79. She was overwhelmed by happiness. Lin Shu subconsciously reached out and touched her cheek. Lin Shu was somewhat malnourished before, so she had very little flesh on the sides of her cheeks, nothing like now, which feel very fleshy when pinched. This also surprised Lin Shu. She had only been with Xiao Chusheng for a few days, and she had already gained weight? But on second thought, she has never stopped eating meat since the day she and Xiao Chusheng arrived in Hangzhou. Every day, Xiao Chusheng would provide her with mutton and beef from his stall. The same goes for the oysters. The ones she and Qi Shanshan eat every day can be sold for dozens or hundreds of dollars. Oysters are highly nutritious and do nourish people. With these things, it's no surprise that Lin Shu can gain weight so quickly. Only Zhu Wen said meaningfully, is it because of happiness? Once people are happy, they tend to gain weight. These words startled Lin Shu and several of her roommates, because they had indeed heard of this statement. Whether it's marriage or love, the more loving and happy you are, the easier it is to gain weight. With Lin Shu's personal testimony, several women have to believe it. Lin Shu seemed to be lost in thought. She indeed felt overwhelmed by happiness. Before she met Xiao Chusheng, even when she was not short of money, she didn't have such a good appetite as she does now. Maybe she had something on her mind, so there was a limit to what she could eat. But recently Lin Shu herself has realized that she has started to be greedy from time to time. And all these changes were brought to her by Xiao Chusheng. She is really happy now. At the same time, that bastard Xiao Chusheng has also left the Coca-Cola company. After all, it is a large company with operations all over the world, with a well-established business system and clear processes. Xiao Chusheng quickly got the cooperation model he wanted and was very satisfied. Compared to a few years later, the price of commercial Coke machines today is not much cheaper, and may even be higher. The same goes for renting. Xiao Chusheng had made a simple plan, and if calculated based on renting, he might not be able to make much money from the mobile fried chicken stand. Because not all customers will want Coke, unless it is sold in a bundle like Chengxin. But if that's the case, isn't it the same? So Xiao Chusheng chose to pay more money and buy the machine directly. He also has his own considerations here, which is that when the weather turns cooler, he can transform and open a store, and these machines can continue to be used even in the store. There are several types of commercial Coke machines, including large all-in-one ones and small machines that can be used in mobile stalls. What Xiao Chusheng bought was a small machine, and he bought it at a very low price. Of course, it would be impossible to sell it to Xiao Chusheng at this price under normal circumstances, so he changed the cooperation model. A contract was signed, which stipulated that Xiao Chusheng would purchase more than 30 units from Kiki Company by the end of the year. In 2007, an order of several hundred thousand was considered a large order, so it was not difficult to get a good price. At over 4,000 yuan per unit, it is actually more expensive than it would be more than 10 years later. But there are many things involved, such as output, maintenance costs, and so on. In order to maximize profits, Xiao Chusheng secured 2 more years of free maintenance from the manufacturer, as well as discounts on gas cartridges and raw materials. In fact, machines are not the big expense. These consumables and raw materials are the real consumables and cost more. Of course, you can earn more. It was agreed that within 3 days the manufacturer would send technicians to Hangzhou to provide on-site installation and instruction for Xiao Chusheng on how to use the product. Only then did he take the idiot Qi Shanshan and leave the building of Kiki Company. Looking for poetry? The stupid beauty tilted her head and suddenly said something. Xiao Chusheng was really stunned, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did you also ask Shishir to come? It doesn't feel appropriate, right? She is 3 years older than you. What's your name then? The stupid beauty was quite slow and couldn't understand the meaning of the address between him and Lin Shi. It is a mood, even a taste. Tianran Dai really restrained Xiao Chusheng, making him feel like he was punching cotton. Well, you can yell if you want. Xiao Chusheng decided not to dwell on this issue. Oh. As it was almost noon, Xiao Chusheng called Lin Shi and told her to wait for him and have lunch together. Lin Shi agreed and said goodbye to the sisters in the dormitory. Hey, Usher, you haven't gathered with your sisters for a long time. Where are you going now? Dong Xiqing asked Lin Shi curiously, and suddenly smiled evilly. Could it be that your boyfriend is here? Lin Shiqiao blushed and nodded. Let us wait for next time. I have something to do later. After saying this, Lin Shi rushed out of the school gate as if he was escaping. The girls in the same dormitory looked at each other in surprise. Is that still Lin Shi? She has the demeanor of a little girl. Where is the science goddess who seemed to care nothing? Why is she called the science goddess? Because Lin Shi is just like those science men, with no desires and a blank expression. It can be seen how much Lin Shi has changed now, even to the point that it is a little hard to believe for the girls living in the same dormitory with her. This made the girls even more curious about what kind of boy had picked up Lin Shi, so they surrounded Zhu Wen and asked her whether Xiao Chusheng was tall and handsome, whether he was very rich, and whether he was a second-generation rich man or something like that. They could all see that Lin Shi's outfit was not cheap, so it was no surprise that they were curious about it. Zhu Wen was so annoyed that she almost collapsed. She could only say to them, how could I know so much? I only met him once. The face of the boy who was 3 years younger than Lin Shi appeared in Zhu Wen's mind. He seemed quite handsome. As for other things, Zhu Wen declined to comment. She didn't know whether he had money or not, but he should have some. As for whether it is tall or not, it is really not that tall. Even among people 3 years younger than me, it is not very tall. This is not surprising, as Xiao Chusheng developed 2 years late. When Lin Shi got out of school, she called Xiao Chusheng and asked him where he was. She planned to go there herself. But the call was hung up as soon as it was connected. Just when Lin Shi was puzzled, she saw Xiao Chusheng coming to her with the stupid beauty. The silly beauty came up and gave Lin Shi a big hug. Shi. Lin Shi was still confused. Shanshan? Why are you here too? His eyes fell on Xiao Chuxing's face, and Xiao Chuxing touched his nose guiltily. She insisted on coming, and I couldn't stop her. Really? Lin Shi was suspicious. Xiao Chuxing didn't dare to say anything. In fact, he didn't stop her because at first he thought Qi Shanshan wanted to have dinner with him, but he never thought that she wanted to be with Lin Shi. The three of them are neat and tidy, not separated. Chapter 80. Call Mom. Lin Shi finally managed to pull the stupid beauty off her body. Qi Shanshan had been becoming more and more attached to her recently. In fact, even Xiao Chuxing noticed this. Although he always felt something was strange, he did not point it out. But now, the way he looked at the stupid beauty became increasingly strange. Why does it look more and more like he found a daughter? Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but muttered softly. What? Lin Shi heard Xiao Chuxing muttering, but she couldn't hear clearly what he muttered. Xiao Chuxing looked at the stupid beauty and then at Lin Shi. He laughed dryly and said jokingly, "Not long ago, I was telling her that she is 3 years younger than you, so isn't it a bit inappropriate to call her Shi? No. Lin Shi was silent and thought for a while. It seems a bit awkward, then what? That's all. But just now I suddenly thought that she shouldn't call you Shi. Xiao Chuxing suddenly smiled slyly. Lin Shi frowned slightly. She always felt that Xiao Chuxing, this bad guy, was not holding back his fart well. But she couldn't suppress her inner curiosity and asked, what should it be called? Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but chuckle. Call Mom. Lin Shi has lived in Bengbu all his life. What's the most amazing thing about it? The most amazing thing is that this silly beauty actually thought seriously about the feasibility of this title, Mom? Stop yelling. Lin Shi was so shocked that she quickly told the stupid beauty that the name was just a joke, and it took a lot of effort to convince that guy. But the silly beauty still tilted her head to look at Xiao Chuxing and said very seriously, Shi looks like her mother. This sentence silenced everyone. It was a bit weird, but both he and Lin Shi could understand it. Lin Shi was gentle and kind to her. The last woman who was so nice to Silly Beauty was Silly Beauty's biological mother. Xiao Chuxing had reason to suspect that the reason why the Silly Beauty was so attached to Lin Shi had something to do with this. What is this called, Oedipus complex? It's really hard to explain. Not daring to dwell too much on this topic, Xiao Chuxing took the two of them to find a place to eat. Holding a beauty in each hand, Lin Shi in the left hand and the Silly Beauty in the right hand, hugging left and right is probably just like this. But after the discussion just now, Xiao Chuxing now has a stronger sense of déjà vu of a family of 3. The couple raised such a grown-up daughter. These two girls were both top beauties, but they were both taken away by that beast Xiao Chuxing. The key point is that Lin Shi is a well-known figure in the School of Finance, so naturally some students recognize him. But most people were more surprised by Lin Shi's outfit today, which was too eye-catching. Then he focused his attention on Xiao Chuxing, a chauvinist who could take away the goddess of the finance college. Who is this kid? Wait, why is that guy holding another one? This is what the masses who are unaware of the truth are thinking at this moment. In order to avoid being beaten up by Lin Shi's potential suitors, Xiao Chuxing decisively stopped 2 taxis and took the others away. Zhou Chen and Su Fei sat quietly in the taxi at the back, and the two groups seemed separate on the surface. Xiao Chuxing did this on purpose to spread the risks. If something really happened, Zhou Chen and Su Fei could escape and find help, or call the police. Although public security is still a bit poor these days, if the problem is escalated to the police, the problem can be solved. You can always trust the country. The car stopped near the Oriental Pearl TV Tower, a place very familiar to Xiao Chuxing as he had lived in Shanghai for many years in his previous life. But it was particularly new to the Silly Beauty who had almost never been out of Hangzhou. She held Xiao Chuxing's hand, slightly opened her mouth, raised her head, and fell backwards. It was Lin Shi who supported her from behind and prevented her from falling. Poetry, so high. Lin Shi and Xiao Chuxing looked at each other and smiled helplessly, but they couldn't hide the doting on this idiot in their eyes. What do you want to eat? There is a Lujiazui food street here, and there are a lot of delicious food. Xiao Chuxing asked them. Delicious. Although the Silly Beauty said this, her eyes were still looking straight up at the top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, which was a bit cute. Many people had similar reactions when seeing such a tall building for the first time. But even so, this thing is not the tallest building in Shanghai. No, it seems that he is still the first now? In his previous life, Xiao Chuxing had not yet come to Shanghai to study at this time. So he didn't have a very deep impression, but he remembered that the year he came to Shanghai to study, the title of the Oriental Pearl Tower as the tallest building in Shanghai changed hands. It seemed to be replaced by the sword-shaped building, or the World Financial Center, which was built by Xiao Zi. In the previous life, urban legends were widely circulated, saying that Xiao Ri had evil intentions and cut the dragon vein of the Huangpu River. If Xiao Chusheng had only been in awe of this kind of feng shui before, now he really believes in it. After all, I've been reborn, so what can't I believe in? At that time, he went to see it with a few roommates. Okay, stop looking. Time is a bit tight today. I'll take you up there next time I come. Okay? Xiao Chusheng pinched the guy's fleshy face. This feels so good. The stupid beauty then uttered an "oh" and looked away. Now she looks like a little girl. Maybe it was because she lost her biological parents too early, and her stepmother was not nice to her and never took her out to play. Just like Xiao Chusheng taking Lin Shi to eat Western fast food, it was a way to make up for the regret. Now the fools seem to be enjoying things they didn't have the chance to enjoy in their childhood, such as fatherly and motherly love. Thinking of this, that damn sense of deja vu came back again, making Xiao Chusheng's eyelids twitch wildly. Why does it feel more and more like he and Lin Shi have raised a little girl? He could only change the subject and continue asking them what they wanted to eat, as long as it wasn't too outrageous. Although Xiao Chusheng still has some money now, he has to admit that our great Chinese really know how to have fun when it comes to eating. In 2007, it was not uncommon for a meal to cost tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. I can only say that luxury ingredients are always available. This food street in Lujiazui was doing very good business and was very prosperous in 2007. There are landmark tourist attractions such as the Oriental Pearl Tower nearby, so there are many tourists who come here from other places. The reason why Xiao Chusheng brought these two guys over for dinner was actually because he had his considerations. He wanted to do some investigation as it was still the era of real economy. After all, he had to implement his plan to become a catering giant. Therefore, opening a catering business in Shanghai is something that you have to consider sooner or later. Lujiazui is the first choice. Since they hadn't decided what to eat, he decided to take the two girls shopping and buy whatever they wanted to eat. So after a while, the silly beauty had her hands full of various snacks. She took a bite on the left and then on the right, eating with great pleasure. Zhou Chen and Su Fei also made some money these days, so Xiao Chusheng didn't have to be responsible for their meals. So everyone eats their own food, and they also want to make progress. Their boss is dating the two boss ladies, how could they not understand the situation? Chapter 81. Huh? Young woman? It's a pity you can't eat so much. Xiao Chusheng subconsciously glanced at the silly beauty's belly. Because it was summer, she was wearing very cool clothes today. In layman's terms, it is thin. Look at this guy. He has eaten quite a bit, but his belly is still flat. It's hard to imagine how much you have to eat to make it bulge. His expression gradually became serious. Girls' stomachs are really different. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Shi suddenly said, I know. Oh? You know? Xiao Chusheng asked subconsciously. If you get pregnant with a child, it will grow up. Just one sentence broke his defense. I have to say it's true. But Xiao Chusheng was even more curious. If this guy could eat so much now, how much would he have to eat if he was pregnant? It seems that there are not so many snacks for sale in Hangzhou. Lin Shi looked around and expressed his opinion. Of course, a food desert isn't called that for nothing. Xiao Chusheng wanted to complain that even after more than 10 years, the most popular snack in Hangzhou is actually xiaolongbao. The key point is that this thing is just like Lancao ramen, which is not opened by Lancao people but by people from Qinghai. It is not from Hangzhou. It is a franchise opened by people from Shangzhou. It's absolutely amazing. The Westlake vinegar fish can be considered a specialty of Hangzhou, but its taste is hard to describe. Anyway, even he, a native of Hangzhou, can't eat it. If you have anything you want to take back, you can take some with you, Xiao Chusheng said to the two girls. No need. Lin Shi refused decisively, we have to bring a lot of crayfish back in the afternoon. Instead of buying these, we might as well bring more crayfish. You know, a round-trip ticket is quite expensive. These words made Xiao Chusheng silent for a while. He couldn't help but hug Lin Shi, but soon let go. The main reason was that there were too many people, and even someone as thick-skinned as him couldn't handle it. Lin Shi blushed. She knew very well what this little boy meant. Not really. I'll have Zhou Chen and his team come every few days. Later on, I'll consider expanding the crayfish business. I'll drive over when conditions permit, Xiao Chusheng explained. Ah? Driving over here to pick it up? That trip would be at least 1,200 kilograms, right? Lin Shi's eyes widened. How big do you want to expand this business? Xiao Chusheng thought for a while and said, I don't plan to open a big stall, maybe 10 stalls. I'll sell it for 10 months and make a big profit first. It's only for a few days anyway. Lin Shi was stunned. She was already calculating in her mind how much the 10 stalls could earn in 3 months based on the current daily income from crayfish. Xiao Chusheng naturally knew this guy's occupational disease and patted her forehead. Okay, don't calculate it, it's hard to predict. Not every place has as good business as our stall. Some stalls are open to increase their popularity. I want to pave the way for our Shisher barbecue. Ah? Lin Shi was startled, with a strange expression. Isn't this name a bit strange? Xiao Chusheng, the bad guy, smiled evilly. What's so strange? Shisher, Lin Shi's poem. Lin Shi never expected that he could make such an association. Xiao Chusheng, who had been chuckling, restrained his smile. It was just a joke. Anyway, the barbecue business will definitely be successful and there will be basically no loss. Just think of it as laying the foundation for the future. Oh, but Lin Shi is very smart and realized it quickly. So besides this and that fried chicken shop, do you have any other plans? Xiao Chusheng hummed lightly and his eyes fell on the 2 stores not far away. Following Xiao Chusheng's gaze, Lin Shi was also stunned. Drinks? Well, Xiao Chusheng was also confused by her, but he soon felt relieved. In Lin Shi's eyes, the milk tea shop was full of drinks and it seemed that there was no difference. So he explained, it is milk tea and fruit tea, which are more in line with national conditions and suitable for the domestic market than Starbucks coffee. The profit is also frighteningly high, and it is a business that is sure to make money. Lin Shi frowned. Although she didn't understand what was in it, she had never drunk it before because she didn't have the money and it cost several dollars per cup. But she had to admit that the girls in school would often buy a drink. Lin Shi thinks about problems by putting himself in the shoes of the people around him. Soon, she came to the conclusion, what you said should be correct. Xiao Chusheng's idea was of course correct. This market was even worth tens of billions due to capital gains. However, compared to the capital game, Xiao Chusheng has his own ideas. I want to create my own brand and then use it to make money and feed back into other industries. This kind of business would require renting a store, which was not cheap. Lin Shi could not help but break his fantasy, at least tens of thousands. Xiao Chusheng sighed. Yes, a store costs tens of thousands, but the payback is also quick. Moreover, this business had to be done quickly, because if he worked one day late, he would lose a lot of money. As expected, I still have to rely on the barbecue and fried chicken stalls to make cash first. Xiao Chusheng just felt a headache. Before the financial crisis swept the world, the most important thing was to find a way to get as much cash as possible. Let's think about it carefully. He took the 2 girls to buy 3 cups of bubble milk tea. It tastes good. The silly beauty took a sip and her eyes narrowed in pleasure. Lin Shi didn't react that strongly, but she still gave him some compliments. Unlike them, Xiao Chusheng took a sip and smacked his lips, making milk tea without even using real milk, 8 yuan a cup, it's a steal. You have to remember that this was in 2007, the price was really not cheap. Having drunk real milk tea in his previous life, he could easily tell the difference. I already have an idea. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously at Lin Shi. Idea? What idea? Lin Shi was very curious. I have the idea of making milk tea and even thought of a brand name. Xiao Chusheng held back his laughter, and the corners of his mouth rose. This trip to Shanghai reminded him that there was a brand that had not yet been born at this time. And he can cut into that brand. Of course, he didn't want to snatch away the brand's team or anything. There is actually no high R&D barrier for milk tea. What is lacking is creativity and ideas. All he cares about is the brand, or more precisely, the name of the brand. That's right, no other brand works, and only that brand works wonders at this point in time. Why? The reason is that the country's advertising policy is not that strict. Seeing this guy smiling so evilly, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a little nauseous, but she still asked curiously, Oh? Have you thought of a brand name? Tell me about it. Shanghai young woman. Huh? Young lady? Chapter 82 I don't believe it unless I touch it. We are just wondering if this name is a bit vulgar? Lin Shi's tone was a little awkward. Xiao Chusheng immediately chuckled, just a joke, actually I should call her Shanghai Auntie. Ah? Lin Shi was startled and murmured, Auntie? Young woman? Oh, no wonder. Soon, Lin Shi thought of something, and her eyes became more and more surprised. Wait a minute, I understand, that was the name used for marketing, right? Xiao Chusheng sighed, saying that she was worthy of being the goddess Lin Shi. Her IQ was really high and she guessed his intention at the first moment. So he admitted it openly, yes, this is a marketing plan. I plan to create a high-end milk tea brand and open up the market with pure milk tea. I also plan to launch a fruit tea series in the future, but that will take a little while. Anyway, I will open a store this year. The reason why fruit tea has to be put at the back is that the current domestic logistics system is not perfect enough. It is easy for fruit to have major supply problems and the quality is very uneven. In other words, if you rush into the market before the market has reached a suitable version, then you are taking a wrong step. If it's just one store doing it, it's just a small thing and it's certainly not a big problem. But in a business like milk tea, if you want to make big money, you have to open a chain or franchise. Now a store has put its cards on the table, but the business has not been rolled out because the logistics system has not kept up. What will happen next? The answer is simple: crazy copying from peers everywhere. This kind of industry, which requires no technical skills at all, has almost no barriers and its business can be easily snatched away by others. However, milk tea is different. It is essentially milk tea, and it is authentic milk tea. After all, it is those instant milk teas sold on the streets that should be nailed to the pillar of shame, because they are all filled with flavorings and milk powder. What do you call this? This is called returning to basics. Shouldn't we ordinary people drink something real? After telling Lin Shi about his intentions and plans, Lin Shi fell into deep thought. In fact, Xiao Chusheng was planning to do something cool, but the time was not right yet, so he kept it in his heart. No. Lin Shi thought about it, then nodded, I think it's possible. Just like when you were selling mutton skewers, now almost all the milk tea on the market is made of this kind of tea, and you use real ingredients, even if you are more expensive than others, as long as it's not too exaggerated, there will definitely be people who buy it. She immediately used her IQ of 163 to do some mental calculations. If you are more expensive, as long as your sales volume is 1/3 or even 1/2 of others, you can catch up with those ordinary milk tea shops. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. That may not be the case, maybe those cheap ones are not as good as our high-end ones? Ah. This is unlikely, right? Lin Shi was shocked. Not many people can afford to drink something so expensive. The herd mentality. Xiao Chusheng looked solemnly. Cheap things are not necessarily bad, but expensive things are definitely not bad. This is a truth in the eyes of most people. Lin Shi remained silent, because this was indeed the reality. Xiao Chusheng nodded. The only obstacle to this business at the moment was the store costs. Because the name of the store is Shanghai Auntie, the first store must be opened in Shanghai. This will definitely show its respect. Then open a branch in Hangzhou. After all, Hangzhou's business is still the base. Xiao Chusheng can use the current plates in Hangzhou to support each other and make them bigger and stronger. You eat so much and love to drink this stuff, won't you get fat? Xiao Chusheng's eyes fell on the stupid beauty who was sucking on the straw. She had finished her own cup of milk tea long ago, and she didn't know when her little face had moved close to Xiao Chusheng's hand without making a sound. She just sucked on the straw of his cup, without any hesitation. What about indirect kiss? This guy is not afraid at all. Xiao Chusheng only drank a few sips of the drink, and by the time he noticed, more than half of it had already gone into this guy's stomach. The silly beauty put her hands on her hips with a very smug expression on her face, as if saying, "Hey, I'm so awesome." "Not fat," she said confidently. "I don't believe it." Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes. "Unless you let me touch it." The stupid beauty's brain was almost shut down by what she said. She frowned and seemed to be thinking seriously. Lin Shi's face turned black after hearing this. She couldn't help but hold her forehead and asked Xiao Chusheng in a low voice, "You always bully Shanshan like this, don't you feel guilty about it?" Xiao Chusheng actually thought about this problem seriously, and finally came to the conclusion, it was a little bit at the beginning but not now. After all, you can earn money again if you lose it, but you can earn more if you lose your conscience. How much is conscience worth? Lin Shi was silenced by this sentence, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. This guy really lives up to his name. What a beast. At this moment, the stupid beauty suddenly screamed "Oh," which scared the two of them. What's wrong with you? Xiao Chusheng looked at the stupid beauty speechlessly. Then he saw the stupid beauty pointing at him. You just touched it a few days ago. Just when Xiao Chusheng was about to say something, he met Lin Shi's playful eyes. It seemed that she was curious, but in fact, she was just watching the show. After all, Lin Shi was very curious about what happened between the two of them and when. In the days since coming to Hangzhou, Lin Shi has been almost inseparable from Xiao Chusheng, so Xiao Chusheng should not have that kind of opportunity. Oh, there is still a chance, such as when she returns to Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng could only smile awkwardly and explain to Lin Shi, "Isn't it a few days ago? It was the night before I came to see you." Lin Shi narrowed her eyes and asked tentatively, "That time when you checked into the hotel and then came to see me?" "Ahem, that's right. It's very embarrassing. This can't be called catching an adulterer, right?" "Well, that's fine." Lin Shi didn't dwell on this topic. After all, she was used to it and had accepted it. After that, Xiao Chusheng took everyone to look around several well-known wholesale markets in Shanghai. As a result, he found some of the seasonings he needed, which were the key seasonings for the establishment of the Dazahui brand. For marinade, you have to adjust the proportions yourself, but coating with sauce, dry powder and sprinkles are usually included in the finished product. After all, without its own supply chain or product production line, everything is done manually. The quality is unstable and the cost will be too high. These things can be considered after the brand is established, but the cost should still be considered in the early stages. After all, Xiao Chusheng currently has many ideas for making money, some of which are even crazy. But it can't be carried out because there is no money. Chapter 83, the head can be cut off, the blood can flow, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. That's all? Lin Shi looked at the bag Xiao Chusheng was carrying and was a little unsure. Could something be missing? Take these back and try them out first. What we need now is to come up with a plan and then purchase in large quantities after it is confirmed. Oh, I see. After that, we went to the seafood market where we bought the same 300 kilograms of crayfish as last time. But there are enough people this time, 5 of them weighing 300 pounds, and Zhou Chen and Su Fei are the ones with stronger weight, so it is not that difficult to share the burden. There are taxis on the way to the train station, and after returning to Hangzhou, there are 3-wheeled vehicles waiting for you outside the train station. So actually it's just the journey of entering and exiting the station, which is not that tiring. At present, the scale is not large, so let's do it this way for the time being. When our business becomes bigger, you can get a van and drive it directly from Hangzhou. Xiao Chusheng and Zhou Chen said. Both of them have learned to drive, especially Zhou Chen who already has a driver's license, so this plan is not a problem at all. Is there anything else you two would like to buy? Before leaving, Xiao Chusheng's eyes fell on Lin Shi and the stupid beauty. In the end, both of them shook their heads, no. Xiao Chusheng thought about it and didn't say anything else. Although Shanghai is a first-tier city and Hangzhou can barely be considered a second-tier city, it actually has everything it needs. Plus, it was still 2007, so there weren't that many new and exciting things to buy. I called Qin Bin and told them that I was going back, but in fact I was looking for a 3-wheeled vehicle to pick me up. As for the barbecue truck, I gave it to Qin Bin last night. Xiao Chusheng knew that he would definitely not be able to return early, which would affect the time for setting up the stall, but it would be no problem to ask Qin Bin to take his place temporarily for a while. In order to expand the barbecue stall these days, he has started to bring in a few trustworthy and energetic young men. Of course, the core sprinkling formula is still firmly in your own hands. When it comes down to it, spreading the ingredients is all about configuring them in proportion, and this can be easily done by spending a little time. Just distribute it and allocate it uniformly afterwards. The reputation and popularity of the Shisher barbecue brand have already been established in Hangzhou, and Xiao Chusheng decided to use these daily diners to spread the message. Many of these diners come here from other areas of Hangzhou. It would definitely be good news for them if there was a stall near their homes. This was indeed the case. After they returned to Hangzhou, they vaguely revealed to some customers at the stall that they plan to open a few branch stalls in Hangzhou. The guests really applauded. But Lin Shi fell into deep thought and pulled him aside. Although it is good to start a shared business, is it not worthy of its name? Oh? How do you mean? Xiao Chusheng asked deliberately, but he actually knew what Lin Shi meant. Lin Shi asked angrily, "It's Shisher barbecue, where is you Shisher?" The brand name comes from the nickname given by customers to the proprietress Lin Shi, so if she is not here, the name will not be worthy of its name. So Lin Shi's consideration is not unreasonable. Hee, of course I have my own considerations. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. Of course he had considered this a long time ago, so he kept it a secret for now. He threw the work in his hands to Lin Shi first, then pulled Chen Bin aside and said, "Get ready to recruit people and start the barbecue business first, which makes money quickly." Chen Bin's expression also became serious and he nodded. "Well, I have already talked to Luo Fei during the day today, and he said he is willing to cooperate with you, boss." "This is a good thing." Xiao Chusheng nodded. This was expected. After all, Shamat was just a bunch of young people with immature mentality and they didn't have so many bad intentions. The only difficulty is whether these Shamat are too eccentric. After all, it's okay for men, but it's really hard for a woman with a big afro to stand out, and she really doesn't look like she's sure. This is indeed a point to consider, Xiao Chusheng muttered to himself. Luo Fei will bring a few people later. Chen Bin suddenly said, "Many people are still at work at this time." Xiao Chusheng thought about it and understood that these Shamat were actually a group of ordinary people who also had to make money to support their families. Afterwards, Xiao Chusheng looked around the surrounding stalls and found that business was getting worse day by day. In fact, Xiao Chusheng's business has been getting better and better these days, partly because he has taken away their business. Secondly, the brand's popularity has increased, attracting hidden customers from other districts in Hangzhou. Therefore, once he sets up these stalls, there will definitely be a certain amount of traffic diversion to his stall. But it doesn't matter, the money goes into your pocket anyway. At around 8 o'clock, Luo Fei found Chen Bin with a few young men and women. Xiao Chusheng was there too, and he felt it was irritating at first sight. Wow, this afro is really the true legacy of Yugi Muto. There is actually no definitive answer as to the specific origin of Shamat. But it definitely has something to do with my daily life. After all, almost all the anime broadcast on TV in China in recent years are Japanese anime. In fact, Yu-Gi-Oh is quite well known, and the protagonist Yugi Muto has the classic Shamat hairstyle. They are exactly the same as the men and women in front of me. And don't be fooled by the fact that these people with big afro hair look intimidating. In fact, they are a bit socially anxious when they open their mouths. "Do you have a job here?" one of the girls asked weakly. Xiao Chusheng nodded, "Yes, but my work here is aimed at most ordinary people, and your hairstyles will definitely affect business." Several young people looked at each other, and some were already backing down. Xiao Chusheng didn't explain anything. This was a question of trade-offs and there was no way to compromise. After all, he is a black-hearted capitalist who wants to make money, so he can't let them do whatever they want. Luo Fei looks similar to his cousin. Despite his afro, he actually has a rather silly face. This is consistent with Xiao Chusheng's impression of this era, that most people are surviving in the cracks. After Luo Fei learned of Xiao Chusheng's request, he was still reluctant, because in their view of this era, the head can be cut off, the blood can flow, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. The afro is equivalent to their true body. If Xiao Chusheng asked them to get rid of the afro, it would be tantamount to desecrating their souls. But some people don't care much about this. For example, the little girl who asked the questions at the beginning was targeted by her boss and was on the verge of failure. I happened to see the message sent by Luo Fei in the local group, and came here with the attitude of giving it a try. What if? Since I'm going to die anyway, what does my hairstyle matter? Xiao Chusheng looked at the little girl. Apart from her hairstyle, her facial features were quite delicate and her skin was very fair. It basically reaches the passing line, and can be described as beautiful. Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath and decided to throw out his chips. I have two plans here, one is a fixed salary, and the other is a daily income sharing. You can choose one of the two cooperation plans. Chapter 84 Black-hearted capitalists will of course exploit the working people. Two plans, two choices, no matter which one, Xiao Chusheng will definitely not lose out. But the difference is huge in different locations and periods. In places where there is not so much traffic, sales will not be as much, so naturally the share will be less. This kind of choice will only be given once at the beginning, and if you make the wrong choice, there will be no chance to change it. How long can I do this job? The girl asked her doubts. Xiao Chusheng thought about it and realized that although business would start to deteriorate after October, he could actually continue to operate until November and would not suffer any losses. Switching to a physical store will definitely take some time, and Xiao Chusheng feels that it will not be easy as the funding gap is a problem. And the decoration of the place will take time, so he quoted a more conservative time. 4 months. He originally wanted to work until October, considering that it would be just him and Lin Shi. Now that he has become a black-hearted capitalist, he will certainly exploit the working people in every way he can. The girl thought, 4 months is actually not a long time. Xiao Chuxing nodded, actually, you don't have to worry too much. The upper limit of the commission is high, but the minimum salary is also very good. It is definitely better than looking for a job now. It's only 4 months, and you won't regret it if you make the wrong choice. Afterwards, Xiao Chuxing also revealed his plan to open a physical store in the future. In short, if you do well during this period, I will hire you to be a store manager, and it will become a stable source of income. Big pie, it's another way of drawing big pie, but it is obvious that many people have been tempted by this. Luo Fei even leaned over and asked in a low voice, Boss Xiao, how many people are you short of? Do you think I can do it? The main reason was that the guaranteed salary Xiao Chuxing reported was quite attractive. He only needed to find Chen Bin to get things on a regular basis every day and set up the stall at night. The rest of the time is completely free, and Xiao Chuxing gives me 100 yuan every day. In 2007, someone with 3,000 yuan without any academic qualifications was considered high income. As long as Xiao Chuxing is willing, he can even recruit a lot of part-time students from the university for this month's salary. It's just that students' working hours are very unstable, and this kind of business requires skills. Those who are too dumb can't learn the baking skills, and the result is that the food tastes too bad and can't be sold. Therefore, Xiao Chuxing decided to bring a group of serious and stable people, which would also make it easier to train a group of store managers after the store opened. In the future, we will have to open at least 5 stores in Hangzhou. If there is a chance, he even wants to open a store in Shanghai, or even expand to inland areas. Of course, the possibility is not high. Without technical content, you can basically only go through franchising. Direct operation will most likely result in losses. In the end, 3 men and 2 women were left behind in the group that killed Matri, and the remaining few did not want to get their hair back. Xiao Chuxing didn't force it, people always have to make choices. The most surprising thing is that Luo Fei, the leader of the Zhang AI family's branch, is willing to join in. Didn't you betray first? Xiao Chuxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luo Fei laughed dryly, there is nothing shameful in making money, we have to make a living. In fact, sometimes my cousin doesn't want to run this funeral love family anymore. Xiao Chuxing nodded in agreement, I was flamboyant when I was young, but when I got older I found that being a middle school student was quite embarrassing. Luo Fei felt ashamed, it was obvious that Xiao Chuxing was younger than him, but what he said sounded like an elder lecturing him. In fact, Xiao Chuxing himself did not realize that he was subconsciously looking at many issues from the perspective of his experience and age before his rebirth. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be completely controlled, because the extra 10 years of time cannot just disappear out of thin air. There are still not enough people. Xiao Chuxing sighed, right now, I especially need a few good-looking girls. Can you look for them again? Luo Fei looked at Xiao Chuxing with a complicated expression, boss, are you recruiting employees? Or are you recruiting prostitutes? Xiao Chuxing almost laughed out of anger, but then he thought it was normal. It's quite common in this era. Oh, no, not to mention now, it will still exist even in 10 years. Well, our brand name is Shisher Barbecue, so what is the matter with me getting 2 toe-picking guys? Oh. Luo Fei understood instantly that Xiao Chuxing was planning to recruit a group of beautiful girls as his signature. Luo Fei had naturally heard about his stall, and also knew about the existence of the beautiful Lin Shi. But if you want to open a few more stalls, or even a store, it is impossible to use one beauty for several purposes. This plan is quite good. Okay, then I'll ask more in the group when I get back. Xiao Chuxing nodded lightly and immediately began to arrange the current people. 1 girl corresponds to 1 gangster who has already learned under Chen Bin. 1 is to protect them, and the other is to let them lead them for a few days and teach them slowly. Let me be frank with you guys. I don't care about your relationship, but don't force it on the girl. Before he finished speaking, he saw a group of young people laughing, even those girls were laughing. Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but laugh out loud, be serious, don't laugh, be serious. Everyone stopped laughing. Seriously, although our stall business is not very high-end at the moment, it will slowly transform. Legality and formality are the top priorities. Of course, if someone finds fault with you, don't endure it. You can't suffer any injustice. Xiao Chuxing was fully qualified as a leader and could make everything clear in just a few words. The most important thing right now is the barbecue business with higher income, so there is a higher demand for beautiful female employees. The boys who wanted to come in and make money were assigned to the chicken chop section. The entire process of marinating the chicken chops was left to Chen Bin, so these people asked Chen Bin to lead them. At present, these businesses are not considered big. What they lack most is to expand the scale. There are many irregularities. But there's nothing I can do. After dealing with these people, Xiao Chusheng returned to Linshi, only to see a very strange scene. Linshi was still taking care of the guests, but the stupid beauty was squatting on the side, motionless. No, there seems to be something else. When I got closer, I saw that it was a tabby cat. The silly beauty was holding a sausage in her mouth, and the tabby cat was probably attracted by the smell of the sausage and stared at her. The stupid beauty was slow and dull. The man and the cat just stared at each other motionlessly. It feels like playing a game of status. Xiao Chusheng touched the silly beauty's hair. What are you doing? Do you want to feed it? Oh. The silly beauty thought about it and said, can I raise it? Xiao Chusheng was stunned. Raise? He subconsciously looked at the tabby cat, which seemed quite clean. But it is precisely because it is clean that we need to hesitate. What if this is someone else's pet cat? Wouldn't it be terrible if this idiot caught it and raised it? Chapter 85, Working Hard for the Future That the Three of Us Want. But seeing the pitiful expression on the silly beauty's face, Xiao Chusheng couldn't bear it. After touching her little head, Xiao Chusheng sighed, how about this, you feed it first and see if it comes again later. If it comes often and no one comes to find it, then it must be a wild cat. Really? The silly beauty tilted her head, looking very curious. Probably, I can only say it is very likely. Watching her share some of the grilled sausage in her mouth with the tabby cat was a little wary at first and did not eat it. Then the man and the cat stared at each other for a long time, and then the cat ate the sausage carefully. The silly beauty immediately started laughing, looking very happy, like a big kid. Xiao Chusheng looked at this guy thoughtfully. Qi Shanshan gave him a feeling at this moment. It seems that since he appeared, this idiot has become more and more childish. Maybe it was because he could trust himself to someone he could trust, so he slowly let down his guard and revealed his true nature? It's hard to explain. Linshi came over after finishing the work in her hands. She saw a tabby cat and liked it very much. This cat is quite sensible and it didn't hide when Linshi touched it. This cat is quite pretty. Linshi expressed her opinion. Well, I want to keep this idiot, but I'm afraid it belongs to someone else, so I'll observe it first. So that's it. Linshi thought thoughtfully, I saw a lot of stray cats here. With another revenue of more than 7,000 yuan, there will be basically no problem in expanding the stall. After I got back, I counted the revenue for the day and it was within the normal range. The total flow of people was limited, and there were also people coming from surrounding areas. It can be said that the market for this stall is already saturated, and Xiao Chusheng does not expect sales of 10,000 yuan a day. As for those expanded stalls, if they are opened on the same day, they can make back their investment in 3 days at most, and any extra day of sales will be a profit. The street stall economy is such a scary thing, it is a sure win. Even if it is more than 10 years later, it will be the same, but you have to exchange it for physical strength. As we all know, physical labor often cannot last long. Because I went to Shanghai, set up a stall for a whole night, and talked to Luo Fei and the others for a long time, my mouth was dry. So Xiao Chusheng was almost exhausted at this moment. He was almost asleep leaning on the sofa in Qi Shanshan's house, but he still forced himself to ask Linshi. When will you leave school? I will pick you up on that day. Linshi was a little worried. After all, this little boy always went to Shanghai for her, and she wondered if it would affect him. Xiao Chusheng also understood Linshi's worries and just smiled. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about that idiot. Because he was probably bound to have an evil fate with the stupid beauty in this life, Xiao Chusheng paid some attention to this silly guy. When Linshi heard this, she looked at her worriedly. Shanshan, if you have anything, don't keep it in your heart. The silly beauty said in confusion. Although she didn't know what Xiao Chusheng and Linshi were talking about, she just acted cute. Linshi held her forehead helplessly. It was obvious that Qi Shanshan was the type who would keep things to herself. This had something to do with her upbringing. After all, her stepmother, Zhang Ting, didn't even allow her to cry. Last time, the stupid beauty got her hand pricked by a metal stick. It was so painful, but she didn't make a sound. Xiao Chusheng cried silently, his heart aching at that time. Shanshan, do you want to stay with us forever? Linshi held Qi Shanshan's pretty little face and asked seriously. Qi Shanshan blinked, but still hummed. After getting a clear reply, both Linshi and that bastard Xiao Chusheng felt relieved. The relationship between the three people has become somewhat abstract, but there is still a possibility of turning back. But in fact, everyone understands that there is no going back, and there is no need to do so. Because now they are all immersed in it and enjoying this relationship. In this case, we need to work hard for the future that the three of us want. Lin Shi straightened his expression and said to Qi Shanshan seriously, then we must work hard together in the days to come, and strive that the three of us will never be separated. Oh. The silly beauty did not refuse. It is of course a bit exaggerated to say that we will never be apart. After all, there will always be various things to do and it is impossible to stick together all day long. But it's best if we can stay together so that we can take care of each other. Well, if we remove the word mutually, it actually means that Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng take care of this guy. As for the idiot Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng was not worried. Although this guy looks stupid, he is not stupid. She should be that kind of potential party. After yawning, Xiao Chusheng got up from the sofa and went home. The next few days are going to be really busy. Xiao Chusheng has delegated the task of purchasing ingredients to Chen Bin, and as for the purchase price, Xiao Chusheng gave a price. The rest depends on Chen Bin to bargain, and everything left after the bargaining is his. This is also a means of motivation. Although it is not much, it is at least a thought. But the next day at noon, before the get out of class was over, his cell phone started vibrating. At first glance, it was an unknown number, and the place of origin was Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng quickly thought of. No way? So fast? Because I was in class, I rejected the call first, then sent a text message to ask. Sure enough, it was the technician sent by Kiki. He said it would take 3 days, but he actually sent someone the next day, which shows that his order was actually quite large. Actually, it's normal if you think about it, this was 2007. Not to mention buying the machine directly, there are not many available for rent. Generally, Coke machines are provided in large shopping malls. How can there be someone like Xiao Chusheng? It's so luxurious to have this thing on a mobile fried chicken truck. Mainly because he was in class, he simply let Lin Shi handle it. Anyway, he just had to assemble the machine and then learn how to use it. This kind of thing is actually very simple to use, and you can learn it in no time. However, Xiao Chusheng is also looking forward to it, as the profits brought by the Coke machine are not simple. It can even be used to feed back to barbecue stalls, because some people may feel thirsty while eating barbecue and just go over to get a cup. The cola from the cola machine has more carbonated drinks than the bottled ones and tastes better. At least Xiao Chusheng prefers this kind of freshly made ones. These are all places where you can make money. There may not be a lot, but selling a few hundred or 1,000 cups a day is no problem. After school, he immediately prepared to go home with the silly beauty. He was very anxious to see his own Coke machine. Sure is not coming to dinner? The silly beauty was held by Xiao Chusheng's hand, and she couldn't speak clearly. Chapter 86, Getting an Advantage and Still Acting Cute. Even the sound of sheep can be heard, which is so cute. Xiao Chusheng glanced at her, feeling a little amused. The Coke machine is here and she is watching it, let us go over and take a look. Oh. It can be seen that the silly beauty is a little interested in this Coke machine. It's not surprising. During his previous 2 visits to Shanghai, this guy almost drank all the 2 barrels of carbonated drinks. In fact, if funds were not limited, Xiao Chusheng would even like to arrange a machine for Sprite and Fanta. But it's obvious that the profit margin is not as high as imagined, although there will be no loss overall. I'll talk about it later when I have enough funds. Anyway, mobile stalls are not that particular. Xiao Chusheng thought. In fact, he now has a better idea about the beverages in the mobile stalls, but it may not happen so quickly. And this is just his expectation for now. The Coke machine was installed at the stupid beauty's house, and the mobile explosive truck was sent there by Chen Bin and others. Since this is the only one I have, I installed one first to see how it works. When Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan arrived, the machine had been installed and the gas bomb and water supply were being debugged. Because it is a mobile stall, the water supply was changed to bottled water. The power supply has also been replaced with a battery, the same kind of battery used in electric bicycles. How's it going? After Xiao Chusheng came over, he asked directly. Lin Shi explained, the drink was already being dispensed just now, but the gas was not enough. The master said that it might be because the internal pressure of the machine was not enough at the beginning, so we are waiting for further testing. Xiao Chusheng nodded. He had gone through the same process when he rented a large Coke machine for the company in his previous life. The few of them did not disturb the technical master and waited quietly by the side. However, Xiao Chusheng asked them in a low voice, "Is this machine easy to install?" Lin Shi shook her head. "I understand the principle, but some places require special tools. It seems that I can't install it myself." Xiao Chusheng sighed, turned around and asked the technician, "Master, can you come again tomorrow? I need you to install 2 more units." The technician said that it was no problem at all. "This is what I do. I get commission for installing 1 machine. The more you install, the happier I will be." This made Xiao Chusheng feel relieved. He didn't expect the speed to be so fast, so he planned to add 2 more bomb trucks. In the second test, use the gas cartridge and cola puree to make a cup. Xiao Chusheng took a sip and felt quite full of energy. "I feel it's about right," Xiao Chusheng said. Then the stupid beauty couldn't wait to come over and hold the cup in Xiao Chusheng's hand. She started drinking without even taking it away. She seemed to like it very much. Delicious. This silly girl is kind of cute. Lin Shi held her forehead, touched her hair, and couldn't help laughing. But the idiot Qi Shanshan himself was completely unaware of this and just kept drinking. This guy seemed to be a junk food lover. "Okay," Xiao Chusheng said, "me too. Although it's unhealthy, it makes me happy." Are you kidding me about the fat otaku happy water? In Xiao Chusheng's opinion, the unhealthy effects of cola and fried chicken on modern people seem to be really insignificant. Just like eating breakfast, it is said that skipping breakfast is bad for your health. But according to the logic of people today, many people now eat out in the morning, and the food they eat is not even as healthy as not eating at all. After seeing off the technicians, Xiao Chusheng planned to take Lin Shi and the others out for dinner, but he discovered that in just a short while, the stupid beauty had already drunk 3 large cups of Coke. By the time I noticed it, the guy was already burping contentedly. "Oh, Shanshan, you drank so much, will you be able to eat later?" And just like she said, this guy can eat a lot. He finished a whole plate of beef dumplings by himself. I think this guy will have to pay a lot for his food every month. Xiao Chusheng looked worried. Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She knew that this guy was just pretending. In fact, she was very happy inside, so she ignored him on purpose. This is the duplicity of men. He got such a beautiful woman like the stupid beauty and still said he disliked her. Typical of someone who takes advantage of others and still acts ungratefully. Later, because of the expansion, Xiao Chusheng took Xin Bin and others directly to the place where they bought the barbecue truck and frying truck before, and arranged a few more trucks. Because time was tight, we purchased a large batch of ingredients. He assigned the energetic young men who had been arranged before to the tasks, and asked Xin Bin to call Luo Fei out. Luo Fei has already contacted several shamat girls who are willing to come and work, and some of the guys from last night also came with them. They will be taught by Xin Bin's people for a few days until they learn it. After learning, you can set up a stall and earn 100 yuan a day or 5% of the net profit. Even though it's only 5%, it's actually not difficult to make 200 yuan a day. If you set up the stall for 30 days, you can make 6,000 yuan. What does 6,000 yuan mean in 2007? Its purchasing power is comparable to 15,000 or even 20,000 yuan more than 10 years later. These young people who come here to work usually have little education, and it is simply a fantasy for them to earn this much money elsewhere. When buying these mobile carts, Xiao Chusheng also ordered a batch of signs, with the words Shishir Barbecue and Dazahui on them. As for the design of the sign, Xiao Chusheng created it on the spot using their computer. The boss was amazed and said, "You are really something, young man." Xiao Chusheng thought, the company I opened in my previous life was a serious design company, although the business was a bit miscellaneous. But advertising design and even receiving orders from those big companies, designing a few signs is just a piece of cake, right? Alright, just do this, make 5 for me first, and there should be 5 more later. Xiao Chusheng estimated. The market in Hangzhou is so small that theoretically 10 cars can cover the areas with the highest traffic flow. For smaller areas, there is no need to go there, you can just let the guests come nearby. During the lunch break, sweating all over my forehead, I took a taxi and looked around, selecting several parks, city god temples, and tourist attractions that might have the most guests. A few people were selected and assigned to the tasks, all of them were nearby. The best solution is to deliver the cars to their respective homes every night. Now the fried chicken restaurant is selling chicken fillets first, and they will make do with it. If they don't open the stall for a day, they will earn less. Xiao Chusheng settled Chen Bin. He now wants to see what kind of miracles he can create in Hangzhou in 2007 with a few mobile stalls. This is an employment expansion model in the form of stalls that has never been implemented before. Because usually only individuals will run a stall, the cost is low and the return is high. The employment system only appears in brand franchising, which is an exploration of a new business model. Chapter 87, Even robbing a bank is not that fast. Just as Xiao Chusheng had expected, the business of these stalls on the first day was not as good as he had imagined. But each stall still has a turnover of over 1,000. Of course, the fried chicken stall is slightly worse. This was all expected. Firstly, the store was not well known, and secondly, the signboard had not been delivered yet. As soon as the signs are hung on all the stalls at the same time, its fame will spread like a virus immediately. By then, there will be a peak in customer flow, and with that money, Xiao Chusheng can completely open up the street stall economy market in Hangzhou in the next few months. After that, he can use the money to invest elsewhere. For example, I have wanted to open a milk tea shop for a long time. The rise of new Chinese tea brands in later generations is not just based on the ingredients used. This is closely related to the traffic brought by the popularization of mobile internet and the convenience brought by the deployment of smartphones. And now, my God, Android 1.0 hasn't even been released yet, and even if it was released, it wouldn't be of much use. To be honest, to describe the Android system before 5.0 as a piece of shit is actually a compliment. Therefore, it is not unfair at all that the company has been suppressed by Guozi for so many years. It's a pity that the mobile phone market in this era will obviously usher in a big devil that is beyond everyone's imagination. Thinking about the next development plan, Xiao Chusheng felt like he had returned to the most ambitious period of his previous life. It can be said that the speed of the primitive accumulation stage of capital far exceeded his imagination, and it was indeed an era of gold everywhere. It can be said that even though Xiao Chusheng has become very open-minded, he is still amazed by this era. It turns out that looking at this era with the mindset of more than 10 years later is still too conservative. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng took out some things that were originally planned to be put away later. Instantly adjusted some of the next plans. Boss, last night many customers guessed that the barbecue we shared was ours after eating it. Chen Bin told Xiao Chusheng at noon the next day. Oh? You can actually tell the difference? It seems that our chili noodles are really recognizable. Of course not, many people come here just for the chili noodles. Chen Bin looked very proud, but still worriedly said, but many people also come here for the grilled oysters and crayfish. These two categories were not available last night. Xiao Chusheng's expression was solemn. The problem of crayfish was easy to solve. At present, borrowing a van to travel around Shanghai was not a pressure at all. In fact, many of the thugs under Chen Bin have vans at home, and they can borrow them as long as they want. With a trip to Shanghai, I could easily bring back 2,000 kilograms, which was enough to feed 10 stalls for 1 or 2 days. Just thinking about the net profit makes me drool. When others set up stalls, they earn money from each stall, but for him, it is equivalent to monopolizing the entire city of Hangzhou. Although other barbecue stalls are still open, it is clear that business has been severely affected. This impact will continue to expand as the crayfish market spreads. If these stalls are willing to put in the effort, they will definitely be able to get crayfish to sell. This thing has high profit margins and low costs, so you can make money no matter what, and there are no technical barriers. It is different from chili powder, where the ingredients and proportions can make a big difference. The key to breaking the deadlock is indeed in the oysters. A sure sign is still a little lacking. Xiao Chusheng thought. Regarding the large-scale purchase of frozen oysters, he has already contacted his previous supervisor, hoping to use his connections to connect with suppliers. Of course, there will inevitably be a kickback involved, and Xiao Chusheng guaranteed that their previous transaction would still stand. The supervisor was naturally willing to do this and said that he had helped Xiao Chusheng contact the other party. It's just that the supplier is not in the country at the moment and it will take 2 days for him to come back. It seems that I have to rely on crayfish for a while, Xiao Chusheng thought. Oysters can only be served later as a signature dish. The oyster market was difficult to open in 2007, so he took advantage of the dividends of the times. It is impossible for individual business owners to buy frozen oysters, as they are only supplied in large quantities. As for the fresh ones, it's almost like selling one at a loss. It is totally correct to say that Xiao Chusheng is the only one in the business. He has earned 4 months of bonuses. He directly completed the primitive accumulation of capital. During this period, he could even use the money to make something big, but not that big. But it was enough to change his fate in the impending financial crisis. Zhou Chen and Su Fei sent back large quantities of crayfish because the quantity was too large. So Xiao Chuxing directly changed the model and switched to hiring people to wash shrimps. There are few reasons. There are simply not enough people at the moment. If Chen Bin's people are allowed to do this, other businesses will inevitably be affected. Washing shrimps does not involve any confidential information and can be completely outsourced. And it doesn't require any skills. It's no problem to recruit shamat directly from Luo Fei's group. Many shamat don't want to get rid of their afro, but they also want to make money. This was a good opportunity, although not much, but enough to satisfy them. There is a bright future for everyone. As the crayfish became a successful commodity, Xiao Chuxing's pockets became fatter and fatter. In just a few days, he got back almost all the money he had spent. Even a lot more. During this period, the research and development of various types of fried chicken has been almost completed. The taste and form were based on all the information currently available, as well as the tastes and elements in Xiao Chuxing's memories of his previous life. It can't be said to be perfect, but it is good enough for commercial use. As for the rest, they can improve them while selling them, and even set up their own supply chain after they become bigger. Within a few days, as Dazahui's new products of various fried chicken were distributed, Xiao Chuxing's pocket exploded. That night, at the stupid beauty's house, Lin Shi's breathing became rapid as she looked at the piles of money. Isn't this too fast? Xiao Chuxing looked at the piles of money with a solemn expression. The oysters haven't even been served yet, so it's hard to imagine how booming the business will be in the future. You know, summer vacation is coming, and when students go on vacation, students from other places will return home. It's exciting just thinking about it. This money cannot be kept. Xiao Chuxing made a decisive plan. Ah! Lin Shi was stunned, with a look of disbelief on her face. What are you going to buy again? Now there are 10 barbecue trucks and frying trucks each, 5 of which were arranged the day after the first 5 made money. Xiao Chuxing couldn't keep the money for more than 2 days. Xiao Chuxing gave Lin Shi a harmless smile. Of course you have to open a milk tea shop. This thing is really profitable, and the speed of making money is comparable to robbing a bank. But soon, Xiao Chuxing shook his head. No, even robbing a bank is not that fast. You will be leaving school tomorrow, so I can take this opportunity to rent a store in Shanghai and make some money during the summer vacation. Chapter 88. 2 or 300 cannot file a case. Once he had more money in hand, Xiao Chuxing's entrepreneurial plan was on the right track. The process of making money from money can also become faster, and now the store will spend all the money he has earned before in one go. Even a little bit short of that. But it's not a big problem. Now I make money every day. It is impossible to open a milk tea shop in one day, so there is plenty of time for turnover. The next morning, Xiao Chuxing picked up the 2 girls at the house of the idiot Qi Shanshan. Now Zhou Chen and Su Fei have borrowed a van to transport crayfish to Shanghai every day. The goods from that seafood market are basically all taken over by Xiao Chuxing. It gives me a sense of déjà vu as in the past when crayfish were extremely popular. I couldn't even get extra money from the customers. In fact, this is just because the production cannot keep up. The crayfish farming in Xinjiang is trying to open up the market, and the amount of goods allocated to Shanghai is not much. Unless we directly contact Xinjiang, the situation will not change much. There is no need. Xiao Chuxing only has 10 barbecue stalls. If he wants to fill them up every day, he will need at most 1.3 times the current amount of goods. This is based on the assumption that during the summer, passenger flow reaches its peak every day. On average, it's actually about 1.2 times as much, and now it's sold out every day. It is not worth making a special trip to Xinjiang just for this. This would be necessary only if Xiao Chuxing's business could cover the Suzhou, Hangzhou, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang regions. It's a pity that he doesn't have the energy for it right now. And there is really no need for that. As long as the funds are in place, Xiao Chuxing has easier ways to make money. He doesn't necessarily need to waste time on a business like crayfish that consumes a lot of manpower. We can consider connecting with Xinjiang next year, Xiao Chuxing thought, but the purpose of buying is not for own consumption, but as a distributor. It's quite lucrative to make a profit from the price difference, and it doesn't require too much manpower. Let's take it one step at a time. Is everyone here? Seeing Chenbin bringing people here, Xiao Chuxing asked him. Chenbin nodded. Only 2 brothers are missing. Xiao Chuxing hummed lightly, and then said to the people brought by Chenbin, I will reimburse your round-trip fare today. You can take the train to the Finance Institute in Shanghai. If you have nothing else to do, just keep an eye on them. If you see these 3 people, drag them away and beat them to death. Xiao Chusheng took out 3 photos, which showed Lin Shire's adoptive parents and their family. Xiao Chusheng took a lot of effort to get it back these days. Mobile phones were not yet popular in those days, so it was much more troublesome to find some photos. Do you understand? Chen Bin asked them. Understood. 10 spirited young men responded in unison. Chen Bin had to stay in Hangzhou to be responsible for purchasing and other tasks, so he sent 10 of his subordinates, including Zhou Chen, to Shanghai to help Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng had his own considerations here, although he could take action himself to give Lin Shire's adoptive parents a good beating. But this would expose his existence too early. At least for now, Xiao Chusheng doesn't want Lin Shire's adoptive parents to be aware of Lin Shire's whereabouts. As for finding these mentally ill young men, it is impossible to find them, and even calling the police is useless. In this age when there are few surveillance cameras, who would have thought that someone would go all the way from Hangzhou to Shanghai to beat up a few strangers? There are so many loopholes that can be exploited here. Okay, let's go first. Xiao Chusheng patted Lin Shire's shoulder. Ha? Just like that? Lin Shire was a little surprised. Because Xiao Chusheng planned to take Zhou Chen and his team's van directly there. Of course not, why not save money on train tickets? Besides, the backrest of his van is more comfortable than that of the train. Is that so? Lin Shire was suspicious, but she didn't think much about it. Then the 2 of them, one on each side, with a stupid beauty in the middle, squeezed into the van. Why doesn't anyone go to the back? Because the back row is uncomfortable. The silly beauty looked at Xiao Chusheng with confused eyes, then at Lin Shire, and suddenly felt relieved. She lay back on the backrest and actually planned to take a nap. When the car arrived at the gate of the Finance Institute, Xiao Chusheng looked around but did not see Fong Weiming's family. No one is here, you go in first. Xiao Chusheng said to Lin Shire. Lin Shire had just spoken to Zhu Wen on the phone. Fong Weiming's family was not waiting near the dormitory, which proved that they did not come looking for them. But Xiao Chusheng knew very well that this family would definitely take advantage of today to block Lin Shire. After so many days, his family might not have any money left. If they don't have any more money, they will starve to death. But Xiao Chusheng had no pity for them and even wanted to add fuel to the fire. After sending Lin Shire to the girls' dormitory, Xiao Chusheng returned to the car and told Zhou Chen, when you deal with those 3 guys today, check to see if they have any money. Remember not to rob too much, 200 or 300 will be enough. Su Fei was confused, why can't there be more? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at him, because if you rob too much, you can file a case. There is a loophole here, but Xiao Chusheng doesn't think that Fong Weiming's family can raise a few hundred or 200 yuan at most. Since they dared to rob Lin Shire of her money when she was in the most difficult time, Xiao Chusheng could do the same to them when they were about to starve to death. The main theme is mutual harm. Xiao Chusheng has never been a good person. Su Fei, you stay and watch. Zhou Chen, give your cell phone to him. If you find that store, call me and your boss's wife. Good. After settling down, Xiao Chusheng asked Zhou Chen to drive him to the Lujiazui food street. I went directly to the property management center of the commercial street and asked about matters related to shop leasing. When the person in charge saw that Xiao Chusheng was so young, he was a little confused. Are you the one who wants to rent a shop? The main reason is that the place looks too small and it doesn't look like someone can afford to rent it. There's no such thing as looking down on others. The prices of shops in this location were outrageous even in 2007, so there's nothing wrong with the other party being suspicious. Xiao Chusheng nodded calmly. Yes, if there is a suitable one, I can sign the contract today. The person in charge's eyes lit up. Judging from the large number of clients he usually came into contact with, the young man in front of him was not lying to him. This young man must be really rich. So the person in charge immediately planned to take Xiao Chusheng to have a look. What kind of store are you planning to open? There are not many idle stores here. Xiao Chusheng thought about it and said calmly, this is actually not that certain. I plan to do a lot of business here. It depends on the area of your store. I'll take what I can get. Upon hearing this, the person in charge immediately realized that this was a big deal. Could this young man be some rich second generation? Seeing Xiao Chusheng dressed so low-key, he even imagined that he might not be a rich second generation, but a second generation official. In order to avoid gossip, the second generation of officials generally keep a low profile in their daily lives. Chapter 89. The boss is the same person. It can only be said that invisible imagination is the most deadly. Of course, Xiao Chuxing didn't know that the person in charge had subconsciously regarded him as a person with a powerful background. He just felt that the other party's attitude towards him became more respectful. But I didn't think much about it. After all, there is no need to go through so many twists and turns in doing business. After looking at 3 vacant stores, Xiao Chuxing immediately decided on the third one. This is the one I signed today. Xiao Chuxing pointed to an unused store with a hot pot restaurant on the right and an empty store on the left. The person in charge was stunned. Isn't the area of this store a bit small? Xiao Chuxing shook his head. No, this one best meets my needs. He had his own plans, and it just so happened that this place was perfect. The person in charge nodded and said nothing more, but was still curious. So are you planning to open a noodle shop? Noodle shop? Why do you think so? I actually want to open a milk tea shop. Ah? The person in charge was confused. Which milk tea shop would need such a large area? This area is generally occupied by restaurants that offer dine-in services, with noodle shops being the most common. Because it is narrow horizontally but has a large overall area, they will have a kitchen inside and tables outside to entertain customers. This young man is so good, opening a milk tea shop in such a large area? The person in charge of decoration hesitated. Do you want us to help you contact the decoration team? Xiao Chuxing thought about it and decided that he didn't have many connections in Shanghai at the moment, so it would be better to just use the ones they already had. Just not fully usable. So, let's sign the contract today, and I will go back to find the design team. When I send you the decoration design drawings, you can find someone to decorate it for me according to the design drawings. Although he said he was looking for a design team, Xiao Chuxing actually planned to draw it himself. After all, with his level in advanced aesthetics, this level of design would definitely beat the decoration designers of his time. After all, designers these days can generally be summed up in one word: vulgar. The more fancy and extravagant the better. There is a concept called light luxury. But it was not until a few years later that it was born. Xiao Chuxing planned to use this design concept in advance in the Shanghai Young Lady Milk Tea Shop. Suddenly, Xiao Chuxing stopped the person in charge and asked him with a smile, I want to ask, if I use a partition to divide this place into 2 stores, do you allow it? The person in charge was also startled and frowned, saying, 2 stores? You want to build a wall in the middle? No. Xiao Chuxing quickly denied, just use that kind of lightweight partition board. The person in charge thought about it and said, that should be fine. In principle, we do not allow businesses to carry out excessive decoration, but if the partition panels can be removed, there is no big problem. Xiao Chuxing was very satisfied with this answer. After seeing the person in charge off, Xiao Chuxing revealed a harmless smile. You have such an evil smile. The silly beauty pouted and said suddenly. Xiao Chuxing's expression froze, and he inexplicably had an abstract feeling as if someone had called him while he was peeing. Quite uncomfortable. Hey, you guy, even if you see it, don't expose it. Xiao Chuxing barked a few words as he looked at the store, which had not yet been renovated, and he already had some ideas in his mind. 1 store does 2 things, great. According to Xiao Chuxing's understanding, the cost of running a single milk tea shop is not cheap. If you open 2 stores, the total cost will be much more expensive than renting this 1 store. So Xiao Chuxing decided to take advantage of this favorable opportunity to do something cool. The reason why Xiao Chuxing was so anxious to open such a store was to put the money in his hands into operation as soon as possible. Before the financial crisis, the more cash you had, the safer you were, provided you didn't have any debt. Therefore, the most difficult thing during this period is how to strike a suitable balance and accumulate the maximum amount of cash. What happens if the expansion exceeds expectations? The financial crisis caused Xiao Chuxing's existing business to become unsustainable, and he had no time to recover the cash. So how far to expand and what businesses to expand are all a science. There is no doubt that when the financial crisis broke out, the bubble in the internet industry evaporated the fastest. This is also the reason why he has no plans to enter the internet industry for the time being. When the time comes, he doesn't have the money to burn. You should know that the burning of money in the internet industry before and after the financial crisis is 2 different concepts, and the early, middle and late stages are even more different concepts. In a word, whoever burns money first loses. Loans? I will never get a loan in this lifetime. I have a lot of sources of stable income, and I can't even spend the cash, so how can I pay off the loan? Moreover, Xiao Chuxing knew that he had a way out in terms of cash that he would never have to worry about. Of course, there is another purpose for opening this milk tea shop. At this time in Shanghai, a brand that also made milk tea was rising, Siaji dessert. That is what later generations called 7-part sweetness. This year also happened to be the year that this brand was the first in the country to try to put mango sago dessert into milk teacups. Xiao Chusheng plans to take advantage of the popularity of mango sago to open a milk tea shop. Mango sago is not a fruit tea or a milk tea in essence, but a dessert. But this does not prevent him from withstanding the test of the new forces in the tea beverage market. Siaji was founded in 2006. Although it has been in business since the beginning, they are still in a stage of exploring the market and their expansion is limited. In other words, the strength is not strong enough. Mango sago can be said to be the key product that enabled Siaji to rise to prominence, allowing a single store to achieve monthly sales of more than 900,000 during its peak period. It's so scary. The Siaji store opened in the same year is currently rather shabby, and has not rented a shop in a particularly good location. The decoration is no different from that of an ordinary milk tea shop. Facing the aesthetic design of Xiao Chusheng, a second-round player. Dimensionality reduction attack. There is no technical difficulty in making mango sago. Basically, whoever makes it first and lets the public know about it first will make money. Siaji took advantage of the time difference. While other stores only offered the version of instant milk tea, they brought out the dessert. This created a fundamental difference in price from other stores, while at the same time they waited for other stores to fully research mango sago. Well, Siaji has already gained market recognition. Of course, this should be the original historical development trajectory. Now with the addition of an unknown factor like Xiao Chusheng, it's hard to say what will happen. But Xiao Chusheng felt that it was still a bit difficult to completely intercept Siaji. After all, Siaji already has an existing store, and their mango sago will be on the shelves during the summer vacation. As for Xiao Chusheng, maybe no more than a week? He thought. Let's do something fancy and attack Siaji in terms of version reduction. Xiao Chusheng has already made a plan to deal with it, and double storefronts are one of them. Just like the blue and green factories in giant mobile phone stores that once filled the streets, the boss behind them might actually be the same person. Xiao Chusheng also planned to do something similar with milk tea. Chapter 90, Business is not about fighting and killing. If you believe it, you will lose. Xiao Chusheng asked Zhou Chen to drive to the surrounding markets and wholesale markets, and packed a batch of raw materials related to milk tea. Before the decoration of this store in Shanghai is completed, he has to research the milk tea recipes at home. Okay, stupid beautiful girl's home. This is not the blended milk tea or flavored milk tea commonly seen on the market, nor is it the brewed kind. But it is the real milk tea, the kind made from milk and tea leaves. This kind of milk tea was almost non-existent in the market before the new tea drinks came into being. The reasons are simple: it is difficult to make, costly, and the taste is uncontrollable. And another point is that it is not easy to make the taste of boiled milk tea match that of blended milk tea. Only a long-term husband and wife shop can guarantee a stable taste, which requires experience. However, this taste may not be liked by all consumers. It takes a long time to develop, at least in 2007. If the cost cannot be low, then the price naturally cannot be low. A cup of milk tea costs more than 10 yuan, but not many people are willing to buy this. In fact, this is the reason why the new force tea drinks only began to really explode after 12 years. People before really couldn't tea afford it, and didn't tea have similar consumption concepts. For example, the issue of additives, the degree of concern about food safety, etc. are even closely related to the level of social development. This may even be related to the popularity of the internet. After all, without mobile internet to break the so-called information barriers, many people would not even pay attention to the issues of substitute cocoa butter and cocoa butter. But for Xiao Chusheng, who knew the answer to the version, this was actually not a problem and it was not difficult to solve. Xiao Chusheng did not plan to open a certain number of stores across the country during this period, nor did he plan to make a small milk tea brand have a market value of tens or hundreds of billions in 2007. Unrealistic. Xiao Chusheng still uses the most primitive thinking logic: profit-return ratio. As long as your milk tea shop has delicious products and is located in a location with a large enough flow of customers, it doesn't matter whether you are expensive or cheap. You can always make a lot of money. The profit here does not need to be as exaggerated as that of a daily barbecue stall. It mainly provides a stable source of income. In this process, you will gradually leave a deep impression in people's vision, which is commonly known as popularity. Lay the foundation for the future mobile internet era. Of course, it would be even better if we could kill a few friendly companies who may become our competitors in the future. Doing business is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships, and harmony is the most important thing. This sounds reasonable. But if you believe it, you lose. Anyway, Xiao Chusheng definitely wouldn't believe it. Boss, who am I now? Zhou Chen asked Xiao Chusheng about his next plan. At this time of day or so, he would have been driving back to Hangzhou with Su Fei after purchasing the crayfish. Because his business had expanded, he had to fry the crayfish before nightfall. These 10 stalls can easily consume 2,000 kilograms of shrimp a day. So every day we are racing against time. Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment, then patted the seat and the thigh of the silly beauty next to him. Don't ask, asking is just carelessness. The silly beauty blinked her clear and stupid little eyes and stared at Xiao Chusheng, as if she had no idea what bad intentions this guy had. Xiao Chusheng remained calm and asked Zhou Chen to drive him around several places in Shanghai that were suspected to have high passenger flow. Xiao Chusheng had a simple purpose. He wanted to see if there was any big difference between Shanghai in 2007 and his later memory. After all, it is definitely impossible to open only one milk tea shop and try to completely take up the market in Shanghai alone. There must be at least 10 large stores. It's not easy. Just renting a storefront is not a small amount of money. It's like spending all the hard-earned money at once. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but sigh that as the business grew, money came quickly but was also spent quickly. Xiao Chusheng now spends all his assets on gambling almost every day. Soha is a kind of wisdom. When passing by People's Square, Xiao Chusheng caught a glimpse of a Xie store. Speaking of which, this seems to be the place where Xie started. Xiao Chusheng suddenly remembered. Xie, the founder of Kaifenchen in later generations, was just a worker at first and did not even go to college. It was here that he opened the first store of Xie. It looks like business is pretty good. Xiao Chusheng watched from the outside for a while. The milk tea business has a high profit margin, so as long as the business is not too bad, you will not lose money. However, in fact, quite a few of them went bankrupt, but the problem ultimately came down to the fact that the food tasted bad. Most of these stores sell flavored milk tea. Although it's cheap and has low production costs, it really doesn't taste good. Sometimes it's okay for uninformed guests to come and drink once, just to learn a lesson. But want repeat business? Ha ha. It seems that Xie hasn't served the Yangji Ganlu yet, Xiao Chusheng thought. The dessert of mango sago is a bombshell, and a dimensionality reduction attack in today's milk tea market. Because its taste is too special and its category is special, it is not essentially milk tea. Therefore, we don't want to price it with the mindset of milk tea, and people who buy it one tea feel that it's expensive for them to spend more than 10 yuan on a cup of mango sago. The reason is simple. Subconsciously, people don't regard it as milk tea, so naturally there is a new pricing standard. There is another similar product idea, grass jelly. Just like Yangji Ganlu, it made its first fortune by selling it at a price of more than 10 yuan in a market environment where the price was only a few yuan. The new forces in tea drinks are mainly focusing on the fruit tea market. This is why they did not work too hard in the traditional milk tea market in the early stages. In Xiao Chusheng's impression, the new forces in tea drinks only started to focus on milk tea in the middle and late stages. The purpose was to completely squeeze out the market of traditional milk tea. At that time, with the development of the economy, people's consumption concepts had changed, and they began to pursue health while enjoying good taste. For example, the cleanliness of the ingredient list, the ingredients used, etc. The road ahead is long and arduous, Xiao Chusheng sighed. Okay, I'll go buy something. Xiao Chusheng said something to Zhou Chen, then got out of the car and walked towards Xieji's store. Pull. A small hand was stuffed into Xiao Chusheng's palm, soft as if it had no bones. Why are you here too? Aren't you too hot? The silly beauty trotted to catch up with Xiao Chusheng, which made Xiao Chusheng very curious. As a result, the guy pouted and said, "It's hotter in the car." Come to think of it, this is just a broken van that is about to be scrapped. It is not certain whether it has air conditioning or not, and it is also not certain whether it can be used. Chapter 91. What a contrast! What a contrast! It seems that once you have money, you can't save it. A car is quite necessary. It's not as good as the later period of convenient transportation, but at least private cars in 2007 were indeed more convenient. But Xiao Chusheng was a little troubled. He was used to driving new energy vehicles and had no interest in the models of this era. The main reason is that he can't stand the appearance. Of course, it's expensive to look at it. Forget it. I don't have much spare money to buy those things in a short period of time, and it's not easy to get a driver's license. When we say not easy here, we don't mean that it is difficult to pass the exam, but that the process is complicated. Although this era also has its drawbacks, for example, you can get it by paying some money without even having to take an exam. But Xiao Chuxing didn't want to do that. Even if he had money, he couldn't break the most basic social rules. That's the bottom line. Xiao Chuxing held the silly beauty's hand. The handsome man and beautiful woman looked like a perfect match. The two of them lined up at the entrance of Xieji, and many young students in the line subconsciously made way for them when they saw them. Xiao Chuxing was stunned. Isn't it really okay to queue up first? But he couldn't say anything, so he quietly led the stupid beauty in line for a while. Looking at Xieji's products at that time, they were still very monotonous, basically all traditional milk tea. Looking at the customers who just left, they all bought traditional bubble milk tea. After ordering a few drinks, Xiao Chuxing carefully left with the silly beauty. Because the students watching the scene all looked like crazy drug addicts, Xiao Chuxing broke out in cold sweats. Am I really that compatible with this guy? Xiao Chuxing was a little unsure. The main reason is that the silly beauty is a little bit big, and he knows very well that he should be more like a younger brother than the silly beauty. But in reality, it's the opposite. There's even a sense of déjà vu between an uncle and a loli. Uncle and Lolita? Sister and brother? Xiao Chuxing seemed to realize something, and the stupid beauty looked aloof. This kind of girl is the type that is extremely difficult to approach. As a result, she acted like a little girl and let a boy who looked a little young lead her. What a contrast! What a contrast! No wonder they all look like they are crazy. The contrast is really touching. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Xiao Chuxing silently glanced at the stupid beauty. As a result, this guy sipped the milk tea happily. He liked to bite the straw, and in just a short while, there was a row of teeth marks on the tip of the straw. Is it delicious? It tastes better than last time. The silly beauty squinted her eyes, looking very enjoyable. Last time? Xiao Chuxing quickly remembered that it was the cups he bought at Lujiazui Food Street on the day he got the Coke machine. Give me a drink, Xiao Chuxing said to her. The silly beauty stuck it out openly, not minding at all that the straw she had used was used by Xiao Chuxing. Xiao Chuxing didn't think anything of it and just took a sip. Only by understanding your competitors can you defeat them as quickly as possible. It was indeed better. It seemed to have a lot of condensed milk and a lot of milk. Xiao Chuxing could tell the difference with his strong sense of taste. The last time I had it in Lujiazui, it was all instant milk tea. Not to mention milk, there was only a little bit of milk powder, and it was very light. In this era, it makes sense that Xieji can become big. After returning to the car, Xiao Chuxing gave Zhou Chen a cup of the packed milk tea, which made Zhou Chen flattered. Boss, how can I let you spend money? Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes at him. Okay, stop pretending. The money you earn for me in a day is more than enough for me to buy 100 cups. Zhou Chen chuckled, his little thoughts exposed, and gladly accepted the advice from his boss. Boss, we also want to open a milk tea shop, right? Zhou Chen suddenly asked. Xiao Chuxing nodded lightly. This is not a secret. I think we should then open them outside universities that have a large population, and it will definitely be easy to make money from the university students. Zhou Chen expressed his immature thoughts. However, Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but look at Zhou Chen once more. Although this guy is just a spirited young man, he has a really good vision. It is just as he said, the best places for milk tea business, apart from tourist attractions with the largest passenger flow such as Lujiazui, are universities. After all, college students represent a young group. Young people spend money without thinking twice and they dare to spend it if they have money. Moreover, it can be said that a large part of the profits from the milk tea business come from the money that boys spend on girls. You are right, I have this plan, but it is not possible for the time being. The funds are not enough to expand to that extent. Xiao Chuxing expressed his suffering. This is the truth, the business was a bit too big in the early stages. Fried chicken shops, barbecue shops, and milk tea shops all require physical stores in the back, and all of these require huge amounts of cash to support them. However, compared with the first two, Xiao Chuxing still prefers the expansion of milk tea shops. After all, every time you add a store, the revenue doubles, just like a hen that keeps laying eggs. The fried chicken shop is the second expansion plan because this type of store is a surefire way to make a profit and generate income regardless of the market conditions. There is no difference between the off-season and the peak season throughout the year, and there is almost always money coming in. The same is not true for barbecues. After the summer, the revenue declines linearly every day. The same goes for stores, which can only guarantee profits, but not necessarily a lot. All of this was part of Xiao Chusheng's plan. So what do you mean? Xiao Chusheng was curious. He wondered what Zhou Chen was thinking when he told him this. Zhou Chen chuckled and was a little embarrassed, but still said, "Boss, it's my sister Zhou Chen. If you need her, you can let her come to work in your store after she goes to college." Your sister? Zhou Chen? Xiao Chusheng remembered that Su Fei had called her Qian before, and she should be this Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen's proposal made Xiao Chusheng's eyes light up, and he immediately agreed, "Sure, I was just worrying about how to control the quality of products in those faraway stores, and whether anyone was playing tricks on the money issue. Of course it's best to have your own people." Xiao Chusheng naturally knew that even his own people might not be reliable. After all, many family businesses declined because their own people enriched themselves. But that has to be made clear. At least for Xiao Chusheng now, it is always better to have his own people than to pin his hopes on outsiders with whom he has never had any contact. It's hard to say what kind of person Zhou Chen is, after all, I've never met her. But at least there is no problem with her brother Zhou Chen at the moment. Of course, it is not ruled out that they are just like Su Hai in his previous life, unable to earn money beyond their ability. But that is all in the future, and no one can control anything right now. At this moment, Zhou Chen's cell phone rang. "Hello? Brother Chen, is the boss here?" Those three guys showed up. Chapter 92: The law does not protect good people. That little bitch must be here today? Outside the Finance Institute, there were three sneaky guys. They were Lin Shire's adoptive parents and their family of three. Even Fang Sudong, a student who had not yet had his holiday, was here, which shows what shameless people this family is. In order to exploit their adopted daughter, they even blocked the school gate. "Mom, I've asked someone and found out that the Finance Institute is leaving today and she will definitely come back," Fang Sudong promised solemnly. The conversation between the three people was heard by Xiao Chusheng, who had quietly come to a place not far from them. Xiao Chusheng stared at the three people with cold eyes, while holding a stupid beauty in his arms. The stupid beauty was irritated and became like an angry little lion, as if she was going to rush up and bite these three scumbags to death. The key point is that this guy doesn't seem to have any deterrent power at all. After all, he looked fierce, and with a cup of milk tea in his hand, he didn't look scary at all. But Xiao Chusheng had no doubt that this idiot really dared to do it, even if he couldn't win. Last time, this guy knocked Songyu unconscious with just a bucket of coke. It shows that the stupid beauty can be quite powerful when she gets angry. I carried this guy back to the car and even took advantage of him on the way. There was nothing I could do about it. The only thing I could tell was that she had a great body. It's hard to control her without grabbing something. However, Qi Shanshan, who was a bit slow-witted, naturally didn't think too much when she was angry. After throwing this guy back into the car, Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment and suddenly asked this idiot, "Have you gained some weight recently?" "Oh?" The stupid beauty, who was in a righteous state, was also stunned by the question. It felt like it was a little harder to hold her than before. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes a little uncertainly. "Have you eaten too much recently?" As expected, after being asked this question, Qi Shanshan's anger was instantly extinguished. She looked away guiltily, not daring to look Xiao Chusheng in the eye. Xiao Chusheng wanted to laugh. This guy was really pure. His emotions came and went quickly. The cleaner and purer a girl is, the more likely she is to be like this, and it is easy to influence her. Xiao Chusheng called Zhou Chen and the others over. "How long have they been here?" "Fizai, when did they come?" Zhou Chen immediately called Su Fei. Su Fei thought for a while. "Not long ago, about half an hour ago." "Wait until there are fewer people around and go over there and take them into the alley over there." Xiao Chusheng pointed to the alley on the side. Xiao Chusheng had been observing this place for a long time. It was very dirty and smelled of urine. Behind the row of shops in front, many drunkards would relieve themselves here late at night. You have two goals today. One is to snatch the money from them. It's at most 200. I don't need to say more, right? The few energetic young men looked at each other, not understanding what Xiao Chusheng was up to. Because it was Xiao Chusheng who usually taught them to act legally and in compliance with regulations, and it was still Xiao Chusheng who made them do this. "And you can do it, but why do you only rob 200? Isn't it a bit too shabby?" Guessing what these people were thinking, Xiao Chusheng explained, I have told you that this society will be a society ruled by law in the future, but you must understand one thing, those who are protected by the law are never good people. Ah. In just one sentence, the blind spot of knowledge of these young men was touched upon. It was Zhou Chen's eyes that lit up, as he was the smartest one among them. In fact, Zhou Chen has the highest academic qualifications among the few people, after all, he has finished high school. What the boss meant was that good people don't need legal protection at all. Good people won't break the law. Since they won't break the law, what's the need for the law to exist? Zhou Chen acted as Xiao Chusheng's translator. A few energetic young men suddenly had an epiphany and seemed to understand something. Zhou Chen did not stop and continue to preach, because only those scumbags and beasts will actively harm others, and good people will only be forced to fight back, but after being forced to fight back, good people will also be punished by law. This is probably what the boss wanted to express. Xiao Chusheng nodded with satisfaction. He had to admit that Zhou Chen was quite something. Yes, that is what I mean. So for some things, you can't count on the law to help you solve problems. The law is only to protect the most basic moral bottom line. But some bastards don't deserve to live. At this point, Xiao Chusheng's face became very ferocious. He pointed at the three people not far away, those three guys are just those bastards. They bullied your boss's wife and even robbed her of the money for food that she had worked so hard to earn. Those mentally ill young men were just bad guys who had given up on treatment, and they were not the social scum with bad intentions. After all, that kind of guy had long been driven away by Qin Bin. Even though these people are all second-rate people, we still despise such scum. After hearing what these three people had done, they immediately felt sorry for their boss's wife and clamored to teach them a lesson. Seeing that their emotions were aroused, Xiao Chusheng suppressed their anger appropriately. After all, looking at their expressions. If we don't control them, those three people will die today. Okay, let's teach them a lesson today. Based on my guess about their character, they only have a few $100s at most. Let's rob them of 200 and let them know what it means to make things worse. Xiao Chusheng smiled evilly, which made the group of young men feel sick. The boss is really vicious. We must not offend the boss. This is what the young men are thinking at the moment. A boss who is ruthless and a bit immoral, and has all kinds of ideas about making money in his mind. It is hard to imagine what will happen to those who offend him. Beat them up, don't beat them too hard. Xiao Chusheng reminded them, beating them too hard can easily cause trouble, there is still a long time to go, let's wait and see, after beating you, just run away and pretend that you are gangsters in this area. Xiao Chusheng knew that this kind of thing was quite common in Shanghai 10 years ago. I just got a beating and $200, and it was useless even if I went to the police station. The amount is too small and the matter is too minor, so dispatching police force is a waste. A few spirited young men, instructed by Xiao Chusheng, pretended to be passing by and came behind Fong Weiming's family. Fong Weiming and his family of three were still looking furtively into the school, completely unaware that there was someone behind them. Hey, what are you guys doing sneaking around? Get lost, stop meddling in other people's business. Lin Shi's adoptive mother, Chen Shui, was a shrew who usually spoke without restraint, and she cursed back without even thinking. But soon, she received a hard slap on the back of her head. The shrew Chen Shui was so furious that she turned around and was about to curse the other party's ancestors. But when she saw the person behind her, her face turned pale. Chapter 93, I'm already keeping you, but I'm not a bad person. Behind her stood a row of people, all staring at her with unfriendly expressions. At this moment, Chen Shui still thought that it was her shrewish behavior that irritated these young men, but in fact, they were disgusted by what this family did. Fong Weiming and his son Fong Sudong also realized something. They turned around and saw that they were surrounded by a group of thugs. Their faces changed immediately. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Fong Weiming was so scared that he stuttered. However, the spirited young men didn't care. Misunderstanding? Oh, let's go and have a chat. After saying that, several people surrounded Fong Weiming and the other two, and invited them into the alley with their arms around each other. If you don't know, you would think they have a very good relationship. As soon as she entered the alley, Chen Shui was kicked on the buttocks and fell to the ground. The pungent smell of urine rushed into her nostrils, almost making her vomit out the food she had eaten the previous night. But she didn't dare to resist. After all, in the eyes of a shrew like her who bullies the weak and fears the strong, these gangsters are unforgivable devils who kill people without blinking an eye. Brothers, this is really just a misunderstanding. Fong Weiming was almost scared to tears. Fang Sudong, who was standing by, had never seen such a scene before. He was a bad boy, but he just skipped classes to go to the internet cafe and the game hall. So Fang Sudong was so scared that he peed his pants. A spirited young man showed a look of disgust and raised his hand to give a loud slap in the face. Fang Sudong's face swelled up instantly and he cried on the spot. "Brothers, we apologize to you gentlemen." Fang Weiming was the fastest to react, and quickly took out the money from his pocket. "These are for you to honor, everyone can spend them." The young men looked at each other and thought that Lao Dang was quite sensible and they didn't need to find excuses. But when they took the money and looked at it, they were immediately disgusted. "I thought it was a lot more, but it turned out to be just over 140 yuan, with some coins and some whole coins. Is it really like what the boss said, that these people are all supported by the boss's wife? A family of 3 with hands and feet, and the total is just over 140 yuan? What a beast!" At this moment, Xiao Chusheng outside the car sneezed subconsciously. "Eh? Who scolded me?" Xiao Chusheng muttered, always feeling that he was being scolded, but he had no evidence. Not long after, a few spirited young men came out of the alley and gave Xiao Chusheng a suggestive look. Xiao Chusheng nodded, and they fled according to the route they had planned. After a while, Fang Weiming and his family limped out of the alley. Their bodies and faces were covered with bruises, and their clothes were covered with footprints. It was obvious that the group of spirited young men didn't hold back much strength when they dealt with them, although they didn't kill them. Xiao Chusheng stared at the family with cold eyes, his blood boiling, and he had an urge to cut these 3 people into pieces. However, he suppressed this thought. In this life, he planned to slowly torture this family. "I will never let them have fun." Seeing the 3 people limping towards the police station, Xiao Chusheng smiled with disdain. We can't say there was no surveillance at all in 2007, but at least there was no surveillance in this area. Fang Weiming and his family could only suffer in silence. The beating was in vain. And things happened just as Xiao Chusheng predicted. Fang Weiming and his family ran to the police station crying for help. The policeman just made a note and told them to go back and wait for notification. The whole process lasted half an hour, and this is the result? There was not even any mention of going to the scene of the crime to investigate or examine the injuries. None of these procedures were done. I can't do anything for Fang Weiming's family of 3. Aren't you always so perfunctory in handling cases? But they didn't dare to say anything. After all, this family was the kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Facing the police, they didn't even dare to fart and could only leave the police station feeling aggrieved. This was a very common situation in 2007. There was no surveillance, and the amount involved was too small. What would have mattered if an investigation had been carried out? Shanghai is so big, where can we arrest people? What's more, the young policeman knew at first sight that this family was not a good one, especially the woman named Chen Shui, who had a loud voice and started yelling as soon as she entered. They come into contact with so many people all day long, what kind of people have they not seen? Chen Shui is a foul-mouthed shrew, and she gives people a very bad impression. The few policemen were too lazy to care about them, but of course, the procedures still had to be followed. Make a record to record what happened, well, that's all. The rest is to go back and wait for notification. As for how long to wait for this notification? There is no investigation result yet, so continue to wait. After Fang Weiming and his family came out of the police station, Chen Shui returned to her previous shrewish behavior, yelling that she was going to catch Lin Shi. "We got beaten up for nothing just to wait for that little bitch. We must get a few thousand more this time. This includes our medical expenses." Fang Weiming and his son Fang Sudong also responded one after another. This family of beasts is so shameless. In 2007, they asked a college student for thousands of dollars? It's amazing that they dare to ask for it. Do they really think that everyone can earn thousands of dollars a night like Xiao Chusheng? These days, a salary of 3,000 is considered high for most people, and that means they have a decent job. Before, Lin Shi took part-time jobs when she was not in class, and it was not easy for her to earn more than 1,000 yuan a month. The expenses in college are not small, and it is difficult to have any surplus after paying for food and various expenses. As a result, this family asked for thousands of yuan every time they asked for it, and really treated Lin Shi like a beast of burden. But by the time they arrived at the school gate, it was already too late. Because when they went to the police station to report the case, Lin Shi had already been taken away by Xiao Chusheng. "Do you still need to come in the afternoon?" In the car, Xiao Chusheng asked Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded. In principle, it is necessary, but I don't want to come. Xiao Chusheng laughed. You, a good student, have become a bad student now. As a result, Lin Shi rolled her eyes at him. How did I learn bad things? I think you should know yourself. Xiao Chusheng chuckled. You are indeed right. Lin Shi glared at him coquettishly and snorted. I'm already being kept. Isn't it redundant to talk about whether I will become a bad person or not? Xiao Chusheng was speechless. Boss, where are we going now? Zhou Chen, who was driving, asked Xiao Chusheng. Go show your boss lady our future milk tea shop, and then you can go purchase the goods. We will take the train back in the afternoon. Good. Now the crayfish business has been fully expanded, and everything from purchasing to processing and frying has been completely delegated to Chen Bin and his team. Paying them wages saved Xiao Chusheng a lot of effort. That's good. Looking at the store that has not yet been renovated, Lin Shi's eyes are filled with brilliance. She is already imagining the future. Chapter 94. Uncle Zilong and I fought our way in and out of Changbampo. As the passion faded, Lin Shi suddenly reacted and turned to look at Xiao Chusheng with a complicated expression. Have you spent all the money you just earned? Xiao Chusheng laughed dryly. Hey, don't I just want to multiply the money I have on hand several times as quickly as possible? Lin Shi rubbed his temple and couldn't help complaining. You are really not afraid of losing money. It's just a loss. How much can it be? With our current rate of making money, this loss is nothing. Xiao Chusheng disagreed. In fact, there are some things Xiao Chusheng hasn't told Lin Shi yet. With his plan, he would lose tens of thousands of dollars. The internet development route he planned to take would result in losses of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in the early stages. This is also the reason why he needs to make money like crazy now. He needs to have money to burn in his account. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish will be, and these losses will bring them absolutely terrifying and explosive profits. Okay, it seems that I can't control you. Lin Shi pursed her lips. At least at this stage, her business acumen is not enough to play out. In fact, Xiao Chusheng knew very well that what was truly terrifying about Lin Shi was her sensitivity to data. It was no joke that she only played high-end games. This is when Xiao Chusheng is weak in high-end games, as he is good at coming up with advanced concepts and imagination. What turned this imagination and concept into reality was Lin Shi's terrifying execution ability. So, the compatibility between the two of them is beyond imagination, and it is not as simple as personality and physical relationship. Well, it's not a do. I think back to the time when Uncle Zilong and I fought in Changbampo 7 times and got out 7 times. As long as nothing unexpected happens, these two milk tea shops may even have a chance to achieve a monthly peak of hundreds of thousands. Xiao Chusheng spoke in a serious tone. Hundreds of thousands? Lin Shi was stunned. But on second thought, Xiao Chusheng seemed to have never made a joke so far, and was even conservative. For example, according to the business of the 20 stalls in Hangzhou, their daily income is now over 100,000, or even more. Of course, this level of gains cannot continue forever. When the weather is bad, or after the National Day, the temperature will drop drastically. Compared to the millions of dollars in business, hundreds of thousands doesn't seem that exaggerated. But there is one difference. Hangzhou has almost swallowed up all the business in Hangzhou and is close to saturation. There is only one store here. So are we going to expand our barbecue and fried food business from Hangzhou to Shanghai? Lin Shi asked hesitantly. Xiao Chusheng shook his head. There is no need for the time being. We don't have a base here. That kind of business needs to be managed by our own reliable people. Once we have sufficient funds, we will rent the store next door and open a branch of Dazahui here. As for Shishir barbecue, it depends on the situation. At least the business in summer will not be very good. Huh? Why is that? Lin Shi was puzzled. Because of the atmosphere, indoor barbecue in the summer is firstly hot, and secondly lacks the smell of fireworks. It is more suitable for young couples to sit in the store and grill slowly in the winter when the wind is blowing outside. Lin Shi's eyes lit up, and even she felt warm just thinking about it. At the same time, she secretly sighed that Xiao Chusheng's route was really clearly arranged. Every step was aimed at maximizing profits, and every step was to make the most of the money in his hands. The key point is that all the money he bet out was returned to his pocket in just a few days, and it was multiplied several times. Using money to make money, and at the same time building an industry. This person's business talent is really a bit weird. Suddenly, Lin Shi thought of something, and she stared at Xiao Chuxing curiously. You 1T actually spend a lot of money after opening the milk tea shop here, right? Xiao Chuxing didn't know what she wanted to say, so he nodded woodenly. Yes, the estimated cost is about 100,000 yuan, and the investment can be earned back in a few days. Hearing this, Lin Shi curled her lips. What's next? Our business in Hangzhou, if nothing unexpected happens, will make several million a month. How are you going to spend it? So many? At this moment, Xiao Chuxing also reacted. He really didn't think that this business could expand so quickly. In fact, it was the Shamat group of the Zhang AI family who created the conditions. What he lacked most was manpower, but now the manpower problem has been solved. Then let's open a few milk tea shops in Hangzhou. That's our base. I had originally planned to occupy the milk tea market in Hangzhou by leveraging our base. Although Lin Shi didn't know how Xiao Chuxing planned to use Hangzhou's basic base, she knew he could definitely do it. But she was not concerned about these things. Even if you open a milk tea shop in Hangzhou, it won't tea work, right? Are you planning to open a Dazavui store first? The stores of Dazavui are not that fast. Although the fried chicken business has great prospects, if you open a store, the rent is a considerable expense and the profit margin will not be very high in the early stage. This kind of business needs to be well known in the market, which will take at least 2 months. Xiao Chuxing fell into deep thought. The speed of making money was somewhat beyond his expectations. Now he needs to think about how to spend the money in his hands. After all, only when the money is spent can he leverage more markets and money. Xiao Chuxing closed his eyes and thought about what business he could do that would bring in steady income and guarantee a profit before the economic crisis. Moreover, this business cannot consume too much manpower and energy, and the return on investment cannot be low. Computer accessories market? Xiao Chuxing thought of this. Now is still the time when computers and televisions are used as entertainment, and the computer installation boom has occurred in recent years. In fact, this period was the year with the highest number of computers owned, and many people used them for more than 10 years after buying them. But Xiao Chuxing thought about it and decided to give up. Although this market has high profits, it is essentially still reaping the benefits of information opacity. Unless you are a dealer, you can only make a lot of money by becoming the regional agent of certain brands. However, considering the volume in 2007 and the prices of the accessories that actually sold well, they were not high. If the price is not high, the profit margin will not be much higher. This is the reality. The reason is very simple. Nowadays, no one has money in their pockets. Most people don't build computers for the top of the line, but just want something that can be used for fun. Otherwise, there wouldn't be those power supplies of poor quality, and memory manufacturers would make a lot of money. For example, a 750 Ti is still being played by many people even after 20 years, which shows that the actual situation in this industry is not that optimistic. The profits are huge, but the investment is also huge. To make big money in this industry, one needs to become a regional agent level dealer. The investment is also in the tens of millions, and the payback period also takes a long time. Well, it's not suitable for me now. What I want is quick money. Chapter 95, He who controls the burial love family controls the world. That's right, Xiao Chuxing needs free money that he can use at any time. Because he needs to use the money to invest in an industry at any time and then get a quick return. It has to be done within 1 year. Got it. Xiao Chuxing's eyes lit up. Not only did he think of a way to make money, but he could even use this way as a hidden chess move to prepare for his future internet business. Xiao Chuxing thought about it and told Lin Shi, okay, after you go back this time, you can help me contact places like talent markets or your classmates to see if there are any people who know computers. I need a group of programmers who know HTML development. Lin Shi was stunned and didn't react for a moment. How could he jump so far? I was just thinking about opening a milk tea shop, then I thought about selling computer accessories, but how come I turned around and started developing programs again? So what do you want to do? Lin Shi was really curious. Xiao Chuxing chuckled, stealing vegetables. Lin Shi didn't know what Xiao Chuxing meant by stealing vegetables, and Xiao Chuxing didn't plan to say too much for the time being. But he knew how wide the market for this thing was and how popular it was in the country. It can be said that every Chinese person has a dream of farming in their bones, and Happy Farm was born out of this idea. There were countless people in this era who got up in the middle of the night just to steal their friends' food. Of course, Happy Farm is just the beginning. This web game was developed by a team called 5 Minutes, which consisted of only a few people. If Xiao Chusheng remembers correctly, the first edition of Happy Farm was not released until 2008. The reason why he remembers it so clearly is because 2008 was a special year. After all, it was the Olympics. Xiao Chusheng had also played the newly launched Happy Farm at that time, but later on Penguin entered the market and made this game into a space, which made Happy Farm completely popular all over the country. Before that, Happy Farm was played by only a small group of people. Xiao Chusheng's primary purpose in making this game is to make money. Another purpose is to get in touch with penguins through this game. In the country, Penguin's traffic can be said to have almost reached a monopoly level, especially at this point in time. What is the most important thing for the development of the internet? That's right, traffic. The market prospects and revenues of the Happy Farm game are very exaggerated. If it can get the traffic support it needs for subsequent development from Penguin, it's so perfect. Another point is that if we want to count the conscience of the domestic internet penguins, we have to look at the penguins. Don't be fooled by the fact that Penguin has a lot of dark history, such as plagiarizing the original works. But one thing you have to admit is that it is a breath of fresh air compared to the rest. At the acquisition of the three companies, B is making losses and becoming rogue and disgusting. But A's strategy is to take over a family and cause death to the family, no matter what he does. But T's side is simple, it mainly focuses on acquisitions and does not interfere with your development. That's a pleasure. You get money and you get freedom, so even if most of the games from the studios acquired by Penguin go bankrupt, the developers actually still make money. If you want to expand your business, capital is an unavoidable link, so if you have to choose a comfortable one. It is important to take sides. Xiao Chusheng is currently planning to recruit a group of programmers to develop Happy Farm ahead of time and take over this market before the 5-minute team in 2008. This thing doesn't have too high technical difficulty, it's mainly about creativity. Compared with the 5-minute team, Xiao Chusheng now has an innate advantage. The question is the funeral love family. Don't underestimate the non-mainstream group like the Zhang Ai family. The most trendy and cutting-edge young people of the current era are all among them. This group originated from Audition. What does this indicate? Answer: these people all have computers. It can be said that a huge group of young internet traffic is in the Zhang AI family, and whoever wins the Zhang AI family will win the world. Oh, what a coincidence, the Hangzhou funeral family can come and go at my command now. Oh, what a coincidence. The founder of Zhang Ai family is the cousin of the leader of the Zhang Ai family branch in Hangzhou. So as long as Xiao Chusheng wants, he can use this relationship to promote high-quality internet products like Happy Farm. It was promoted in the local groups of these Zhang Ai families in various places, and then the traffic fermented. He can make this thing without even needing to take advantage of Penguin. Xiao Chusheng had never expected the magical move of the Zhang Ai family. After his rebirth, he never thought that he would be able to get in touch with the old internet celebrities of the current era. By the way, since you plan to open a milk tea shop in Shanghai, Lin Shi suddenly tugged at Xiao Chusheng's sleeve. What happened? Xiao Chusheng was puzzled. We have no one. There is no one in Shanghai that we can trust. How can we open it? Lin Shi was very worried. Oh, you are worried about this. Xiao Chusheng smiled indifferently. Isn't this simple? You can just trick Zhu over here. Lin Shi was confused. One? Xiao Chusheng had already made up his mind that Zhu had always been very good to Lin Shi, whether in the previous life or in this life. Even if it was just to repay the favor, Xiao Chusheng planned to give Zhu this enormous wealth. However, Lin Shi's mouth twitched, and then she said, but one has to go back to Jinling during the summer vacation. He's not from Shanghai? Xiao Chusheng really didn't know about this. No, she passed the exam from Nanling and will go home during the summer vacation. That's really hard to deal with. Can't she stay? This is a chance to make money. Xiao Chusheng took into consideration Zhu's character and her help to Lin Shi, so he wanted to hand over the business to her with confidence. If it were someone else, Xiao Chusheng would really not be at ease. And it was impossible for him and Lin Shi to run back and forth every day. Lin Shi sighed and could only call Zhu. Sure. Where are you? After the call was connected, Zhu started talking to Lin Shi. Lin Shi didn't beat around the bush and told Xiao Chusheng his plan. Zhu on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then she spoke after a long time. Although I also want to go home, I can't come out until at least next month. Next month? So long? Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng frowned slightly. The decoration of a milk tea shop is very quick and the business can start in no more than 2 weeks. It is now the beginning of July, and the losses in the past 10 days have been quite large. Alright, let's think of other solutions for now. Lin Sure hung up the phone, feeling a little disappointed. One had something going on at home, so I didn't ask because I felt it was inappropriate. Lin Sure was helpless. What should we do? Xiao Chusheng fell into deep thought. Xu Wen's idea was not feasible for the time being. I suddenly have a candidate. Xiao Chusheng suddenly thought of it. Chapter 96. Lin Sure has not realized that she is already a rich woman. Who? Lin Sure was very curious. Xiao Chusheng was stunned for a moment. My cousin, but you probably have no chance of knowing her. She is working in Shanghai. Since she is working, I might as well tie her up and beat her up. Listening to Xiao Chusheng's confident statement, Lin Sure didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then I thought again, it seemed that anyone who followed this little man of mine would make money, so I didn't ask the rest of the question. But is it okay to do this kind of business with relatives? Lin Sure's worries are not without reason. In fact, many companies have a system of nepotism, and in the end, important positions are filled with parasites. However, this matter is not so necessary. Firstly, although the milk tea business makes money quickly, it is not Xiao Chusheng's great cause after all. Even if the business really becomes big in the future, Xiao Chusheng can't devote all his energy to it. So it is only a matter of time and necessity to delegate power. Secondly, this cousin is quite trustworthy. When Xiao Chusheng started his business in his previous life, Lao Xiao borrowed some money from his cousin's family, which he paid back later. But my cousin's family never asked me to pay back, and the two families kept in touch during the holidays. Besides, in his previous life, when Xiao Chusheng had just arrived in Shanghai to go to school, his cousin would take him out to dinner from time to time and took good care of him. These are normal relatives and worth interacting with. Some things are so rare that you don't realize how rare they are until you experience them once. Although the possibility of the so-called butterfly effect cannot be ruled out, there is one thing that Xiao Chusheng firmly believes in. The deepest things in people's hearts will never change. Just like Su Hai in his previous life, although he had cheated him, was Su Hai a bad person? Actually, no. Everyone is greedy. Su Hai is just an ordinary person, and his vision is also limited. If Xiao Chusheng and he were doing a small business, perhaps Su Hai would not have any other thoughts at all. But once the business gradually grows, the situation will gradually become different, and Su Hai's ability and state of mind will not be able to keep up. After all, there are more ordinary people in this world, and this is an undeniable fact. Xiao Chusheng had his own considerations for looking for his cousin. First of all, in his 2 lives, his cousin's family had always been very good to him. She is trustworthy among her own people, and we don't need her to stay in an important position for a long time. Secondly, this industry has not yet taken off, so it would be good to see people's minds in advance. Besides, even if the money really went to my cousin's family, at least they are our family. This is the result of comprehensive consideration. The adult world is so complicated that it is impossible to only consider things that appear on the surface. Lin Sure didn't have any objection to this, she just asked Xiao Chusheng when he would go to see this cousin. Let's wait for this place to be renovated first, and we still need to study the formula of milk tea. Xiao Chusheng explained, and I don't know where she works. I will ask Lao Xiao when I go back. In fact, this sentence is not entirely correct. Xiao Chusheng is somewhere in between knowing and not knowing where his cousin works. In his previous life, when Xiao Chusheng just arrived in Shanghai, his cousin took him out for dinner. At that time, she was working as a waitress in a restaurant. But Xiao Chusheng was not sure about her current situation. After deciding on the next plan, Xiao Chusheng took Lin Sure and the silly beauty to find a restaurant in the food street of Lujiazui to have lunch. Zhou Chen and his friends have already gone to purchase the supplies. They need to fry today's portion of crayfish before setting up the stall in the evening. There are now 10 stalls and the consumption rate of crayfish is terrifying. It can be said that all the shrimps in the previous seafood market were bought up by Xiao Chusheng. The next step is to look at the oyster business, Xiao Chusheng thought. I am still quite optimistic at the moment. At least the other party is willing to talk, which means there is something to talk about. See what you want to eat? Xiao Chusheng took the 2 girls to the store and asked them to order. Outside of Hangzhou, the food here is not so light, but it is indeed more delicious. Xiao Chusheng said to Lin Sure with a smile. Lin Sure nodded in agreement. Indeed, I can clearly feel these days in Hangzhou that the dishes you have are obviously tasteless. "Dear customer, we have fresh seafood here, all in the tank." The waiter who was waiting for the order mentioned it. After hearing this, Xiao Chusheng thought he could take them out to eat something good. Although Hangzhou is considered a semi-coastal city, in fact, for most ordinary families, they do not eat much seafood. "The only thing I can't afford is food." When Lin Shi was in Shanghai, she really didn't have money to eat out. But it's hard to say about the stupid beauty Xiao Chusheng. So he curiously leaned over and asked the stupid beauty, "Did you eat a lot of seafood before?" The silly beauty raised her head blankly and blinked her beautiful eyes. "I ate it very often when my mother was around." Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng felt their hearts tighten and blurted out subconsciously, "What happened next?" Then it was visibly that the silly beauty became much more depressed. She didn't eat it after that. Neither of them was surprised by this. This guy can't cook and usually looks aloof, so he's probably not much of a friend. If you go out to eat alone, it is highly unlikely that you will order seafood. Xiao Chusheng felt even more sorry for this guy. Eat as much as you can. It would be unjust not to pamper such a cute idiot. So they simply ordered a few stir-fried dishes, and Xiao Chusheng took the two of them to the water tank where aquatic products were raised in the store. It depends on what you want to eat. As for seafood, fresh and frozen are two completely different things. People in coastal cities know this best. Fresh seafood has no fishy smell at all. The fishy smell of seafood that many people inland cannot accept is actually only found after the animal dies. Lin Shi held her face in her hands and looked at the fish and shellfish in the glass tank curiously. She was a little hesitant. Is it too expensive? As a result, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained, Sure, are you lacking some awareness of your current wealth? Your daily net profit is more than 100,000 yuan, which is equivalent to spending a few dollars on a meal out of 100 yuan. Do you think it's a lot? Lin Shi was also stunned, and after thinking about it, it seemed to be true. The main reason was that she had not yet changed her mentality from the difficult days she had lived in the past, and suddenly she had money in her pocket. This change was so sudden that she was caught off guard. Xiao Chusheng sighed and put his hand on her shoulder. Although this money is in my hands, there is no difference between mine and yours. It is true that I need money for my business, but it won't mean that you can't afford a good meal. If you still treat yourself so badly after making money, then what is the point of making this money? Lin Shi's eyes flickered, and she naturally understood what Xiao Chusheng meant. The little boy was telling herself that she no longer had to endure a hard life, and everything was getting better. And it's not that Xiao Chusheng didn't give her money, in fact she didn't want it. Xiao Chusheng would give her the money to spend, so it made no difference whether it was in her hands or not. On the contrary, it would be more dangerous in her hands. What if the adoptive parents robbed it openly? The gain would not outweigh the loss. Chapter 97. It's so beautiful, it must be delicious, right? So, you are now actually a little. Xiao Chusheng wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes fell on Lin Shi's collarbone, then looked down and changed his words at the speed of light. Okay, rich woman. Lin Shi naturally noticed the look in the little scoundrel's eyes, and combined with his words, she must have understood his double entendre. He snorted, rich woman, I really don't have any real feelings about her. Well, it may be because your net worth is not high enough, and there are not so many places to spend money in this era. Xiao Chusheng thought about it seriously before expressing this idea. This is not surprising, because in 2007, there were not many areas for consumer spending, and the gap between the rich and the poor was not so obviously perceived. Subconsciously, we think that the biggest difference between rich and poor people is food and shelter. Residences, and then the rich people spend thousands or tens of thousands on a meal out. In other places, the gap is indeed not obvious. When the problem of information isolation is solved in the internet era, ordinary people will also be able to enjoy the impact of technology. These gaps will be clearly perceived. For example, in the early days, an Apple phone cost several thousand yuan, and people even had to fight for it. It was hyped up to tens of thousands of yuan. Most people would have to go without food or drink for several months to be able to afford it. That's just for a mobile phone, what else? What followed was a geometric increase in housing prices, especially in places like Shanghai, where ordinary units are costing hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. Most people will have to invest their entire lives in it, and in the end they may not be able to get the full amount. Many young people go to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou with the dream of changing their lives, but are taught a lesson by reality and eventually return to their hometowns in despair to seek development. This is the future that Xiao Chusheng witnessed in his previous life. The contradiction between the rich and the poor in society has led to many problems in the entire society. In order to divert social conflicts and promote entertainment to death, the worldviews and prices are also distorted. Xiao Chusheng was glad that he realized this very early on, otherwise his way to advancement would have been completely blocked and he would probably have felt very empty. Although the file has been deleted and reposted. But when he put himself in the shoes of most ordinary people in his previous life, he still felt suffocated. Suffocation and numbness, or more accurately, most people are actually aware of this, but because they are unable to change it, they choose to numb themselves. Where's that idiot? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng suddenly realized that the stupid beauty had not said a word for a long time. It turned out that this guy disappeared at some point. After being reminded by him, Lin Shi also reacted and suddenly became a little panicked. But soon, the two saw her figure next to the ornamental fish tank not far away. They were relieved, they thought they had lost her. The two smiled at each other in tacit understanding. Lin Shizhou said with a smile, Shanshan is just stupid, not really dumb. How could she get lost when she is so old? Xiao Chusheng laughed dryly and thought that although she had never been out of Hangzhou alone, it was impossible for her to grow up alone in Hangzhou without any common sense. I can only say that after really getting to know her, I felt that this girl was so adorable, so I always unconsciously treated her like a baby. Isn't this fish beautiful? Because the silly beauty was staring at the arowana in the fish tank, Xiao Chusheng thought she was attracted by the beauty of the arowana. Is this the dragon fish from the golden arowana? Lin Shi was curious. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly, yes, it's quite expensive. This big one must cost tens of thousands, right? He didn't know much about the price of ornamental fish like arowana. He only knew that the cheapest big one could cost tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Shi was stunned, tens of thousands? Ruffled the silly beauty's hair, do you like it? The silly beauty subconsciously turned her head and looked at Xiao Chusheng, it looks delicious. Xiao Chusheng immediately stopped talking, and for a long time he opened his mouth but could not utter a word. This guy's words almost burned out Xiao Chusheng's CPU, and it took him a long time to react to her train of thought. You've been staring at it for so long, not because it's pretty, but because you're greedy for it? As a result, the stupid beauty tilted her head and said confidently, it's beautiful, it's so beautiful, it should be delicious, right? Ah, are you a devil? I have to say that this really touched upon Xiao Chusheng's blind spot in knowledge. Can dragon fish be eaten? Xiao Chusheng fell into deep thought. Can't eat it? The stupid beauty actually asked Xiao Chusheng seriously. Maybe the silly beauty's words were understood by the dragonfish in the fish tank, and the fish actually gave people the illusion that it was trembling. It's like saying, wow, I'm just an ornamental fish, and I'm actually being coveted by a foodie one day? Please behave like a human being. It's not that some ornamental fish are inedible. Xiao Chusheng knows this. But it's true that some ornamental fish are poisonous and can't be eaten. But dragon fish. I think it's not a question of whether you can eat it or not, but a question of whether you can afford it or not. Xiao Chusheng thought about it seriously before saying, many people keep this thing for people to look at, and it's a bit like a way to attract wealth, but no one would think of eating it. Oh. The silly beauty responded without thinking too much and ran to the glass water tank to see what to eat. It looks like Shanshan wants to eat fish. Lin Shi smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. Xiao Chusheng nodded helplessly, pointed to a beautiful red fish in the water tank and asked the stupid beauty, this one is beautiful too, why don't you eat it? The silly beauty looked over when she heard the voice, blinked her pretty little eyes, and nodded, okay. Then let's get some steamed grouper, Xiao Chusheng said to the waitress. The waitress was watching the whole thing and had actually been trying to hold back her laughter for a long time. When she heard that the little girl actually wanted to eat the arowana raised by their boss, she almost burst out laughing. It was then that the young lady told Xiao Chusheng and the others, actually, that arowana is being raised by our boss. He previously kept an arowana in the office, but the oxygen valve of the water tank broke, and the arowana died, so he moved it to another one outside. The boss ate the previous one with tears in his eyes, and he said it tasted pretty good. TSK. Such gossip almost made Xiao Chusheng laugh out loud. How could such a thing exist? He asked Lin Shi to order some food, and Xiao Chusheng also ordered some for himself based on his experience. The three of them then returned to their seats and waited for the food to be served. In fact, I saw puffer fish in this store, Xiao Chusheng said to Lin Shi mysteriously. Puffer fish? It's said to be extremely delicious, but if it's not handled properly, it might be poisonous, right? Even Lin sure knew this legend. Xiao Chusheng responded, yes, although I wanted to take you to experience it, I was afraid that you would die after eating it, so I didn't dare to order it. Well, Xiao Chusheng doesn't want to delete the file and restart it again because of a meal. Chapter 98. Are you still thinking about the golden arowana? Lin sure felt ashamed, but it was just like what Xiao Chusheng said, it was not worth it to kill someone just for the sake of momentary satisfaction. But the more this happened, the more curious Lin sure became. You say, those people know that it is so poisonous, but they still want to eat it. Does that mean it is really delicious? This question really stumped Xiao Chusheng, but he still said, when there are farmed non-toxic puffer fish in the future, I will take you to try it and you will know. Let's not try the poisonous ones. You haven't experienced enough happiness in this life. These words warmed Lin Shure's heart. She didn't expect that this little rascal could say such sentimental words at this time. Yes, the happy days have just begun, I don't want to leave so early. Lin Shure has never wanted to live in this world as much as she does now. In fact, Xiao Chu had eaten puffer fish in his previous life, but they were all non-toxic varieties that were artificially bred. According to those gourmets, although non-toxic puffer fish is delicious, its flavor and freshness are weakened when it is farmed to be non-toxic. In other words, these puffer fish are so delicious because they eat poisonous corals. This can also be considered a miracle from nature, which is why so many people would rather risk poisoning and death to eat this thing. Well, it's similar to how so many people go to the hospital every year after eating eczema. Of course, Xiao Chusheng did not verify this. After all, he was not that desperate. Therefore, he really couldn't answer Lin Shure's curiosity, and he couldn't answer it in this lifetime. Oh, I just saw there are oysters here. Lin Shure suddenly pulled Xiao Chusheng and said in a low voice, but they are many times bigger than the ones we have every night, they must be very expensive, right? Xiao Chusheng nodded, yes, the ones here are fresh and of different varieties. Ours are suitable for selling at stalls, but the ones here are sashimi grade and supplied to restaurants. Varieties like ganado cost dozens or even hundreds each. Huh? So expensive? Lin Shure's eyes almost popped out of her head, as if she was seeing the world for the first time. Xiao Chusheng didn't know either, he was just guessing based on his experience with prices in his previous life. But after all, it is 2007 now, and the prices of these things cannot have remained unchanged for so many years. But it didn't stop Lin Shure from being stunned. Along with the dishes ordered by Xiao Chusheng, 3 bowls of rice were also brought. The silly beauty couldn't wait to start eating. It seemed that this guy had no dietary restrictions and was easy to feed. Well, I just eat a little bit more. When the main dish they ordered, the grouper, was served, Xiao Chusheng said with a smile, stupid, this fish is also very good looking, right? Let's try it. After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish meat near the head and gave it to the guy. This was the part Xiao Chusheng thought was the most delicious. The silly beauty put it into her mouth carefully, which made him laugh and cry. Then he reminded her, don't be so careless, most of the sea fish, except hairtail, don't have any bones. Oh. The silly beauty responded, and judging by her surprised expression, it was obvious that she had no common sense about these things. Maybe it's because her mother did take her to eat it when she was little, but she didn't pay attention to it. When she grew up and her mother passed away, she never ate by herself again, so naturally she had no chance to learn about these things. After all, these are not taught in textbooks. Lin Shure looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. In fact, she had no chance to understand any of this. The silly beauty had at least eaten it before, but she seemed to have never eaten these expensive fish as far as she could remember. Is it delicious? Xiao Chusheng asked Qi Shanshan, the idiot. Then I saw the silly beauty eating with chopsticks one after another, looking very satisfied. Watching this guy eat is so healing, and it makes me feel better. But after eating a few pieces of meat, this guy suddenly stopped moving and stood there in a daze. This made Lin Shure and Xiao Chusheng nervous, especially Lin Shure, who asked worriedly, what's wrong, Shanshan? Are you stuck by a fish bone? Even if there are no small thorns, the big thorns can still get people stuck if they are not careful. As a result, the stupid beauty shook her head, and she said very seriously, I was thinking, this red fish is so beautiful and so delicious, then the one just now is more beautiful, so is it more delicious? Xiao Chusheng was doubting his life, aren't you thinking about my golden arowana? I am just an ornamental fish, an ornamental fish. Puff. Lin Shure couldn't help laughing out loud. These two people were so funny, one dared to think, and the other dared to answer. Well, come to think of it, there is a fish that is similar in color to the golden arowana, but tastes delicious. Xiao Chusheng suddenly remembered, yellow croaker, but that thing seems to be quite expensive. He used the word seems because his memory of the fish was not very clear at the moment. Wild yellow croaker is very expensive, while farmed ones will become cheaper, as low as 20 to 30 yuan per kilogram in later generations. However, he has no idea when farmed ones became available. This is what a true reborn person is like. It is impossible for him to know everything, and his memory cannot be reliable all the time. One can only rely on what one knows to find a path that suits oneself, or even use vague memories to deduce the correct history. Before rebirth, he was just a piece of trash, but after rebirth, he knows everything and his brain is comparable to Baidu? Isn't that funny? For any normal person, it is impossible to deliberately remember everything so clearly. After all, for useless things, the brain itself will deliberately blur the related memories. After all, you don't know in advance that you will be reborn, so how can you force yourself to remember something? After the meal, the three of them were so full that they didn't want to move. This meal was the best one Xiao Chusheng had ever had since his rebirth, so he ate too much without realizing it. In fact, with his current wealth, there is really no need for him to be frugal anymore. After paying at the front desk, Xiao Chusheng took Lin Shi and the silly beauty with him to go for a walk. Just think of it as a walk after dinner to help digest the food, and also talk to Lin Shi about my next plans. Holding a beauty in each hand, one big and one small, the pride and vanity as a man are simply overflowing. I plan to develop the milk tea business while hiring people to develop web games, Xiao Chusheng told Lin Shi. Well, Xiao Chusheng had already mentioned this matter to Lin Shi, so she was not surprised. So what comes next should be the key point. Therefore, the next few months will be very busy if nothing unexpected happens. As expected, Xiao Chusheng said this to Lin Shi. Oh, that's not a problem, right? Lin Shi raised her eyebrows. It's reasonable to be busy if you can make so much money. She felt that this was something that she should take for granted. With such a reward, she naturally had to pay a price. Chapter 99, Distorted, Pathological, and Codependent. Xiao Chusheng smiled and said, well, you will be busy for sure, but I plan to make you even busier. Ha! Lin Shi was stunned. What do you want me to do? She was really a little alert this time. After all, it had only been a short time since this little rascal Xiao Chusheng had made such a big fuss, and he was still not satisfied? But after hearing the following words, Lin Shi felt relieved. Because what Xiao Chusheng said was, it's nothing, I just want you to find time to get your driver's license while you are busy with these things. That shouldn't be difficult, right? Lin Shi wasn't sure. Xiao Chusheng was not worried because of Lin Shi's intelligence, photographic memory, and terrifying learning ability. In her previous life, taking her driver's license as an example, she was much faster than Xiao Chusheng. I have to say, these two guys' hands are really comfortable to touch. Xiao Chusheng thought to himself that the description of these two people's hands would be more accurately described by the description often seen in novels: skin as white as cream and as soft as if they had no bones. I used to think these two words were exaggerated, but when applied to them, I feel like they are not even enough. Looking at the endless stream of people on the street, Xiao Chusheng sighed. The era of real economy is indeed the time when there are the most people. The Lujiazui food street alone has many times more customers than what Xiao Chusheng remembered more than 10 years later. This is the trend. Some businesses can only grow big in the right era, which is called the right time. No matter how many ideas Xiao Chu had and how hard he tried in his previous life, he ultimately missed the golden age. After so many years of hard work, he finally became a rich man, but he had suffered so much hardship, contempt and grievance along the way. He still remembers it clearly. And this time after his rebirth, even the inconspicuous street stall economy of this era can make him have the possibility of earning millions of dollars a month. You have to know that for some companies in later generations, it is quite difficult to achieve a net profit in a single month. Even many small companies are still making losses year after year. It's quite weird when you think about it. Of course, it is basically impossible to replicate his path now. All I can say is that it was the right time, the right place, and the right people. Want to take over the entire barbecue market in Hangzhou by yourself? The success rate of such a thing is almost zero. First, you have to have that many people. It can only be said that Luo Fei was brought here by Qin Bin and Chen Bin's connections. This is harmony among people. It is highly unlikely that you will get this kind of benefit if you change to another region. Hangzhou is a very special city. The consumption level in 2007 was already very strange, but this place still has a large flow of people. Consumption is high, there are many people, and the market has not yet been developed. This is the advantage of location. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all essential. The right time, the right place, the right people. Xiao Chusheng felt that he was now the son of destiny. Perhaps he had done too many good things, and God had mercy on him and gave him this opportunity to be reborn. Xiao Chusheng stopped unconsciously and turned to look at the two women. If we were to say what good things he did in his previous life, it would probably be them, right? Of course, that could have been an accident for some idiot. He really wanted to save her, but unfortunately an accident happened and he not only failed to save her but also got himself involved. But at this moment, Xiao Chusheng no longer had any regrets about this rebirth. Because he is happier now than he was in his previous life. There is a feeling that an incomplete life has the opportunity to become more complete. If this is the case, such rebirth would not be a bad thing. Xiao Chusheng thought, the pain of my previous life will never begin again, Qi Shanshan will no longer be lonely and forced to the rooftop, Lin Shi will no longer be depressed, and everyone will have happiness. The strength in his hands unconsciously increased, but the silly beauty in Lin Shi seemed to know what Xiao Chusheng was thinking. The three of them tacitly agreed not to speak or make any sound. In this life they have become an inseparable whole, like mistletoe. The symbiotic relationship between the three is somewhat twisted and somewhat morbid, but it makes all three of them fascinated by it. On the train back to Hangzhou, Lin Shi held her face and stared at Xiao Chusheng. The silly beauty was resting her head on Xiao Chusheng's shoulder and had fallen asleep without knowing when. But that flawless face is so beautiful that it makes people want to take a bite. It feels like water will come out of it with just one bite. You bought so many things. Lin Shi pointed at the big and small bags and felt ashamed. You might as well take some crayfish back with you. Xiao Chusheng smiled disapprovingly. There is no end to making money. We already have special import trucks. The market in Hangzhou is only so big. Even if you bring more, you probably won't be able to sell them. Lin Shi naturally understood this, but she just wanted to say it. But you bought me such expensive clothes. The main reason was that Xiao Chusheng doted on her too much, so she felt uncomfortable if she didn't say anything. In just a short while, Xiao Chusheng spent more than 3,000 yuan on her alone, including a very expensive OL outfit. The excuse is, from now on you can be considered my personal secretary. If you don't have a decent work outfit, wouldn't it make me look cheap? This bastard is good at bluffing women. Lin Shi even suspects that he is a habitual offender. In fact, he was a repeat offender. He just fooled Lin Shi. But it is Lin Shi of the future. Come on, don't be so shy. When we become richer, you won't think this little money is a big deal. Xiao Chusheng tried to persuade her. Lin Shi pursed her lips. She actually understood this in her heart. And she also understands that doing business, the clothes you wear, the car you drive, the mobile phone you use, many of these will affect other people's perceptions. Xiao Chusheng is right. At least in this era, this kind of first impression is very important. After all, no boss would want to do business with a few kids who look like they haven't even grown all their hair yet and don't have much money. Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi are young and more likely to be looked down upon. If they cannot keep up in these aspects. Indeed, most of the results can be imagined. Lin Shi tried to convince herself, even though she was still feeling conflicted. What about these? Lin Shi pointed at the pile of snacks, bread, and pastries. I bought it for you to eat. This idiot is so greedy. And you can eat it too. Xiao Chusheng was happy. Lin Shi didn't say anything. For example, the bread and snacks inside, just a small amount, cost more than 100 yuan. Lin Shi had never spent so much money before, and now she just felt the pain. This is the state of mind of suddenly becoming rich. Some people engage in revengeful spending, while others, like Lin Shi, become panicked. This is a sign of being afraid of being poor. The money that is hard-earned is feared to be gone one day. In fact, it's a bit like those people who have money but are reluctant to spend it. It's just that those people are somewhat pathological. They have millions in their cards, but they don't even want to eat meat every day. They just like to look at the balance to satisfy themselves. Chapter 100 Good people cannot save Lin Shi, nor are they qualified to own Lin Shi. Outside the School of Finance, Fang Weiming and his family were anxious as they watched the students leaving the school one after another. They squatted there from morning until almost dark, but Lin Shi never showed up. It was summer evening, and mosquitoes were already out, and these three bastards seemed to be possessed by bad luck. I even have more mosquito bites than others. It turns out that even mosquitoes can't stand seeing evil people. This is retribution. What about that little bitch? Didn't you say she would definitely leave school today? Chen Shui was furious and didn't care about anything else. She got angry with her beloved son. Fang Sudong felt very aggrieved, but he still argued, she is a good student, how could she not come back to school on such a day? Maybe she saw us from a distance and was hiding from us. When we were gone, she came out. Fang Sudong's words made sense, and both Fang Weiming and Chen Shui felt that they made sense. What should we do? Fang Sudong frowned, she is hiding from us, and we can't stay here for 24 hours? How about we hide? Wait until later. I don't believe she won't come out to eat. Who will bring her food after she leaves school? Good. Fang Weiming and his family were still unwilling to give up and were planning to catch Lin Shi and squeeze her to death. They felt that Lin Shi was still the same Lin Shi who allowed her family to suck her blood and had no one to support her. They felt that if Lin Shi left their family, she would have to hide in the school dormitory, rely on part-time jobs to make a living, and could be slaughtered by their family at any time. Little did she know that a beast had already taken her away. To punish evildoers, there must be someone more evil than them. Xiao Chusheng has never been a good person, at most he is not that bad. Good people cannot save Lin Shi, nor are they qualified to own Lin Shi, so Xiao Chusheng will never be a good person. At this moment, Lin Shi had already returned to Hangzhou with Xiao Chusheng. Just like usual, they appeared in the small park on time. Cat! The silly beauty shouted in surprise. Meow! The tabby cat lying on the stone pier called out lazily to the stupid beauty. Xiao Chusheng was a little embarrassed when he saw this scene. The silly beauty had been feeding it these days, but this guy came more and more frequently. Wow, they have been waiting here for a long time? Xiao Chusheng moved closer and looked at the tabby cat carefully. It seems likely to be a stray cat. Xiao Chusheng came to this conclusion after observation. Oh? How did you know that? Lin Shi was quite curious. I've observed it every time it comes to be fed these days. No one has given it a bath in such a long time, although there is nothing too dirty on its body, Xiao Chusheng expressed his guess. Lin Shi suddenly realized, indeed, if you have a cat, you should give it a bath, but it may also be that the person who owns the cat is just lazy? Well, this possibility is not impossible. Xiao Chusheng did not deny this possibility. After all, people who like the tabby cat like it very much, and people who don't like it very much don't like it. Observe it for a while, and if it is confirmed that it is not a domestic cat, take it to the veterinary station for vaccinations and so on, and then give it to you to raise. As soon as he said this, he saw the stupid beauty's eyes shining and looking straight at him. What's wrong? Are you so happy? Happy. After rubbing this guy's hair, Xiao Chusheng felt very satisfied. Not long after, Zhou Chen and Su Fei arrived, bringing with them more than 100 yuan that they had extorted from Fang Weiming's family. Take it and treat those brothers to a cigarette during the day, don't give it to me. Xiao Chusheng waved his hand, not caring at all. He didn't care about this little bit of money at all. His purpose was simply to disgust Fang Weiming's family and make their already difficult lives even worse. Shen Bin also came with them. Seeing that Shen Bin seemed to be hesitant to speak, Xiao Chusheng scolded him directly, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. Why are you being so shy? Shen Bin was a little embarrassed, but still told the reason. It turned out that a stall encountered a few strange customers last night. The brothers who were in charge of that stall at the time were wary and told Shen Bin about the situation today. Oh? What's wrong with it? Xiao Chusheng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. They just hinted that our mutton skewers tasted good, asked about the seasoning, said they liked it, and asked if there was a place to buy it, etc. Shen Bin explained. Later they found out that it was you, the boss, who sent it to them all. Then they asked if they could contact you, saying they wanted to buy some scatter materials. I see. Xiao Chusheng already understood that those people were probably not just ordinary guests. These days, his 10 stalls have become more and more well known in the Zhang'ai family group, which actually means that they have become completely popular among young people. If young people know about the existence of such a stall, it means that most people in Hangzhou already know about it. The reason why this stall in this small park was so popular was mainly due to its exclusive product, grilled oysters. After all, other stalls could not do the business if they could not lower the costs. But the remaining 9 stalls still rely on the taste of mutton to compete for the market. The taste of those dishes and so on is pretty much the same for everyone, it basically depends on which store sells the better dipping sauce. As long as you look for it, you can always buy something similar on the market. But the sprinkles are different. This stuff is Xiao Chusheng's exclusive secret recipe. So some people started to focus on his spreading of information. However, Xiao Chusheng was not so opposed to selling this thing to others, but he would only sell the sprinkles, not the recipe. With the formula, the money is endless, but once it is sold, these people can use unfair market competition to prevent him from making any profit. In fact, Xiao Chusheng was mainly waiting to get the oyster supply from the dock, as that would be the source of the big profits. Although these barbecue stalls currently sell a lot of mutton, the profits are actually not high. The current profit point is to rely on the taste of mutton to attract diners, and then diners will definitely buy some vegetables when they order meat, so the profit margin will be high. Achieve a balanced budget. Okay, let's wait and see for now. Xiao Chusheng was not in a hurry and told Chen Bin to tell him as soon as there was any situation. Now each stall of Chen Bin and his brothers is equipped with at least one feature phone, so there is no problem. This was Xiao Chusheng's request. Plus, they now had income every day, so the money for the cell phone was not a problem at all, and it also gave them face. These people didn't even need Xiao Chusheng to tell them, they had already bought them themselves. After all, people of this era are not like Xiao Chusheng, who was reborn. After he has used a smartphone, asking him to kill himself with a feature phone is really unacceptable. Chapter 101, Coming for the Recipe. Xiao Chusheng felt that the matter would not end like this, and the other party must be eyeing the formula in his hand. But he was not worried about anything. If you have the ability, come and grab my market. Anyway, I don't plan to make money from this thing. As for cracking his recipe, if you are willing to invest energy and time, you can definitely figure out 70% of the flavor. However, there were some details in it that he didn't think the other party could figure out. Moreover, the research cost is not low, and it is hard to say who would come up with this formula. After seeing Chen Bin off, Lin Shi approached Xiao Chusheng, folded her arms and said with emotion, "The recipe of your sprinkles is really hard to describe. Anyway, I never thought that thing could be used as sprinkles." Xiao Chusheng chuckled, "Of course not, otherwise how can it be called a secret recipe? Those are the soul of the taste of this sauce." Lin Shi held her forehead with her hand. I guess few people can think of such a wild way. Xiao Chusheng also thought so. He could only say that the barbecue restaurant in the alley that gave him the recipe was so popular for a reason. Sure, what are you talking about?" A certain silly little face came over and put its arms around Lin Shi's slender waist, making Xiao Chusheng envious. In public, it is not appropriate for a man like him to be so blatant like the stupid beauty, it is immoral. But seeing two beauties so close together is really pleasing to the eyes. Lin Shi then pulled the silly beauty aside and whispered to her, "It's about our barbecue seasonings, and there are some particularly mysterious things in it." The silly beauty blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" For example, Lin Shi hesitated to speak, and suddenly turned to look at Xiao Chusheng. "Can I tell Shan Shan?" Xiao Chusheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It won't matter if you tell her, she's one of our own, and it's not like she hasn't seen us together before." 2. So Lin Shi gave an example. "Don't you often steal the peach biscuits we put next to the seasoning when we are preparing it? The biscuits are what are put in the seasoning, and other people's seasonings usually don't have them." The stupid beauty was stunned, tilted her head and thought seriously, then she remembered that she had indeed cheated on him several times, so that's it. Now that we have the manpower and this stall is almost ready, we can let others do it, and then we will be more relaxed. Xiao Chusheng told Lin Shi that his next focus should be shifted to the development of web games. Of course, we should recruit people before that and run the milk tea shop in the meantime. It is not difficult to recruit people, and even developing a web game like Happy Farm is not difficult. After all, whether a game can become popular, whether people play it, and whether it can make money involve many factors. It doesn't mean that if you invest money, it will definitely succeed, just like the publicity and distribution channels. The reason why Happy Farm became so popular in the previous life was also related to the fact that Penguin incorporated it into the space. As for the difficulty of developing this type of web game, it all comes down to development experience and creativity. In fact, the most time-consuming part of the entire development process is still designing gameplay and balancing data. It can be said that Xiao Chusheng, with his experience from his previous life, can save more than half of the time, and he can even rely on his advanced aesthetics to make the farm more fun than the space version of his previous life. So in fact, as long as you recruit people, the rest will be easy. As for the publicity and promotion channels, contacting Penguin is an optional option. The 5 Minutes team of Happy Farm in the previous life actually caused a lot of trouble in the early stages of this game. These troubles mainly came from the web game platform where he listed his game in the early stage. His early traffic mainly came from the platform itself and the self-fermentation of user traffic. But Xiao Chushang is different now. He has a huge traffic pool of young people. As long as he wants, he can quickly attract the attention of Penguin. Xiao Chushang prefers to contact Penguin because it will help his future development of the internet industry. Lin Shi said that she, Zhu Wen and her roommates had already asked the seniors in the school who were familiar with computers, and they believed that there would be results soon. Xiao Chushang is not in a hurry about this. Game development does not require too much time or too many people. And just when business was good today, Chen Bin came again. Boss, we have someone asking about the recipe at another stall again. I guess they are the same ones from yesterday. Because Chen Bin had already informed each stall in advance today, the brothers were extra vigilant and immediately sent a message to Chen Bin. Xiao Chushang narrowed his eyes. Let us go and take a look. Leaving the stall temporarily to Lin Shi, Xiao Chushang and Chen Bin took a few people to the stall where those people were. Immediately a young man ran over. Xiao Chushang remembered this young man. He was one of the people brought by Luo Fei. When I saw him before, he had a big afro, but now he has fixed it. But still curly. But it's better than a big afro. Are they those people? Xiao Chushang's eyes fell on one of the small tables. Yes, it was them. They came to ask me about the toppings after I had only eaten a few skewers. At the tables around, there were either elderly grandpas and ladies or middle-aged men drinking beer. Otherwise they were students or couples. There was only one table with 4 men, and they didn't look too old, probably around 30 years old. Okay, then you can adapt to the situation and show us around your stall. I'm the boss, let's see if those guys will come to me. Xiao Chushang instructed. Good. Boss, you see, our business today is better than the previous 2 days. Half of it has been sold out. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin looked into the window and found that it was true. He nodded slightly. Indeed, boss, it looks like business will be even better in the next few days because the students will be on vacation soon. Xiao Chushang remained calm, and the 3 of them deliberately did not lower their voices in order to attract the attention of those people and let them know that Xiao Chushang was the real boss. As expected, several people looked at Xiao Chushang at the same time, and it was obvious that they were all very surprised. It was obvious that Xiao Chushang was too young, which was beyond these people's expectations. Xiao Chushang patted the shoulders of several people who were at the stall today. Come on, I'll give you bonuses if you do a good job. Good. After saying that, Xiao Chushang and Chen Bin deliberately turned around and prepared to leave, but those men really caught up with them. Wait a minute, young man. Xiao Chushang pretended to be surprised. What's the matter? Are you the real owner of this stall? Several people still couldn't believe it. Yes, what's wrong? Xiao Chushang still pretended to be confused. Several people looked at each other in surprise, but still stated their purpose. We actually want to buy your sprinkle formula for 20,000 yuan, what do you think? Chapter 102 Encountering the Best. 20,000? Xiao Chushang and Chen Bin were both stunned, mainly because this number came out of the other party's mouth, which really gave them a hard time. If there were an extra 0 in this number, they wouldn't be stunned for so long. But soon, the 2 of them reacted, and Chen Bin was about to lose his temper. However, he was stopped by Xiao Chushang, mainly because the numbers given by these people were too funny, which made him unable to figure out where these people came from for a while. So he decided to test it out first. I immediately asked them, do you know how much net profit this stall makes in a day? A few people were asked by Xiao Chushang. They looked at each other and shook their heads honestly, but the leader still gave a number, at least 500 or 600, right? Chen Bin couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. 500 or 600, haha, I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Chushang really couldn't laugh. What kind of idiot had he met? I simply didn't bother pretending anymore and asked them, who told you to buy my formula? You can't even afford it if you add a 0 to the price, let alone the formula. Several people's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. What? 200,000? How is that possible? Boss, please don't fool us. 20,000 yuan can be bought by the ton in the market, okay? Xiao Chushang was so confused by them that he didn't know what to say. For some reason he felt like a wise man didn't want to communicate with stupid people. If they were buying scattering materials, Xiao Chushang wouldn't mind. Selling a small amount wouldn't actually affect his business. After all, after November, he will definitely have to open a store, but at that time there will definitely be some small vendors who will choose to continue selling for a while. The street stall market is still vacant during this period. It's not that it doesn't make money, but there are too few and he doesn't think highly of it. But he was too lazy to bother with these guys, they were too stupid. It's really not worth the energy wasted doing business with stupid people. In that case, why don't you just go to the market and buy by the ton? Why are you coming to me? After Xiao Chusheng finished speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention and just planned to leave. In the end, several people stopped him and said, "Boss, don't think we are easy to fool, this price is definitely not low, you will definitely make money, listen to me, you sell us the formula, we are friends, more ways." However, Xiao Chusheng interrupted him and sneered, "Sorry, not everyone can be my friend. At least in my opinion, you are not qualified." The relationship fell out immediately, and Xiao Chusheng probably knew the background of this group of people. Anyone who is in the industry, even if they can't guess that his stall can make a few thousand in daily net profit, can at least imagine it's about 1 or 2,000. But what about these people? Hundreds? I dare to think. So it was obvious that someone had taken a fancy to his business and wanted to get a piece of the pie. As a result, when I joined the business, I found that there were actually no people eating there. It was only after investigating several of his stalls that I came to this conclusion. Oh, the key issue is still the taste. Especially the seasoning. It was obvious that these guys had never seen the world, and they also had a bit of ruffian spirit like Chen Bin and his gang of spirited young men. So it is obvious who has set their sights on his business. Seeing that Xiao Chusheng was so ungrateful, several people stopped pretending and showed fierce expressions. "Boy, don't think you don't know your place just because you have 2 stalls with good business. You need power to make a living. Where's your mother?" A big slap in the face, Xiao Chusheng's move was so decisive, followed by a crotch kick. The guy who threatened him was knocked down on the spot. The whole process was so fast that the people with him didn't have time to react. Not to mention these people, even Chen Bin didn't react. This guy was the most shocked one. The Wing Chun that Xiao Chusheng played in the finance college was his trump card, but Chen Bin did not see it with his own eyes. Chen Bin was very aware of the current situation. Even though his uncle who had a foul mouth was beaten up by Xiao Chusheng on the spot, he didn't think it was a big deal. What Xiao Chusheng showed most at that time was ruthlessness. But today he acted so decisively and quickly. Chen Bin realized, wow, this boss is really a hidden talent. After both sides reacted, they wanted to fight back, but they were no match for Xiao Chusheng. Regardless of how good he is at fighting, he is definitely better than most people to be the boss. The Wing Chun practiced by Xiao Chusheng is an even more powerful weapon for one-on-many combat. Among all the boxing styles in China, Wing Chun is not the strongest, but it is undoubtedly the easiest for ordinary people to learn and is suitable for multiplayer combat. Xiao Chusheng originally wanted to give himself an extra trump card, so he spent some time learning this style of boxing, which was said to have been created by a woman. Because other types of boxing either require a lot of energy or have certain requirements on weight, such as Sanda. Without muscular body and long-term fitness to maintain physical condition, the combat effectiveness of these boxing styles will decline sharply. For people who do business, how can they have so much time and a regular life? So in Chen Bin's eyes, Xiao Chusheng seemed to be doing a lot of fancy operations. These guys were already bruised and battered, and he was still holding one of them and beating him up. In traditional fighting, one person is beaten to death, and then defeated one by one. Really crushing, pushing all the way. One person stood up and tried to escape, but was knocked down by Xiao Chusheng's kick, and his chin hit the concrete floor. That crisp sound was painful to hear. "You dare to threaten me, you have lived enough." Xiao Chusheng sneered. He gave Chen Bin a look. Find a way to pry the information out of these guys' mouths. What the hell are they trying to do? Chen Bin understood immediately and asked people to come and control these guys. The fight here was quite noisy and attracted a lot of people to watch. Xiao Chusheng's move was quite handsome, which naturally amazed many people. When he was about to leave, someone even asked him if he was a martial artist. Xiao Chusheng didn't bother to pay attention and walked away without looking back. Anyway, it was dark in the night and no one could recognize him. Back to Lin Shi and the stupid beauty, the two guys still cooperated as well as ever. One is responsible for baking and the other is responsible for collecting money. "Ha? You're back? What's up?" When Lin Shi saw Xiao Chusheng, she was surprised for a moment, but then she noticed that Xiao Chusheng's mood was different from before. Not really, just a little funny. When Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were told what happened tonight, they were also stunned. Lin Shi was especially shocked. 20,000? Not even half of what our 10 stalls earn in one night. Are they fools? Chapter 103. Don't ask, the answer is to have 3 children. Who said it wasn't? God knows where these cuties came from. Xiao Chusheng shrugged and took over the work from Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng felt a little distressed for keeping her busy for so long, seeing her clothes were soaked with sweat. If you beat them, will it cause trouble? Lin Shi asked worriedly. I think so. But whether I fight or not, these people won't get any benefits and will definitely cause trouble. It's better to strike first. This is Xiao Chusheng's logic. If you come to cause trouble, I will kill you directly and all problems will be solved naturally. Of course, we don't know if this person really killed her, after all, murder is against the law. But it's still worth teaching these guys a lesson. Lin Shi held her face in her hands, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she said seriously, what was the Wing Chun that you used in my school that day? Yes, what's wrong? Xiao Chusheng didn't even turn his head. Should I learn it too? So I won't become a burden to you, hold you back, and I can protect myself when something happens. Lin Shi said this in a serious tone. Xiao Chusheng remained silent and listened to her for a long time before he said, there is no need. You are a girl and it will be a peaceful time in the future. As a girl, you should be pretty. Fighting and killing is not suitable for you. In fact, Xiao Chusheng had something else to say. With Lin Shi's looks, if she didn't learn to master it, then learning martial arts would just be like a gangster's exciting punch. Lin Shi blinked her eyes. She had a lot to say about Xiao Chusheng's answer, but she didn't know how to start. Xiao Chusheng didn't stop and continued, now that we have money, I will recruit a group of real security personnel when the time is right. At least you and I will provide you with bodyguards. Is it necessary to have such a big show? Lin Shi was a little surprised. If you don't know, you would think we have a lot of money. This made Xiao Chusheng laugh and cry, you don't have it now, but what about in the future? It won't be long before you are a rich woman with tens of millions of cash. Lin Shi hadn't yet come to terms with the fact that she was already a wealthy man, and for a moment she was indeed a little uncomfortable. Xiao Chusheng smiled, reached out and pinched her face, and comforted her softly, you should be pampered and loved. You finally have a good life, why do you want to suffer again? These words deeply penetrated Lin Shi's inner defenses. Apart from Xiao Chusheng, who else had ever said such words to her in the past? Apart from this little boy, who else could be so kind to her without reservation like him? At this moment, Lin Shi even had the urge to give birth to 2 human cubs for this guy. Looking at him, tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously, and Lin Shi felt her nose aching. She felt that she was too greedy. She was so happy now, but she even wondered why the little boy couldn't have appeared a few years earlier? Why would she need to suffer so much? Humans are such creatures, they are always unsatisfied. But there is no doubt that Lin Shi is happy at this moment. Xiao Chusheng was busy serving grilled oysters to the guests and didn't notice Lin Shi's abnormality. The silly beauty noticed it. She reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Shi's eyes. Shi, why are you crying? Lin Shi hurriedly wiped her eyes with the corner of her clothes, her voice whimpering, Shan, I'm fine, I'm happy, I remembered the happy things. Shan, the idiot, tilted his head, happy things? Will you cry? Lin Shi nodded without hesitation and touched her hair with her hand, yes, you will too. Well, follow him and you will definitely experience it. These meaningful words made the silly beauty pout, and she followed Lin Shi to look at the busy Xiao Chusheng. She is just slow and dull, but not stupid. She can tell at a glance who is good to her and who is not. In the mind of the silly beauty, everything is actually very simple. Shi is nice to me and I like her, so I like being with her. That bad guy wanted to bully me and even took me to a hotel, but he gave me delicious food and helped me vent my anger, but I also liked him. Shi also likes him, and I like Shi, so I like them. Simple? No, it's called innocence. But she seemed to have never thought about one question, that is, whether the beast Xiao Chusheng liked her. Of course, the answer to this question doesn't seem to have much meaning, because if he didn't like her, why would Xiao Chusheng be so nice to her? Although Xiao Chusheng always claims that the stupid beauty owes him something, what is the reality? I'm afraid this guy has already forgotten about this matter. I owe him? Now that I'm his, why would he still care about these trivial things? Don't ask, the answer is to have 3 children. At this moment, Lin Shi was very impulsive and wanted to hold something, so he hugged the silly beauty in his arms. Even though Lin Shi is 3 years older than the silly Shan, the silly beauty actually looks a little older, except that she is a little dumb. The two of them just hugged each other like this, giving people a strange healing feeling. When Xiao Chusheng saw this scene, he felt like he had a Huang and Nuiying in his possession. Obviously, his current achievements are still far from what he achieved in his previous life, but he feels as if he already has everything. It seemed as if those things from his previous life were no longer important to him at this moment, and he was somewhat satisfied with the present. It was Chenbin who came over and interrupted Xiao Chusheng's thoughts that were already flying to who knows where. Did you find out anything? Xiao Chusheng's tone was very solemn, and Lin Shi also came over, wanting to hear what was going on. Chenbin nodded. Those thugs were newcomers, working for a boss who ran a billiard hall in Dongchang. Pool hall? The appearance of these three words really confused Xiao Chusheng. In his impression, this kind of place seemed to sound very intimidating. But in reality, there is no money to be made. Of course, there seemed to be some profit in 2007, but it certainly wasn't much, otherwise a large number of companies would have gone bankrupt within a few years. But it is true that in my impression, the customers of this kind of place are generally not easy to deal with, so they must have some younger brothers to keep the place in check. Xiao Chusheng really didn't expect that he would be associated with such a person by opening a barbecue stall. But he was not panicked at all, because these people who opened the billiard hall only looked intimidating, but they were actually paper tigers. So why would the billiard hall owner have any idea about our barbecue sauce? They can't be trying to expand their business, right? Xiao Chusheng made a joke. Chenbin shuddered at the joke, but still explained, I didn't get the answer because these guys are too low level and I can't get in touch with them. Xiao Chusheng hummed lightly. This was indeed understandable. However, Chenbin added, but these guys said that it seemed that someone else was interested in our information and commissioned their superiors to do it. Oh? So there's someone else behind this? Xiao Chusheng became interested. Chapter 104, Salaries are in place, the road is broken. Where are those people? Xiao Chusheng asked. Chenbin said honestly, it's still under control, it's impossible not to teach them a lesson at all. Oh, by the way, did you ask them about their original plan? Did they really just want to get our formula for 20,000 yuan? Did they not plan to cause any trouble? Xiao Chusheng suddenly thought of this matter and felt that it would not be that simple. When Chenbin heard this, he also chuckled and lowered his voice to say to Xiao Chusheng, his boss originally gave him 100,000 yuan, but after passing through 2 layers of small leaders, only 40,000 was left in their hands. Then these fools divided it up again, and only 20,000 was left. Xiao Chusheng didn't know where to start complaining. Isn't it possible for middlemen to make a profit from such things? These guys deserve to be beaten. Okay, let me arrange something for you. After telling Chenbin about the arrangements, he went back to doing his business. Nothing else was more important to him than making money. Of course, there are exceptions, that is, Lin Shi, and he is barely accompanied by a stupid beauty. Is there something wrong? After Xiao Chusheng came back, Lin Shi asked with some concern. He shook his head and made an excuse, it's nothing, he just told me the approximate revenue of each stall today. In fact, it was not a lie, because Chenbin did say in passing that sales were better than before. Sure enough, when this was mentioned, Lin Shi's eyes lit up in surprise. Business is good again? Well, it's not surprising. Although we have enough stalls and they are spread out, there are still more than 7 million people in Hangzhou. Such a large market has never been developed before and is still far from being saturated. Assuming that each person spends $5, the 10 stalls actually receive a total of 20,000 people every day, and we can get a sales volume of 100,000 every day. Xiao Chusheng didn't say anything afterwards, because Lin Shi had already said it for him. In reality, there is no need to receive so many people, because among those who like to eat barbecue, how many will spend less than 10 or 20 yuan? Besides, there is also the crayfish business, and even if we calculate it at 20,000, it is less than 1/3 of 20,000 people. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly. So this is the golden age of the market is large and the competition is small. Although this is an era of street stall economy, there are actually not as many barbecue stalls as one might imagine. The reason is simple, the cost. This kind of stall can really make money, but if you want to make as much money as Xiao Chusheng, the cost of a stall must be at least 20,000 yuan in your hand a few days ago. Doesn't sound like much? But think about it carefully. This is a time when even a monthly income of 3,000 yuan is hard to come by. It might be possible to save 20,000 yuan by not eating or drinking, but how many people would be willing to lower their dignity to do this if they can earn this amount by working? Not everyone dares to be like Xiao Chusheng and risk all their money on this kind of business. It's not decent and there's no guarantee. Although what he bet on was actually Lin Shure's money. He tricked Lin Shure into coming to Hangzhou in the name of supporting her, and used her money to support himself. I guess no one else could do such a beastly thing except Xiao Chusheng, whose name lives up to his name. He deserves to make money. Moreover, in Xiao Chusheng's eyes, this is a business that is sure to make money, but it is different in the eyes of those people. What's more, he has a secret recipe that no one else has. Otherwise, the market share in Hangzhou would not have been almost entirely taken up by Xiao Chusheng. In the final analysis, it is similar to the takeaway wars in the internet era in the previous life. Winner takes all. Xiao Chusheng's reputation has spread, and now his stalls have spread all the way, which is equivalent to opening his own chain store. Naturally, those scattered individual stalls lack competitiveness. The taste, reputation, and categories are too different. In such a large market, Xiao Chusheng's 10 stalls alone could not satisfy all the demand. After all, the reception efficiency of each stall was limited. Even from the afternoon to 1 in the morning, it would be difficult to receive 1,000 people. During this period, if a stall is full, some people can't wait and will naturally flow to those individual stalls. Therefore, self-employed individuals will not disappear, they will just survive in the cracks. Some people must be curious. If that is the case, why doesn't Xiao Chusheng add more stalls? The reason is simple, it's not worth it. Adding a stall will require labor costs and material costs. Taking all these into consideration, it is actually very likely that the income and expenditure will be unbalanced, or even the business will be operating at a loss. It will also arouse public anger. In fact, even in the current situation, even though the business of those individual stalls has been snatched away by Xiao Chusheng, they are actually still making more money than before. Even more. What, you ask, why? The question is the siphon effect. Many people come here because of its reputation, and a portion of the traffic brought by Shisha barbecue will inevitably be diverted to these surrounding private stalls. Not too many, but definitely some. Xiao Chusheng could make all the money, but he can't, otherwise it would be a monopoly. As we all know, playing Monopoly is prone to trouble. Of course, even if he brought better business to those stalls, those small merchants might not necessarily be grateful to Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng knew this better than anyone else. This was the jealousy monster. Those jealous monsters would think that without him, these customers and money would definitely be theirs. Xiao Chusheng did not make indirect accusations, well, absolutely not. So just let's talk about this incident. He actually already has a suspect to some extent, but as to what exactly happened, further investigation is needed. Once the oyster issue is settled, the current daily profits will definitely see another surge in the short term, but it will not last too long. In short, Xiao Chusheng is already satisfied with the net profit of several million per month. If he wants to make further breakthroughs, he has to explore new markets, which is why he did not add more stalls for the sake of losing the big picture. At least in the current situation, people are the most scarce resource. Okay, let us retreat. Xiao Chusheng looked at the remaining items in the window, then looked at the time and customer flow, and felt that there was little point in continuing to set up the stall. At least, it doesn't mean much to his stall. As for the remaining 9 stalls, even if Xiao Chusheng didn't say it, they would be willing to set up the stall until 1 or even 2 in the morning. The reason is simple. It is common for these people to work all night long, and this is how they make money. Several of the stalls have a profit-sharing system. The more they sell, the more they earn. What's more, even if there was no profit sharing, those young people were willing to set up the stall for Xiao Chusheng for a while longer. How does that sentence go? As long as the wages are paid, even cows and horses can be nuclear powered. The salary is in place, the road is broken. So he called Shen Bin and made some of the remaining things and divided them among several people. In a situation like this where there is little left, there is really no point in freezing it for a day and then selling it the next day. Chapter 105. I should be under the car, not in the car. After sending Lin Shure and the silly beauty home, Xiao Chusheng deliberately stayed a little longer. Lin Shure was a little confused. What's wrong? Aren't you going home? Xiao Chusheng touched his chin and smiled evilly. I really don't want to go back. Lin Shure didn't expect Xiao Chusheng to say that. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and deliberately turned around towards him. What? You finally couldn't help but want to attack me and Shanshan? You want to suppress 2 women with 1 dragon for the first time as a groom? Puff. Xiao Chusheng almost couldn't hold it in. This guy is really sinister. What kind of vicious words? But you know what, Xiao Chusheng was really moved. This is what a man is. As expected, Lin Shi is always so interesting when she is not depressed. This is Lin Shi's true character. Okay, that's a deal, don't regret it later. Xiao Chusheng was not to be outdone, and immediately started to talk big. Anyway, his career had already started and completed. He also had a plan for the next step. At least as for Lin Shi, he felt that he was qualified enough to have her. Okay, don't think about running away in a few days. Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Shi with a half smile, which made Lin Shi nervous for a moment. Why? Because the desire in the eyes of this little scoundrel was finally no longer concealed. She felt that the little scoundrel was not going to let her go this time, but Lin Shi didn't think it was a big deal. At the beginning, she was with him with a desperate mentality. She wanted to escape from that family in Shanghai, so she came to Hangzhou. In Lin Shi's opinion, following this little scoundrel, no matter how bad her life was, could it still be worse than her original life? What really surprised her was that her bet was right. She is now at the happiest time of her life. So what if she gives it to this little scoundrel? Lin Shi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and her eyes were full of love as she looked at Xiao Chusheng. Maybe this is the love that comes naturally. Xiao Chusheng planned to wait for a few days of vacation, throw the stall to a worker, and then find a suitable opportunity to have a deep communication with this guy. How can we not have fun the first time? Okay, I've rested and am going home. Xiao Chusheng was indeed just staying to rest. After all, he had other plans to make next. Come, give me a hug before you go. He opened his arms and gestured to Lin Shi. The corners of Lin Shi's mouth were still curled up, and she looked very charming at this moment. She threw a coquettish glance at the little rascal and threw herself into his arms. But where Xiao Chusheng couldn't see, Lin Shi's face had already turned red. I hugged this guy tightly and smelled the familiar scent on him. Xiao Chusheng was in a trance, as if he was meeting his past life in this life. It's great to have you in both lives. This hug lasted for more than 5 minutes. After letting her go, Xiao Chusheng deliberately sniffed her body and said with a sweet voice, "Not bad, very fragrant, I don't need to take a shower tonight." Then Lin Shi rolled her eyes. However, the two of them just remembered that there was another idiot. The two of them turned their heads in tacit understanding and looked at the idiot Qi Shanshan sitting beside the coffee table. Sure enough, this guy was clearly holding an open bag of snacks in his hand, but his whole body was frozen in place for some unknown reason. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she was petrified. If I were to use a line of lyrics to describe Qi Shanshan's mood at the moment, it would be, "I should be under the car, not inside it." That's right, Xiao Chusheng, that bastard, he even sang in front of the stupid beauty. Lin Shi's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but hold his forehead. Please act like a human being. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, just a joke. Then he raised his arms towards the stupid beauty. What, I'm leaving, won't you give me a hug? The silly beauty's eyes lit up visibly, she pursed her lips and climbed up from the coffee table. But because he was in a hurry, he ran a little too fast and almost tripped over the chair leg. Fortunately, Xiao Chusheng was quick-witted and rushed forward to catch her, so no accident occurred. After clumsily pinching the guy's delicate face, Xiao Chusheng sighed. It seems like you have gained weight. How many good things have you eaten of mine these days? Feeling the flesh on this guy's cheek, Xiao Chusheng had a strange expression. Didn't eat much. The silly beauty's eyes were wandering, and she was obviously feeling guilty. Xiao Chusheng was happy and didn't say anything. He hugged the guy in his arms. A big, silly beauty, a little chubby, very comfortable to hug. Hee, you are a part of the play between me and Shi. Without you, we have no feelings. This bastard didn't forget to say something naughty, and directly silenced Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan. Especially Lin Shi, she couldn't help rolling her eyes and complained, "You've lived until now without being beaten to death, it's a good thing you learned martial arts." Cluck. Xiao Chusheng's laughter became more and more evil, almost like a pig squealing. The silly beauty's little eyes were filled with great confusion. Although she was dull, she was not stupid. She pouted her little mouth, as if she had the urge to bite the bad guy. She was the first one, but he still took her to get a room. Oh no, it looks like I really don't need to take a shower tonight. Letting go of the stupid beauty, Xiao Chusheng said something flirty again, which made Lin Shi's fist harden. Why is this little bad guy so annoying? Xiao Chusheng didn't dare to say any more dirty talk, otherwise he would definitely be beaten up by Lin Shi. So he decisively fled the scene and left the home of Qi Shanshan, the stupid beauty. Two beautiful women stood at the door and watched him walk away, their eyes full of brilliance. Let's go back too. Lin Shi turned and looked at the stupid beauty. Oh. Qi Shanshan took the initiative to hug Lin Shi's arm, which made Lin Shi's eyes move slightly. She is so luxuriously happy now. What the two girls didn't know was that the moment Xiao Chusheng turned his back to them, the happiness and smile on his face disappeared in an instant. When facing them, Xiao Chusheng was happy and carefree. But what would Xiao Chusheng be like without them? After leaving Qi Shanshan's house, Xiao Chusheng did not go home, but came to the place where he had agreed to meet Chen Bin. Are the people here? Xiao Chusheng asked Chen Bin. Chen Bin took out his cell phone and sent a message, and soon received a reply. They will be together in a few minutes. It was a bit sudden and it took some time to find someone. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Fei arrived, and with him was a large group of young people. And each of these people has a colorful afro on their head. They are all shamat. Boss Xiao, the brothers are all here. Luo Fei couldn't hold back his smile. There are more than 200 shamats, the scene alone is scary.